You talked obviously about liking this team. Did you, as you went through the process of getting down to 53, was this as you talk about difficult decisions? I mean, how do you, I guess, feel?
One thing that was noticeable. Look, our first year, I can't tell you the length of the meeting. There's always, George and I are meeting daily leading up into, call it the final meeting the night before, right? I can't tell you an hour, 2 hours. Last year, hour, 2 hours. But last night was closer to 6 hours. I mean, there was a lot of discussion, film. It was very evident that we're deeper. And I would say just strictly based on the length of the meeting and the process itself, that was very clear. And I think it was evident in the preseason games as you watched them when the second wave or the third wave went in, you saw good football.
Your love. Well, Sean Payton gets that roster down to 53 with only, I would say, one mild surprise where Lavelle Bailey doesn't make the team and Reed does. I think that's the only time that I was really like, what went into that decision? Now, a lot of other things kind of coming in baked with the cake yesterday of a team of the Broncos getting down to 53 and some of the decisions they made. I am not surprised by a couple of details here. When we discussed what could happen with the Broncos roster and where they decide to keep extras at, I mean, Sean Payton said it right there. Depth matters. And this is as deep as they've been, obviously, since he's been here. But I would say in a long, long time, as deep as this team has been. It's followed a theme that the Broncos have been doing for 2 straight years now. When they looked at how to build a roster that was going to be competitive. Build a roster that was going to be championship caliber, hopefully. They kept depth at 2 different spots. They were willing to let go of a cornerback and have a little bit of a smaller room there. They were willing to let go of a wide receiver in Devon Vele and have a smaller room there. Where did they keep the extras? O-line and D-line. The same place they started building when Sean Payton first took over. Again, it's not a surprise to me that that's where the wealth of talent stayed as far as extras. You know, they've come in with a very clear plan. They believe they're going to win football games by having a deep defensive line and a good offensive line. And in their defense, last year, that's exactly what happened. They were deep on the defensive line, and their starting 5 on the offensive line was really good. It makes a huge difference. It was their plan from the start. The first moves that they made were that. It was Zach Allen, Ben Powers, and Mike McGlinchey. It was fortifying the fronts. And they've kept the depth now at the fronts. They keep both Jordan Jackson and Awazarike. Now, there are lists that are out there that were tracking all of these cuts. And having them in a nice and neat little 53-man line run-through is perfect. Because it really lets you see where they stack all of their depth at. So, offensive line, Garrett Bowles, Mike McGlinchey, Frank Crum, Alex Palczewski, Quinn Miners, Ben Powers, Luke Wattenberg, Alex Forsythe, Matt Pert. By the way, when it comes to Frank Crum, you're looking for guys that might have been traded. I don't know if he was necessarily a guy that people talked about a lot, but Sean Payton yesterday said just that 3 different teams called about Frank Crum, and they were not willing to part with him because they wanted the depth. Now, this would be the argument I would make against what they were saying with Devon Vele. The counter-argument with Devon Vele when he was traded was, well, why are you trading good players if you're trying to win a championship? I think their point was, we have enough of the Devon Vele. We have Cortland Sutton. We have Pat Bryant. Those guys play a very similar style. We don't need another one. It would be redundant here. And so they're willing to part with him in a trade for that. Also because the value was good. It was a 4th-round pick. But when it comes to Frank Crum, they weren't. And it could have been value wasn't as much as like a Devon Vele to really make him think. And it could be something as simple as we like him as our backup tackle. And having him there is going to be big if we're in a championship type of season, which Sean Payton thinks they are, to back up Garrett Bowles and Mike McGlinchey. If one of them goes down with an injury, you have to have somebody that you even quasi-trust, and that's him. So, interesting little detail there. But then you move to the defensive line. It's Zach Allen, it's JFM, DJ Jones, Malcolm Roach, Savion Jones, Awazarike, Jordan Jackson. They kept all of them. All the guys that you felt like were NFL caliber players that you would hate to lose, they kept all of them there too. Why? Because that's where you want the wealth of depth at. That position specifically, because it's such a rotation, it's very rare to find guys who play like 90% of the snaps at those spots. They need to be kept fresh. So on top of that, some of your edge rushers, Jonathan Cooper, Nick Benito, Jonah Ellis, DeAndre Tillman, Q Robinson, all of those guys on the roster as well. It also allows you to keep a fifth safety in JL Skinner or JL Skinner or Devon Key. Both of those guys can be backup safeties along with give you some special teams depth. So, bottom line here is you can see the trend of where they're going as a football team and where they want to be most deep at. And it's on the fronts. It always has been. All of the moves that we talked about, not keeping Ellinger. I know that was a big thing yesterday. Sam Ellinger, and people were wondering if he's going to be kept on the roster. My question was, why would you? Jarrett Stidham didn't attempt to pass last year. That means neither did Zach Wilson. So why are you keeping 3? If you want to have depth at that spot at quarterback, my question is this. If you're down to your 3rd-string quarterback, is your season bleeped? I mean, I'll go back to, I still can't remember who this was. I believe it was it couldn't have been the coach in Indianapolis because that was Dungy. He would never say this. Maybe the GM for the Colts when Peyton Manning was there. And they asked during training camp, why don't you let the backup quarterback get any reps? And the response was, because if 18, talking about Peyton Manning, if 18 goes down, our season's bleeped, and we don't practice bleeped. And that's the truth. There's what? Maybe 2 or 3 teams in the league that if their backup quarterback comes in, they can kind of keep it together. I don't even know who those teams are. We tried to go through the list yesterday. But, if Penix goes down and you bring in Kirk Cousins, okay, maybe. Mariota in Washington might be able to keep things together until Jaden Daniels returns. But, I mean, it's not a lot.
Well, how about the Broncos? Did you see Jarrett Stidham in the preseason? Dude looked like Joe Montana.
Yes.
So I think the Broncos are in good hands. There you go.
But if you get down to third string, no matter where you go, good luck. Even Cleveland thinks that way, by the way. If they go down to third string quarterback, which at this time is Shedeur Sanders, they think their season's done for. So a few texts coming through here. May I remind you of that time that we had to start a receiver at quarterback? Backup is pretty important, and it's not crazy to have 3. Okay. That game, you had to start a wide receiver at quarterback because the 4 quarterbacks you had on the roster all did the COVID thing together. At that time, you had 4. It was Teddy. Wait, is this right? Nelly, was it Teddy? No, it wasn't Teddy that year, was it?
I think it was Flacco, Drew Lock.
Flacco, Drew. It was Blake Bortles
And
Brett Rippin?
Brett Grippin and Rippin?
I think that was it.
And
it
actually,
was that group.
I'm going to spring you with a pop quiz. Technically, if you look on the stat sheet, the starting quarterback was not Kentel Hinton. Who started at quarterback for the Broncos that day?
Philip Lindsay took the first snap.
That is correct. Good job. Can't pull the wool over your eyes.
But, yes. And guess what? You were screwed. You could have had a 5th quarterback. It wouldn't have mattered. And by the way, I'm not saying it's crazy to have 3. I don't think it made sense on this team.
There's so much depth and so many other positions where the Broncos wanted to keep more guys that Sean Payton's willing to roll the dice and just go with 2.
Let me just, I'll put it this way now. If, let's say the last guy that they kept was Jordan Jackson, which is your 7th defensive lineman. Jordan Jackson's going to get snaps this year. You hope Sam Ehlinger never sees the field at all. And by the way, it's Sam Ehlinger, God bless him, is not, if he was good, he wouldn't be a 3rd stringer heading into this preseason. Sam Ehlinger has been with the Colts the last 3 years. He's thrown 101 passes in his career. He's got 3 touchdowns and 3 picks. It's not some coveted piece. You keep Bo Nix, you keep Jarrett Stidham, and if both of them get hurt, you go, well, that sucks. Better luck next year. That's what you do. So 303-504-0925. We have a lot coming up this weekend, by the way. You want to know how much that Altitude Sports Radio loves football? Texas at Ohio State, 10 a.m. Saturday. We'll be right here, Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. Later on that night, Rapids at KC. That's going to be at 6:30. Sunday, we have Notre Dame at Miami, 5:30 kick right here on Altitude Sports Radio. Monday, TCU at UNC, the debut of Bill Belichick, happening right here on Altitude Sports Radio. Everything that you guys could want from a college football, professional football. We're going to have all the games this year. So keep it locked right here, Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. When we come back, Dion made some decisions yesterday. I want to get to those. I also want to get to something that I don't understand about Buffs fans next. All right, so Dion spoke yesterday with game 1 for the Buffs this Friday in just a couple of days. Makes the announcement the starting quarterback is going to be Caden Salter. I think that this is the right choice initially. I'll tell you what this reminds me of. A lot of teams kind of go through this, okay? You have the young guy and then the veteran quarterback, and they're battling it out. And I've said this for a while. If, at least in the NFL, this is how it works. If you are the veteran quarterback in a battle like that, you need to be far and away better than the younger guy to win the job. Because if they're similar, then the thought process would be, why not just live with the younger guy and let him grow? Especially in college football, where you're scared that if you don't play somebody, they're going to hit the transfer portal. Now, Juju Lewis doesn't strike me as one of those players, but my guess is he's going to play at some point this year too. Remember, Caden Salter is, I don't think that he's like one of those 7th-year COVID kids. Like, I don't think he's going to be around that long, but he's 4-year player at Liberty. Had a really good season 2 years ago, where he had 32 touchdown passes and 12 rushing touchdowns. Ran for 1,000 yards that year. He was pretty spectacular back in 2023. Just lit it up. Last year, it's not quite the same thing as what he did the year prior. He had 15 touchdowns. He had only 587 rushing yards. But you put him in a system that really lets the quarterback shine, which is Dion's and CU's, could be a lot different. I still expect Juju Lewis to play this year at some point, and I would think that the leash is probably going to be pretty short with Caden Salter. If he doesn't play well pretty quickly, then I think that they would go with the young kid and see what he's got. It's funny. You talk about the Buffs starting this football season in a couple of days, and it's just like, what do you expect from them? Nobody really knows. You just, the main pieces that you had to kind of rely upon are no longer there. There is no more Shedeur will bail us out or Travis Hunter will make some crazy play. But Dion, can we go to him explaining why Salter won the job over Juju Lewis and why he's going to be getting the snaps here initially in the beginning of the season? Here's Dion.
He's done it before. This is not his first time running out the tunnel and getting the start. He's done it before, and his experience is vital. We don't tend to seem like a young team. We have a ton of experience on the offense and defensive side of the ball, especially the coaching staff as well. But I like what he's been doing in camp. I like what he did in the spring, and he's growing and growing and growing. Pat is doing a wonderful job with him. I'm not losing my thought. I'm just trying to figure out how to say this. He's going to do well. He's going to do well. And Byron Leftwich has brought a lot to the table when he's available and he's able to come in working with him. So I defer to those two coaches to allow me to understand what I see as valid.
So there you go. Those are the reasons why. One more thing from Dion and yesterday. What the Buffs look like without Travis Hunter and Shedeur. And I think this is more of a question for Dion specifically because Dion, we don't know what he looks like as a coach without Shedeur and Travis Hunter. They have been sort of linked arm in arm together since the beginning of his college football coaching career. And now without that, what is it that will be different? Well, here's Dion on that.
I already know what they look like. I've been with them for a minute now. So I know what they look like. I know the expectation of what they should do, the young men, how they've been preparing, how they've been practicing against the men that we have. Some people get baffled because you think this guy's good, but he's playing against your guy that's bad, and then he ends up going against Goliath, and he's not David. So we understand what we have, and we're excited about that. We don't think we lost. We think we gained. Sure, there's a couple athletes that were phenomenal, but I think and I've been saying this for quite some while, we have a better team.
I hope that's the case. If I had to pick one thing, when you might not have better individual talent, but a better team overall, I know there's plenty of examples of teams that have done that, where they don't have the top-end talent, but they're better from top to bottom. And I hope that's the case for them. When you're kind of making this trip now without Shedeur and without some sort of safety blanket, you have to be able to find an identity. And I don't think their identity is ever going to be this, okay? It's never going to be hard-nosed football where it's all about the trenches and blah, blah, blah. I just don't think that's how that team's built. Mike Leach never built teams that way. But you have to have a running game. And you have to be able to stop the run. You don't need to be elite at both of those things to have success in college football, but you need to be able to do them. And you need to be able to do them when it really matters. And I think that's the thing I'd look most forward to for the Buffs this year is, can you do it when it matters? Now, I have a separate question, and this is perfect because it just happened during the break. I said I'm confused about something, and I am going to... I'm literally about to put my hands up because I feel like people are going to start throwing things at me. Somebody needs to explain the tone in which CU fans talk about that Bison. I need to understand Ralphie and people treating this as if somebody's about to put their mother in a home.
What you talking about, Willis? What do you mean?
So the announcement was made yesterday that Ralphie VI is now going to not be Ralphie anymore, right? It's going to be, what's that one's name? Is it?
She's Ember, and
Ember?
She's going out to a field where she can just chill and graze, and she's not going to be forced to run because she can't run and doesn't want to run, so she's just going to go graze and live out her days peacefully.
Here's what I mean. RK, who I love from DNVR, sent this tweet out yesterday. It was time for a change with Ralphie. Best thing for her and for the tradition itself. This decision was not made hastily, and CU has been working on a replacement for some time. With that said, we're talking about a live animal here. There's no way to predict or expedite the development process. Ralphie VII will be ready when she's ready, and we will all eagerly await her debut. It sounds as if you're talking about you're putting your mother in a retirement home.
The thing is, Ember, she wasn't it. I appreciate that they gave her 4 years and she tried, but I could have run faster than she did. She was not a good Ralphie.
She didn't even do the bowl game. I mean, she walked.
That's what I'm saying. So this change should have been made years ago, and I'm glad that they made it now. The only thing that concerns me is, as the great Michael Scott said, I'm not superstitious, but I am a little stitious. And the fact that they're not going to have a Ralphie to run for the home opener against Georgia Tech, the game, you're playing the team where you guys both claim national titles from the year 1990. That's the significance. And they're wearing the throwback gold, black, gold uniform combos to honor Bill McCartney. And you're not going to have Ralphie run before that game? Buffs are going to lose 50 to nothing.
Okay, hang on. See, this is what I mean. This is what I'm getting. And you're the alum. You can educate me on this. I'm asking. Here's my reaction to whether or not Ralphie runs before the game or not. Okay. It's 2 seconds of things that happened before the game that I don't think matter all that much, but people are acting as if this is like some seismic shift inside the Buffalo's program right now. That's all I'm asking. Like, if Uga dies at Georgia and they just get another bulldog, and then it's like, oh, here's new Ugga. That's what I don't get.
First of all, don't besmirch what can be accomplished in a mere 2 seconds. I mean, you have a 3-year-old daughter as evidence.
All right,
and then,
deal.
And also, second of all, I don't mean to pull a Vic Lombardi here and say you don't understand because you haven't been here, but
No, I think that's in this case, I would totally accept it.
Everybody gather around. Let me explain something to you, Brett.
Okay.
My freshman year at CU, the Buffs won 1 game.
Uh-huh.
And it wasn't like Mike Sanford's year. There was no turmoil or turnover in the coaching staff. The staff was the staff.
Okay.
And they won 1 game. And it wasn't a home game. That is the only season in the history of, do you hear me? Folsom Field has been around for over 100 years. There's 1 year where they went winless at home. That was my freshman year at CU.
Okay.
As a marching band kid, I got to stand in the stands for every down of every craptastic home game, and I was forced to watch it. I could not leave at halftime like the drunk students and just go to the frat parties and get trashed.
Yep.
The only thing that was worth watching on that field was a fully grown buffalo stampeding around with 7 students holding on to her, clinging on for dear life.
Yeah.
For decades, Ralphie was the only thing that brought anybody joy.
It's a cool thing
on a football field.
I think I understand. It's a cool thing.
And how are you going to compare her to the bulldog at Georgia? That's a freaking dog. We're talking about a full-grown buffalo.
Again, LSU's got a tiger. Okay,
okay,
what's his name? Mike.
It's a tiger. Is it a grown buffalo that runs like 100 miles an hour?
Okay, hang on. I was worried people are going to get territorial about this when I'm asking why. Okay.
I know. And also
like this here. First of all, it's a buffalo, not a bleeping dog. Okay. That doesn't explain anything to me. People love dogs too.
All right. I will throw aside the bit. It's a unique tradition.
People are territorial of their tradition.
But also it's because it's unique, because other schools have a dog or a tiger, or the Seminoles have the guy ride out on the horse, or USC has the guy riding out on the horse, or I guess Texas has beavos. That's the closest thing. But a buffalo,
hang on.
That is so unique. That's different.
No, I think this is perfect. If Bevo dies, does Texas mourn that Bevo? Or do they just get another one? Or the horse that the Seminole guy rides out on. If they change horses, that's what I'm wondering. It feels like there's a very big attachment to the buffalo here.
Well, I think part of it is Ralphie, at least until the Dion era, Ralphie led the football team onto the field. They ran behind Ralphie. So that's part of it. I
fully admit, I think it's one of the coolest things that a mascot does.
So that's why I think it feels like she's more important, is because in other schools, the horse rides out onto the field by himself, or they take the dog out to the 50 and everybody waves or something. But a stampeding buffalo leading your football team into battle, there is no other school in the country that even sniffs anything that cool. By a country mile.
Okay. I've gotten at least a little bit of an education on this. Some other things that happened yesterday actually happened this morning. Tim Patrick, who kind of tried to revitalize his career in Detroit, had a decent year last year after all of the knee injuries that he suffered. He had his first catch since 2021 last year. He's been traded. He's been traded to the Jags. So Jags were looking for a big wide receiver on their team. Patrick at 6'5", obviously is somebody that fits that billing. Remember, they were in on the Devon Vele trade and couldn't outbid New Orleans for him. But now Jacksonville's got a wide receiver room that has Brian Thomas Jr. that, if you guys didn't recognize last year, was amazing. It just flew under the radar because he was playing in Jacksonville. But that guy's season for a rookie, 87 catches for almost 1,300 yards and 10 touchdowns. He was a stud. But that's now paired up with Travis Hunter, Diami Brown, and now Tim Patrick. It's a pretty good room. Pretty good out there in Jacksonville. So, a new opportunity for Tim Patrick to get some new life in his career. We'll say this. I'm not going to bring up this man. What this man has said in the past about Denver. There's a certain talking head on Fox Sports that I think we all know who I'm talking about here. His name is Dick Wrong. That's going to be my new pseudonym. Dick
Chris
Wrong.
Mannix, who we'll never have on here ever again.
So he has a whole bunch of Broncos fans. I'm sure you saw this on social media yesterday. He did his predictions on his, what's his show called? First Things First. He has the Broncos finishing last. I'm not going to play the audio. I'm not even going to go through this. But I will say, it's one of the only people that I have seen not incredibly bullish about the Broncos. And I think his is a bit. But you have a hard time finding anybody around NFL circles trying to tell you that the Broncos are due for a step back. Like even soft pedaling it. You don't see it that much. And I do think it is. I think it's correct. Like, the way that most people feel about the Broncos this year feels right to me. And if you don't believe me, just listen to Sean Payton from yesterday. Sean Payton is as confident as he's been since he's gotten here. And we'll give you some more audio of that in a little bit. But it's like, there didn't seem to be a whole bunch of like high stress cuts because you have a roster that's pretty set. The only stressful part, I would assume, is like we had players that were really good that we tried to hang on to and couldn't. Your Vele's, your Mathises, your Estimes, your all those different guys. Now, Peyton said that he hopes to have all 16 practice squad members by tomorrow or today. So we'll get that. We'll give you some more audio from Sean Payton in just a second. But the bullish nature that people are on the Broncos right now makes total sense. I got another reason for that we'll get to in just a couple of minutes. You can always watch the show. Listen to the show. You can always listen on the Altitude Sports Radio app. It is powered by the Will Hite Law Firm. Injury lawyers, go to willhitewins.com. That's willhitewins.com. Some more Sean Payton audio. You know, one of the things that I think is incredibly encouraging about keeping the depth where they kept it. We'll get to it next. A lot of Buffs fans are trying to educate me. Thank you. Brett, if the Rocky for the Nuggets changed, if we changed Rocky for the Nuggets, would you not raise a flag? Here's the thing, though. They did just change Rocky. Like, Rocky did just change. And what did we do, Nelly? We went like, oh, Rocky changed. Anyway, so the Broncos, like, that was the reaction to it. And I'm just saying, like, if they decided not to run the Bison whatsoever, that would be a big change. But changing it was just the animal. That's all I'm saying. It's the only thing I was asking. Don't need to yell at me. I'm trying to be educated on this. Instead, everybody gets panties in a bunch and yells at me for not understanding when I'm trying to have you explain why I should understand.
I'm so mad now. What are you talking about?
There's another thing I don't understand. So I frequent websites to prep for the show, Nelly. There's a few. One of them is a website. Actually, I love this. It's the For the Win section of USA Today, the FTW. And it's just got some like quirky stories around sports. Nelly, when I tell you yesterday, when I went on there last night, started looking at some articles, 20 consecutively, Nelly, 20 were about Travis Kelce and Taylor Swift. 20 in a row. And I'm like, what are we doing here? I need, again, and maybe I'll just call this last 15 minutes of the show, explain this to Brett. Why are people so invested in two people's relationship that you have no part in?
I actually took a screenshot on my phone because I got 3 push notifications all in a row. I believe it was the ESPN app, ESPN Fantasy app, and the NFL app at the same time, all explaining the engagement.
Yes.
And they all had some pun about entering their engaged era.
Yeah,
or Travis Kelce scores his his forever touchdown. It's got to be some kitschy pun.
See, and here's the thing. It's either one of two things. You're shamed for caring, or you're shamed for not caring at all. Because here's the reaction for, like, when I say something like this, there's going to be somebody out there who goes, oh, really? You don't care about love? It's like, yeah. Yeah, it's exactly what I said.
Okay, boomer.
It would be like this, though. It's like if you, Nelly, Vic's cousin Mike from Computers. You know,
I got
Mike.
to pick the gelato cart.
Mike just got married recently. If Vic came to you, because we know of Mike, we don't know Mike. Both you and I have never met Mike from Computers in my life. But I've heard about him, and I've heard about his wife. If Vic came up to me and said, hey, my cousin Mike from Computers, he's getting married. He just got engaged. And I went, really? And I wrote an 8-page dissertation about it. That's what it feels like to me. It's like, you don't know these people. Here's my reaction.
Well, hey, when Mike from Computers writes an album as good as 1989, then I'll start talking about him.
Okay, but hang on. There are people that I really respect what they do. That, like, I have the ultimate respect for. And I'll just say outside of sports, because this is kind of the soup we're swimming in right now, is the Taylor Swift stuff. Nelly, I think you can call this now. Who's my favorite artist? I've said it on the show many times. Of all time, who is it?
Ray Charles.
Ray Charles. Now, did not live through the Ray Charles prime, let's say. If he got married to Aretha Franklin, I would be like, good for them. It wouldn't be this huge monumental shift in my life. That's what I don't get.
Right. No, I agree with you.
What's happening there? What is that? What era are we living in?
Taylor Swift's era. That's what era we're in.
I mean, there's no doubt about that. You're right about that.
But no, I know what you mean. I saw the announcement. They did those cool engagement photos, and I saw that and I went, cool, good for them. And then I went about the rest of my day. I didn't print out the photos, put them up on my wall, analyze them, make a shrine to Taylor Swift. Good music. Hope they're happy. Let's move on. I'm with you there.
Do people listening to me for a second? Hang on, listen. Do you guys have daughters or whoever in the Taylor Swift age bracket? And I know it's vast. I mean, hell, Katie Wingy's one of these people. So anywhere from Katie Wingy to 13 years old. We'll use those as the spectrum of age. Do you guys have a daughter that's like obsessed over this? Or is this more of this is an easy write-up for some, quote, journalist to get some clicks out there? Is that what this is? Is it now just we are in cahoots with Taylor Swift superfans and people who want easy clickbait articles about Taylor Swift and Travis Kelce? Is that what's happening?
Well, I think that the Swift and Kelce stuff has been shoved down our throats for so long that I think people are kind of losing perspective. That think about this in a vacuum. If I just told you that the biggest pop star on the planet or on planet Earth, who's worth like $5 billion, is marrying one of the most dominant tight ends in the National Football League who has 3 Super Bowl rings, that's a crazy story. Like, just think about that. Take their names out of it, and massive pop star marries decorated, well-known, dominant athlete. That is a big news story in and of itself. So, like, it is newsworthy, it is noteworthy, but at this point, to a lot of us, we've had this story chopped up and regurgitated and fed to us in so many different forms. I think people just have Swift, Kelce fatigue.
Yeah. Text. Yes, my girlfriend, she made me look at the post. Anyway, all right. Again, that's fine. It's another edition of the Brett doesn't understand sort of realm. So, okay. You know what I'm very excited about, Nelly? Tomorrow in the appetizer, for those who are my loyal listeners here, it's the return of college football stock up, stock down. We will do that tomorrow.
Let's go!
And then moving forward, it will be every Tuesday during the 6 o'clock hour. We also, Nelly, set your calendars, everybody. Next Wednesday, some people do power rankings before the NFL season. Some do tiers. Your boy does power rankings with tiers. That's coming up next Wednesday as well. Why? Because football's right around the corner.
You what?
Yeah, you heard me. Equanimous, which is one of the coolest names ever. If Taylor Swift got married to Equanimous St. Brown, that's a huge deal. I would be pumped about that. Because her name would be Taylor St. Brown? Think about all the different songs she could make out of that. By the way, Nelly, you're the musician. Rhyme something with Equanimous. Go.
Equanimous, look at this. I'm about to get pissed.
Oh, you're going the Eminem route with it, where it's like every other word then rhymes with it?
Yeah, there you go.
I ate with a fork and a spork, and then I went to the torque, and then a pork and the bork.
And then I punched my fist. You get the gist? I can't see through the mist.
All right.
What were we going to talk about? Sean Payton or something?
Yeah, we could play some Sean Payton stuff if you want to. Again, look, guys, I'm trying to learn, okay? I'm becoming an old man that's out of touch. And I've always kind of been that way. I've been to these moments earlier on that trip than most people around my age. I'm 35 and I feel like I'm 45.
I'm an old man without a prostate.
I'm just telling you, like it's. Oh, and yes, Texter, of course. The one other thing I've forgotten now, the return of football. We are going to make Nelly sing every Friday at 6:53. Because Brady and his bets will return.
Huge, yeah.
Nelly, do you remember when I had to put out a cease and desist on somebody that almost took the name of that verbatim? Wasn't it some golf guy with bets? There was an article in like Golf Digest where it was like Joey and his bets or something like that. And I was like, hey, you knock that off right now. It's mine.
I think that predates me because I do not remember this at all. I do not remember a legal battle over the greatest radio recurring segment ever.
Well, it was a verbal cease and desist. I threatened him with litigation, not physical violence. I actually think this is true. You know what? It's not enough time to play any Sean Payton, nothing else. We'll just stick with this. Texture says, it's going to be weird seeing Swift on the back of his jersey. I think he should. Actually, I take that back. Just because she's more successful than he is, and he's very successful, but she is by far, she might be the most successful person on the planet right now. I was going to say that you should have to take their name, but then my name wouldn't be my name anymore.
Well, one thing
I would have
wondered,
to take my wife's.
maybe I can put out a quick straw poll at the end here.
Straw poll. Oh, yeah.
So my girlfriend's last name is King. So if we get married at some point, should I take her last name and become Stephen King?
Wow. You know what's crazy, Nelly? I knew another guy in radio named Steve King. I worked with another guy in radio named Steve King. So it's more popular than you think. It wasn't Steven, though. He made that distinction. It's Steve.
And the thing is, I've never been to Maine, so I'm unqualified in that area to be Stephen King. He's a PH, I'm a V, but should I do it?
I think you should. I think it's a smart call. Do the hyphenated name. Oh, see, oh, this is such a great text. Welcome to the out-of-touch realm, Brett. It's much nicer over here. I love it over here. And the I don't know what's happening ever. It's such a great place to be. And on cue, Steve King putting out the jams. You can always watch the show live on Twitch. Twitch.tv, search Altitude SR in the search bar, the Altitude TV simulcast. That's the Safeway Twitch feed. Order online, Safeway does the rest. Get easy delivery or free pickup, the same great deals. Get started at Safeway.com or in the Safeway apps. Safeway fresh foods, local flavors. You can also watch on YouTube. Search Altitude Sports Radio and subscribe to the Altitude Sports Radio channel. And don't miss anything from Denver's #1 sports station, Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. Moser, Lombardi, and Kane next.
you talked obviously about liking this team. Did you, as you went through the process of getting out of 53, was this as you talk about different decisions? I mean, how do you, I guess, feel?
One thing that was noticeable. Look, our first year, I can't tell you the length of the meeting. There's always, George and I are meeting daily leading up into, call it the final meeting the night before, right? I can't tell you an hour, 2 hours. Last year, hour, 2 hours. But last night was closer to 6 hours. I mean, there was a lot of discussion, film. It was very evident that we're deeper. And I would say just strictly based on the length of the meeting and the process itself, that was very clear. And I think it was evident in the preseason games as you watched them when the second wave or the third wave went in, you saw good football.
How deep is your love? Is your love? How deep is your love? I really need to learn.
If you're going to hit me with Andy
'Cause
Gibb.
we're living in a world of fools, breaking us down when they all should let us be. We belong to you and me.
That was the original boy band, by the way. The Bee Gees.
Yeah, man, yeah. One of my favorite SNL bits was
oh my God,
the Barry Gibb talk show.
Yeah.
Oh, it's so good. I will put you in the ground.
So, I mean, Fallon was great. Timberlake was great. I know we got so much Broncos, but on a Bee Gees theme. Have you seen the Bee Gees documentary?
No,
because
I
Barry's
would
the
watch
only
it,
one
though.
that's left. It is.
What's it on? I'll watch it.
I forget. It's amazing though because they started out. Robin was kind of they started out in England when they were Barry was 15 and the other boys were little.
Should we do the whole show like
About
Barry Gibb?
the friggin' Bee Gees.
53-man roster.
I hate to see you get cut.
Caleb Lona was waiting at the end of the show.
We're such nerds. We are nerds. Straw poll. Are we nerds? Yes or no? 303-504-0925.
Moser, that was dangerously close to also becoming the Michael McDonald talk show. Lavelle Bailey was cut by the Broncos.
That hurts my feelings. Sam Ellinger is a free agent.
Now, what happened to that version of music? You got to bring us some of that back.
I reckon.
Hey, I heard there was big music news yesterday, and I'm sure we'll get to it at some point.
Whatevs.
But 53-man roster down. I would say the only real surprise that I saw was they kept Reed over Lavelle Bailey. I thought Bailey was going to make the team. And Peyton actually, I think we got a cut on this, Nelly, of why they kept Reed over Lavelle Bailey. Yeah.
Kareen Reed.
Kareen Reed. Correct.
4A, please, Nelly, whenever you get the chance.
We saw, a draftable player. It's interesting because both with Reed and Bailey, they were on the phone, heading somewhere, 6 teams, and I would say identically an hour and a half with me, emailing them information relative to free agent guys that make rosters. Everyone can say, hey, free agents have a great shot at making our team, and yet we had a history. Our scouts did a great job of putting together 17 years, 18, 19 years with me as a head coach, and then getting that information. So the process with those two players, I felt like was almost identical.
I don't know what that sound like.
I have no idea what that just said.
I don't know what was said there.
Didn't get that at all.
I do know that 21 of 22 years now, the Broncos have signed an undrafted free agent.
That is correct.
Made the roster.
Again, you go back even to the days of Big 50. Undrafted free agent out of William and Mary made the Denver Broncos. The guys do it, Vic. I mean, the Broncos have, maybe other teams do and I don't pay attention. The Broncos have a strong history of undrafted free agents making the roster.
What we wondered, what would be the surprise? And there are no major surprises, but if there's a small surprise, it was that. It was Kareem Reed making it ahead of LaVelle Bailey.
And again, you're talking
Bailey
about
was he had a hell of a camp. He really did.
when you're talking about Kareem Reed, you're also talking about a guy who went to Utah, who is a 25-year-old rookie.
Yeah.
So you're talking about guys coming into the league, and they're more mature, they're focused, they do what they're told, and they learn fast, and they get there. And I like LaVelle Bailey, too. I think they want to bring him back, but I guess we'll see.
I'm being told that we're saying the name wrong, by the way, that it's Karenna Reed.
Karenna?
Not Kareen.
Kareen.
Is
So
it really?
I have no idea.
Well, during the broadcast, they called it Kareem. They called him Kareem.
Yeah.
Let me get the pronunciation, please.
Well, you tell that to Levy and Harris then.
Well, maybe listen, man. He's from Utah. Is he from Polynesian descent?
All right, so AI is telling me that it is Karene. Karene Reed.
Thank you, AI.
Well, can I say this? And no offense to Karene Reed. If we see Karene Reed series after series after series on the field, then the Broncos have a problem at linebacker.
Well, it's also,
no offense.
It's some special team stuff
Okay,
that I'm sure he's
but,
here
but,
for.
But no offense, because that's where his role is right now. But here's the thing: he's in the National Football League.
I'm glad you said that, Moj, because there's another place I wanted to take that conversation, which is Sam Ehlinger was let go, and
Ehlinger.
Oh God, Ehlinger. He was let go, and it was that question of, are you keeping a third quarterback or not? And my whole thought was like, if you have tough decisions at the end of your roster because you want to keep depth of NFL caliber players, what's the point of the third guy? You go down to the third quarterback on your roster, your season's screwed anyway.
Yeah.
Okay, so don't focus on the third guy. Second, backup quarterback matters because that guy needs to step in.
So why'd they keep 3 last year?
I think it was an insurance policy.
I can trot out my theory again.
It was an insurance policy on Bo Nix is what it was.
That's exactly the answer. They didn't know if Bo Nix would be Bo Nix. Yes.
Or if Bo Nix got hurt early. I still think they might have went to Zach Wilson for a longer term backup than Stidham. Maybe I'm wrong. But they let the third quarterback go so that they can do what they've done since Sean Payton got here. The first order of business for Sean Payton when he was signed on as head coach was, I'm going to stack offensive and defensive lines. The first moves he made, Moj, were Ben Powers, Mike McGlinchey, and Zach Allen. First things he did. Where did they keep the depth at?
Defensive line. Did you see how many defensive linemen they have on this final roster?
There's 7 interior defensive linemen. There's 9 offensive linemen on the team. That's where they kept it.
Yeah.
Yeah. And you see Awazurike. He's there. Awazurike and Savion are both there, which is...
And Jordan Jackson.
Yeah. So clearly... And here's the thing, too, about some of these guys. Maybe you're not going to play them a ton. Maybe you are. We'll see. Maybe you'll just rotate like crazy like you've done before. But you don't want to let these guys slip away, Vic. You don't. I mean, you're like, boys, well, we drafted Savion, so you don't want to keep him. But Jordan Jackson, wow, I don't want to let him get away. I don't want him to go someplace else, and you're talking about an Air Force kid done good. I like it. I think it's great.
The only other surprise that came yesterday was hearing that Michael Burton was out for the season. I had no idea the extent of that injury was season long. So they will go to start the year without a fullback because Nate Atkins, according to Sean Payton, may not be available until week 2. And Atkins is more of an H-back.
Right.
Yeah.
And Prentice was obviously just a camp placeholder.
Yep.
Unless, they cut a guy like Prentice and they play that game and bring him back for week 1, which they could do.
Or they look at the waiver wire or something like that and see if there's another option there. I don't know. I think that they would be able to survive for a couple of weeks without having one of those. But obviously, there was a lot of discussion about where to keep the depth at certain places. They're rolling into the season with 5 wide receivers because they feel comfortable there. Same thing at corner, only 5 corners in that. But you mentioned it, Vic. There is a bulk of this roster that is going to be playing along the defensive front, whether you're an interior lineman or an edge rusher. There's a ton of them.
And it also speaks to Vance Joseph. He's a rotational type of coordinator. He likes to bring groups in and out, keep them fresh. And in the trenches, you get tired pretty quickly. I like it, man. I like it. They're playing lacrosse in the trenches. Fast substitution patterns, in and out.
See, and that's the thing, just to go back to the quarterback thing again, your third-string quarterback is hopefully and probably not going to get a snap all year. You know who is? Wazarike will play.
Yeah.
Jordan Jackson will play. Andre Tillman will get snaps.
Isn't it amazing? You get to training camp and you see all these guys. There's 90 of them running around, just player after player. And then the final roster set, and it's like, oh, look how small this team. I mean, there's nobody, there aren't many players now.
Yeah.
It's
weird.
Just enough.
Yeah.
And yet, on game day, they don't even use all 53, which to me is the most baffling rule in NFL history. I'll never understand it. I'll never understand how the 53 guys on the roster are not all eligible to play on game day. Somebody, please explain that to me.
It's never made sense either. It's like you have a roster, but hey, these guys are not allowed to. Why? Then why isn't it just 46? Is that the number? Is it 7 game day inactives, right? Is that what the number needs to be?
It changed last year, but I'll never understand that. It just makes zero sense. It will never make sense to me. Here's your roster. Play.
Let me see if there's an answer
Get
here.
Roger Goodell on the phone. Let's ask him. Raj, what's up?
Would you guys say that I'm looking at the roster right now? All right, so Karene Reed would be the biggest surprise of this roster, correct? The biggest surprise.
I think so.
All right. Who's the second biggest surprise in your mind? Is there someone else?
They kept plenty of safeties.
Yeah, I think that they kept both Devon Key and JL Skinner. I thought they would whittle it down between one of those two.
They kept plenty of safeties, and I'm like, oh, okay. All right.
I'll tell you what surprised me yesterday.
You know what that might be Vance Joseph lobbying for his guys too. You know what I mean? Like, hey, you got to have these guys.
Because I'm not surprised that they kept 4 running backs. I thought Bidet made this team. Sean Payton really, really likes him. I'll give you one that's not that he made the team, but it's what Sean Payton said about him. Did you guys hear that 3 different teams called inquiring about Frank Crum? Backup offensive lineman?
Offensive linemen are tough to stack, man. They're tough to find.
But it's almost the fact that Sean Payton and George Payton were like, no. Now, I don't know what the value was. I doubt that it probably wasn't Vele-level package of like 4th-round pick. But it obviously was, they like him enough to turn down draft capital for insurance behind guys like McGlinchey and Bulls.
I felt so bad.
By the way, Crum is a huge dude.
He's a
massive.
big dude. He's a Wyoming kid, isn't he?
Yeah, he's a Wyoming
So
kid.
last year, one of those games Bo Nix attended, he was sitting front row, and he had a couple guys with him. And I sit next to Bo, and I'm just chatting with him. I introduced myself, and I had no idea the guy next to him was Frank Crum, and I felt bad.
Well, it's hard to Vic. Well, now you'll know because that blonde hair.
Yeah.
The curly, long blonde hair will now, and the guy's 6'7". That should stick out to you from now on.
By the way, I love the fact that Bo hangs out with his offensive linemen. Like he's at games with his linemen. I love that. That's an old Elway
Explain
thing.
the games. He went to the Broncos and he sat in the suite, right? I mean, not Broncos. I mean the Nuggets. Sat in the suite.
Yes. Well, they were sitting front court for a while, then they went to the suite. Yes.
Okay.
Wait, they were courtside and then went to a suite?
Yes, they were courtside pregame and then went to a suite for the game.
I thought they had both courtside seats and could go to the suite. I'm like, I'm never going to the suite then. I'm staying right there.
If you sit courtside, have you ever sat courtside for a game?
Yes.
No.
It's been a long time.
I'm going to tell you this right now.
San Antonio, in 2013 or something.
Hang on. January, 15th or something, it'll be 7 years that I've worked here. Give me that as a gift.
Okay, I'm going to tell you something right now.
Please.
And not many people get this opportunity because it's truly, they're very expensive seats, first of all. There is no better seat in sports. And I'm not saying this just because I'm covering the NBA. Moser will agree with me. There is nothing that brings you closer to the action, closer to the game, than a courtside NBA seat. Nothing. Zero.
I've done games
It doesn't
with Kaz,
exist.
games with Kaz back in the day, right there courtside, and it's pretty rad.
It's unbelievable.
Yeah,
You hear every
pretty rad.
conversation. You feel the game. Hell, they drip sweat on top of you.
Well, I didn't
Vic,
get sweat on you.
I actually take that back. I did sit courtside last year. My 11-year-old neighbor had a game at the local high school next to us. I did sit courtside for that.
Let's go!
Is that the same?
I love going to high school games.
No,
Well, he's 11.
at the high school.
But they played at the high school.
Oh, so an 11-year-old playing at the high school.
Yes.
Good
Yeah,
enough for me.
He's a baller, by the way. Malik. Baller.
Get him, Malik.
303-504-0925. Shop Mazda text line. One price, one person, 1 hour. Back after this.
The Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic can take care of your entire dude engine, tune everything up. For me, it was low testosterone. When I went to my doctor and I had a physical, and he said, yeah, your T's getting a little bit low. I said, oh, what do I do? He's like, you're just getting older. I said, no. I'm not going to feel this way. I want to feel like I used to feel, and that's where the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic comes in. Don't drag through the day. Don't be tired. Don't be foggy. Don't be off your game. Get yourself back to being you, and give them a call today at 720-440-7900. Low T can cause a host of problems, including low sex drive and bad sleep patterns, unproductive workouts, all these different kinds of things. But you can get back to feeling like you did a long time ago. And men in your mid to early 30s even, you start to lose 2 to 3% of your testosterone production every single year. And before you know it, it creeps up on you. You're like, gosh, I just don't feel the way I used to feel. So if you're feeling that way, do yourself a favor and schedule a consultation. It's only $99. They're going to draw your blood. Results within 30 minutes. They're going to go through everything with you. Maybe it's not low T, but maybe it is. Again, that number is 720-440-7900, or go online at RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com.
All right, so let me just give you guys sort of a rundown here. Saturday at 10 o'clock in the morning, if you're listening to this station, you will have Texas at Ohio State.
Oh, my.
Why? Because Altitude Sports Radio loves football.
Love it.
And then Sunday at 5:30.
Hold on. LUV. Love.
Sunday at 5:30, you'll have Notre Dame in Miami right here on this station.
We got that game?
We got that game. Monday at 6, you'll have TCU in North Carolina, which is the Bill Belichick debut.
How many
with the Tar
eyeballs
Heels.
are going to be on that game?
I am very curious to see what that looks like.
Is what's her face calling the plays? She going to be up in the booth or down on the sideline, hold with a headset on? What's her face?
The lady.
His
Belichick's lady.
gal.
Oh.
Well, I saw her. She's got this custom-made North Carolina cape. Have you seen that?
No.
Jacket cape. She's got like a jacket cape thing.
You got to be really into yourself to wear a cape. Cam Newton once wore a cape.
I don't know, man.
Dwight Howard wore one at the dunk contest.
Mm-hmm.
Well, that was like a Superman cape. That was like cape.
I'm going to have a cape. I'm going to start wearing a cape.
I'm thinking that cape might be pretty good, man.
But
cape or a cloak, one of the two.
We have all that football. I want to get to see you in a second, but just if you guys missed it this morning, there was some more transactions going on. The Lions traded Tim Patrick to the Jags. So he is now a Jacksonville Jaguar. Take a look, by the way, at that Jags wide receiver room, because it's pretty filthy. I mean, Brian Thomas Jr., that I don't know how many, he should be a household name, and he's not. Brian Thomas Jr. was a rookie last year for Jacksonville. He had 87 catches for 1,300 yards and 10 touchdowns, and nobody cares.
Seems pretty good.
So he's their number one. Their number two is, you would think, probably Travis Hunter? Maybe Travis Hunter?
You'd think so.
And now they got Tim Patrick, and there's somebody else. Diami Brown, I think, is the other guy that's there.
Yep.
Like, that's a good wide receiver room. It's really, really
and
solid.
all those guys are pretty. I mean, they're all young.
Yes.
All those guys.
Tim's 31, but yes.
Outside of Tim Patrick, the three guys you just mentioned, I think, are like 24 and younger.
I'm just happy that Tim's a valuable asset in the league again. After, if you guys remember, when he caught his first pass in Detroit last year, it was his first catch since 2021.
Yeah.
And now he's able to continue his career, so good for him.
Quick, who's the backup quarterback at Jacksonville?
Oh.
Go look it up, Vic.
I'm not looking it up. I'm trying to think.
Hang on.
You'll never get it.
It used to be C.J. Beathard.
The well-stocked reservoir.
What is this, 2002? No.
Yeah. Hang on. Give me a hint. Give me a hint.
He played college football at Southern Miss.
Well, that's not going to help me.
Does he throw from the other side of the room?
All right,
that was
Mose,
me
just give it
describing
up.
a left-handed player.
Lefty.
It's Nick Mullins.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Formerly of the San Francisco 49ers?
Yeah, I love to play the backup.
And Vikings.
I love to play the backup quarterback game. Like, you're like,
It's a fun game.
wait, that guy's where?
The backup quarterback game is like the utility infielder in baseball and who you play for this year. I felt like Johnny Peralta was somebody that was on a different team every other year. Nobody knows what I'm talking about.
Yeah.
Moving on.
Cool, Carl.
So Dion spoke yesterday. He has named Caden Salters the starter.
I'm going to stop you right there. That's not the biggest news out of Boulder. The top story is that they fired Ralphie. They fired.
I was going to get there.
Yeah, but that's the lead story. That should be the lead story across America.
Can I say something about this, Vic?
They fired that lazy Buffalo who embarrassed the program against BYU in the bowl game.
No. Listen, when I went with Fusilier, years ago, Ralphie was kind of young still. Ralphie VI. And I'm like, this girl don't want to go. I didn't know how to say it, and I didn't want to insult the Buffalo and insult Buffalo fans. She did not want to run, dude. And she proved, and no offense, Ralphie, because I know it's probably not your gig and you didn't choose it. But that girl do not want to go. She wants to sit around. She wants to graze. She wants treats.
Okay, hang on.
She should be a steak.
I did this in the
No offense.
You said it.
No
you
offense.
said it.
No offense.
You said it. Hey, if you ain't going to do your job, we all have jobs. You're going to get paid to do your job. You're treated like royalty, right? She's fed every day. She's got handlers, just run a little. Jog at least.
All right,
She
hang
did
on,
not.
hang on.
Dude, she did not want to go.
Everybody pause. I'm going to wince as I say this, as I did in the appetizer hour. But this is a question out of curiosity, okay? I don't need to be insulted when I ask this question. I need to be educated. There's a difference.
What's the question?
I saw our boy RK over at DNVR send out a couple tweets about this.
Okay.
He was acting as if he was putting his mother in a home.
Yeah.
I
Well,
want to know why this is
Ryan is because
a depress. You just get another one. What is explain
Just go
this
grab
to me.
another buffalo.
Well, that's what I'm asking. I said that earlier, and people acted like I was like making fun of their children. I'm like, guys, it's an animal. Just get another one that does it right.
If you drive it in the mountains on I-70, you'll see a bunch of them on the side of the mountain over there, just
what
hanging
you'll see
out.
him
Go
over
grab
by
one.
Daniels Park. There's actually
Was that the south side? Yeah, the south side.
You know where I live, right, boys? So you know the new park there, the new open area.
Yep.
Okay, you go over that hill, and then down there's 5 buffalo that live there.
Oh, hang on. But wait, before you do that,
I'm just gonna get one.
so you guys agree with me?
You got an
I'm
SUV?
People are acting as if they're like they have to euthanize this
No,
bison now, and
no,
I'm
no,
like,
she'll just
guys,
go and hang out and
just get another animal.
No.
It's
Let
not
me
a big
read-
deal.
Let me read the ridiculous press release.
Okay,
When I
please,
read this press
please
release,
help me.
enough with this crap. The school made the move due to what it described as, quote, an indifference to running, typical of many mammals, both four-legged and two-legged.
Time out, man. I guess it depends on. Hey, man, if you're getting chased, you're gonna run.
Hey, guess what? Guess who also has an indifference to running?
Brett Kane.
Me. It sounds like something that I would say.
Yeah.
Let me go on. Because of that, the university will be transitioning the buffalo, which is nicknamed Ember, to a companion buffalo role on a ranch. She will live with her predecessor, Ralphie V. First of all, these aren't popes. Enough with this crap.
That's okay. Thank you. That's what I've been saying the whole time. People are like, Brett, you just don't get it. You're not from here. I'm like, it's an animal. Find a different animal.
Well, but
Hey,
it's
here,
a
let me
big,
go on.
It's a big. I mean, listen, Ralphie.
When Uga dies at Georgia, they get another bulldog.
That's true.
And then that's Uga. And then everybody's like, okay.
When Bevo dies at Texas, what do?
And you know what somebody told me? They go, Brett, what if Rocky the mascot changed? And I go, they did.
Yeah.
Just recently. Yeah. And I went, huh.
Yeah.
And then I moved
Players
on.
change. Let me go on.
Yeah.
Let me go on. There on the ranch, Ember will be able to, quote, focus on relaxing strolls on the pasture, which is her favorite hobby. Another quote here. Ember has been excellent in many aspects of her role as Ralphie, but she's happiest relaxing on the ranch. And we want to be respectful of her wishes, Tyler Stratton, director of Ralphie Live mascot program, said in a statement. She will continue to get the same top-level love of care that all of our Ralphies receive.
Okay, hang
well,
on.
all due respect, Taylor. Hey, all due respect. If Ralphie ended up on my barbecue, it wouldn't bother me one bit.
Tyler, we all love Ralphie. I mean, we were right there. We were right there where her pen was, watched her run. I mean, loved it for years, okay? This girl don't want to run. She does not want to get up and go. And that press release is a long way of saying, look, man, she's lazy. All right? She ain't going to run. In the bowl game, she basically laid down like a dog.
Should have fired her on the spot.
Okay, hang on.
You know what?
I don't know what else to
I would have
say.
made her walk back home. I would have made her walk back home from San Antonio. You get.
A few texts coming through here that I have to read. Buff grad here. Gen Z Ralphie couldn't make it more than 3 seasons. Surprise, surprise.
Soft.
Oh, you softies and your Ralphie. Give me a break.
Another text.
So ridiculous.
A companion? What is she, an escort now?
Oh, my God.
By the way, hey, in Ember's...
Hold on. You should be embarrassed.
No.
You should be embarrassed with this language regarding this lazy-ass buffalo.
Hold on, Moj. Hold on. Let me tell you one thing. Everybody's ripping... What is it, Ember? This one's name?
Ember, yeah.
Me and Ember are homies. If somebody puts ropes and harnesses around me and tries to make me run, I'm going to do the same thing. No. No, I don't.
Well,
I don't go off your commands here.
But this
Well,
is Vic.
dude,
Vic,
you don't understand the role. That's what you're paid to
Yeah.
do. That's why you're treated
She's
like
not
a king,
paid.
like a queen.
Vic, 8360. It's a freaking bison, not a buffalo Jesus.
Oh, okay, whatever. Yeah, I don't care.
I know, but you know what I mean? Look.
I had a bison burger 2 weeks ago. What's the difference?
Listen, we should be
That
we
is
should be
an
talking about
absolute lie.
We should be
No
talking
way
about
you ate a bison burger 2
I
weeks
did.
ago. Did
I had
you
a
really?
bison burger. Yeah.
I mean, they're good. I like them.
Yeah, I've had a bison
I had
burger.
bison breakfast sausage once.
Okay, so here's the story. We should be talking about Caden Salter being the starter, and then
No, we're not. We're going to talk
I
about this
know,
lazy
but-
buffalo.
But then Juju will get some playing time. I'm sure he's still very, very young, obviously, but tremendous potential. And we're sitting here talking about this Buffalo because it's a big deal, Brett. When Ralphie, let's say Ralphie 4, even Ralphie 3, these Buffalo, dude, ran their butts off, and they were big and they were mean. You remember Mike Leach was talking about Ralphie?
Yeah.
Can you find that, Nelly, Mike Leach
Hey, do
and
you
Ralphie?
remember, Moj, do you remember when Bevo, the Texas mascot, tried to gore the dog?
Yeah, he tried to fight Uga. Yeah,
That was sweet. Now that's good stuff.
That's
That's
good.
what mascots are supposed to do.
That's
They're
mean.
not supposed to just traipse onto the field all lazy and then want to turn around. You get out of here.
Hold on, Vic. I forget which one. LSU has the real tiger.
It's like Mike or
His
something
name is
like
Mike. Okay. And LSU's playing Auburn, and so Auburn's the tiger in the costume, dude, he goes walking up to the cage that has Mike, and so what does Mike do?
Mike wants a snack.
He wants a piece of that mother trucker bad.
He wants a snack.
And his ears back. He's and I'm like, that's a mascot right there. He wants a piece of the other guy hard. Bevo goes after Uga, and Uga tries to bite him while and he has to leap in the air out of the way and try to bite his leg. That's
Nelly.
mascot stuff. You don't have a buffalo. When you open the gate, she goes, oh, man, hey, man, not
I have
today.
a pedicure tomorrow.
Man.
I have a pedicure tomorrow. and
Feeling
then,
it, man.
I've got Botox at 3. Hey, Nelly, if you could track down one of these handlers, they're listed all over the place. I would love to get the other side of the story from a handler.
What's the other side of the story to this? Explain this to me. You're being a journalist. Explain the other side of the story.
I don't know the politically correct way to retire a mascot, which is the process. I mean, it took this long to figure that out. I don't know.
Yeah, I could
tell me.
I could see if I could wrangle one of the handlers. And if I'm not mistaken, you have to try out to be a Ralphie handler, and you get varsity sports credit. I think Ralphie handlers are a varsity sport at CU.
Well, Nelly, you were there.
Wait.
Nelly was there. Nelly was blowing his horn.
Excuse me?
Yeah, because you have to haul ass behind the buffalo. You got to
run
wrangler.
fast.
You have to
It
be
is
in
hard.
you got to be in
Yeah.
good shape. I mean, you see their clothes are blowing in the wind, their hats are flying off.
Yeah.
Well, last year's group didn't have to do anything.
Right,
Just stand around.
Exactly.
Yeah, they didn't let her in anything. But with my era's Ralphie with blackout, she hauled, man.
Yeah, she did.
Ralphie
she
really
ran.
went downhill when Colorado legalized weed. Lazy stoner ember.
Come on, man. Oh, man.
Anyway, Caden Salter is the starting quarterback, and they hope to get Juju in there at some point.
Here's Coach Leach. Here's the late, great Mike Leach talking about mascots.
Yeah, and he was asked which Pac-12 mascot would win in a fight, and this is what he said about the Buffalo.
Just as far as a beast alone, a buffalo's going to be pretty hard to tangle with. I mean, a buffalo's utterly outstanding. Well, but Butch is going to have to be clear-minded and crafty. I mean, Butch will find a way. There's no question. The Cougar will find a way.
Yeah. I mean, it's an outstanding animal. It really is. Hey, just quickly here, though. Caden Salter named the starter. This feels to me a lot like veteran quarterback has rookie quarterback in training camp and just outplays the guy so much that he's got to be on the field.
If you're Deion Sanders, and he mentioned it yesterday, he started the press conference by saying, "Hey, you guys knew it was going to be Caden." Well, I didn't, but anyway, Caden Salter, you've got to be it's a delicate situation because you went out of your way to recruit this quarterback who everybody wanted, right? Everybody wanted this kid, and you got to make sure that you don't. This is the era we live in, guys.
Yeah, I've said the same thing. Go ahead.
You know what I'm saying? You got to give him a taste. Otherwise, the last thing you need is that dude to get mad and go bye-bye.
Mm-hmm.
So here's how you do it. you start the vet and you let the kid get some playing time. And that's really the only way to go about it. So,
Well, the kid is also very good, Vic. And so,
well, if he was really good, he'd be the starter.
well, how do you know Caden Salter's not really good too? I'm
Okay,
saying
but all
they're
right, so who's
both
better
going to play
right now? Right now, who's better right now?
Salters has 4 years of college experience under his belt.
Clearly. That's what I'm saying. I mean, but if it's a difference, there are some teams out there that are starting freshmen.
Dion said he valued the experience with him. Now, in the Salter defense category, 2 years ago was an unbelievable season that he had at Liberty. He had 32 touchdown passes to 6 picks, and he ran for almost 1,100 yards with another 12 touchdowns on the ground. Didn't replicate that last year with only 15 touchdown passes and 587 rushing yards, but still, he had like a huge year that if you could do that, look, we all know this, at least under the Shador offense for the first 2 years of Dion's tenure, quarterback's going to put up some numbers at CU. Mm-hmm. I still hope that with his rushing ability, it gives them a little bit more versatility in that, where it's like read option game could boost your running game. You know, what a lot of college offenses do, using your running back or using your quarterback as a running weapon.
Well,
right,
he
let's
was,
hurry it up,
as you talked about it at Liberty, dude, he did both tremendously well.
Let's hurry it up because Ember has brunch at the sorority at 11 and then doing their nails at 1. So we got a busy schedule today. Let's go. Big day.
Big day for Ember.
Dude, I could tell you from the get-go, her first, when she was just a baby, I get it, she did not, I told Barish, this Buffalo does not want to run.
And by the way,
has no interest.
If you don't hold an open competition, you ain't doing it right. You hold an open competition on who can run the fastest, and that's how you get your next Buffalo. Let me up there. I'll do it. I'll train them.
303-504-0925. At 8:20 today, we'll talk to former Denver Mayor Wellington Webb about the Broncos, and he wrote an op-ed in, was it Westward, Nelly? Westward, I believe, about the Broncos stadium. So we'll talk to him at 8:20. Stick around.
September 30th is the date. If you've been thinking about going electric with your vehicle, well, September 30th, the federal tax incentives go away, so Silterhar Motors in Broomfield they're blowing out all their EVs. Huge selection, including the awesome all-electric Ford F-150 Lightning, the Mustang Mach-E, and many, many, many more brands and models. And right now, how about 72 months with zero interest and lease credits up to $11,000 off? Pretty awesome, but you got to hurry up and get there. Check it out at Highway 36 and Wadsworth and Broomfield. Greg Larson and his staff are going to take care of you. If you want to shop online before you head up, please do so. Go to sthmotors.com. That's sthmotors.com. It's Silterhar. Everything you want out of a dealership.
What you guys think of Kelsey and Swift?
Travis Swift?
I wish them well.
What if he goes as Travis Swift? That would be epic.
I almost stepped in it earlier, Vic. I said, she's way more successful than him. He should have to take her name. And then I go, never mind. Because I'd have to change my name. So I can't do that.
You'd have to go as what? Nailed it.
Oh, well, we don't.
What would be your name?
We don't reveal that.
You can't reveal your what? Oh, okay.
I don't want to.
It's a pretty bad name.
You already, hold on a second. Time out. You already don't use your real name.
It's the same name.
Are you ashamed of your name?
No. It's that every time somebody says the name where it's actually spelled, it's pronounced the same. But every time I get a phone call from a telemarketer and they say the wrong name, it drives me nuts, and I got tired of that. So I was like, I'm going to cut through the BS. Spell it the way that people just say it right.
So did you legally change your name, or are you just doing it illegally?
I legally changed it on Twitter. That's what I did. I just changed it there.
But when you sign a check or your...
Yeah, I can't sign it that way, Vic. It would be illegal. It would be
so
fraud.
Your driver's license is spelled differently?
Yes, of course.
How do you like living this double life?
It's great. Yeah. A huge change in my life.
Yeah, way to go, John Wayne.
It is funny, though, because when I meet guys, like we met the other Brett, the 1T Brett yesterday.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
It's like if I put my name in your phone, I will just do it. If you know me through the radio, I'll do it the way that it's spelled on the radio. It is weird. Anyway, the point is...
When you pass away, will you pass away as Kane, Kane, or...
No, the other way. Koeh. Yeah, that way.
God, all your life you're just battling those demons.
I know, you know,
it's not battling anything.
I got to be honest with you. I got to talk to Troy and Julie.
Mom's name is Lori.
Lori. Troy and Lori. Sorry, Lori.
Unless you know something about who my real mother is, I have no idea.
Well, I was going to tell you, Lori. Why do I say Joe? I know it's
What's the conversation?
Lori.
What do you?
I got to tell Troy that and look, Lori knows this too. He brought a dumb name to the party, and my name is dumb too. All right, my name is stupid. There's no we've already been through how dumb my name is.
Okay, well,
move on.
Oh, we got another trade that just came through. This from Ian Rappaport. The Vikings are getting one of their own back. Adam Thielen, who's been in Carolina the last couple of years, going back to Minnesota.
You're kidding.
That's right. So it is
wow.
Okay, so it's just pick swaps, essentially. No. It's Thielen, a conditional 7th and 2027 5th, and Carolina gets a 5th rounder and a 4th rounder the following year.
Okay,
so there you go.
Couple things. Number one, I wish them the best of luck. I couldn't
Talking about Swift and Kelsey.
I couldn't care less. It's not my thing. Number two, can that guy still play football? I don't pay attention to Carolina Panthers football.
Yeah, he's still all right.
Okay.
I mean, he's just older.
Okay.
Now, the only question I have on the Kelsey Swift thing is I was looking up some websites yesterday trying to find stories for today, all this different stuff, and there's a website that I really like called For the Win. It's FTW. It's USA Today, like a section of their paper, their online paper. And they have like really quirky stories that are kind of funny. Like that's why I like to look at it. Moshe, 20 stories in a row were about that. In a row. And I'm like, have I just crossed, and I know I have an older soul than what my age is, but have I just crossed into the I would rather be unaware territory of like the happenings in pop culture? Have I just crossed into a different realm where I'm like, who are the people that are reading 20 different articles about that? Who are those people?
Well, Katie Wingy probably. She's a big Swiftie.
But what are you?
I mean,
what are you hoping to
learn?
learn?
Look, I'm not. If that's your thing, I don't know. If that's your thing, my mother-in-law loves to read about the Royals and their rift.
That's another one I don't get. That's fair.
You watch My 600-Pound Life. So who are you to talk?
Yeah, I mean, everybody has their thing.
It's junk food television.
Well, this is junk food.
Yeah, everybody has something. Moj has watched Band of Brothers 17,000 times. He can recite every single scene. Everybody's got their thing. I can tell you every scene from Rocky 1 and 2. I mean, that's just how it works. That's life. Karate Kid.
See, but I don't have... How about this, Moj?
I'm a Ralph Macchio authority.
when I'm watching, let's just use My 600-Pound Life as an example. If at the end of it, the subject of the show does or does not lose weight, I just kind of go, Now, if I reacted at the end of it like they dropped 400 pounds and I said, wow, yes, so yay, I'm so happy for you, that would be weird, wouldn't it? All right.
It doesn't affect the thing is, I'm not against it. I'm not like, oh, I can't believe that she's marrying him or he's marrying her. What I wish them the best. They seem happy. It doesn't affect my life at all. Zero.
Remember we were at camp and Vic looked at me dead in the eyes and said, what do you think she sees in him? I was like, what do you want me to say?
Well, I was just curious. I mean, she could pretty much have any athlete she wants, right? I mean, why him?
By the way, some people pulled up old tweets from like 2012 from Travis Kelce. He might have been the stupidest kid ever. Nelly, you saw some of those, didn't you? The amount of misspelled, easy grade school words. I was almost like, this has to be a bit. Like he spelled humor, Humer.
No, he didn't.
Yes, he did. Yes, he did.
And I think that tweet was, here it is. Women that have a sense if humor, Humer, ... #+
And somebody said, married to the biggest pop star ever. And I'm just like, yeah.
She's a poet laureate, right? When it comes to words.
She's a hell of a songwriter. She is.
Yeah, and he can't spell humor. So again, I'll ask you,
That's that-
what does she see in him?
A big hot hunk who's funny. I mean, is it that hard? Who's rich and can play football?
He can play a waiter in Happy Gilmore too.
Look, if she married me, valid question. What do you see in him? What is there to miss here, Vic? He's a big, tall, hot guy who makes a lot of money.
You know what this confirms, Vic? You know what it confirms? That I've wasted my bread and my daughter's education in college.
I was going to mention, I didn't want to disrespect you at the University of Cincinnati.
Completely wasted my bread.
Yeah.
That's so true.
What a waste.
Because if that guy can go to Cincy,
Nelly, dig up some other ones. There are other ones.
This Diet Coke bottle can go to Cincy.
Okay, hang on. We got another one. Wait. Here's another one. That old University of Cincinnati education for you, Moser.
Rhymany. Oh, God.
Happy Easter to all. Shout out to Jesus for taking one for the team.
Jesus. My God. The hell?
Here's
He said it.
Here's another one, and I don't know if it does it justice without seeing the spelling. Let me preface this by saying
the spelling is just what makes it.
Let me preface this by saying he spelled the word squirrel, Squirle.
So he didn't. Squarly?
Yes. And so he said, I just gave a squirrel a piece of bread and it straight smashed all of it. I had no idea they ate bread like that. Hashtag crazy.
This is the mistake Taylor Swift made a mistake. Her people, her handlers, should have scrubbed his account. They should have scrubbed the account. They should have at least done some research. All right, we're going to have Taylor date this dude. Let's go back and look at his early social media tweets and make sure everything's cool.
Oh, my God.
Hey,
because the Jesus one alone would have,
He had no idea that if you gave a squirrel a piece of bread, he would eat it. I mean, what a revelation.
Gladys.
For a college student, by the way.
Not only that, but he can't spell squirrel. So,
Squirrely.
How did he write a paper?
Dude,
newsflash, Vic. He wasn't writing those papers. No.
This has always been a legit question of mine. Honestly, I'm not trying to be a jerk about this. I went to a school where you had to do your schoolwork. How do some of these guys do their work? Like, you have a 5-page essay. You can't spell squirrel. How do you get through?
I don't know. I wasted my bread. So, hey, listen, bottom line, this whole thing has depressed me. Number one, I don't care about them whatsoever. Number two, if that guy could get in.
Mose just found out the money that he's paying for his daughter to go to the University of Cincinnati is just a giant ruse.
Oh, that grammar and spelling thing, like I'll edit my kids' papers. If they get back to me and they have, I say, I'm not even going to read this. This is insulting. Fix it. I'm not reading it. You have all this AI now that you can fix it by itself. There should be no spelling errors.
God, think about this. Vic, you didn't have to do any of that schoolwork that you did. I didn't have to. Mose, you didn't have to. We just needed to do a bunch of push-ups.
Well, it's not even push-ups. You just got to win the genetic lottery.
Pretty much. That too. Yeah.
Here, Danza on the Twitch feed. Some people are just built different. Bro doesn't need to know anything if he doesn't want to. He's just out there working hard and enjoying the F out of life. He is. A lot of people would want to be him. He also won the genetic lottery.
Hey, Brett, as we roll on. Yeah, Vic, as we roll on, I have an analogy about the Denver Broncos in the upcoming season I'd like to share with you. It came to me in a vision.
Okay. So this is a. Are you predicting something off of this?
No, but I'm a little bit concerned, but I'm also a little bit buoyed.
Okay.
You tell me, because I've got a couple of examples.
All right, we'll get to it next.
This is so epitome of Michael McDonald.
It really is. It's like the quintessential Michael McDonald.
It is.
Hey, now that the 53-man roster is set, strongest. Oh yeah, Moser, you're. Let's get to your musing about the Broncos because I have a question about the 53-man roster now. But go ahead.
I like
Moj.
the way he's just sort of like, yeah. Let's get to your little musings, your little games.
Well, I'm trying to think. This has been a running theme all training camp long, and I get optimism. But did you hear McAfee the other day in his merry band of misfits and talking about the Broncos and everything else? And
I did not.
you can't swing a dead armadillo by the tail without hitting somebody who's going to go, man, the Broncos are going to be good.
As Nate Kreckman and Andy Lindahl said, nobody's talking about the fact that everybody's talking about the Broncos.
That is correct. That's so funny. Why do I still have a little fear in me? And I'm trying to think. I think it's unguided fear. It just exists. I'm not trying to manipulate it or anything like that. It's just there. And I don't know why. It's probably unfounded as well. I'll explain. You have a great movie, right? I would say the Broncos season last year, Vic, getting the rookie quarterback in, having to do what he did and grow throughout the year, and they go to the postseason. I don't care about the postseason loss. I don't even care about the score. But that was a good movie, was it not?
Yeah.
You're like, okay, here comes the sequel. And how many times have you seen all the trailers? And so what you have right now through the preseason, you've got the trailers, right?
I call it a TV series. Season 2 is now coming out.
Okay, season 2.
Yeah.
And you're like, man, I hope it's as good as season 1. Like, man, Ted Lasso season 1 was good. Same with Breaking Bad. I hope season 2 is good.
Yeah.
And then it is, and that's a really good thing. And right now, what you've seen is the trailers for the upcoming season 2, let's say. I'm watching Barry right now. I'm getting into season 2
Yeah, Barry.
soon.
Good show.
Because you recommended it.
Uh-huh.
But how many times have you seen where you get into season 2 and you're like, man, this kind of sucks?
It happens.
Or you know what? It's not as good as I thought it was going to be.
Sure.
Yellowstone was like that. Yellowstone got worse as it went on.
Okay. So I'm trying to think, though, what could make the Broncos sequel or season 2 not as good? I look at the guys they got rid of, guys who played for this damn football team, guys that were players, and they're gone because they've got that depth now. And Sean Payton was talking about the depth. In fact, he just talked about it yesterday. So what am I missing? Are they really that good, or why is everybody just? I'm afraid the sequel, season 2, is just not going to be as good as we think it is.
You're basing that on is Bo Nix going to go through a sophomore slump? That's what you're basing that on. That's your fear.
I don't think that I really don't think that he is.
But that's your fear, because that is
a fear. Yeah, that when they get to real action, and not against Tennessee. Tennessee stinks. But as they get into the season and real defensive coordinators with real players who have really studied the Broncos game film, what happens then?
Which is why it is of paramount importance that the Broncos establish a running game as fast as they can. Because if it's not working on the passing end, you have to be able to gouge. You have to be able to earn some yards on the ground. You have to give your quarterback some relief by doing that. Yeah. And, it dawned on me yesterday, guys. We talked so much about Audric Estime getting released, and nobody was surprised here. We saw it coming, but we should have saw that coming the moment they drafted a running back and got J.K. Dobbins as a free agent. They made 2 moves that pretty much told you what they were going to do.
Yeah, the only reason I didn't think that the writing was on the wall right then was because I didn't know who was going to be the holdover. I thought maybe if he had a good camp, he could outdo Jaleel. He could you know what I mean? Like, certainly I thought he could outdo Tyler Bidet.
But that's what that's what Sean Payton thought of his running back room so much that he completely turned it on its head and said, let's start over.
I mean, the Broncos spent the offseason doing what contending teams should do, which is we have a good roster that's set up now. And especially the added benefit, think about this. They didn't lose anybody of substance. No disrespect to people who aren't on the roster anymore. But what was the biggest loss you had over the course of the offseason? Cody Barton? Like, who was it? And that's kind of the point. It's like they didn't have to have like a one-for-one shift so they could just focus on the weaknesses of the team. Running back, tight end, linebacker. Like, they found the things that they needed. And the big thing for me, like when you talk about what do they need to do to improve or what would make the sequel better than last year, Moj, I think the answer is just very simple. I just want to see a step forward. I want to see you get to the playoffs.
What is a step forward for you?
Win a playoff game.
Okay, so what if you get to the playoffs in the same manner you got there last year? Won close games, don't beat great teams, just beat teams you're supposed to beat. You get there, but you win a game. Is that a step forward?
If
you analyze their
game,
season last year, how many winning teams did the Broncos beat?
I think the answer is one. I think they beat Tampa that third week.
Kansas City doesn't count because that game.
Yeah, I don't count that.
Yeah.
So I think it's one.
So the schedule is a little more difficult this time around. So it may be more difficult to get there. So what if you see just a mirror image of last year's result? And you eke out a victory?
No.
I think arguably right now, Vic, as we sit right now, arguably they're a better team. Not even arguably. They're a better football team than they were a team that won 10 games and went to the postseason.
Moser, I read this. The Denver Broncos return 15 of 16 defensive linemen and was it defensive backs? It's maybe it's the offense and defensive line. 15 of 16 from last year. How many teams in the National Football League can say that? Or
Not
do
many.
they?
None. I mean, yeah, it's got to be like zero. Nobody.
That's an amazing number.
And I'm not talking about, let's talk about some horrible sequels. Okay, I'm just not, maybe you're, like the Bourne series, I love them all. I think they're all awesome. They all just were good. And maybe that's the Denver Broncos right now. Maybe just the next 7 seasons will be really good. You know?
Yeah.
Game of Thrones is all their seasons were, well, the ending
until
kind
the
of
very
stuff.
end.
Yeah. But they're all pretty dang good, right?
Well, it's just, look.
So maybe it'll be like that where they're just good and some are better than others, but I don't know.
Let me read this from The Ringer. They've got surprises, 11 future bets for the 2025 NFL
Here
season.
we go.
And this writer, on the Broncos over-under of 9.5 wins, he's betting the under, and several reasons
The under?
why. Yeah, he's betting the under,
God.
and here's what he says. Broncos will not get to stockpile wins against the NFC South this year, and I think it's more likely they'll take a step back defensively than a step forward. With a low-ceiling offense that's reliant on a dominant offensive line and limited skill position talent, I think Denver will struggle to improve on last year's showing. When Denver played elite opponents last year, it allowed 41 to the Ravens, 30 to the Bengals, 57 over 2 games to the Chargers, 31 to the Bills in the playoffs. When they played obscure opponents is when their defense shined, and that's his point.
Yeah, but they're a better football team.
I'm just giving you this guy's. Okay. I'm just reading from his.
I think that's fair.
I mean, I guess it's fair, but they're better offensively. They have more skill now. I mean, just having Pat Bryant make your football team and the ability to, just to be there and the ability to trade Devon Vele is huge.
This guy's hitting you over the head with numbers, though. Here's another number.
I mean, Troy Franklin has improved. You got Evan Ingram in the mix.
You've got
better running backs now.
You're basing your argument, and I don't disagree with you. I agree with you, but our argument is based on hope. All right, his argument's based on numbers. Here's what he sees last year. Outside of the KC game and end of the season, which doesn't count, Denver finishes 1-5 against playoff teams, 8-2 against everybody else.
Yep.
That's a fact.
And what?
That's not fiction. That's
not
hope.
Their one win was Tampa, correct?
Yeah, that's a fact. So the schedule's harder this year. They're going to have to play better this year if they're going to do what they did last year, and that is go to the playoffs.
I think everything that who was that from The Ringer? Who wrote that?
Gentleman's name is Anthony DeBundo.
Okay, I think everything that he wrote is fair.
Hey.
The difference is this, and Vic, you're right, we're basing this off hope. But I don't think it's hopeful to say this. Evan Ingram is way better than anybody you had at tight end, and your running back room is going to be better than it was last year. To what extent is the question, but I think they're both better. And here's my retort. Those are two pretty damn important things to have on an offense now in the NFL. Go through the checklist of all the best offenses in the league. Tell me who their tight ends and their running backs are. Mm-hmm. They're usually really, really good. And you were, I would say you had by far the worst tight end room in the league last year. By far.
I think this guy's
arguably the worst running back room.
This guy's whole point is pump the brakes on the Broncos defense. We're making it out to be the best defense, one of the best of all time. There's a lot of talk about that. Let's pump the brakes. And he's just throwing numbers at you. Here's another one, and he loses me on this because I have no idea what the hell this means. If you remove the Week 18 outlier game against the Chiefs backups that skewed the data, the Broncos finished 18th in offensive DVOA and 4th in defensive DVOA. I don't know what the hell DVOA is. Moser, can you give us a little glimpse of what DVOA is?
I don't even know what it means, but
value above replacement.
Yeah, defense adjusted value over average. All right, enough of the friggin' geek talk.
Wait, what?
Go outside.
Enough. It's an advanced stat.
It's just it's a metric. It
measures by your worthless chime ins. Gone.
It measures a team's efficiency, is what it does.
I love that, Nelly. You mean defense?
If you take into account the DV. Let me make it easier. Time out. I'll make it easier for you. The Broncos finished third. Listen, Moser, listen to me.
I'm listening.
The Broncos finished third last year. Listen to me. Stop talking to Nelly. The Broncos finished third last year in points allowed per game. Had they not been given the gift of a shutout the last week because the Chiefs didn't care, they wouldn't be third.
I get it.
That's what they're saying.
I got you.
They'd be probably like 5th or 6th or
something. Okay, then why don't you just say that and not give me DVOA?
Because it's just another stat that's telling you the same thing.
I want you to hear.
I'm not looking that up. I refuse to do it. I'm just not doing it. I ain't doing it.
I mean, listen. Okay, fine. How about the eye test? How about, you know what? Dre Greenlaw, healthy, kicks ass. Hufanga, healthy, kicks ass.
Yeah.
It reminds me of this guy right here.
Right. All right, so the compression and expansion of the longitudinal waves cause the erratic oscillation, you can see it there, of the neighboring particles. Guess what is it? What is it?
Can I play with it?
No, you can't play with it. You will enjoy it on as many levels as I do.
That is the professor from The Simpsons.
Professor Frink from The Simpsons.
That's what, listen, okay, maybe I'm not as analytically inclined as other people. Perhaps my small
It's
brain
not that hard.
is not able to comprehend.
It's a way to measure defense and offense.
I get it, but what I'm saying is there are better. Okay, we're going to have to wait and see.
But what's wrong with just defensive rating?
Hey, man, how about Dre Greenlaw's pretty damn good? Hufanga's pretty damn good.
Yes.
You know, Riley Moss is advancing on his side, too. How about that? How about the defensive line is a mauling group, and Zach Allen just got a brand new contract. He's going to kick some butt. Benito's highly motivated to get to 17 sacks this year. Yep. I mean, what? How about that stuff?
Because you're basing that all on hope. Because your numbers are speculative. His numbers are fact. They already happened.
Hang on, though. To Moser's credit, when we talk about the Nuggets this upcoming season, we've never seen Valanciunas or Hardaway or guys 100%. Like that in a Nuggets uniform. But
it's all speculation.
We all kind of feel like, hey, Vic, is Jonas Valanciunas the best backup center that Jokic has ever had?
Listen to me. You've heard me talk about the Nuggets in years past. I have been close to the vest when it comes to speculation and predictions. I'm telling you right now, Nuggets fans, this is a championship team.
Okay,
anything less than a championship is a disappointment.
Going back to my question, is Jonas Valanciunas the best backup center that Jokic has ever had?
Based on his history, yes.
That's all we're getting at. It's like, yes, we haven't seen it yet, and it is based on kind of hope, but I kind of know what Dre Greenlaw is. I kind of know what Evan Ingram is. They're good players.
Let me look at something right now, Vic, and I'm just going to just throw this out there. Tennessee sucks. You want to talk about the NFC? He's talking about the NFC South. Tennessee stinks.
Mm-hmm.
The Colts, pretty good defense, actually. But they're not. Colts ain't
this is a dangerous game that you're playing, Mosh, because
the Giants stink. The Jets stink.
You make these assumptions.
You say that now.
Washington was the number 2 team in the draft last year.
Yeah.
Last year. And then they went to the NFC Championship game. If I asked you, you would have said Washington stinks and the Broncos would kill them.
I'm going through the AFC South. That's what I'm going through, not the NFC. I'm going through the AFC South.
What you think today about these teams means nothing 2 months from now.
It's true.
Nothing.
He's right.
Oh, you think Tennessee has a chance to come in here and win?
What's coming out?
You're high as a kite.
Let me make it very easy.
No, you're smoking
What's
weed.
coming out of your mouth right now, nobody will care 2 months from now.
Coming back, Wellington Webb, the former Denver mayor, had an op-ed talking about the Broncos stadium and why it should stay in Denver. We'll talk to him next.
Let's talk about the law. Dan Kaplis law. After a serious injury or the wrongful death of a loved one, Dan and his firm has a 40-year track record of historic success in high-stakes personal injury cases. It tells you everything you need to know about how he operates, because high stakes is what they do. They fight on a different level. And Dan Kaplis law is proven. It will go toe-to-toe with the biggest and the baddest the insurance companies have to offer, and he'll win. That's why Dan Kaplis Law is the official law firm partner of the Denver Nuggets and the Colorado Avalanche. Dan Kaplis Law, a serious firm for serious cases, accepting righteous injury cases on a percentage fee basis. Dan Kaplis Law with offices in Denver Tech Center, Loveland, Greeley, Fort Collins. If you need his help, give him a call, 303-770-5551. That's 303-770-5551. Or hit him up, dankapleslaw.com. Welcome back to Moser, Lombardi, and Kane. We are pleased to be joined now by former Denver Mayor Wellington Webb, who wrote an op-ed piece in Westward about the site of the new Broncos Stadium, where it could be, where it should be. And he has his opinion formed, and we want to get it today. So, Mayor Webb, how you doing, man? Thanks for joining. It's been a long time since I saw you at Nuggets games.
Yeah, I was going to say, I normally see you at Nugget games. I'm a womanized season ticket holders. I just hope they don't keep going up on those prices.
Well, they may have to now after all the sign. Have you seen this roster? Before we get on to the Broncos, I'm telling you right now, Mayor Webb, this is a championship team. This roster is as loaded as it's been in a long time.
I agree. I like Michael Porter, but we all knew he was deficient in areas that needed to that they needed to trade him and get some more horses, and that it helped both Joker, Murray, and Gordon.
Yeah, they're going to be good. All right, so you wrote this piece for Westward. Before we get into it, what prompted you to write this? You just were feeling that this was important to tell people that the stadium belongs in Denver? Why did you do this?
Oh, I thought people just jiving around. They need to make a decision. I think contrary to their statement.
All right, I think we've lost audio.
Lost audio.
Yeah, I think we have.
Let's see what we can do here. Hold on a second.
Yep.
We've lost your audio, Mayor. Let's see if we can get it back. Nelly, why don't you work on that with Mayor Webb?
Yeah, he joins us, by the way, on the Ramos Law Hotline. Car accident, you need Ramos Law, medical doctor and attorney, ramoslaw.com.
Sorry, Mayor, we lost you for a second there. Just recap what you were saying. What prompted you to write it?
No, I thought there's a lot of jiving around in terms of that they don't know where they want to go. I think they know where they want to go. They're business people, and they're going to look for the best deal, and I think the best deal is Denver. I think if you look at the other cities that have made decisions to split up their sports franchises, and I normally use Detroit as an example, what you saw was the Lions playing in Pontiac and the Pistons playing in Auburn Hills, and the Lions in the baseball team playing at Briggs Stadium, which was falling apart. What we have in Denver is a perfect opportunity to have all our sports teams in one entertainment area for sports. I mean, Broncos, Avalanche, baseball, Coors Field, and right now we've also got the Broncos downtown as well. People know it. RTD provides transportation. It's a sports hub. It's a sports center. It works well for the bars. It works well for the restaurants. And I think that, the city's going to do Mayor Johnson's going to do whatever he has to do to make sure that they stay here.
I think it's a great idea because,
if he doesn't do what he needs to do to make them stay here, I don't think he's going to be here.
Good call. Mayor, I can't imagine them. Yeah, I can't imagine them going out of town. I can't even in the slightest. And, of course, you recall when Coors Field, when the Rockies first came about and when Coors Field was built and when the Ball Arena was built and so on. I mean, the impact to downtown, you mentioned the restaurants and everything else, the living, the people, the economic impact is so significant. There's no possible way that this could be held up by the city, is there?
Well, I don't believe so. I know that some other cities, primarily in the South, have moved some of their teams outside of the core city. I think Atlanta moved their team outside of Atlanta into another county. But we're not the South. We're Denver. And I think that Denver is a sports capital for the Rocky Mountains.
Yeah.
And we need to claim it. We need to act like it. We need to put, the part I don't like, I'm not that modest. We had a lot more swag when our administration always went around the country saying we're the best and baddest there is in the country. I remember Hickenlooper telling me once the Nuggets won a couple of games, and I told him, well, during my administration, we won 2 Super Bowls and 2 Stanley Cups, and when you win, let me know. So I think we need to really promote who and what we are, and I think that the Broncos are certainly a major part of that. But they need to be downtown with everybody else. And when you have a place, a destination place for people to go, the people will come. But if there's no place for them to go, they're not going to come. You can't split everything up.
Mayor, you're very well aware of the politics behind this kind of stuff. And I could sort of sniff it out myself. They're messing around with Lone Tree, and And people ask why. Well, you just want leverage. And you write in your op-ed, you said, quote, "This will be a public relations disaster if ownership seriously considers moving the Broncos outside the city."
Lone Tree Broncos?
Yeah. So why even mess around with Lone Tree if that's the case? Why even have talks?
Well, I think it's good for the elected people. It's good for the politicians in Douglas County to say that they're in play and they got a shot. I think it's good for them. And I think it's good for their ownership team to play the game of saying that we've got other options. We just don't have to come to Denver.
Yeah.
But at the end of the day, how could you not be in downtown Denver with all the other sports franchises?
I agree.
And Mayor, let's talk about the location because it's been out for some time now, and it's Burnham Yard. And
right.
I know that the Broncos ownership has been buying up land there and so on and so forth. And Mayor, I don't want to cast pejoratives over this state-owned land, but I've been there. I mean, I've been to the Buckhorn many times. I know exactly where everything is. I've seen everything there. It's concrete, it's weed buildings, and it's weeds growing all over the place and just debris. It's a blight on the landscape. I can't imagine the state nor the city or anybody else would fight the development in a beautiful, well-done, high-end development for the civic good of a new stadium and everything that would surround it on that particular piece of land. Heck, if you dropped a nuke on Burnham Yard, it would be an improvement. No offense, and no offense, Mayor, no offense.
No, I get it. I mean, you also mentioned one of my favorite restaurants. I made a mistake once of taking a person from out of town to the Buckhorn. I didn't know they were vegetarian, so the meeting didn't go real well.
That's awesome.
But I've been a sports fan since I was a kid. When I first moved to Denver, my highlight of my sports life is being able to see the 1960 Olympics team with Jerry West and Oscar Robertson in guard. And I was a young kid, and being able to get tickets and go down to see that was very special. So all these teams are special, and the Broncos are special. I remember the striped socks. I met Gene Mingo and Lionel Taylor. I knew those
Legends.
guys.
Yeah,
legends in their own time and still legends.
Mm-hmm.
So for us, I think it's a historical fight that we need to just make sure. I always worry when we have out of town owners that really don't understand the dynamics of the relationship between the people of the Rocky Mountains, the people of Colorado, the people of the Denver metro area, and their love of their sports teams.
Yeah. Well, let me give this ownership group.
They have that in most places they come from.
You're right. And let me say something about Greg Penner and this. They go out of their way to know the history of the community. And I mean, I've had many conversations with Greg about just this community. And I love the fact that they ask these questions. Here's my question to you, though. So people may not understand that the current stadium site, that's owned by the taxpayers. What happens
Correct.
when they move from that site? What's going to happen to that stadium now and that whole area?
Well, it's obviously going to be developed because it's going to be a hot property area. Vic, well, all you guys been around the sports in this town for a long time. But you don't know how personally it hurt me when I had to give up Mile High Stadium. I didn't have to give it up, but we were paying $5 million or more for maintenance on that project for Mile High Stadium. And so for me, it was a slam dunk to give up the lease and let 5 counties purchase the land so that everybody could move, so we could move that stadium. Personally, it hurt me because I lost my suite. And then when I bought one, I didn't know it didn't include food. So I mean, I was still learning stuff, but I think that we just need to move on with it quickly because we got a lot of other issues to deal with.
Agreed.
Would you be for a rooftop or a retractable roof? Because I know a lot of longtime fans don't want to see it. I don't mind one.
Yeah, no, I would be.
Really? Why?
Because you can't predict Colorado weather.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't like football in the snow.
Yeah, me neither.
So I would rather have the rooftop that's retractable, that you could. So then, regardless of what the weather is, you can still play the game.
Yeah.
I'm not that much of a. I think that's why warm weather teams have somewhat of an advantage if you're going during Super Bowl time. If you're going to Miami or going to LA, but I would rather have a rooftop that allows us to be able to even bid on these bid on these teams, bid on these activities that where we can bring them to Denver.
Yeah.
Mayor
we got something to sell. We need to keep selling it.
Absolutely.
Yeah. Appreciate your passion for sports, man. That's one thing I've always valued is community leaders that are into it. I love watching and talking to you at Nuggets games, and I think we're going to have a long Nugget season, my friend. So we'll see you at Ballerina soon. Good.
And I'll see you guys up in Boulder Friday, I suspect.
Oh, that's right.
Yes.
Kicks off Friday night, baby.
It's going to be the only thing about this NIL stuff I don't like. You don't know what kind of damn team you got until they play one of the games.
You ain't lying. We're asking. We have no idea what to expect.
Every day we fight about that.
Yeah.
All right, Mayor Webb, appreciate
the time. I appreciate you guys having me on.
Good to see you.
Take care, and I'm going back to bed now. I normally don't get up this early.
Thank you, Mayor.
Thanks, Mayor.
All right,
Good to
take
see
care.
you.
Bye-bye.
That's hilarious.
Wellington Webb, he joins us on the Ramos Law Hotline, car accident, Ramos Law, medical doctor and attorney, ramoslaw.com.
He's so right, correct, though, about college football. And we've talked about that ad nauseum, because you don't have people you're familiar with that are freshmen, sophomores, seniors, and now you don't know. I mean, even the most passionate fans have no idea what to expect.
That's true. Hey, Vic, you talked about the political side of this thing. I can't for the life of me, I don't care what side of the spectrum you're on, in downtown Denver, Colorado, or with the state of Colorado, I can't for the life of me think of a valid reason why you wouldn't just go to the Penner Walton group and say, you know what, kick butt. You know what, boom. We'll say, you bought all this land, do it. Just do it up.
What do you mean? Like if you're from a suburb?
Build it. Go like today. Go. No. Today, downtown, all the politicians on whatever side of the aisle you're on, build it.
Just say go.
Because you're fighting different things. Now, here's the blunt truth.
Like we're fighting what?
I'm going to tell you what you're fighting. Hold on. I'm going to tell you exactly what's happening. First of all, the mayor's right because community leaders in suburbs, they want the notoriety to say that they're in bed with the Broncos
they
in
ain't
some
going
capacity.
to Lone Tree, and they're not going to Lone Tree.
That's not going to happen. I agree. Listen to me. Listen to my words. The Denver Broncos are not playing football in Lone Tree. Okay? Not on Sundays. They can practice in Centennial. They're not playing in Lone Tree. It's not happening. So stop. Enough. That's number one. Number two, the reason why it's going to take time is because people in the area which they want to move to, Burnham Yards, there are groups, there are people with their hand out wanting money for properties, wanting money to move historic sites. All this crap you hear now, right?
What's historic in Burnham Yard, dude?
I'm just telling you. People want money. At the end of the day, they want money. Follow the money, Moj.
Okay, I get that, man, but there should be no political holdup to saying, you know what, buy the stuff and let's go. Burnham Yard hasn't been used in a decade. It's a blight on the city, and I was only half joking when I said if you dropped a nuke, it would be better.
You know what will be sad, though, and I will be sad in seeing this? The current stadium, if you've been there, it's not bad. It's not like it's not a rundown joint. It's very well taken care of. Yeah. The Broncos have done an extraordinary job with the upkeep. It's going to be a sad day when they blow that sucker up.
It will
because it feels too soon.
It was a sad day when Mile High got blown up. But you know what?
That thing was a lot more than this.
That thing was a scaffolding. Brett, what do you say about billionaires though? They don't
rent, they own.
That's exactly right.
Hey, just a couple minutes here before we get out of this segment. Did you guys see this? So there was a new agreement during the offseason, and I've always said that my two favorite sports television shows are Inside the NBA, and I still love College Game Day. I watch every Saturday morning. I turn it on before the games start. And that's going to be happening before Texas-Ohio State, which you can hear right here on Altitude Sports Radio at 10 o'clock on Saturday. But Big Noon Kickoff did something. They're trying to compete with College Game Day. Maybe they see an opportunity because I believe this Saturday is Lee Corso's last appearance on it, and he's been the stalwart of that program, right? So they said, hey, we're going to get in bed with the Barstool Boys. They're going to bring on Dave Portnoy and I think Big Cat from Barstool, and they're going to be on the Big Noon Fox Off.
Correct.
Dave Portnoy, it just came out, this first game that they're doing from the Ohio State-Texas game, Ohio State is not allowing Dave Portnoy to be there.
Well, they're calling this a big PR ploy. The claim he's not allowed to be there, but then the AD of Ohio State says that's not the case at all. It's just that his role on the show is not inside the stadium; it's outside the stadium. So there's some play of words there.
I actually watched this. Not that I care all that much about it, but I was curious what's going on. According to Portnoy yesterday, he sent like a 5-minute video out, and he kind of says what's on his mind. You could tell, and he said, I'm going to be careful in the way I say this because I just partnered with Fox. I don't want to make anybody mad. He goes, for sure, the AD banned him from the stadium and then backtracked afterwards because they got so much.
Banned him, why? Because he's a Michigan?
Because he's a Michigan fan who said a lot of unsavory things about Ohio State in the past.
Okay.
Yeah.
So this is the danger. Listen, man, this is the danger of fandom in media. All right? It's why you have to draw a line. All right? You just have to. There exists a rivalry between Michigan and Ohio State that is so fierce that the AD of Ohio State won't let a Michigan fan into a stadium even though the television revenue pays for that AD salary. Think about that for a second.
Mm-hmm. For sure.
I'm trying to think of the biggest USC fan on the planet.
USC?
Biggest USC fan on the planet.
Will Ferrell?
Will Ferrell, yeah.
Donates money, da-da-da-da. Okay. Well, would the AD at Notre Dame say, no, man, you can't come into Notre Dame Stadium?
I'm trying to think, what would be like the closest thing to that, where it'd be like a sports pundit would not be allowed in the stadium because he's a rival fan of X place.
Well, Miami plays Notre Dame this week. All right, Sunday night. That's about as fierce a rivalry as it gets.
Like Michael Irvin's not allowed at the stadium or something like that if they're playing at Notre Dame, you know what I mean?
Or it would be like if they played at Notre Dame Stadium, Notre Dame would not allow Tony Montana into the stadium.
I think there's multiple reasons why it wouldn't be allowed in some places.
There's a lot of people who are not going to get that reference, Vic. We did.
Who would be somebody? Okay, how about this? How about like a Shane Gillis type who's a big Notre Dame fan who's probably said some mean things about Miami, joked about him. They said not allowed. Maybe something like that? I don't know.
It just seems a little over the top.
Get over it, man. Who cares, man? Just play football.
Yeah.
This is the beauty of college football, though. That's what college football possesses. This personality, this trait, this fandom. That I'm sorry, guys, pro football will not have it to that degree. And I know there are a lot of college football is my favorite sport, and this is why, because it's personal. It's very personal. I love it.
303-504-0925. Back after this.
The Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic can take care of your entire dude engine, tune everything up. For me, it was low testosterone. When I went to my doctor and I had a physical and he said, yeah, your T's getting a little bit low. I said, oh, what do I do? He's like, you're just getting older. I said, no. I'm not going to feel this way. I want to feel like I used to feel. And that's where the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic comes in. Don't drag through the day. Don't be tired. Don't be foggy. Don't be off your game. Get yourself back to being you and give them a call today at 720-440-7900. Low T can cause a host of problems, including low sex drive and bad sleep patterns, unproductive workouts, all these different kinds of things. But you can get back to feeling like you did a long time ago. And men in your mid to early 30s even, you start to lose 2 to 3% of your testosterone production every single year. And before you know it, it creeps up on you. You're like, gosh, I just don't feel the way I used to feel. So if you're feeling that way, do yourself a favor and schedule a consultation. It's only $99. They're going to draw your blood. Results within 30 minutes. They're going to go through everything with you. Maybe it's not low T, but maybe it is. Again, that number is 720-440-7900 or go online at RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com. 1, 2, 3. Meet you all the way.
All right, I got questions for you following the 53-man roster that is finalized now at the Denver Broncos. We discussed this earlier. The only real surprise, I would say, is that they kept how are we saying Reed's first name again?
Karene
Reed over Lavelle Bailey. That was a surprise to me. Nothing else a big surprise. But let me ask you this. You get to stare at the entire roster now. The whole thing. Biggest strength, biggest weakness that you see on paper with the Broncos roster.
The most depth is defensive line. My goodness. They kept every defensive lineman that was out there.
But, Vic, you know what they also did? Again, they paid Zach Allen. Benito's going to get paid. He's a linebacker, whatever. But the point is they rotate guys pretty well. Everybody gets a taste at one point or another. And I think that's big for this. I mean, you keep guys fresh. I think it's a big thing for this particular defense that it's all for one and one for all, and everybody gets a little piece of the pie.
I would say the biggest question, I'll start there, inside linebacker, only because after the starters, we know Justin Strnad, he held up during the season, right? He was a good reserve.
Yeah.
And they kept this kid, this undrafted free agent. It just seems like there's not much depth considering Dre Greenlaw has an injury past. Alex Singleton is coming off an injury. That, to me, seems to be the lowest of the reservoirs.
They're doing this. I think this is what's happening. Both fingers are crossed. Stay healthy until we can get Drew Sanders off IR. I think that's their thought process there.
Probably so.
Once he comes in, I think you feel a lot better about the depth there. But for the moment, Vic, you're right. It's pretty thin.
When you look at the tight end position, and no offense to Lucas Kroll or anybody else in that regard, but last year Evan Ingram only played in 9 games. I mean, this is probably very easy to say. If something happens to Courtland Sutton or something happens to Evan Ingram, it feels like the game plan is thrown out the window. And no offense to the guys behind them, but the only difference between you and the worst tight end room in the league again, and no offense to Troutman and Atkins and Girl, is Evan Ingram twisting an ankle. Is that fair? Is that fair enough to say?
Sure.
Okay.
You know where I think they're deepest? Corner. DB. Secondary.
I think they're pretty deep.
Yeah. I mean, to the point where they allowed Damari Mathis to walk. Now, I have it per sources. The Denver Broncos wanted Damari Mathis back at a discounted rate. He wouldn't take a pay cut. And so they cut him. And now he's off to find another team.
Is he one of the always forget how this works. How many years you have to be in the league to be not waived but released?
A vested veteran?
Yeah.
4 years.
4 years. So I think he's in that category, right? Where he's not on waivers. He now gets to sign wherever he wants to, I think.
Correct.
But yeah, you're right, Vic. I mean, I had no idea the cap hit was like 3.something, 3.4, 3.6, whatever it was. That's not a small number. It's not. For a guy who's going to be like 6th on the depth chart.
For a depth piece.
Yeah.
He's a depth piece. And the advancement and the way they cultivated the talent of Chris Abrams-Drain, and they got guys there now that they could throw. They got numbers they can throw at that position.
Right.
I don't want to cast aspersions as well on Halcheski or Pert or Crum or anybody, but if you lose a guard, if a Minor should be out for a little bit or a Power should be out for a little bit, who can step in and play that role? And play it effectively enough.
Again, backup offensive linemen are always tough to find, but
you've got tackles. You got 5 tackles on the team.
Well, some of those are swing guys. I think Palczewski's somebody that can do a little bit of both. You got right. Your backup center Forsyth can kind of jump in if he has to too. The thing is, and I think this is encouraging, when Sean Payton said yesterday 3 different teams called about Frank Crum, tells you a little something about depth as a backup offensive tackle. Remember, last year, Jeff Legwold said there was an injury that happened in camp that nobody's going to talk about, but he felt like it could have been the biggest injury of the offseason.
Quinn Bailey?
Quinn Bailey getting hurt as the sort of swing tackle to back up both left tackle and right was big. I think they might see Crum as that guy now. Him and Matt Pert both, because Pert got some work. If you remember when...
Is it Pert or Pert?
I think it's Pert.
Pert.
Matt Pert.
It's not Pert?
I don't think so.
You know what?
It's Pert.
You positive? It's not Pert.
Okay. I guess I'm not positive, Vic, but I'm pretty sure it's Pert.
I mean, I think we should get this right.
I don't have the pronunciation guide in front of me. We're just going to go with Pert for now. Because Pert, it sounds French. No. What's the matter? What, Moj? What?
If I wade into this conversation, I'm just going to get my butt kicked by both of you.
Do it.
Because the last name is the last name of the greatest drummer to ever exist as a human being. And you guys don't even know who the hell that is. And that's what
the guy that didn't have arms and legs for Def Leppard?
Why'd you walk away?
I don't know.
And actually, while Moser rage quits because while Moser rage quits because you guys don't know the drummer of Rush, here's the pronunciation of the Bronco in question.
Here with a newly signed tackle, Matt Pert. Matt.
See?
Oh, no way!
See? Thank you. You're welcome. Thank you, Vic.
How do you know she's right? And I'm not. How do you know that?
Because you're you.
You know what, though? We get so hung up. People make fun of you for mispronouncing names and stuff like that. You know who mispronounces, like, all of the names? Jared Bednar does that to his own players all the time. Like, all the time.
You know why I didn't believe you? Because you pronounced Dave Concepcion's name Dave Conception. That's why.
Yeah, because he's a baby.
Point is, you got a couple of guys that can back up the tackle spots, which are nice. Now, moving forward. See, now, Moj, you started a whole, like, who's the best drummer ever conversation.
And isn't it Neil Peart? Isn't that how he said it? It's not Pert, right? Isn't it Peart?
It can be either.
Oh, now it can be either, he says. Really?
Moj, I thought the best drummer of all time was that dude from Def Leppard that lost limbs.
Bonham is the best drummer.
Oh, yeah.
He had not best drummer ever. He just had a big kit. It's just, I don't want to talk about it.
Not doing this.
I'm not doing this.
Don't touch my drum set. Don't touch my drum set.
I really don't give a
Not doing this.
We're not doing it.
Did you touch my drum set?
Did you guys,
why are you all sweaty?
Did you guys see?
I was watching the episode Cops.
Did you guys see?
That was pretty intense.
What? This is, I think it's a dream. It would be a dream of all of ours, just for different reasons. What Russell Westbrook's been doing the last few days?
Well, I've been reading his fashion emails.
Have you been actually reading those?
Yeah.
What's he doing?
Nelly, I just sent you a DM. I want you to pull this up on the screen behind us, please. Russell's, like, not signed yet, which is weird.
No.
I mean, he's not. I don't know if he's going to be signed. The latest I saw about Russell Westbrook was that if it's not the Kings, they don't know if there's a team out there that wants him.
So we talking about Puerto Rico or Israel or something? What are we talking about?
He's staying in shape.
Okay.
He's still getting his shots up.
Well, is Tel Aviv an option? Remember the Tel Aviv rumors?
But he's doing it at a location that I think we all would enjoy. And imagine, Vic would love this for the hoops reason. Me and Moj would love this for another reason, as Nelly pulls this up behind us. He's hooping on a yacht. He's on a yacht in the middle of the water getting some shots up.
Have you guys ever played basketball on a cruise ship?
I've never been on a cruise ship, no.
Yeah. No. We did a Disney cruise, Caribbean cruise with the kids back in the day, and they had a hoop court up top.
I don't know if that's Westbrook either.
Yeah, how do we even know that's him?
There's
I can tell. That's him. That's him by that jumper. I could tell. Dude, I can tell who a person is by their jump shot form.
It's like a silhouette, of a jump shot.
That is exactly Russell Westbrook.
Well,
I know the jumper.
Him. We know it's him because if you listen closely to the video in the background, you can just hear this.
It may be a turnover. It may be a missed shot.
Oh, yeah.
Maybe a steal. Maybe a dunk.
That's him.
Maybe a missed three. Maybe a made three.
So, yeah, how do you make a shot on a boat that's rolling?
Moving.
It's
not easy.
It's yawing and
and it's windy.
Pitching, yawing, and rolling. How do you do that?
It's not easy, dude. You got to go to the rack. You got to go to the cup. Don't rely on jumpers.
I want nothing else
than to shoot hoops on a yacht.
I just want to shoot. I don't even need the hoop. Just get me on that boat,
dude.
Just get me on the boat.
Let me say this about
that's
Russell.
That's not even a boat, dude. That's a
It's
ship.
like a super yacht. Yeah, it's a ship.
Okay, so let's. And I hate to go here, but this is the truth. So, what is motivating Russell Westbrook at this juncture of his career? What's the motivation to come back and play?
Vic, I guess it would be. Well, I want to say championship, but I don't think
It's
that's
not that if you're playing for Sacramento.
I just think it's money. Let's get some last payday.
I think it's twofold. I think it's money and just the itch to play. You still got it in you. Still got it in you, man. And you got to get it out.
I think for him, it's still a desire to be like the man.
Yeah.
To be the guy where, like, the ball's in his hands, he makes a play happen, he gets to pump up the crowd.
Hey,
I almost feel like it's more of that.
Not to poke our former adversaries, but you know what country's got a lot of boats like that anchored in the old ocean?
Greece.
Yeah. So Panathinaikos. Give Russ a call. He'll shoot hoops on your boat.
He would be. I mean, if you thought Jonas Valanciunas was the biggest star of the league, Russ would probably be the biggest star of the league. He would be. Here, we'll do a trade. We keep Jonas. You guys get Russ. There.
Perfect.
Deal. Again, can listen to us anywhere on the Altitude Sports Radio app. It is powered by the Wilhite Law Firm. Injury lawyers go to wilhitewins.com. That's wilhitewins.com. Just got some news here from Brendan McNicholas.
My nose is bleeding.
Okay, bye.
Hold on.
Thanks for the update.
Hold on.
He looked panicked. All right. From Brett. Enough.
Vroom. Again, Nelly loves it.
Nelly,
good job, Nelly.
You give in to all of his worst impulses. Both of these two, actually. You give in to both of their worst impulses. Brendan McNicholas says this: for the third consecutive season, the Avs will make 17 appearances on U.S. national television. 8 games on TNT, 6 on ESPN, and 3 on ABC. The big network.
13 of those will be exclusive for. See, here's the thing. And are you going to go through the entire show with that sticking out of your face?
Goodness.
Do you want me to take it out?
Well, no, I prefer you don't. But when I did
I can take it out. You can see the effect. I'll do it right now.
But when I did it at training camp, you looked at me like I had a third head. Or second head. Whatever.
There is Moj from March 8th to March 8th to April 16th.
Yeah, I might as well take the month off.
There is 8 national television games in that time frame, with 7 of those being at Ball Arena.
Yep.
So why does the NHL wait to lay in the national games? The NBA, when they announce their schedule, it's all laid out there.
It's because it's up to the television networks, and so they want to do the NBA first, and then they go to the NHL second. I'm sure that's how it works. So they release it all at one time. I'll bet that TNT probably already had all their stuff laid out.
Isn't this the usual menu, though? Is it this?
Yeah, let me explain.
There's nothing different here. The Avs always are heavy on the national scene.
Let me explain.
It's just that's a ton for the last month of the season. That's a ton.
But here's what they can do. They can take up to 13 games exclusively every single year away from the local network, which is what they always do with the Avalanche. But they can take up to 17 games total, so they always take the max for the Avalanche. And so back when, Vic, there was the carriage issue and so on and so forth, and people would say, well, it's a national TV game. Why can't I get it? Well, because they take every game, even though we wanted to give it, but they wouldn't do it because it would be, how would I say it, unfair to other networks that don't have the carriage. Bless you.
Hey.
Figure out your body right now, bro. You got you're sneezing into the mic. You got stuff shoved up a nostril. Figure it out.
We have word from a reliable source that these national games that are usually late night, there's only one 8:30 start.
That's at Ball Arena.
At Ball Arena.
Yes. Only one.
And
That's
so
great
and
news.
12 will be exclusive.
And listen, is it 12 or 13?
12.
12, okay.
According to a person that would know.
But and those others,
my coffee now. I got coffee all over this table.
Okay.
What a
Yeah,
nerd.
rip off the tail. Okay, that's great. So just shut him off for a second, Nelly, please. He's a wreck. He's a mess. He's bleeding all over. So Brett,
Coffee.
I know. So the other 5 games, then it's called a side-by-side. So the national guys will do it for the rest of America. We will do it for the altitude in our area, our audience.
Wait, what's the? I remember we were just talking about.
And by the way, when the Avs weren't very good, a decade ago, let's call it whatever.
Yeah.
They hardly took any games, but now because they're so good, they take the maximum every single year because they can. And the Avalanche, let's be honest about it. It's a good thing. They're a huge draw. I mean, they're very appealing. The way they play the game, the players they have, how good they are, it's incredibly appealing to these networks, ABC, ESPN,
So this is the
TNT.
world. This is the world in which we live, where no longer can you rely on just one place to find the games. You're all over the place. So in the National Hockey League, Avalanche, all right, you can find the games on altitude. You can find the games on TNT. You can find the games, where else?
ESPN, ABC.
ESPN and ABC. So ESPN is one, ABC is another. So that's 4 different locales. That's it, right?
TBS get any?
No.
Okay.
Okay. So the NBA, you get Altitude. This is the Nuggets games now. You get Amazon. You get NBC. You get the Peacock, which is a product of NBC, but I'm going to label it differently here.
That's 4.
So that's 4. I'm trying to think. Is there
Prime?
I said Amazon.
You said Prime?
I said Amazon. Yeah.
What about no NBA TV?
No, that's it. 4.
That's it.
4. Okay.
That's that's crazy.
Wait, Vic, are they taking games that they're putting on the Peacock?
An Altitude Plus for each of these. Altitude Plus.
Yes, the app for yes.
By the way, take a look at Altitude Plus. It's nice.
It's killer. Yeah,
They've upgraded
it's
the heck
killer.
out of that sucker.
Yep.
Oh, big announcement coming soon about what we're going to have on Altitude Plus. Another big thing that's coming soon.
So I think what Vic's getting at.
It's the Brett Kane channel. It's like the Truman Show. It just follows me around 24/7.
Huge, yeah. Nobody would watch that, and that's not exactly a bonus on the app, okay?
Well, it's behind the paywall.
Do you want to have like
it's behind the paywall?
Okay,
man.
you want to have like your own Brett channel, right?
No, that would be miserable.
This is me on the range.
I don't want
this
anybody
is me
to
in
know
my
what I
basement
do
with my pants
outside
off, watching football.
No,
I
don't want that. I take it back. No, takes these back.
Brett, I'll watch a live stream of you drinking triple IPAs.
Yeah,
I'll pay for that.
I had some sandwiches with Brett yesterday.
You did?
It used to be you haven't arrived until you get your own what's it called? Website. You haven't arrived till you get a website, right? Get a website. Then it's get a YouTube channel. Now, everybody's got an app. Do you have an app? Moser, do you have an app? Everyone has an app.
Yeah, but let me explain. What Vic just mentioned on the Altitude app, the amount of stuff you're going to get, including, dual watch, everything else, it's going to be huge. So I know we can't make the announcements yet, Vic, about what's blah, 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 about the thing with the thing and thing. But the bang for the buck is going to be exquisite. The app is killer. Steve and Kevin kick butt. It's awesome.
If you gave me, for example, for the app, for the Altitude Plus viewers, if you gave me an Avs game with another camera just on Riker and Moser's mannerisms, just to see how Riker avoids the spit cup for an entire game, I might just watch that.
I would side-by-side it. I'm not even kidding. I think I would.
Where do you place the spit cup now? Where do you place it now?
And over, I'll show you.
No, seriously, what's the system? Because
Brett,
you did it.
Brett.
It's a good one. No, I like it.
Does it still hit?
Yeah, it still hits.
All right.
In all seriousness, though, you guys have got a system in place now.
Yeah, we have a total system. We have a lot of demarcation. Everything's great. No problem. But if you think that Riker is some choir boy just sitting over in his corner doing nothing, you're out of your mind.
I never said he was.
Okay, well then you're casting aspersions on me like I'm some sort of animated monkey up there when you ought to look at... Okay, we don't need to see that again.
Yes, we do. For those who... Animated monkey, everybody.
What was Michael Jackson's monkey? What was it? Bubbles?
Wasn't
that his chimp?
Chimps and monkeys are different things, dude.
No, whatever.
No, whatever. That's like saying whales are fish.
Okay, Chihuahua, Great Dane. They're very clearly different, but they're dogs.
Okay. Never mind.
They're monkeys. Okay.
Is a coyote and a chihuahua the same?
No.
Okay, but they're both from the canine family.
Yes.
Okay, chimps and monkeys are not the same, but they're from the primate family. What are you doing here?
What's this one?
He's just got videos
my
for
stuff.
days.
Look at Maxie. Look at Pete. He's like
the late great Peter McNabb.
Yeah, the late great Peter McNabb.
He's so over you.
He's a professional, and you're sitting there with a cellular teeth whitening mechanism. Oh my God! What is going
on? Look at that face. Oh my God.
You look ridiculous.
Those were the days. Anyway, so back to the national schedule.
It looks like for the people listening right now, Mose puts this UV light mouthpiece in, and it looks like he's got a rat hanging out of his mouth.
Like a rat tail. Yeah.
Yes.
To my phone. Back to the national schedule. They're very popular, both the Nuggets and the Avalanche, which is why, again, the Nuggets, Christmas Eve, Vic, or Christmas Day, what is it, 8:30 start time, something like that. They're both very popular. They're very appealing to the world and the country, and everybody else. So they take the maximum. It stinks for me because I want to be doing games.
Yeah.
It stinks. And same with Reichs and everybody else, and Kiefer and everybody, but Johnny Lyles, and it just, you want to do the games, but you understand it because
it's part of the deal.
They're that good. They're that good.
Stinks for us on the Nuggets side. We're doing, I think, 4 or 5 fewer games this year because the national folks picked up more games, and we've lost our first round of the playoffs. That's all on Amazon Prime now and NBC.
Yeah,
I hate that. I really hate it.
Hey, you pay $76 billion, you get the first round of the playoffs.
That's kind of the idea, man. You pay that bread.
Hey, you got $76 billion?
You kind of get to do whatever the heck you want.
Yeah. Hey, you pay $76 billion, you can do an entire broadcast with a cellular teeth whitener in your mouth.
You know what's crazy? The FanDuel Twitter account put this together. Think about this for a second. Amari Cooper is a Raider. Adam Thielen's a Viking. Keenan Allen's a Charger. And Brandon Cooks is a Saint.
That's so weird.
They're all back to the teams that they originally started with. Just like, what, a decade later?
Well,
Amari
Cooper was a Cowboy.
He's a Raider first, wasn't he? Amari Cooper started with the Raiders, I thought.
No, he was a Cowboy, then he became a Raider,
You sure about this?
I'm pretty sure. I could be.
He was drafted by the
he was
Oakland
a Raider.
Raiders in 2015.
You're kidding.
Yeah, he was a Raider.
Why did I think he was a Cowboy first? How long was he with the Raiders?
4 years. They did that old, hey, you were a first-round pick that worked. I don't want to pay that.
Yeah,
Leave.
it's like a decade ago, and my brain is it's juxtaposing his teams.
It always makes me
By the
laugh.
way, the Cowboys did not want to pay him either. You recall that, right?
Yeah. Is Vic having a nose episode again? Is that why you can't see him?
Did I go? What happened?
You're gone. You left me.
Sorry. I had a sudden nose swab.
He went behind the Altitude Plus paywall for a
Yes,
second
he
there.
did. Yeah.
We got to subscribe
Gotta pay
to
extra.
Only Vic.
Get that 76 Billy.
If I say you just mentioned some of these teams and these older players going back to these teams, I always think about this. If I give you, I'm going to play this game. Both of you guys have to answer at the same time. I'm going to name a franchise. I want you to say the first thing that comes to mind. It has to be a person.
Okay.
Are you ready?
So, just of all time?
All time franchise. Yeah, anything the first thing that comes to mind. You ready?
Okay.
Are you guys ready?
Yes.
Yeah. We'll start easy. Lakers.
Magic.
Kobe.
Knicks.
Ewing. I was gonna say Dave DeBusschere, but
Yeah, probably Melo for me.
Cubs.
Sammy.
Ernie Banks.
We need a full season of KB.
Denver Broncos.
John Elway.
Peyton for me.
Houston. That's his generation.
What do you mean?
It's generational. It's generational. I
Elway
get it.
stopped playing in 98.
I get it.
I was 8 years old.
Hey, you just heard Wellington Webb come on the show. He was talking about Gene Mingo and
Lionel Taylor.
Exactly. All right. Houston Astros.
Biggio.
J.R. Richard.
Actually, any of the Bs. Biggio,
Nolan
Bagwell,
Ryan,
Berkman,
Nolan Ryan,
any one of the three. Yeah.
God,
Well,
listen
but
to this.
agreed.
I love this. I love this game because,
Killer Bees.
because it's all I mean, you guys are 20 years apart, 25 years apart in a lot of these selections. J.R. Richard, man, for those, that's an amazing get. That's a great pull from the day. Okay, I'll give you another one. Ready? Let's go. Pittsburgh Penguins.
Sidney Crosby. Yeah.
Yeah, that's more.
I mean, it's contemporary.
Modern.
I mean, listen, they want.
You don't say Mario Lemieux?
No, but I mean, Crosby just pops in my head because he's still there. But you can go Lemieux and Yager. I mean, you can go. They won 2 Stanley Cups when Sidney Crosby was suckling at the teat.
All right, I got one for you. And the first
Yeah.
thing that came to my mind, I'll tell you what it is. L.A. Rams.
Oh my God! I was going to say Vince Ferragamo.
That's what came to my mind.
Is it really? Oh my God!
Vince Ferragamo.
Yeah, Vince Ferragamo.
You know what's weird, Vic? Is
where did Vince Ferragamo play his college ball?
Do you know who
he
Vince
didn't play
Ferragamo
college
is? Do you know who he is?
I know the name.
He came out of nowhere, and all of a sudden, they're in the Super Bowl.
Where did Vince Ferragamo? We were little kids, Brett. We were little kids. Where did he play his? Don't look it up.
I'm not looking that up.
Did he play Sac State?
No.
Why is this such a mystery?
Yeah, what? Just say it. Where'd he go?
He was a Husker.
Oh, I didn't know that.
He was
I didn't know
he was a corn Husker.
I had no idea.
Got to teach you guys everything, man.
Okay, you ready?
Yeah.
Ready? All right, last one. This is a game I play because I want to see Seattle Seahawks.
Jim Zorn.
Len Dawson. Go to a history book.
Jim Zorn.
Seahawks it's
beast mode.
Yeah, it's Russ or beast mode.
Got to be quick.
Yeah.
I got one for you, Moser. That came to my mind. Kurt Warner with a C.
Steve Largent with an S.
Kurt Warner was a running back for the Seahawks.
As opposed to Steve Largent?
Well, he said Kurt with a C.
Yeah.
Kurt Warner played his college football at Penn State, and he was a bad man.
You know Mavericks baseball. First thing that pops in your head.
Brett Cahone.
Yeah! Exactly right.
Nailed it.
Hell of a game.
Brett Cahone.
Last one.
Okay, hurry up.
Dallas Cowboys.
Roger Staubach.
Emmitt Smith's first thing that hit me.
Nelly, Dallas Cowboys.
Troy Aikman.
A lot of people are going to say Jerry Jones.
I don't think anybody would say Jerry Jones.
Well, there's another owner I'd say. If you said Raiders, I'd say Al Davis.
Settle down just a little bit.
If you said Raiders, I'd probably, again, Vic, this goes back to the time when I was like 6 years old, and I was just getting into sports at the time. I mean, Kenny Stabler and Dave Casper. And
You know what's sad?
John Matuzak. I can go on and on and on with those guys.
You know what's sad is a guy like Brett will never understand. And I don't, when I say understand, that's a wrong word. You never had the opportunity to be around a guy like Al Davis, who in years from now, they'll go back and think about Al Davis and it's like, no way. Was this like no way?
Hey, Brett.
He did what?
Al Davis would sit in the press box with us at Mile High.
And yell.
He was in the press box with us, schlubs.
Yeah, you should.
I'm not even kidding you. Had his towel. He had his towel. I'm not even joking, dude.
What was the towel for?
I don't know.
He wiped on it, touched on it, bit on it, all kinds of stuff.
It was like,
I'm
not trying to cast a spur. I'm not trying to make any allegations. It was like sitting near a member of a crime family, like the mob boss.
You are so right, Vic. I don't even know how to describe.
It really was.
Yeah.
I'll tell you this right now. I think that Al Davis is on to something. I've said forever. You should be able to cheer in press conferences. Who cares? Or press boxes. I hate it. You're very clearly. There's some people who are fans of the teams that they're covering.
You can't, dude.
Why?
You can't.
Because of what?
It's faux pas, dude.
You just can't.
It's like wearing a Broncos hat to training camp and interviewing people. You don't do that.
It's not like that at all. You're in the press box.
Are you saying that I did that?
Yeah.
I took the hat off during the interviews.
Hey, are we going to get Amy Trask on sometime
here's
this
the
year?
thing. Here's the thing. No, listen. This is important. Make no mistake. If I go to the press box, okay, you've heard me on this show.
Mm-hmm.
There is no hiding my allegiances here. So I got to fake it up there.
Yeah,
for who?
You're not going to the Broncos and the Lions though, and sitting at Mile High and cheering for the Lions. You're not doing that.
To be honest, the next time I see you in the press box will be the first time. So
It's
you don't
not
have
true.
to worry about it.
I've been there a few times. I hate it for this exact reason. By the way, I
I'm not
got
a
to
fan
pretend
either.
I'm in church.
The reason
Why would I want to go there?
I tell people this all the time. The worst place to watch a football game is from the press box. It's the worst. You're in an aquarium. You can't hear anything. You're far away. The monitors are tiny. It's awful.
And
It's
you're
the
always
worst.
sitting next to somebody. Hey, know what I did last week? I don't care. Why? It just becomes a conversation between people that
I don't disagree.
I hate it.
I don't understand anything that you said.
Leave me alone, Nate. I don't know. 303-504-0925. Again, maybe the biggest news of the day. We got to get back to it.
Oh,
we got to get back to it at least for a second.
Okay.
We'll do it next.
Yeah, I know we got to get to it. I know we do. But Vic.
No, just wait. Just wait.
I can hardly wait. All right, go ahead.
Take a lap.
Just do your thing.
All right, Vic. Keegan Bradley's made his picks for the Ryder Cup. Did you see that this morning? Just came out.
Mm-hmm. I'm looking at him right now.
He did not pick himself.
Yeah, he's been playing great golf. First of all, he won the BMW last year at Castle Pines. We all remember that. Won the BMW championship. He's been a consistent golfer. What is he doing?
He's currently 11th in the official world golf rankings.
Why do people... Can I ask a question about the captains in the Ryder Cup? I heard a golf podcast talking about this. That they're like, it's hard for a captain to play because he has to be aware of all the... You're just matching guys up and they're playing golf. What does he do when the round starts? What does that even mean? If you're good, then you help more by playing.
What he should have done, Vic, is this. Gone to the powers that be and say, look, I'm 11th in the world. I just won the BMW. I was right there at the Tour Championship. I was right there in the top 5.
Mm-hmm.
I'm playing great, maybe the best golf of my life, some of the best golf of my life. I can really help this team.
Somebody else captain.
Yeah, you know what? Give it to me in 27 or 29 or something like that when I'm a little bit older. But right now, I can help Team USA win this damn thing.
Can I ask you something? Is this... You
sound like a communist.
Me? What do you mean?
You don't agree?
What are you talking about?
He should be on Team USA.
I agree with you. I just said I agreed with you. I said, why do people think that captains need to be on the outside? I think he should be playing. He's good.
Whatever, Cuba.
Well, I can tell you.
Well, no, what I was going to ask, though, was... Well, now I can't remember because Moser accused me of being a communist, and I short-circuited.
I wish I could go to Beth Page for this.
What?
That would be... Wait, Moj, if you had one... had one event...
Sorry, to all you commies out there, I apologize.
One golf event.
Yes.
It would be the Ryder Cup. The Ryder Cup is as fun as it gets.
I think absolutely. I mean, I don't care if...
Because fans are allowed to be fans.
Hastings went to it in Italy when Europe rolled.
Buenos dias.
Peter McNabb went to a Ryder Cup back in the day. Listen, no matter what, whether it's here or it's across the pond, I've been putting in for tickets. Every 2 years I put in for tickets trying to get, of course, it's just like the Masters. I get rejected every single time. I would have gone to Rome last year, Vic.
Buenos dias. Wait, no, I remember my question. I remember now.
Okay.
Keegan Bradley not playing in this. Is this him attempting to be unselfish, or is this him being scared to play in it?
Both.
Okay.
I don't think he's scared.
I don't think he's scared. But if you're the captain and then you pick yourself and you don't play well, I mean, that's a pretty big responsibility.
Let me tell you something right now. If I was the caliber of golfer I am now, which includes how I played yesterday, I'm putting myself in the Ryder Cup. I'm going to play in that
You're
thing.
damn right.
I'm going to play.
I'm looking at the captain's picks, all right? Which of these would you replace with Keegan Bradley? And I'd say all of them, but whatever. Justin Thomas, Colin Morikawa, Ben Griffin, Cam Young, Patrick Cantlay, Sam Burns. Cantlay, say what you want. You may not like his style, but when it comes to international play, he's clutch.
So is Justin Thomas. I mean, these guys, I think Cam Young...
JT's pretty good in these.
These are all really good players. Even Sam Burns is... I mean, these are all really, really good players.
They're not... Listen, talent-wise, they're loaded, but talent doesn't always win.
Yeah,
We've seen Ryder Cups. You have some no-name European dude just shine and just whip up on everybody.
Yeah, it's
like Ian Poulter. Like Ian Poulter.
Well, he's not a no-name. He's
I know, but you know what I mean.
Have you seen that guy that does the impressions?
He's never won a major or anything like that, but at the Ryder Cup, he used to just kick everybody's butt.
You guys seen the impression? The guy does all the golf impressions, and he does Ian Poulter's, and it's hilarious. He goes, well, it was a bit difficult. It's just that guy has spot on for all of these different dudes. Now,
here's what I don't know who I replace, Vic, but what I do know is Keegan Bradley is playing some of the best golf of his life, and he's 11th in the world. You got to be on the right. I mean, you got to be on the Ryder. You got 12 guys in the Ryder Cup team. You're 11th in the world. You got to be on the team.
So, big story of the day, according to Vic. He said the biggest story of the day. Ralphie VI is, I was going to say put out the pasture. They're killing it, but it's
fired.
It's fired from their job. Yes.
Yeah, not retired, not walk away, Not resign, not, hey, it's fired.
Hey, Vic, although that may be the case, and I agree, she was fired, and that's what should have been said. The press release.
Yeah, this is what I don't get, man.
I haven't seen a press release that glowing about a human, let alone an animal. I mean, Brett, could you please find that press release again, please? And I can't believe what I heard coming out of Brett's mouth about the releasing of Ralphie VI from a responsibility.
I can read it for you.
Go ahead, Vic.
But hold on, let me explain to those people who don't know about Ralphie VI and about what we witnessed. She didn't want to do her job, okay? She was lazy. They couldn't get her to run. She refused to run.
She was fat and sassy.
She hated it. She was
embarrassed.
She embarrassed the university.
Against BYU in the Alamo Bowl. What the hell was that? That boded. As soon as you saw that out of the gate at the Alamo Bowl, you're like, all right, well, they're going to lose.
Really?
Yeah, I'm dead serious.
Yeah.
This is what I don't get. It's like what I don't understand.
Because you've never seen real Ralphie. I'm talking about real Ralphie. Listen to me. You've never seen a real Ralphie run in person, dude, and it is intimidating. I mean, it's thunderous.
Can I tell you something?
What?
I think it.
She's like,
stop taking that tone with me. I think the Ralphie run is one of the coolest things in college football for like a pregame routine. I really do. I think it's really, really neat. I don't think it has any bearing on whether you're going to hit somebody, on 4th and goal or not.
They're talking to my guy all wrong. It's
then why have it?
It sets a tone, bro.
What do you mean, why have it?
Do you know how? Hey, shut up. Just shut your mouth. Moser, you and I have been to a couple games where we've had the opportunity to sit up close, right?
Yep.
Do you remember what you and I? Everybody stop.
We got to get
Ralphie's about to run, right? Everything stops. Whatever you're doing pregame, whatever tomfoolery, whatever drinking, whatever social, everything stops. Everybody stops when Ralphie runs.
What's the same thing when I went to the Air Force game and they flew a B-2 over my head right before kickoff? I thought it was amazing.
Fine. If Ralphie doesn't run and decides to prance around and have some Grey Poupon, they ain't winning the game, bro. Game over. That's just the way it works.
Dude, you could not be more correct. I'm telling you right now, man. The moment I saw, and I know she was young in her career, I'm like, this Buffalo sucks. I'm like, I don't know where they got this Buffalo, but she doesn't want to do a damn thing.
Can I read the press release?
It's like they hit her with lewds. Yeah, go ahead.
I wish I would have been in charge of this press release. It would have been pretty simple.
Okay,
Ralphie
hold on,
fired.
No. Do your press release, then I'll do one. Go ahead.
Well, let me read the real press release.
Yeah.
University of Colorado's iconic live buffalo Ralphie VI, nicknamed Ember, is retiring after 4 years of service as college football's greatest mascot. Ember will now transition to a companion buffalo role, living with Ralphie V on their ranch. Due to an indifference to running, typical of many mammals, both four-legged and two-legged, it was determined that it was in Ember's best interest, based on her disposition, to focus on relaxing strolls on the pasture, which is her favorite hobby.
Right. Again, it sounds like they're putting mom in a nursing home. Okay?
Yes.
It does. The tone
should have
is
gone
so
straight to the
weird
barbecue.
me.
See, you relate to her, Brett, because you don't run either. You don't want to run. I get it. Can I do my press release?
Yes, have an indifference to running is the way I'd put it.
Can I do my press release?
Yeah, and then I got one afterwards too.
Okay. Dear Buffs Nation, want a steak?
Barbecue at 6.
Ralphie VI is gone, and we're gonna eat her. She's the laziest thing on four. She's the laziest thing on 4 legs in the history of the universe, and she embarrassed the program from day one. She never ever ran, not even one time. Anyway, you think she's gonna go out to some pasture in Montana? Barbecue at 6. BYOB.
Can I do mine?
That's my press release.
Can I do my press release? Here's mine. Ready?
Yeah.
No press release?
I would put a new bison in there, and nobody would know the difference.
Exactly. Yeah.
I wouldn't have to say a word about what animal it is, because you'd never tell. The difference between the animals.
I know. The fact that they're naming them and giving them titles and
like Moser.
Whatever.
When the good boy juice box passed.
Oh, Jeffrey, good boy.
And you got a new dog.
We still miss that dog a lot, by the way.
I could tell it's a new dog because it's another breed. It's another breed of dog.
Right.
Now, if it was a dog that you've seen that's a golden retriever like 5 times, and then you came to my house and you saw another golden retriever, you'd probably have a hard time telling the difference between the two.
Well, maybe, but Ralphie VI.
I know this because my neighbor has 2 Kane Corsos that are great dogs, but they look horrifying.
I know they do.
But two Kane Corsos.
Identical.
Guess what? Don't know which one's which. Have no idea. One's Zeus and one's Onyx, and I don't know which one's which.
Vic, would you agree with me? Agreed. Would you agree with me, though, Vic? Mm-hmm. Ralphie VI, she didn't even look the part. She never acted the part. She never looked the part. I don't know where they got her, but never go back there again. I don't know who her parents were, but they must have been on the pasture smoking weed. I mean, I don't know what
too much
else to
PlayStation,
say.
Too many video games. Get out and jog.
Exactly.
What did that guy say
sports.
earlier? Gen Z Ralphie VI only lasted 3 years. Surprise, surprise.
If you want, just give me an animal that runs. Like I got rabbits all over the place here. Put a rabbit out in that cage. Let's go. Run it. I don't care what the hell it is.
So hang on. Just to be clear. Vic first posited that when Ember, Ralphie VI, did not run in the bowl game, they knew right then and there the team was dead.
Yeah.
And then he said, well, just put a rabbit out there and run. It's the same
Rabbit will
thing.
run.
It's the exact same thing.
But Vic is correct. Brett, she didn't even limp. She wouldn't do anything. She sat there like a big fluffy ball of nothing. It's embarrassing. When you look at the other, Brett, you had to have been there for other Ralphies. It is the most thunderous, tremendous thing you can think of in college football.
All right. But again, instead of the press release, I got an idea. Have a new one. And don't tell anybody. They won't know the difference. I promise you.
No, they will. You go from an animal that you can't cattle prod into even taking a step to one that's full board charging people down. Dude, they have a heart. When those handlers, you need like seven or 8 of them, and their hats are flying off, and they can't even keep up with the buffalo, bro.
Get on there, get on there.
Never mind.
Get on there, strike on there, get.
And that recaps the biggest story of the day. Back after this. Circa Sports available right now, and there's no better time than now to jump on with Circa. Football right around the corner. How about this Saturday? You can hear the game, 10 o'clock right here on Altitude Sports Radio, Texas at Ohio State. All these high-profile, big-time games can be found this weekend on the Circa Sportsbook with all of the odds that you could imagine. Circa Sports is the absolute best. Tight money line splits, low holds, and excellent customer service. And when you get to that game on Saturday, first of all, CU is a 4-point dog on Circa against Georgia Tech. And then Saturday, the big game, Ohio State 1.5-point favorites over Texas. Find that and so much more. Download the app right now or go to circasports.com. And always remember, any gambling problem, call or text 1-800-GAMBLER.
Shiloh had,
Yeah.
some bad. It's just have you talked to him and how are his
Oh,
spirits?
most definitely. He's my son. I'm proud of my kids, all of them, and I prepared my kids for any and everything that could possibly happen in life and in sports. That's part of fathering. That's part of parenting. That's part of having a relationship. So he is mentally where he needs to be, physically where he needs to be. We're praying that he gets another opportunity to go with a team. But if he doesn't, the plans have already been put forward to what he's going to do next. So Shiloh is a man of many talents. I don't know if you guys know, he's a man of many talents, and he's going to be straight. All the Sanders are going to be straight, with or without football. You better believe that. You better believe that. I take care of mine, and I've always have, and y'all know what I mean. You better believe that.
Steon yesterday was asked about Shiloh being cut from Tampa. Again, there's a larger group of people than I would have expected that are like surprised that Shiloh didn't make the roster. Like Shiloh he was a good college player, physical, safety, hits. Never struck me as NFL talent. Just being honest, he didn't. And maybe he can find somewhere to latch on. I have no idea. But am I wrong on this? Like, I'm not. Should you be surprised that Shiloh didn't make the team?
No, and that's where it's hard being a coach and a father at the same time. I mean, it puts Prime in a tough spot. He loves his kids. Beautiful baby boy.
Beautiful baby boy.
Beautiful baby boy. Loves them, as any father should, and cares for them and wants to make sure they're taken care of, as he so eloquently put there. You better believe that. They're going to be taken care of. That's fine.
Yes.
But at the same time, one player's better than the other. That's just a fact.
So we already got like a lot of news going on right now. This is the day that people are going to end up on practice squads after clearing waivers and blah, blah, blah. The first one here, Sam Ehlinger is back on the Broncos practice squad.
Good.
So he is signed back on there. I wondered if he would got any attention to be a 2 somewhere else. But
it said he had some overtures from other franchises, other teams that wanted him for the active squad, and I find that hard to believe and that he's coming back on the practice squad here.
Yep. So
if you're an NFL player, and he's only been in Denver a short amount of time, and you have an opportunity to be on a 53-man as opposed to a practice squad, I don't buy that.
Yeah, I don't buy that. Well, financially, it's a big hit.
Yeah.
Financially.
Yeah,
I don't know if I buy that.
I don't know if I do either. Just some other things here. This is from Schefter this morning.
By the way, Calvin Throckmorton's back.
He's also on the practice squad?
Correct.
Okay, if you see any of these, just go ahead and throw them in there.
And again, his block, man, it's my favorite block of the preseason. Go ahead.
Here's an update from Adam Schefter that does affect some Broncos things because it affects the division. The NFL is aiming for at least a potential 6-game suspension for Rashee Rice in Kansas City. Stating back to that, they say it's a violation of the league's personal conduct policy. I would think that's dating back to that car incident that he had, right? Where he was going like a $120 on the highway, hit a car, fled the scene, that sort of thing. He said the suspension would kick in at the start of the season, is the report here.
The Broncos, well, he'll be back by the time the Broncos play the Chiefs.
Yes, but remember, I don't know if it's going to be different now. I didn't see the Chiefs having a whole bunch of like studly skill position talent that was helping out Mahomes last year, and he was, I think, probably outside of Kelsey, your most dynamic option. It's a big loss if he's going to be gone for, and remember, it says at least 6, so we'll see what happens with that.
Well, they don't play the Chiefs until week 11. So I would think he'd probably be back by then.
Yeah.
I would think.
Here's the other thing I noticed is from Brett McMurphy, and it's amazing how much different college football is. There were so many rules, even when I was in college, about what you were allowed to do and not allowed to do with student athletes and blah, 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 right? Chipotle is giving every scholarship and walk-on student athlete at Florida, Georgia, and Ohio State a customized card granting them free Chipotle for the duration of their respective athletic seasons. That from Brett McMurphy.
Wow. What,
And
where?
Mike-
Georgia? Where? Georgia?
Florida, Georgia, and Ohio State.
Wow.
That sounds like the greatest gift in the world.
You think an offensive
Now-
lineman's going to eat a Chipotle every day? You're dang right they are.
Here's what pisses me off.
Well, how much, though?
Those schools have the most unbelievable catering and training tables that you're going to find.
True.
You know who could have used that? Me. I could. Georgia, Florida, and Ohio State athletes, football players don't need that.
It
they
sounds-
get 5-star meals every day.
You don't produce revenue for the university.
So?
Brett. It sounds like something
That I would
could
use. Yes. Not fair.
By the way, Ryan Harris texted at us. He said that they can sign guys on the practice squad to more than the minimum. So they can have higher salaries on the practice squad, larger salaries than the minimum. So maybe an opportunity to earn the same kind of money on the practice squad with the Broncos was more appealing.
Could be
Because
like the
certainly
situation.
he's not getting a backup job with anybody. That's for dang sure. Those are all secured. But to be on an active 53, I don't know. I'd like to be on a 53.
Well, yeah,
And by the way, he's going to be the emergency on Sundays anyway, right?
So he's still going to suit up every Sunday, but it's going to take both of the guys to get hurt for him to be in the game.
Correct.
Like, here's what can't happen. Bo Nix goes down with an injury. Stidham throws 4 picks on 4 passes, and they go, all right, well, we need to bail out of this. They both have to get hurt.
Correct.
That's the rule. But just a few updates here. And again, I'm sure these practice squad signings will start trickling in throughout the course of the day today. Man. So you said Throckmorton's already back?
Yeah.
Throckmorton and Ellinger so far, the two that I've seen back on the practice squad. Again, that's another one of those. They can be tough decisions on who you keep and who you don't there. I just wonder, do the waiver claims come through? Like, does that mean those are done? All the waiver claims, are they processed now? Now, Ellinger is a different story. Well, no, he's not, because he's only, 3 years in the league?
No, Ellinger was a vested veteran for whatever that's worth. So it means he could sign with anybody.
Okay. So that's different. Yeah, I don't know how the process works. This is the bird rights aspect of the NFL that I don't get, is that cut down to 53, the waiver claim process, and blah, blah, blah. That I don't understand.
I wonder, I just got to be thinking here. I wonder how many schools have retired their mascot because it just wouldn't do its job. Like, I think about Uga. Like, Uga just, I mean, that fat dog that bulldog just sits there, right? Actually, he tried to bite that Auburn player one time. Remember that? On the sideline?
He did.
He tried to bite. Yeah. He tried to bite a guy. That's doing your job.
That is doing your job.
If you've got an opposing team coming to your sideline and you jump in the air, remember that guy had to jump out of the way. He's like, Jesus Lord. And if you've got Bevo chasing down Uga in the bowl game, getting in his pen, breaking out of his pen, I should say, trying to get the bulldog, the cow is doing his job. That steer is doing his job, right?
So, yes. By the way,
Mike at LSU trying to attack the costume mascot Auburn Tiger. He's doing his job. Ralphie didn't do her job.
Vic, I looked up, maybe you're onto something here, when you said when Ralphie VI walked instead of ran at the bowl game, you knew that the Buffs were done.
We all did.
And I said, I don't think that's how you base wins and losses.
100%.
And then I went back. The Bevo Uga game was the 2019 Sugar Bowl. It's where Bevo, the Texas mascot, tried to gore the bulldog in Georgia.
He broke out of his pen on the sideline.
Texas did win by a touchdown in the Sugar Bowl that year. I mean, they really did.
Vic, in Notre Dame, did the guy in the leprechaun costume ever just like smoke weed and fall asleep underneath the stands or something?
Dude, those people are on scholarship. They got to be very ready to go.
least
They're on full rides. You don't understand that?
The least intimidating mascot. It might be your fighting Irish guy.
No, the
You
least.
mean there's nothing intimidating about an undersized guy with a beard going like this?
An undersized, skinny man with a beard who fights like he's in Gangs of New York. No, that doesn't scare me.
You know, something hit me yesterday.
Vic, the lamest mascot in major college sports is the Stanford tree.
The tree's pretty bad.
It's
pretty bad.
Joke,
it's
though. It's
so
fun. It's supposed to be.
It's lame. It's lame.
It's not supposed to be intimidating.
I don't care.
I'll tell
It's lame.
The most intimidating human mascot is whatever that BYU Cougar guy who does the push-ups all the way up the tables. That guy, not messing with him. No, thank you.
Well, I remember the Florida State games where the dude would come on
Seminole
and just throw that spear into the ground.
A little scary, yeah. He's got a weapon, like a legitimate weapon. What is it? Wait, Oklahoma State, don't they have like Yosemite Sam? The rootin' tootin'.
He's got
pew, 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 pew.
Yeah, he's
that
got
guy.
that.
Now, if those guns are real, I mean, that guy probably takes the cake.
Listen, Oklahoma. The Sooner Schooner is pretty. That's
Dude,
pretty
I saw
awesome.
the Sooner Schooner topple
crash.
once.
Yeah, it's crashed.
No, hang on.
It's the Sooner Schooner is pretty awesome.
Everybody stop for a second.
What?
I have one that's worse than Vic's, and I would say worse than the tree. It's the guys in Texas. They go like this. Hey!
No, that's A&M.
Yeah,
that's
A&M.
Yeah.
The A&M boys. What do they say? What do they say? Does
What do they call
anybody
them, the
remember?
Rowdies?
What do those guys say when they do that stupid?
They do like a
hey! And that guy.
You know,
I know those guys are like military.
Yeah.
Don't care. Least intimidating person in the world.
Tennessee's got Smokey the Hound Dog, right? I'll bite you.
I like Smokey.
Alabama's got that stupid that fuzzy elephant. That's pretty lame.
I
It's not even a real elephant, man. If you had like a real elephant trampling down the field, that would be scary.
If my wife knew that I was that guy from Texas A&M, there's no way she'd.
It's not one guy; it's a bunch of guys. By the way,
there's no way.
When I worked in Austin, I went to many of A&M gatherings, and I went to the bonfire before they no longer do the bonfire. They no longer do the game, but the A&M rallies, I would be in the crowd going, "What the hell is going on?"
Yeah, it's just so weird,
dude. Like everybody would be in unison. I'm like, "What? Why is that guy screaming into his hands?"
And you guys know this. You guys know how lame this looks, right? You know it. Anyway, Nelly, fact checker, please.
Nelly monitors the mistakes in today's Fact Checker. Presented by Rock Plumbing, Heating, and Air Conditioning. Your local home comfort specialists. RockHeating.com. Rock, bringing comfort home and simplifying your life.
If we're talking about the good, the bad, and the ugly of college mascots, I'm going to cast a vote for creepiest for the Cal Bear for Oski.
Yeah.
Oski's probably got to be the worst out there. I mean, and this one he's holding a cupcake, which I think adds to the...
This looks like the dude from The Shining. Remember when in The Shining, there's the guys that are in the bedroom, there's the weird scene?
Yeah.
That looks like that.
Too much smiling there.
Yeah, if you had like a real bear on the sideline that could maul people, that's something, man. It's a golden bear. It's a golden bear. I mean, it doesn't scare anybody, man.
No, not at all. All right. Find the podcast, iTunes, Spotify, Moser, Lombardi, and Kane is where you find that.
Barbecue's at 6.
Have a great life, Ember. We barely knew ye. Talk to you guys tomorrow. Love you. Bye.
Sure it does. Yeah. And it's more likely to happen if you have a deeper roster. It's more like, in other words, I had mentioned earlier that, hey, I think there'll be some players that play on other teams' rosters. And one was DeBon in a trade, but that's part of the deal. But that's why the meeting last night was long.
I'll get somebody else to ask these questions, man.
Well, we have a roster coach. Cut day has come and gone, and the Broncos decide not to retain the services of third quarterback Sam Ehlinger. He ends up being one of the final cuts yesterday before that 2 p.m. deadline. So the Broncos go into the 2025 season with high hopes upon both Bo Nix and backup Jarrett Stidham, your tight ends.
Sammy gone? Did he clear waivers? Has he been acquired? Has he been
It's a 24-hour process, so hold your horses there, Sparky. Nate Adkins,
What's your
Ingram.
bet? What's your bet? Is my guy Sam Ehlinger going to end up being on the practice squad?
No, he's too good. He'll be picked up by a team as a third string quarterback.
My prediction is that he ends up.
He's too good. He'll be on another team. He's been in the league for too long. Teams, when you're looking for an emergency third quarterback, I think don't want to have the PR nightmare that Kevin Stefanski has on his hands in Cleveland. Like it is way easier of a job.
Oh, hot news!
No,
coming in hot, and the Sandman is right yet again. QB Sam Ehlinger, according to Mike Kliss, 9 News, is signing back to the Broncos practice squad. Per source, had multiple 53-man jobs as number 3, but as he said, following a stellar preseason performance in New Orleans, he's sold on the Broncos' direction and Peyton's offense, and he's bullish on Bo.
I could have sworn he was going to go to like a crappy team like New Orleans.
Yeah, you were trying to tell me that I didn't know what I was doing.
I didn't say that. I just thought that he was good enough to be on another team, which I stand by.
Okay, so little did people know, Sam Ehlinger, because he's been in the league long enough.
All right, hold. You guys on the text line, I get it. It happened 12 minutes ago. Sue me.
What'd they say?
Everybody
knew. Everybody knew that Sam Ehlinger.
Sorry, I wasn't following Kliss's tweet 19 minutes ago.
You're supposed to. That's our job.
I'm running around trying to find coaches. He's nowhere to be found around the studio.
Oh, and the all-name team, man. Veteran guard Calvin Throckmorton has signed back to the Broncos practice squad, and that is news as of 4 minutes ago. Oh, yeah. We're getting back, man. We got all the guys.
Well, that's good news, man.
Give me some Joaquin Davis, baby. I want the morning sprint to just be full of our training camp favorite hits. I want a Joaquin Davis. I'll take a Jerwan Newton. Why not take a Michael Bandy while we're at it, huh? Just keep signing these guys to the practice squad.
Big old practice squad. Your tight ends that make the team: Nate Adkins, Evan Ingram, Lucas Kroll, who Coach hates, Adam Troutman. Your 4 running backs: Tyler Bidet, J.K. Dobbins, R.J. Harvey, and Jaleel McLaughlin. The big news coming out yesterday: Michael Burton's season-ending injured reserve.
That was a bombshell.
That was a bombshell.
So was it did it end up being a hamstring that was just torn all the way and needed to be surgically repaired? If I'm not mistaken, I got you. KJ's trying to help me out over here. Nobody's logged into this computer, it feels like, in years, man. It was just a dark screen over here.
Vic was here yesterday.
Okay.
Maybe if he came into the studio at 9:58.
Really? I'm pretty sure that I was here. Do you want to check the records? I was here 38 minutes early, guy. So easy on the easy guy. Just because you're pissed that you don't follow Mike Kliss as closely as I do or KJ does.
I'm sorry. I was looking through the Keegan Bradley captain's picks.
Don't
for
choose
the Ryder
violence
Cup.
with me, Raj.
Do
Do not choose violence with me.
I was more excited about that.
I am in mid-season violence form, okay? Do you understand me?
Yeah, it was a torn hamstring that needed surgery.
Okay.
So he'll be on season-ending IR. You take in 4 running backs. You have to hope that one of those tight ends can slot in a fullback role, or you find a way to bring in another guy as the season goes on. Your offensive linemen: Garrett Bowles, Frank Crum, Alex Forsyth, Mike McGlinchey, Quinn Miners, Alex Palczewski, Matt Pert, Ben Powers, and Luke Wattenberg. Your wide receivers are Pat Bryant, Troy Franklin, Marvin Mims, Trent Sherfield, and Cortland Sutton. That's your 2025 offense as it stands today.
I'm good. I think they're good decisions that have been made. The one disappointing draft pick, well, I'm going to say that there have been 2 disappointing draft picks based off of what we've seen thus far in training camp. It's really your 7th round and 6th round draft picks. Your punter yet is not giving you all the fuels of being able to sleep well at night. In Jeremy Crawshaw, the 6th round pick, and then your 7th round draft pick, the project, Caleb Lohner, was waived. I wouldn't be surprised if Caleb Lohner also clears waivers.
I wouldn't be surprised either.
He ends up as a practice squad.
He doesn't have enough football experience for someone to go, yeah, I'm going to take him on the 53.
I didn't gather that Sean Payton had a ton of warm fuzzies about Caleb Lohner.
No, the last time that he spoke about Caleb Lohner, remember what the comment was?
It's like, you got to get going, man.
Yeah, we're running out of time.
Got to get going, bud. Yeah.
It wasn't, man, he's super green and we're going to take our time with him and he's going to be hopefully a developmental player for us for the next 2-3 years. When someone asked about Lohner's development, it was very clear. He's not coming along like I thought a player of that athletic build could.
I loved listening to the 9 News broadcast on Saturday morning and Ryan Harris acknowledging that he has been the charter member, if not the founding member of the Caleb Lohner Broncos fan club.
The only member. I barely noticed Caleb Lohner all of training camp. Let's be very honest.
He was just kind of a guy, man. What's funny is that you would think even his size would stand out. Not really. He kind of looks like just a run of the mill practice squad, undrafted free agent looking tight end. He is what he is, man. He's a project that might not materialize.
The hope is that you get him back because he's so fresh.
It would be, if you get him back, at least it doesn't look like a completely wasted draft pick. And I get it. 7th round draft picks, it is what it is.
I don't know. Turned a 7th rounder into a 7th and a 4th.
Yep. That the precedent has been set that the standard of a 7th round draft pick by way of Devon Vele should be a good pick.
Maybe if we're talking about Caleb Lohner moving forward and it doesn't pan out, chances are it's not going to, right? Most 7th rounders don't.
It doesn't feel that way.
Most 7th rounders are selling insurance within like 4 years, 3 years, 2 years.
Or they're on the radio.
Or they're on the radio. Or they aren't even 7th rounders. Maybe the lesson to take.
They're coaching high school football and moonlighting as a radio guy.
Maybe
Thanks, KJ.
The lesson to take here is select a guy who you know can play. Because then maybe you can turn him into some more draft assets down the road that you'll be able to use.
Yeah, that's what the Broncos have done. I think recently fairly well. This draft, though, I think this draft is going to end up being even more significant in the non-quarterback space than the 2024 draft. Because I think Patrick Bryant's going to be a star. I believe that Jahdae Barron is going to be a bona fide defensive weapon, and he is going to be taking the football away and creating takeaways via interceptions and sack strip fumbles as a nickel. And I actually think R.J. Harvey's going to hit. I do. I think he's going to hit. And it's going to be in due time. It's not going to be in the first 3-4 weeks. You'll have a couple of highlight plays, but I think you're going to end up hitting. And then the guys, man, that I'm really excited about, man, are your front 7 players that you acquired from the Southeast Conference, which is where you want to get front 7 players. Savion Jones, the interior defensive lineman that can play basically anywhere on the defensive line. And then I'm very excited that Q Robinson made the roster too. Q Campbell, excuse me. I've coached a Q Robinson in my. That's the hard part. When I have a Q, I coached Q Robinson at Western Kentucky. Ended up playing the NFL. Q Campbell.
Your corners: Chris Abrams-Drain, Jahdae Barron, Jaquan McMillan, Riley Moss, and Pat Surtain II. Your safeties are Talanoa Hufanga, Brandon Jones, Devin Key, PJ Locke, and JL Skinner. Any head scratchers from the safety department that like one of Skinner and Key wasn't let go?
Well, I was happy about it. just because
Yeah,
I think they're both really good special teams contributors. And then I love the fact that one of my players that I coached from his freshman year at Western Kentucky is still on an NFL roster, and Devin Key. He's actually one of my favorite players my first year there. Nobody was talking about him. I'm like, that guy can play. That guy's an NFL safety and a special team demon. Yep, still here. And then obviously JL Skinner and the length. He gives you a different body type in the special team space because he is a 6'4" safety. And that's a
With
rare breed.
Arms that
they never
reach
end.
his calves.
They never end. His arms never
insane.
end. They are infinite. It's crazy. It's really cool.
Linebacking core with the outside linebackers, Nick Benito, Jonathan Cooper, Jonah Ellis, Q Robinson, and Tillman makes the team as your final outside linebacker. Your inside linebacking core is held to just 4 players: Dre Greenlaw, Kareem Reed, Alex Singleton, and Justin Sternot. I still think there's an ability to go out and get another inside linebacker that can make a difference on game day. And I really, really hope it's Isaiah Simmons. If you're going to take a chance on a player, right? Like we were talking about the Caleb Lohner project as a 7th rounder, not really haven't played football, and hopefully he can do something down the road for you if he ever learns how to play the position, right? Freakish athlete, former basketball player, large body. I'd rather take a chance on a guy as a reclamation project, right? This is something that Sean Payton does, especially at the quarterback position. He will take a reclamation project, just look at Zach Wilson, and say, I can turn you into something that's not necessarily a starter, but I can turn you into something that is coveted around the league. Coveted enough that you are now a backup in Miami. Coveted enough that I think that, like, if Jarrett Stidham was out there on the trade block, you and I agree, could you get a 4th for him? For a team that's, like, very needy? Right? He's able to turn that position.
Is he better than who the New Orleans Saints just announced as their starting quarterback in Spencer freaking Rattler?
The answer is yes.
That guy's awful. And anybody who said that he was really exciting coming out as a potential draft pick, and there were some Broncos people that were saying, hey, draft in the first 3 rounds and then you'll be great getting Spencer Rattler later. No, you won't.
It's a lot of people falling in love with the high school version of Spencer Rattler.
Yeah, and the fact that
5-star that never turned into anything.
And he was on a documentary, The Quarterback or something. It was a high school documentary. It was nauseating for me. I watched that and I was like, I would never touch that player with a 10-foot pole at any college or NFL franchise.
So if Peyton is able to do this whenever he wants with a quarterback, even Sam Ehlinger, right?
Yep.
Re-signed to the practice squad. I thought
you're gonna get ROI, big time ROI on either one of those 2 quarterbacks yet again, because you already did it with Zach Wilson.
And then if you don't get the return on investment from one, the other one becomes your backup,
which is totally fine.
It's perfect.
It's
so if
totally
Sean
fine.
Payton is able to do that with quarterbacks, shouldn't you afford your defensive coordinator the same?
What position?
Inside linebacker. This is a guy who I had in Arizona, who is a 1st-round pick, who has been crap in the NFL for the last 2 seasons because
rehabilitation project to create some semblance of value.
If Sean is able to do it, Vance should be able to as well. 303-504-0925 is where you can reach us today. I'll make sure that I stay on top of Clissy Poo's Twitter for the rest of the day.
Sorry, Clissy Poo.
Keegan Bradley was making his captain's picks, baby. I had to pay attention, and it was very disappointing. That's Coach. I'm Raj. It's Altitude. Before we get back into the Broncos' 53-man roster ahead of week 1 of the NFL season, if you guys didn't see this morning, the Team USA Ryder Cup selections have been announced by Captain Keegan Brown. Your selections are Justin Thomas, Colin Morikawa, Ben Griffin, Cam Young, Patrick Cantlay, and Sam Burns. Keegan Bradley is the American captain this season, 2 years after being left off the team as a captain selection when he maybe should have made it. It was devastating to him. So what they did this year is they're like, hey, you got left off the team a couple of years ago. You're going to be the captain at Bethpage Black at the end of September. What they didn't know is that Keegan Bradley would turn into like the 15th best player in the world over the last 2 years.
Which we like.
He didn't choose himself to play. So he will not become the first playing captain at the Ryder Cup since Arnold Palmer did so in 1963.
Well, why would he not choose himself to play? Is there maybe an injury?
No injury. He just said that he was going to play a number of months ago, and then there were other guys that played their way onto the team, and he went, this is the decision I'm making. I think it's a little soft. I think it's a little disappointing. I like storylines and juice and a playing captain at home in New York, a course that he grew up playing on when he was at St. John's playing collegiate golf. I thought it would have been cool, but I don't know. He chose like Colin Morikawa over him, and I suppose a guy who's got major championships deserves to be.
Big Colin Morikawa guy?
No.
Yeah, just a guy.
I wouldn't say just a guy. He's won 2 majors, but the majors he won were in the middle of COVID and just after. So I think they're a little bit of like Lakers asterisk-y, and I just think he doesn't. There's no juice to him for me. I don't go to the TV and go like, oh, I gotta watch Colin.
It's got a little bit of that. I keep talking about like Lucas Kroll as a receiving tight end.
Yeah, sure.
He is a ham and egger, ham and egg sandwich. Just okay. Solid.
He's got 2 majors.
Fine. Ham and egger. Yep.
I don't know if you can call him Lucas Kroll. Who's a tight end who had a couple of like amazing seasons and then was like, who the heck are you anymore?
I mean, I wouldn't say Lucas Kroll's had an amazing
right,
season.
That's why I'm saying you can't call Colin Morikawa Lucas Kroll.
Yeah, that's a tough one. It seems like once a tight end breaks through,
they stay there.
They're kind of an established
KJ
guy.
in my ear just said Julius Thomas.
Okay.
I could give you that. That's pretty solid, man. Who was Julius Thomas after he signed in Jacksonville? Nothing, and now he's like a doctor. He's just a genius. He saved his head, and he's got
I'm a pool man, not a doctor.
He's probably got $65 million in the bank right now. I don't know what he signed for in Jacksonville, but I'm sure it was a big ticket after what he did with Peyton Manning. Is there a tight end on this roster that you think can make that type of impact? Can Evan Ingram make the Julius Thomas impact?
Yes, and yes. It is going to be Evan Ingram and maybe the Colin Morikawa comp from the 926 on the Shop Mazda text line. Darren Waller's
that was
a nice flash in the pan, and then Kelsey Plum stole his soul from him.
Was Darren Waller ever an All-Pro?
I think he may have been.
There were a couple of seasons in there.
The Raiders with Gruden was when he was.
He's a Pro Bowler once. He was the comeback player of the year. He finished 3rd in that vote in 2019. So I think that's pretty solid. 2 really solid, like 1,100-yard seasons and then nothing.
Great addition there from the 926.
Really
we appreciate our Shop Mazda texters. Evan Ingram is going to have a monster year. Okay, I saw what I needed to see out of training camp. I saw the acceleration, the burst, some of the same things that I was looking for in terms of Sean Payton. A Sean Payton offense isn't going to throw the ball vertically to tight ends. You're not going to take a 7-step drop, 2 hitches, and throw a complex downfield shot route to a tight end. But guess what you are going to do? You're going to throw the ball short to intermediate, and you want run after catch players. That is the Sean Payton West Coast offense. In rhythm, get bow completions, put the ball in the hands of playmakers that can break a tackle and utilize acceleration and speed to turn maybe a 5-yard down the field completion into a 58-yard completion, which is what we saw in preseason game 2 from Evan Ingram. Proof of concept. You got it. He is a run after catch savant, just like the best in the game right now in terms of run after catch, certainly at the tight end position, maybe period. And why I loved him so much of the possible fit with Sean Payton was Brock Bowers. Evan Ingram is Brock Bowers light. With more experience, with more, he's got more banked reps in the National Football League than even Brock Bowers does. But when you looked at Brock Bowers at the combine, you didn't see a monster. Like I was there. I walked right by him. I'm like, oh, is that guy?
Yeah, compared to like what you saw at a Tyler Warren this year.
Tyler
You
Warren,
just see
you look up, you're like,
you see
oh
a
my
mountain.
gosh, is that Thor? Or last year or 2 years ago, Sam Laporta, big tight end, big physical presence. This is the archetype for Sean Payton because it's a run after catch tight end. It's a guy that's got acceleration, burst, break tackles. It's almost like Jimmy Graham. Yep. It's almost as if this is the type of player, and this is why I liked Harold Fannin Jr. in this draft class. It's the really big running back that plays tight end. Like really big. Like 3 inches taller than your average running back and 30 pounds heavier than your average running back. That's what I feel like you get with Evan Ingram, and that's what Brock Bowers was, and that's why I coveted him so much when I was covering this draft 2 years ago.
Julius Thomas in his 2013 and 2014 Pro Bowl seasons when he had 12 touchdowns apiece with Peyton Manning throwing him the football. Had 788 yards in 14 games in 2013, 12 touchdowns. He averaged 12.1 yards per reception. He caught 65 balls on 90 targets. In 2014, he was targeted 62 times in 13 games. He managed 43 receptions, 11.4 yards per reception for a total of 489, and those aforementioned 12 touchdowns in back-to-back years, 24 scores over the course of 2 seasons. His long in both of those years, 74 yards in 2013, 35 yards in 2014. I think that is 800 yards good enough for Evan Ingram this year?
That would be a great benchmark to set. I think 800 or more would be I think it would be a wild success.
You walk out and you go, okay, it was worth it.
Sub 800, it would feel underwhelming. If the Shot Mazda texter here 590 and he or she's words are correct that Evan will be on the IR before week 6 comes to fruition, then this is going to be an abject failure. Because that's the question right now. Can Evan Ingram stay healthy? My prediction, and health is nothing that you can say. Evan Ingram looks like he is a very intelligent, great offseason type of a player at this stage of his career. He is a pro. And that's the thing that I gathered from listening to him speak to the media in his first or second media availability early on in training camp. This guy's a pro's pro. And he understands what his body weight needs to be able to optimize his performance and play longer. And I don't know that Sean Payton's going to overutilize him in roles that he probably shouldn't be overutilized in. Hand in the dirt, blocking power, blocking duo, digging out an NFL 6 technique that weighs 285 pounds and has arms that can swallow you up and give you the Sub-Zero finish him, Mortal Kombat type deal. I don't think Evan Ingram needs to be living that life. And I don't believe that Sean Payton will be having him. The way that I know that, Raj, do you remember when we'd see inside run, which is 9-on-7? It's a run drill. And then during that run drill, there's no receivers or DBs that are a part of that drill. The receivers and DBs were doing one-on-ones. Where was Evan Ingram that whole time?
He's doing one-on-ones.
Yeah. He's not going to be asked to be hand in the dirt, tough guy Tuesday guy.
Ingram's best seasons, I think we can agree, 2017, 2020, 22 and 23 are his best years where he plays the most amount of games. He's got, in most of those seasons, he's got north of 700 yards. He's got 4 or more touchdowns in those years. Obviously, the question about him is, I find it funny, especially with that text coming in. Ingram will be on the IR before week 6. There's really only been 2 seasons in his 8-year career that have been cut short by injury.
2 of those seasons came in the last 4 years?
No, one of them.
Just one?
Last year. The last time he had a serious, significant in-season injury was 2019.
Yeah.
We're not talking about Jake Butt here, guys. I don't understand the injury-prone tag that is put on Evan Ingram right now.
Just because
it happened
it's gotta
recently.
It's got to be
he's
because
30?
because he's going into what? This is year 9.
This is year 9, and he's 30
Year
going
9,
into 31.
And I can't blame the Broncos fan or the skeptic.
He turns 31 on my anniversary on the 2nd.
Oh, happy anniversary, Raj.
Thanks, buddy.
2nd of what?
September.
Can I have a social security number too?
Sure can.
Okay, thank you. Address, billings, zip code. Do you have the CVV?
You know my address.
Do you have the CVV too? Can I get that? Thank you. Secret
Wallet's
code?
right there, Coach. Be my guest.
listen.
You know who handles the finances? Caitlin Marie will handle those.
Yeah, you might need to step
She'll
up.
be on you like white on rice, brother. I won't know for a week, but she'll send me a text like, "What just happened on her credit card?" I don't know. Coach bought a Lamborghini.
No, it would probably be something ridiculous. Like I bought I imported a European soccer jersey. You'd be like, it's Sanford.
What's this cost for $94,000 to Sports Teams Unlimited? Oh, yeah, that's the 6th jersey for Valor this year. You know how Notre Dame has gold-encrusted helmets? No, they have platinum at Valor now, and that's going on my credit card.
I love it.
Okay, yards after catch, right? That's how you are going to that's how you're going to base success in the Sean Payton offense for Evan Ingram, correct?
Correct.
His yards after catch per reception, the best he's ever had, 8.6 in 2018 when he had 11 games played for 577 yards, 6.4 yards of yak per reception back in 2022. Last year, in an injury-riddled season, just 3.2. Numbers got to be north of 6 if we're going to get into the nitty-gritty about that tight end. Yards after catch per reception have to be north of 6. You catch the ball on 3rd and 10 or 2nd and 10, I need to make sure that it is 3rd and 1, 3rd and 2, or you're getting a first down.
8 yards per, I guess it'd be yards per carry after catch, right?
Yards after catch per reception.
Yeah.
Yak/R.
8 yards or more would be a
yacker.
It would be a massive success for Evan Ingram. And I would argue that would most likely lend itself to an 850 to even 1,000-yard receiving season. I think that Sean Payton is going to force feed this. There's nothing more erotic for an offensive play caller than being one of these guys that has a tight end that goes for over 1,000. God, that's sexy, isn't it?
Would you like to know last year's yak leaders per reception at the tight end position?
Brock Bowers.
No, number 2.
Okay.
5.3 yards per reception.
Was it?
Elite name. One of the best. Maybe a future Hall of Famer. You're going to kick yourself. George Kittle.
He is phenomenal run after catch guy.
6.7 yards led all tight ends last year in yak per reception. Trey McBride, the former CSU stand, is number 3.
And all 3 of those guys, even though George Kittle has a little bit more length, they're kind of that sweet spot of like 6'3 to 6'4, 238 to 250, right in that sweet spot. And that's the modern prototype of the position.
Sam Laporta had 5.7 last year. Mark Andrews at 3.4.
It's a big drop off.
So 8's a really big number, and Tucker Kraft is up there with those guys as well. 8's a big number, man. I'm thinking it's 6. If you're looking at very minute stats that should tell the story of a successful offensive year for the Broncos, that's one of them that you can look at. Right? Where are the abilities for the Broncos to get better on offense? Running back, tight end, and then drill it down.
I think you have 2 run after catch, run after contact players at the running back position now. You got 1 at the tight end position. Raj, a year ago, did you have any in the running back or tight end room?
Javonte Williams in his first year, dude,
No,
out of
I'm talking
UNC.
about last year.
No.
Just talking about last year.
No, but you could have. I understand.
Dude, he got hemmed up in space, brother.
I know, but
hemmed up. It was like, get over here, finish him, and he was like a rope goat. He was a goat that just got roped up and just would hit the ground immediately.
I'm
And now
not
that's
going
Dallas's
to. I'm not going to be upset with people last year who were like, "Yeah, I can see that Javonte Williams still has it," because prior to the ACL injury, that dude was a yards after contact rusher that used for years. He turned in 3-yard losses into 7-yard gains like it was his job when he stepped onto the scene, and the ACL injury ruined it all. Can you name who the leader in yards after contact per rushing attempt were in the NFL last year?
Saquon.
Saquon Barkley finished at number 6.
Wow.
2 yards after contact per attempt. Number 6.
It wasn't Derrick Henry.
Derrick Henry, number 1, 2.8 yards.
Yep.
Number 2, Jahmyr Gibbs, 2.4, tied with Bijan Robinson and Josh Jacobs.
Really good.
James Cook comes in at number 5 at 2.3. Total yards in terms of rushing after contact, your leaders last year, Henry at 910, Jacobs at 737, Bijan Robinson at 728, Saquon at 677.
Didn't Saquon just, if you were just watch the eye test of Saquon Barkley, wouldn't you say there's incredible amounts of run after catch or yards after contact?
I mean, to put it in perspective, the Broncos last year,
Probably what did they have, 400 total on the season?
Your rushing leader last year was Javonte Williams at 513.
So Saquon Barkley had over 100 yards more after the first contact than the Broncos leading rusher had, period.
The whole year.
That's incredible.
The whole entire year.
Couple little updates from training camp or from the practice squad.
You can still say training camp. They're still technically kind of in
yeah,
camp.
Yeah, it doesn't feel that way. Sure as heck doesn't feel that way. 7th round rookie tight end Caleb Lohner is planning to sign back to Broncos practice squad, according to our very own buddy, Luca Evans of the Denver Post. Nose tackle Jordan Miller is also planning to re-sign to Denver's practice squad if he does clear waivers. 2 receivers that did catch my eye of the undrafted free agents, according to Luca Evans, Jerwan Newton of Toledo and Courtney Jackson, who had a great third preseason game as a kick returner, punt returner, are unlikely to re-sign back to the Broncos practice squad if they clear waivers. But Michael Bandy, as we've already said, is back as a Broncos practice squad player. Lil Jordan Humphrey is not going to be coming back to the Denver Broncos. He has re-signed with the Giants practice squad. And then wide receiver, interesting wide receiver here, according to Parker Gabriel, A.T. Perriott is going to sign back with the Broncos practice squad. So that's a little bit of updates right there. Just a couple news and notes. Nothing yet from Joaquin Davis.
My heart's still breaking. That's your latest from Coach Mike Sanford. 303-504-0925 is where you can reach us. Take us wherever you guys want to go on the Altitude Sports Radio mobile app that's powered by the Will Height Law Firm. They're injury lawyers. Go to willheightwins.com. That is willheightwins.com. Back live in the Backus and Shanker studios, serious lawyers for the seriously injured. It's the morning sprint. Raj alongside the coach, Mike Sanford. KJ Granderson on the ones and twos.
Was this the
Play a little
song?
dot.
Was this the song right here that yesterday when Travis Kelce and Taylor Swift announced their engagement while everybody was waiting to get waived and cut in the league that Travis Kelce plays in? The two of them are like, yeah, all these other NFL guys that are trying to fight for their football lives, they not like us. They not like us.
I think they were probably more along the lines of like, we were both young when I first saw you. No? You don't think that a Taylor Swift
When
engagement
Romeo
would...
kissed Juliet.
I almost started just belting that song. I'll save you guys from that hellhole. Some news from around the league. Kyle Hamilton and the Ravens agreed to a 4-year, $100.4 million extension. That is the largest deal for a safety in NFL history. $82 million of those are guaranteed. That hammers the previous record of $45 million.
Pay him.
$25.1 million average annual value is Hamilton going past Detroit's Kirby Joseph, who is at 21 and a quarter. So Baltimore's defense, which has been anchored by Kyle Hamilton now for a number of years, will be anchored by that safety for the next 4. Also, the Chiefs' Rashee Rice has been suspended 6 games by the NFL. He will miss the first 6 weeks of the season, which include week 1 against the Chargers in Brazil, home against the defending Super Bowl champions in a rematch against the Philadelphia Eagles. He'll miss the week 3 game at the New York Giants, week 4 at home against Kyle Hamilton and his Ravens. They'll then go on the road to the Jaguars in week 5 and then return home for week 6 as they'll take on my pick out of the NFC for the second straight years, the Detroit Lions.
A little bit more news from the Denver Broncos. I think this is a bit more impactful. If you were wondering if the Broncos in 2025 were going to move away from the fullback, indeed, Prentice Hill, fullback Prentice Hill, geez. Adam Prentice, okay? Adam
Where did
Prentice.
you get Hill?
It's an old NFL name.
Where did that come
I'm getting
from?
real CTE-ish today. There's a lot of like name association with previous players. Give me a Prentice Hill if you can. You can find anybody of that.
I'll do my
ilk.
best for you.
Okay.
Continue down your fullback road.
But according to Chris Thomason, Adam Prentice is signing with the Broncos practice squad. And then that continues with Chris Thomason's report from the Denver Gazette that Prentice is in line to be the Broncos starting fullback, just like Michael Burton was used a year ago, which was clear waivers every
week.
game. Is it Prentice Hall?
Prentice Hill was I don't know if this is who you're looking for. This is all I can find on a moment's notice. Was a 1996 defensive back at USC. He played 12 games, had 1 punt return.
Guess who was the ball boy for that team?
Shut up.
Me.
Stop it.
My dad was the receiver coach.
Stop it.
Wild.
That's amazing.
That is insane.
The human brain is awesome.
Gosh.
How old were you?
In 96, I was 14 years old.
Awesome.
Yeah, 14. Prentice Hill, man, there he is. Just followed him on Twitter.
He had one.
That's actually not a great follow. Saw his first couple tweets.
He had 1 punt return for a touchdown back in 1996 for the Southern Cal Trojans, who went 6-6 that year under head coach John Robinson.
That was my dad's final season coaching at the University of Southern California.
It would be another 8 years probably? No, 6 years until they were good? Because 2002 was that first really solid Pete Carroll season.
The 94-95 USC teams were good. Keyshawn Johnson, they dominated. Zach Thomas and Texas Tech in the Cotton Bowl, beat them 55-14. I was the ball boy for that one. Slipping on a bunch of tortillas that Texas Tech fans brought and threw every time there was a kickoff in the game or an extra point, a field goal, a touchdown. They've just tossing tortillas, and you just slip all over them as the ball boy running down to catch extra points from the net. And then 95 was the massive domination.
Was that after Marinovich? Was Marinovich
Marinovich
80s?
was 91, 92, 93, right in there. My dad was there during that era as well. I was a youngster.
Great. Did you ever watch that? Was it a 30 for 30 that
Oh,
ESPN did?
Yeah.
What a
And my dad knew Marv Marinovich, the pops, the trainer.
As the kids say, he got a bad edit.
Yeah, it was not great. So that's funny. Prentice Hill. It's Adam Prentice is the running back that's going to be playing the fullback position for the Denver Broncos this year. So Burton will be out. Michael Burton, correct?
Yes.
I was going Jake Burton, which is probably another player that I know as well. When you get into
let's take a look.
When you get into some very obscure roster players, you start kind of getting into this space right here. Which is
Jake Burton was a Lions guard at one point. I think that's I don't. Yeah, he's a practice squad Lions guard. Is that who you're looking for?
I probably recruited him.
Jake Burton from Alpine, California, 6'6", 312 pounds.
San Diego. Yep. Remember?
Probably recruited.
Yep. Absolutely.
This is how your head's going to go the entire day.
I'm sorry, man. There's just so many dadgum names in football. Okay, so Raj, you want to go through a really bizarre exercise here?
Sure.
Pull out your phone real quick.
I can pull out my phone real quick. What do you need?
That's the only thing I want you to pull out.
Ooh.
Okay.
I don't know. The camera doesn't go below the waist.
Go ahead and use the deal at the bottom and scroll to the very, very bottom of numbers and tell me how many contacts you have in your.
The very bottom of numbers.
So, if see on the right side right here on an Apple phone, you just drag it all the way down.
One. I have one. I have no idea who it is.
Okay, I'm just saying contacts. How many total contacts do you have in your phone?
Oh, I have no clue. It's supposed to tell me that? 608.
You have 608 contacts. KJ, yes. I don't know if you have the ability to use the right scroll piece on your contacts app in your iPhone. Raj, I want you to read this to our listeners here.
4,254.
That's how many contacts I have.
It's too many contacts.
What? How stupid is that?
It's too many.
Well, I don't sit there at night and erase kids that I recruited in 2009 when I was the recruiting coordinator for the Yale University Bulldogs. I truly have contacts from not kids that I successfully recruited, even kids that I unsuccessfully recruited, or high school coaches from areas that I recruited.
I'm looking at the Ys on my phone right now. I could delete 90% of them and wouldn't think twice about it.
Your Ys suck.
I have the driver that we utilized in Bali when we were there for our honeymoon. He's saved in there under the Ys. But there's so many of those. You look back and then you see people that you dated in college. I should probably get rid of that. Maybe that's what you should do. Is that, or you have 3,000 girlfriends from Boise State that you need deleting there?
Really none. The one thing I don't have in my phone of the 4,254 contacts.
4,000 of them are dudes.
Not a lot of females in here. Not a lot.
What do you mean by that?
Not a ton, man. Not a lot.
It's too many contacts, Coach. Back to the Rashee Rice conversation. That hearing isn't set until September 30th. There was a thought process that the league would wait until the legal process finished and then they would suspend him. But this has been confirmed. It will be the first 6 games of the regular season for. Is that the number one target outside of Travis Kelce for Patrick Mahomes? Or do you throw Xavier Worthy ahead of him?
I would say it's the number one target, and it's not particularly close because Xavier Worthy feels a little Marvin Mims-ish, smaller, harder to target. Rashee Rice has a physical presence to him.
He's a big, it's kind of boom or bust wide receiver is Xavier Worthy at this point in his career.
He hasn't quite found his footing as a consistent mainstay. You just call up a base offensive scheme, and you just know that he's going to execute it. He's big and strong enough to catch the football and create any semblance of separation. So yeah, I would say that this is a big loss for Kansas City,
and that's a very difficult portion of their schedule.
Yeah,
when it
was a 4-gamer, it seemed like it was almost going to be good for the Chiefs. 6-gamer, man. When's their bye?
Their bye week isn't until 10, and then they come here to Denver in week 11.
So they're missing Rashee for at least 6 of the 17 contests.
4 of those 6 games that he's missing are difficult. There's 2 layups, and they're both on the road. It's the Giants and the Jaguars, and they should murder both of those teams.
I don't know. The Jaguars are an upstart squad.
A little plucky. I'm so gun shy about the Jags after me, being the guy that chose not only Doug Peterson to win head coach of the year. Well, no, he got canned halfway through the season.
Giants, though?
They should kill the Giants.
Is there any world that exists that Russell Wilson has a renaissance of a season this year?
Be my guest. Be my guest.
At least that means that we would see him.
Yeah, that would be fun. But no, there's going to be too much. Like Jackson Dart, everyone loves a first-round quarterback. Come on. That's not it. You want to win the AFC West, man? That is good news for the Broncos that Rashee Rice is out for the first 6 games of the season. That is the toughest stretch of football that Kansas City has. And they're going for 10 straight AFC titles. That's one off the record at 11 straight. Thank your lucky stars, man. You want to win the AFC West. That just helped.
I'm just thanking my lucky stars that Prentice Hill was a real player from my background.
The CTE riddled brains of Alex Ryan-Emy and Mike Sanford are back in 3 minutes. The Broncos don't make any claims off of waivers, but Damari Mathis has been claimed by the Carolina Panthers. Undrafted rookie tackle Xavier Truss has been picked up by the New Orleans Saints. Your practice squad looks this way. Corner Jaden Robinson, quarterback Sam Ehlinger, offensive lineman Calvin Throckmorton, nose tackle Jordan Miller, tight end Caleb Lohner, inside linebacker Jordan Turner, corner Reese Taylor, fullback Adam Prentice, wide receivers Michael Bandy and A.T. Perry, as well as safety DeLauren Turner-Yell, your Broncos practice squad as it stands right now as we roll into hour number 2 of the morning sprint here on a Wednesday. Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. Raj alongside the coach, Mike Sanford. Some non-NFL news, Coach. The Avalanche will be featured on U.S. national television more than any team in the Western Conference. 17 times this year. Will you watch the Avs on ABC, TNT, or ESPN? And if you don't like the national commentary,
okay, now talk dirty to
you
me.
can mute that and then listen to the psychopath that just yelled right there,
Yes.
Connor McGahey.
Yes! I just want all the Connor McGahey injected into my veins.
Let's get weird.
I need it. Av season. How long until I get to hear the beautiful, illustrious pipes of Connor McGahey?
October 7 is the opener at Los Angeles. I think that I'm almost positive that is a nationally televised game.
Do we all? Maybe you're not on the same wavelength as I am.
I think preseason is like September 21st. Oh yeah, you start off the preseason September 21.
Do we get McGahey preseason?
You do. There is a split squad game between the Avs and Utah. And I believe we're going.
Do we get Kim Becker and?
I mean, we don't get Kim.
Do we get a little Becker and McGahey in the same?
If you're going to watch
squad?
the Utah broadcast, I suppose you can get Easton Stick and Kim Becker.
Gosh.
Easton Stick.
Miss you, Kim. I did a little video with the youth players that I work with. You know the popular videos that you go around and you show a Gen Z kid a picture of something or a logo and you go name this logo or name this person and they have no idea. Like you show them a tape recorder. We did it with your boys. We did it with the kids in the VCR.
It was a VCR, yeah.
Something like that.
It was a lot of fun.
The boys didn't know what it was. They eventually got there.
Yeah. My 10-year-old's pretty savvy.
I showed the kids with the T-Birds the old Easton logo. You remember the old burgundy and yellow oval with the E in the middle of it?
I do.
That old logo. If you were a baseball player, a hockey player, a bicyclist.
To me. I'm old enough to think of that as the new Easton logo.
Right. It's crazy, isn't it?
Because I knew the Easton logo back in 86, 87, 88.
So I showed them that, and no one knew what it was. I got a CCM guess, and there was an E in the middle of the logo. I was like, what are we, just context clues. What are we doing here?
Back to Connor McGahey and those pipes, man. Am I in a audience of one, a crowd of one, of people that just, whether they absolutely need to listen to the game or listen to the sport, they just need to have the voice in their car to just feel all the feels. For me, growing up and being a diehard Giants fan, I didn't necessarily need to listen to every single Giants game, but I needed to hear John Miller's voice because it was just so good. Connor McGahey's my guy in Colorado. I just like hearing Connor McGahey's voice in my car.
Something about that deep baritone. Can't beat it. I don't have that.
Still listening.
I'd have to try so hard to get down to that octave. It would strain my voice. I'm up here, man. You got the tenor voice. That's what happens. It's okay.
I was a soprano when I was a youngster.
Well, yeah, considering they hadn't dropped yet.
That was really good too. Really good.
They did a whole SNL. SNL bit on that with Ariana Grande. It was unbelievable.
The vocal cords right now are like, yeah, sorry, bud, you can't.
You're not back in it yet?
Huh?
You're not back in you haven't trained the throat to, yell and then come and scream at me the next day?
They're just not going to soprano spaces.
KJ.
They're not going to soprano. It's not going to happen.
Oh, goodness, man.
Any more scoop coming out of the Broncos, man?
No, nothing yet. The Delaire and Turner Yale coming back for the practice squad. Loner expected to be back, but the Broncos have not made any selections. And again, I'm kind of upset that the Isaiah Simmons thing hasn't happened, because that is the position group that scares me the most, is inside linebacker, because of the overuse of Alex Singleton. And when he's on the field, he's a tackling monster. But I just get nervous about those guys who are constantly on the field, coming off of injury, having to be healthy for 17 straight games. And then you pair him with a big-time signing in Dre Greenlaw, who's supposed to transform your team. I don't think that 4 inside linebackers is nearly enough for this team. I would very much rather you get rid of a safety, you get rid of an offensive lineman. I don't know if I can see. Get rid of a safety, get rid of a running back.
Do we have any idea where everything went awry with Lavelle Bailey? Because even yesterday, the reports coming out of Lavelle Bailey's camp is that he was stunned by this and potentially might just look elsewhere, period.
Here's Sean Payton.
We saw, a draftable player. It's interesting because both with Reed and Bailey, they were on the phone, heading somewhere, 6 teams, and I would say identically an hour and a half with me, emailing them information relative to free agent guys that make rosters. Everyone can say, hey, free agents have a great shot at making our team, and yet we had a history. Our scouts did a great job of putting together 17 years, 18, 19 years with me as a head coach, and then getting that information. So the process with those 2 players, I felt like was almost identical.
I didn't see it the same way, but that's okay. So, something was off, because through about 3 weeks of training camp, it felt like Lavelle Bailey was not just a guaranteed lock for the roster. It felt like Lavelle Bailey was 3rd linebacker in line and was playing as such. And I don't know, there's a lot of people that follow the Broncos blogosphere and all the different YouTube channels that cover the Broncos. And I'm very appreciative of every journalist that covers this team, because there's a lot of talent covering this team. I love it. But a lot of people were very negative. I'd say a lot of Broncos country was very negative towards certain glazing of Lavelle Bailey. I watched him play in practice, preseason games, special teams, watched the film. I saw a really good player. Kareem Reed, just to me didn't feel more worthy of the roster spot at linebacker.
Is it because of body type?
God, Kareem Reed just seems a little bit more sawed off. Whereas I saw the length from a Lavelle Bailey, I saw the suddenness in movement, and it just felt like Kareem Reed was a bit more of just a stock, like kind of a stock linebacker.
Doesn't move as well sideline to sideline? Because
Bailey was moved tremendously well.
Look at your big time inside linebackers, your studs. Dre Greenlaw, right. Alex Singleton. Those are sideline to sideline cover inside linebackers.
Yeah, especially Dre Greenlaw.
Like hash mark, far side hash mark to sideline. You're finding the way to get ahead on the ball.
Singleton to me is football instincts off the charts and just finds tackles.
He's a tackling monster.
He finds tackles. It's rarely the physical attributes that you say, ooh, that was all because of a glorious night when the DNA was created. That's not what you feel like with Alex Singleton. But what are you laughing about?
Just you.
Whereas I watch Dre Greenlaw play and I go, ooh, that's sudden. That's violent. That is no leaky yards. I don't know if Lavelle Bailey is maybe as stout as Kareem Reed. That might be where Kareem Reed was picked to be the heir apparent / replacement in an emergency, maybe to a Dre Greenlaw, because the body types are similar. I don't know. Something went weird with Lavelle Bailey and the Broncos, and I don't quite understand it because I thought he was a great player.
You're looking at between 120 and 170 tackles from Alex Singleton when he's healthy for a full season. You're looking at between 90 and 130 tackles from Dre Greenlaw when he's healthy for a full season. And talk about a guy who, I kind of railed against the thought process that Evan Ingram has the injury tag placed on him. Greenlaw deserves that, right? He's missed parts of 3 of his 6 seasons, including basically 2 full seasons back in 2021 and last year in 24 with injury. That is a guy who deserves the injury-prone tag. Singleton, I would argue, not so much, just because it's in the back of your mind from last year. Yeah. But you look at his first 5 seasons in the league after coming in with Philly.
Singleton's air quote injury history is recency bias.
Yes.
Very similar to that of Evan Ingram,
right,
which you established earlier.
Greenlaw's is, I think that is true history. Now, I suppose you can't, 100 tackle linebackers don't grow on trees. Am I correct?
Correct.
For me, falling in love with a recent cut in Isaiah Simmons, that's not a 100 tackle linebacker. But when he's playing at inside linebacker and gets a full season in, he's an 80 to 100 guy. Is that not enough for you? You don't even have to play him. Sit him behind Kareem Reed if you want. Or do you think that stunts Kareem Reed? I'm all about.
I don't see Kareem Reed as the future.
Neither do I. Justin Strnad, possibly.
I think he's a special teams mainstay that is. You know what I look at Justin Strnad as? He is to the special teams and to the linebacker room as Trent Sherfield is going to be to the special teams and to the receiver room, where it's like there's a chance that you get a little bonus out of him, but really, why you're there is to be a special teams demon. And I think that's going to be Kareem Reed as well. A little bit more breaking news out of Broncos facility in Dove Valley. Offensive lineman Clay Webb, undrafted free agent, was not picked up by the Broncos, will not be on their practice squad. He is going to the Tennessee Titans, which kind of sucks. You hate that, right? Just insider information right off the bat for your opening day team. I mean, it is what it is. It's the NFL.
You could give them the first 15 scripted plays and you would still be fine against Tennessee.
The Broncos waived an undrafted free agent tackle, Xavier Truss, and he was claimed by, of course, the team that just loves picking up Sean Payton's sloppy seconds. That's the New Orleans Saints. And then the last one here from Zach Stevens of DNVR. The Broncos did not claim any players from other teams.
Most good teams don't claim players off waivers because you already have a good enough roster. I mean, look at the 2 teams that you just mentioned, New Orleans and Tennessee. Most teams that have to make 2 or 3 claims in an offseason are likely going to be crap football teams. You don't want your team to be like, oh, I'll take your discarded trash because I need him to start at safety in week 6. The reason why I want Simmons is because he's a former first rounder.
All right.
That's the reason why I want him.
He made the team, and we got to pronounce his name correctly. And the artist formerly known on the Morning Sprint as Kareem Reed. I just looked up his pronunciation.
Don't tell me it's Karen.
Stop it. Backup inside linebacker Karen Reed with a
swoopy
sharp
bowl cut
with a sharp side part at a 45-degree angle
and khaki calf high pants and a blouse from Ann Taylor Loft.
The correct pronunciation of Utah linebacker who is now a Denver Bronco
pulling up to Dove Valley in a 2022 Tucson.
It is Kareem Reed.
That's just a mouthful, but okay. Kareem.
Said it.
I like it. Kareem Reed.
I like Karen Reed better. Karen Reed just sounds awesome. Sounds like a really fun time, doesn't she? He or she? That'd be a lot of fun.
Just taps on your window when you're pulled up next to a stoplight. Sir, your tires are slightly ahead of the line. Please back up. You're putting my children in danger.
Are Karens more or less likely to do what I despise about dropping off children at school in Colorado?
Oh, what is that?
I call it the Colorado back-in, where people take exorbitant amounts of time to pull into a parking spot. And because they're so concerned about their exit strategy and not getting blindsided, that they take a Austin Powers-like 11-point turn in order to back into a spot rear first. Is that more or less likely to be a Karen?
More likely.
Okay, because I don't know if I'm a Karen for getting mad at backer inners.
Oh, you might be.
Dude, but let's just talk honestly, man. I'm trying to get my children expeditiously into their school. That's it.
If you can keep a back into parking spot under 3 turns and under 20 seconds, I don't care.
20 seconds?
20 seconds.
To pull into a spot. Clearly, none of you people have lived in the state of California, where 20 seconds would create, if that happened times 10 people, it would create traffic jams unknown to mankind. You've got to pull in as fast as humanly possible. Sideways, it's okay.
Side swipe, don't care.
Yep. Crooked, it's okay. We've got to keep the line has to keep moving, people. Stop backing into your dadgum parking lots.
All right, KJ's NFL notes are next. Every day here at 11:20 on the morning sprint, we go through the biggest stories in the NFL as cut day has come and gone. Practice squads are being finalized right now. Before we get into story number one, the guy who we just talked about ad nauseum for 15 minutes, Lavelle Bailey has been re-signed to the practice squad.
Cooler heads prevail, Raj. Cooler heads prevail. I'm glad on both sides because I was concerned that Lavelle Bailey would have been a little butthurt for not being the apple of the Broncos' eye. I like Lavelle Bailey as a guy that will give you some quality depth at the inside linebacker position at some point in this calendar year.
KJ, kick us off.
As Ross just said, the Denver Broncos, they did get down to 53 yesterday afternoon, and one of the many things this show got right was the Broncos did decide to keep 4 running backs. Sean Payton spoke to the media yesterday after practice and explained why they decided to waive Audric Estime.
Well, look, sometimes it's a combination of things, and look, I had a long visit with him today, and his career's not by any chance over. And so that's really not uncommon, for a 5th round selection. And yet there's also a credit to Bidet's experience, but also some of his versatility. Clearly, when you add and have the ability to sign a Dobbins and draft a Harvey, that room changed immediately and the competition changed immediately.
Kind of shocking after hearing everything about Estime and certainly what Sean said, like this isn't the end of his career. And Kliss was talking about yesterday on Twitter how Estime was not expected to sign with the Broncos in the practice squad. That has not happened because of interest around the league. That dude hadn't been claimed.
Yeah, the film wasn't great. Bigger back, didn't always play tremendously behind his pads, and I don't know that there's a lot of room in the current league for that style of running back.
There has been one running back that was claimed. Raheem Sanders from the LA Chargers out of South Carolina goes to probably the worst running back room in the NFL right now with Cleveland because they don't know what's going on with Quinshon Judkins. They were the only team.
They're close to coming to a deal.
They were the only team that claimed a running back from another squad. And Estime is not part of that. It's not a good look. I know Sean's like, hey, it's not the end of his career. Not claimed by anyone?
It doesn't appear to be heading in a great direction for Audric Estime. It's unfortunate. He's a great young man. I loved his vulnerability after week 3, in which he had arguably one of his better performances as a pro, where he was just honest. He just said, it's not in my hands. It's in Sean Payton's hands, and the coaching staff's hands, and God's hands. And he was right. And unfortunately, it didn't work out for him this time. But I'm hoping, just because I think he is a class act, that Audric Estime finds some home. And I hope that it's in the National Football League, not the CFL or UFL, because that's a tough road, man. With a Notre Dame degree and probably the contacts that he made in his time playing at Notre Dame, probably better off just going into the workforce.
KJ, what's next?
I'm here.
Was that Kermit?
That was Kermit. Do you remember where that's from?
No.
So, Chiefs Raiders were on Monday Night Football, and someone tried to absolutely clean Mahomes' clock. And Mahomes was trying to fight the linebacker, and he was mouthing, I'm here. And then this guy did an undertone little voiceover thing, and I was like, okay, I got to keep that. So,
I like it.
Yep. Chiefs wide receiver, Rashee Rice.
Gosh, I'm really back to hating the Chiefs again, like hardcore.
Oh yes.
I just saw a video they did about what's their biggest financial flex. I don't know if you've seen that video. DJ Jones. Not DJ Jones. That's a Bronco, right? Chris Jones. Chris Jones says, my daughter's college is fully paid for, and she's 2 years old. That's his biggest financial flex. But anyway, this makes me hate the Chiefs even more.
He could buy a college. Not a big one, but he could buy a college.
For sure.
You want Babson?
Naropa University in Boulder. Chris Jones.
Be my guest.
Owner, president,
Owner and
chancellor.
operator.
Well, look,
Naropa.
It's the
hippie college in Boulder.
Notre Dame College in Southern Ohio that Moser, Lombardi, and Kane were talking about.
Oh, yeah. You got
the Falcons.
The Bay Area version of Notre Dame Dynamor.
Sure.
Why wouldn't you?
KJ, continue it with Rasheed.
Okay. Wide receiver, the Chiefs wide receiver, Rashee Rice, was officially suspended 6 games to start the season this year after the incident that took place in Texas last offseason. And he has opted to take that deal. The NFL originally was trying to suspend him for 10 to 12 games, but his attorneys were able to talk to the NFL and get it down to 6 games. Coach has a promo running on the station that says that the Broncos should sweep the Chiefs this year. Does his suspension give the Broncos a greater chance of winning the AFC West?
It gives them a greater chance of winning the AFC West. It doesn't impact them whatsoever.
Correct. You're
from
not going to
beating
see
the
him.
Chiefs.
Yeah, because you'll probably have a healthier Rashee Rice.
Rashee Rice gets,
as a result of his suspension, because you're gonna face him 6 weeks after it.
He'll get 3 games. He'll get weeks 7, 8, and 9. He'll get a bye week in week 10, and then he comes to Denver in week 11. That's his 4th game this year. It doesn't affect whatsoever how the Broncos will do against Kansas City. It very much affects them having an ability to win the AFC West this year, though, because we talked about it earlier on in the program. The first 6 games of the season for Kansas City are not easy. Now, 4 of those 6, the toughest games that they have, are all at home, but they're against legit teams, if not legit Super Bowl contenders, and Philadelphia in week 2. The only 2 layups they have in those 6 games that Rashee Rice is gone, at New York and at Jacksonville. That's it.
Mm-hmm.
Helps the Broncos, but it doesn't help them head-to-head. Might actually hurt them head-to-head.
I agree with that. Rashee Rice will be healthy and fresh, and he, unfortunately for the Chiefs at that point in time, it'll be a nice little power up. Here he comes.
You know what that is? That's the shot in the arm that Kansas City, kind of meanders through the first couple of months, and everyone's, Kansas City kind of sucks. Here's the Super Bowl hangover yet again. And then finally they all look at each other and go, all right, fine, it's time to actually play football. And before you know it, they're 15-2.
Where did Rashee Rice, where did he play his college football?
Rashee Rice.
He's only 25 years old.
Rashee Rice was an SMU Mustang.
Yeah, Cortland Sutton.
KJ, what's next?
I'm here. The Cleveland Browns have trimmed down their crowded quarterback room. They have now obviously named Joe Flacco the starter, which that came out last week. But Dylan Gabriel is the second quarterback, and now Shedeur Sanders has moved into the emergency quarterback role for the Browns. And Deshaun Watson was placed on reserve/PUP, and he's still recovering from his Achilles injury. But he is expected to make a return at some point this year, potentially. Was being kept by the Browns the best or worst case scenario for Shedeur?
I think it's a little bit of both. It's not going to go well for the Browns this year. Joe Flacco's old. He'll do something good for that franchise because they associate Joe Flacco in his essentially 40s as a good Cleveland Brown quarterback, because he just did it 2 years ago. He'll either get banged up or he'll just look like he is an old, washed-up quarterback. Then Dylan Gabriel will get an opportunity, because that's apparently what Kevin Stefanski said is Dylan Gabriel's lot in life right now. Dylan Gabriel's not going to be successful as a Cleveland Browns starting quarterback. So I can see a path forward for Shedeur Sanders to touch the field as a starting quarterback or get meaningful reps within the first 12 weeks of the season for the Cleveland Browns.
We've mentioned Cleveland's start to the season is nearly impossible. Cincy, at Baltimore, home against Green Bay, at Detroit, home against Minnesota, although that is a overseas game against the Vikings, at Pittsburgh, and then they come back home against Miami in week 7. It does not take the foot off the gas, so to speak, until that game against Miami. Then they have to go on the road to New England. I suppose you could find him starting against the Jets Maybe you throw him in against Tennessee and Chicago week 14, week 15. Outside of that, man, Cleveland playing in that division, you're never going to get an easy schedule. There's too many good teams. There's too many difficult games.
Good defenses outside of the Bengals, right? I mean, you got two of the best.
I guess the answer to the question is, where else would he be quarterback number 3? Legit.
I mean, I think he's the best number 2 right now for the Raiders. I think he's better than Kenny Pickett. More exciting. Feels like there's at least the chance of ceiling.
Don't they still have Aiden O'Connell? Is he better than Aiden O'Connell?
Aiden O'Connell broke his hand.
Well, there you go. Okay, yeah.
So that's the
6
reason.
to 8 weeks. Okay, there you go.
So if you're the Raiders, when your quarterback breaks his hand, your backup quarterback breaks his hand, you go out and you find somebody with smaller hands that won't get broken, and you did that with Kenny Pickett.
Oh my God.
KJ, keep it rolling.
I'm here.
Did you know that Rashee Rice started out at CU?
I did
and then
not.
transferred to SMU.
But did he ever play any games at Colorado?
The 931 just told us that. Was pretty
did he ever play any games as a Buff?
I'm going to look it up.
I don't remember him playing games as a Buff.
I did not know this at all.
KJ, what's up?
The Carolina Panthers and Minnesota Vikings, they finalized a trade earlier this morning for wide receiver Adam Thielen. He heads back to Minnesota. The Vikings get Thielen a conditional 26 7th-round pick and a 27 5th-round pick. The Panthers get a 26 5th-round pick and a 2027 4th-round pick. The Vikings wide receiver situation heading into the season. Justin Jefferson, he's returning from a hamstring injury. Addison is out for 3 games due to suspension because of a DUI incident. Jalen Naylor is recovering from a hand injury, and Rondale Moore he suffered a season-ending knee injury earlier in training camp. With all of this added context, and we're glad Adam Thielen is going back to Minnesota, what should our expectations be for J.J. McCarthy this season?
Coach, you love you some J.J. McCarthy.
Big fan. Don't talk me down off it.
Now, does he get treated with rookie gloves? Or do you have to treat him as a year 2 quarterback because he's been around the league? I know he was injured last year. He didn't play. He's the only one out of those first-round quarterbacks to not see NFL action after his preseason injury when he looked awesome. Do you go, oh, it's a rookie, he's struggling, he'll be fine? Or do you have to say, put up or shut up? Especially with that team around him.
With the team around him.
And the quarterback
TJ Hawkinson,
coaching situation.
And the quarterback whisperer and Kevin O'Connell. And combine that with his chops as a winner at every level that he's been at, Raj. He has won double-digit games. He didn't lose high school games at all. This guy's a winner. He's a dude. J.J. McCarthy's going to have a great season. So I think the expectation should be that in his rookie year, 10 wins or more. Even in the division that he's in, 10 wins or more. And by the way, Rashee Rice was... he was not a CU Buff. That was Brennan Rice, son of Jerry Rice.
I was going to say, I don't ever remember Rashee Rice being a Buff.
I felt really dumb there for a second because that would have been fairly close to when I was at CU.
Courtney Jackson, formerly waived by the Broncos, is signing with the Seattle Seahawks practice squad. According to Parker Gabriel, Kyrese Rowan is not expected to sign with the Broncos practice squad. And the same goes for my training camp crush.
Oh, no.
Joaquin Davis is not expected to be picked up by the Broncos and put on the practice squad.
That's a tough pill
to swallow
my
love.
right there.
Goodbye, my love.
We loved you.
It's okay.
Joaquin.
I loved you from afar.
You had a couple pretty awesome Glazers here while it lasted.
You were fun to watch.
Oh, yeah.
Maybe not run routes, but you were fun to watch jump in the air and catch footballs. I'll always remember early August of 2025 until I forget it next year. KJ, what's up?
I'm here.
Tim Patrick was traded to the Jacksonville Jaguars this morning as well. And the Jaguars are sending a 2026 6th-round pick back to the Detroit Lions. And additionally, the Jags had to waive wide receiver Austin Trammell. I wanted to ask you guys, what makes players like Tim Patrick and Devon Vele and players of that ilk so easily disposable?
There's a whole bunch of wide receivers in the league. I don't know. I mean, we just talked about one who I thought had a decent shot of making, like an outside shot at making the team as an undrafted free agent. You tell me you're the one who's gone across creating rosters.
The wildest thing about Sean Payton's type, he's got a type at receiver, does he not? Tim Patrick's kind of his type. Devon Vele's kind of his type. Problem is that Sean Payton also had his type. He kind of saw a newer, better model in his draft pick, Patty Bryant out of Illinois. The thing I found is the college and pro game, that 6'2 to 6'4 big wide receiver that's a solid possession player, decent skill set, can get in and out of breaks. That guy is a bit of a dime a dozen player. The one that is unique is that 6 foot to 6'1 just blazer that plays explosively off their insteps. And we don't necessarily know that is a player that's on this Broncos roster. That's the Justin Jefferson. That's the Travis Hunter. Elite ball skills, explosive. Go pluck the ball out of the sky and do it in an acrobatic manner.
Can play 6'5" without being 6'5".
Yes. The 6'3 to 6'5 receiver is a bit more of a ham and egg position. So
it's funny. There's a lot of those body types in the league, but not a lot of them get claimed off of waivers, even though a ton of them don't make active rosters. Most of those dudes that change teams are traded for value picks, which is why I think every single year you're going to see the Broncos between rounds 4 and 7 find a 6'4", 225-pound receiver that may not make the team just because they go, Adam Thielen at this point in his career fetched a 4th and a 5th? Adam Thielen? Is it 2019? I didn't even know the dude was still in the league. There is value in those players, and it's not just to have them on your roster.
Right.
KJ's NFL Notes are brought to you by our friends at Mountain High Appliance. You can find them at mountainhighappliance.com. They're Colorado's most complete local appliance store. They have locations in Denver, Louisville, Littleton, Colorado Springs, and Glenwood Springs. They offer every major appliance line and brand. You can find them at mountainhighappliance.com. Wrap things up on the other side, hand things off to PhD from 12 to 3, Nate and Andy, on your drive home on a Wednesday here. Altitude Sports Radio 92.5.
Colorado coach Mike Sanford here, and you've got some big-time college football action, and the betting lines are starting to heat up at Circus Sports Colorado, where it's not just sports betting, it's sports betting the way that it should be, with high betting limits, tight money line splits, and exceptional customer service that treats you like a VIP. And I have, right here, fresh from the Circus Sports Colorado app, a line that I think could be very, very appetizing. Miami of Ohio is a 17.5-point underdog to Luke Fickell's Wisconsin Badgers. The Miami of Ohio team that dominated the CSU Rams in the Snoop Dogg Gin and Juice Bowl just a year ago. I think that team's going to be really good. So I like Miami of Ohio, but if you want to check out all of the odds for college football this weekend, then download the Circus Sports Colorado app or visit circusports.com today. And a reminder, you got to be 21 years or older. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Miami of Ohio is a 17.5-point underdog to Luke Fickell's Wisconsin Badgers. The Miami of Ohio team that dominated the CSU Rams in the Snoop Dogg Gin and Juice Bowl just a year ago. I think that team's going to be really good.
Big Red Hawks guy, huh?
Huge Red Hawks guy.
The alma mater of Ben Roethlisberger.
Yeah, current head coach Chuck Martin, former offensive coordinator of the University of Notre Dame, Fighting Irish.
All of you, you juniors and seniors who are looking at colleges, if you're looking for a place that is typically filled with very good-looking humans on both sides of the equation.
You know this. Oh, really? So
Miami, Ohio.
So you checked out the dudes too, huh?
Good-looking people up in Oxford, Ohio.
Oh, yeah. I love it, man.
Everybody is, you look around, you're like, what's going on? What's in the water up here?
Miami of Ohio is a really good academic school, too.
Great academic school.
Good hockey program.
Great, yeah.
Good stick
Red
and
Hawks are a
puck.
really good program.
Yep.
Austin Zarnick was a stud up there.
You know what else they got going for them? They call themselves the Harvard of the state of Ohio.
Oh, I didn't know that.
Like, nah.
Harvard of the West. Sure. All I know is that when I went up there and I looked at Miami, Ohio, I looked around and everyone was gorgeous.
That's like you saying that I am the looker of all altitude radio drivers. I'm the best looking one.
You're a good looking guy. I'll give you that.
I'm saying you.
Oh, sure. I'll take that.
Because you're the driver.
I appreciate that.
So we're comparing you against Darren McKee. We're comparing you against Nate Kreckman. We're comparing you against Brett Kane.
Do I win that battle?
Oh, I think you do.
Kaner's a tall drink of water.
Yeah, but I don't know, man. I think you're overall.
Thanks, buddy. I appreciate that.
Yeah, you're a better looking guy.
We like to be put together here on the morning sprint. Typically.
Yeah,
I'm with
times.
Did you see this? Ralphie VI will be retiring after 4 years of service in the role, and the reason why they do this is because, well, as we know, Ralphie VI,
Ember,
an indifference to running, typical of many mammals, both four and two-legged. I just downed a ham sandwich in the break, and it almost came up in the middle.
That you verbalized that about as well as Ralphie VI ran in the 3-year stint that Ralphie VI was there.
Yeah, she wasn't a big runner.
I believe that Ralphie VI, the debut year, was it 21 or 22?
She went 4 years, so 21.
Okay, so I had a chance in back-to-back years to be around Ralphie VI. I'll never forget this. University of Minnesota is playing in the first 3 weeks of the season.
Can't believe I just burped into a mic.
Yes, you did.
That's our show today.
So we had a game in the first 3 weeks at University of Colorado. I'm the offense coordinator for the Gophers. I am freaking out everybody on the staff about how incredibly terrifying it is to be on the sideline and watch that massive mammal, which Ralphie V was a massive, massive mammal.
Yeah, dude, it's a 1,500-pound animal.
Okay, so I'm building this thing up, and the offensive line coach for Minnesota and the receiver coach from Minnesota I'm up in the press box watching it all. They had actually gone up the hill in would that be the north end zone?
Yeah,
South end zone.
What are they calling the hill now?
I don't know. It's got turf, though.
They changed the name of the hill. It used to be the C unit. And now
the C unit's the student section, though, right?
Right, but that's the student section that is around the Colorado emblazoned hill.
Correct? I think it's just called Prime's Time now. That's it. But so I watched these two. I'm building it up all week, guys. Trust me when I say this. It is terrifying, and I had done it many times in the Pac-12 as a coach at Stanford. I was every single time that Ralphie V took the field, I was like, I hope something doesn't go sideways.
You can feel it in your feet.
It is
in your
not
loins,
great.
as Vic would say.
All of a sudden, out comes little Ralphie VI, Minnesota. It looks like it's like a teddy bear of bison, of American bison, buffaloes, and those two. They truly thought I'd been playing a prank on them all week. I said, no, guys, that's not exactly what I'm used to seeing over the last 7 years of a run.
Ember will now be able to live on a ranch with Ralphie V, where she can, and I quote, focus on relaxing strolls on the pasture, which is her favorite hobby. So I wish Ralphie VI the very best. There is no imminent plan in place for Ralphie VII. So that means Colorado, when they take the field 2 days from right now against Georgia Tech, they will not be let out by a live Ralphie. Unless something changes over the course of the next 2 days, and there's no way that right? That has to be a very long training process.
I think you and I should just go wrangle a wild bison.
I thought, you know what would be better is if you and I just go get a bison uniform and we go do the old horse at Halloween. You want to be the front or the back?
Former interim head coach Mike Sanford was.
How far has he fallen?
Illegally trespassing in a 2-man bison suit.
You think Dion would like that? I don't know. You got to keep traditions alive. They are renaming the C unit. It's now the Charge at Colorado.
Okay. Cool, Carl.
C unit? Is that the reason why they would do that?
Was the reason they didn't like C unit was if you take one vowel out, didn't acquit itself quite so well?
I mean, I don't know. I would assume it's... I assume that the Colorado student section was named C unit because of G unit.
I think that was the whole play on words.
Where
right?
Fitty originated.
Right.
You know?
The pun.
I like the Charge. I think that's very Boulder-esque. That's very Ralphie-esque.
But there's no Ralphie.
That takes a lot. I don't know. It takes a lot of the home field advantage out of it, man. Isn't that a little terrifying as a player?
See, you must win.
As live mascots go, that might be the most awe-inspiring. Bevo at Texas is cool, but I never think that I'm going to get killed by Bevo. It's a longhorn, don't get me wrong. If it gets, could you impale you? But it's not going to sprint after me like a bison.
Does Coach Prime have something up his sleeve, though, in terms of who's going to be leading out the CU Buffs? Could it be just some massive celebrity in lieu of Ralphie?
I don't know.
Is
Warren Sapp back at playing weight?
I'm saying live on the mic.
That's half the size of Ralphie VI.
Let's get could Deion Sanders call any one of probably the top 10 grossing artists in hip hop and R&B right now and say, can you lead out my roster?
I mean, if you want Lil Wayne there on
Tech.
Friday, Lil Wayne will be there on Friday.
On a mic, leading out the squad.
Be pretty electric.
It would be lit. Would you miss Ralphie then?
I will always miss Ralphie.
Me too. I love
There's
Ralphie.
something about a live mascot, man. Live mascots are dope. Even when it's little Ugga at Georgia. A little fat bulldog, I love that. Right, that dude's awesome. Didn't UConn have a husky at one point too?
Yeah, and so did the University of Washington.
But then UConn screwed it up, dude. UConn used to be a Samoyed husky, those big fluffy white clouds, and now they changed it to a Siberian. I owned a Siberian husky. I love those dogs.
Bevo at University of Texas.
Bevo's mean.
Cool,
again, he's mean, but I'm not scared that Bevo is going to kill me.
How is Bevo burnt orange?
I don't know. Isn't that the color of a steer?
I don't know. I think
aren't they generally that color?
I usually think of steers.
I'm not a rancher by any means.
I don't know. Maybe that's a dairy cow.
My hands are soft as puppy ears. I don't have a ranching day in me. I can't tell you the actual color of a steer.
I like the Boise State Broncos come out with a real bucking Bronco.
No doubt.
Although it's tamed, and I wish they should have a real release from a cage. Can you get an 8-second bear buck ride?
What about Auburn's War Eagle? They're the Tigers, but the War Eagle, when it goes around that stadium, man.
LSU's
elite.
live tiger in a cage is almost a bit like it feels a little off.
Feels inhumane.
It feels weird.
Feels killer whale at SeaWorld-ish.
Yeah.
Not quite Blackfish levels of.
Why are we doing this?
Now you uncage that thing, and then that's number one by a mile.
How about
if you uncage a lion and try and hold on to that thing? You
how
might
about
have
the
a bunch
actual
of,
gator ponds
murders on your hands.
How about the actual gator ponds at Florida, University of Florida,
cool
on campus?
But put a gator on the field and let that thing wiggle around.
See what happens.
Now they move faster than you think they do.
Oh, they can come and get you now.
That's a good one.
I like the ram.
The ram's also great.
Nice lammy gets out there.
I'll take it. All right, that's going to do it for us today as we have exhausted our live mascot talk. For Coach Sanford and his CTE-riddled brain, and who is the name that you brought up from USC?
Prentice Hill.
Prentice Hill and his one touchdown in 1996.
Fantastic reference.
In front of a 13-year-old Mike Sanford.
Instead, the Broncos get Adam Prentice to be the fullback.
KJ Granderson, appreciate your work as always. I'm Alex Ryanemi. PhD is coming up next. They'll have the latest on the Broncos practice squad, a finalized 53-man roster, what it means moving forward. We'll talk to you guys tomorrow morning at 10 o'clock. Typical of many mammals,
Dude, I gotta say, man, I am blown away by this practice squad news with Sam Ehlinger. I actually didn't believe it at first.
You know what? I'm still struggling to believe it.
I chased it around because I did not believe it, and apparently there were at least 2 teams interested in signing Sam Ehlinger to the 53, and he turned him down. I am blown away.
Which means he turned down about $300,000 or $400,000 because, as we learned the other day, there is a max that you could pay the guys on the practice squad. It's not like it used to be.
$390 or something like that.
Yes, that sounds about right. I'll look it up here again in a minute. But it used to be you could pay the guys $1 million if you wanted to. Now it's capped out. Call it $400,000. Right.
I'm blown away.
Are you blown away that somebody might want him?
Well, here's what it makes me think. It makes me wonder if Sean said, "Hey, look, we got to play the roster game here a little bit. We'll elevate you. Just give us a couple weeks."
Now, I was told though. Oh, that's interesting. I was told that it was as a third quarterback. So there were other teams that were interested, not as a backup, but they were going to roster 3 quarterbacks, and he was going to be that third quarterback. But still, the money.
Yep.
There's got to be something else going on here. So welcome to conspiracy land when it comes to quarterbacks.
Yeah, let's see in 2 weeks if he's still on the practice squad or if they've elevated him.
So you think they may elevate him but don't guarantee his contract?
Well, I just can't figure out. I mean, listen, I know money's not everything, but financially turning down an extra $400,000, $500,000.
Blown away.
That's pretty nutso, right?
Absolutely. I didn't believe it. I did not believe it. So, again, hey, George Payton, Gold Star. Like, you somehow, or Sean Payton, or something. Sean must be like get these guys under a spell.
Or Bo Nix.
Well,
and the relationships and everything else.
I know they're buddies, and I know the wives are all pals, and they went on vacation. They did all that stuff together. They did that with Zach Wilson, too, and Stidham's right there with
Jacksonville this year?
What's that?
Isn't Jacksonville on the schedule?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
So it'll be interesting to see, how all the players get out and do their stuff before the game. See what.
What do you mean Miami? Miami is where Zach Wilson is.
Well, I thought he was in Jacksonville.
Yeah, Miami.
He's in Miami.
You're right. It is Miami.
And he made the squad?
Oh, I don't even know. Did Zach Wilson make the 53?
I don't know.
I
assume he did, but
Dan can check it out. I don't know. It's crazy. Lavelle Bailey did sign with the practice squad, and we have not. Well, tell me, Dan, if I'm missing anything. Do we know about Audric Estime yet or not? Guys, maybe you can help me out too. So I heard that he was not that happy and was unlikely to even sign with the Broncos practice squad. But I was also told earlier today Lavelle Bailey wasn't feeling great about it, and he did sign with the Broncos practice squad. So there you go. So we'll see. We'll have news out here shortly. Michael Bandy is back on the practice squad.
Caleb Lohner's back on the practice squad.
Okay, yeah, fill me in. What else you got? Who else you got there?
Jaden Robinson back on the practice squad. Reese Taylor back on the practice squad. Garrett Wallow. Delarian Turner-Yell.
Okay. Quentin Newsome. I'm just seeing this list. Courtney Jackson. They lost Courtney Jackson, who's a pretty good returner, and he goes to the Seahawks practice squad. What else we got here?
We did have a couple players claimed, which was...
Oh, who got claimed?
Damari Mathis got claimed by Carolina.
Okay,
well, we kind of knew that was going to happen.
Good for him.
And the guard, what was his name? Xavier Trust?
Yeah.
Xavier something.
He got claimed.
I wanted to say...
New Orleans.
Oh, interesting.
And then also...
He must have made quite the impression, I guess.
Also,
there you go with your preseason games, right? Like, that's why you take those things seriously.
We had the fourth year, and I can't remember this dude's name, but he was a corner that I barely even knew was on the team. He didn't have to go through waivers because he was a vested veteran.
Mm-hmm.
He signed, was it the Bills? He signed somewhere.
On a 53.
So Prentice goes.
So at least 3 guys went to 53-man roster.
The Broncos actually signed him as a free agent. Gosh darn it. What was that guy's name? Gosh, as soon as you say it, I'll know it. But nobody's saying it. But
don't know it.
But that's pretty good. 3 guys got claimed to 53s.
Yeah.
That's impressive. That shows you the depth of what the Broncos are. That's pretty cool.
Well, how about the news with your fullback's going to miss the season, and
how about
Prentice
that?
is back to the practice squad.
Yeah.
So will he get elevated, or will they still look?
He
for
won't
somebody
get
else?
elevated in week 1, but again, like Tyler says, you skip week 1, you come back for a non-guaranteed for the rest of the year.
Right.
That makes you a yo-yo player.
But
if
you
they
can only yo-yo 3 times. I read yesterday.
Sure, but it's 3 times. It's a pretty healthy chunk.
But if you get 2 guys, that's 6 games. 3 guys, 9 games.
Yeah, it gives you a lot of flexibility. And, they tell these guys what's what. Plus, Atkins will be back in week, 3, 4, something like that. But yeah, Burton's out for the year. So we'll see. We'll see where Sean values the fullback in whatever he wants to do. Like a fullback, not just Atkins is a.
Well, he's told
whatever you
us
wanna
that
call it.
he always carries one.
He does,
So
yeah.
my expectation is that if it's not week 1, by week 2, you'll have a fullback on the team.
It would tell me
Which is what happened to Burton last year, wasn't it?
Yep.
It would tell me what other fullbacks out there got released, over 24 hours, the past 24 hours. I mean, who else is out there?
A guy named Allstat from Florida.
Oh,
Honestly,
somewhere.
probably not that many.
You're probably right.
Because the teams that actually do carry a fullback,
Yeah.
they probably make the roster.
You're probably right. It's not like teams carry like 3 fullbacks to try out for the team.
No.
So, you're right. And the Broncos have been that way. They've had one, and that's it. He's our guy, and that's it. The end.
Well, when the Broncos' first 2 Super Bowl teams, Howard Griffith, obviously a fullback.
Oh, it's a different day.
And Anthony Lynn was your fullback, but also tight end. So he would back up on both.
Well,
Michael Bandy back on the practice squad.
Yeah. Joaquin Davis left, right? He's on somebody else's practice squad. He's Gonski.
So I didn't see where he went because I was looking for his name to come back.
Yeah,
here.
shoot.
He had a good. He was nice.
Oh gosh, I know he went somewhere else. Again, my memory, not sharp. Not sharp as a tack. Dull as a butter knife.
Needs some methylene blue.
It's a mile long.
Oh, you tried that? You got it with you? Yeah.
I always put it in my coffee.
I've been seeing that all over TikTok. What you think?
What are we
I
doing
did it
here?
for a while.
Methylene blue.
What's methylene blue?
You kind of feel pretty good.
Well, it's a big Liver King thing, Scott. So you and the Liver King, you're on the same page.
And RFK.
And RFK?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, it's
what is it?
It's the stuff that goes in there supposed to give mental
like a
clarity.
nootropic.
Yeah.
Okay.
Supposed to help cognitive abilities and stuff like that.
It makes you sharper.
I'll be curious what you think after a couple weeks because people
I
are
went
raving
off
about
of it for about a week or so, and then I tried it again. What did it say? Monday, and I was like, Monday and Tuesday. I was like, whoa.
You're wired?
I was like, no, I wasn't wired. I was like, just felt I had a little clarity.
Yeah.
So, and I didn't do it Tuesday, but I did it Monday. So I said, well, I'm going to do it today. So
Okay.
And I put it in my coffee.
Were you like?
Because it's nasty tasting stuff.
Were you like Zach Galifianakis in Hangover? Just like everything, all of a sudden the numbers and just it's crystallized. Like everything is just.
Yeah, it was like that one dude in Hunters. I could just put numbers together. And speaking of, can I just say something? Guess what I'm sitting at the table doing at 8:45, 9 o'clock last night?
What's that?
6th grade math.
Oh, yeah.
How'd you do on that?
Math's not the same as it once was either.
No, it's funny because I could get to the problems and they got to take this number, divide it by this number, blah, blah, blah. Using digits and ding and bing and
Chat GPT, buddy.
Well, no, but I can sit there and do it. I can still work out the long form, and I'm great. And my daughter's going, that's not how we do it. But I got the right answer.
Yeah.
But that's not, well, I don't know how to do it your way. I said, the funny thing? When I was taught this, when I was in grade school, they called this new math. And I said, honey, what would you call it now? She goes, old math.
Can I just ask a dumb question?
Yeah.
Seriously dumb question. But in elementary school, why wouldn't they just make sure the kids know how to use a calculator on their phone?
Well, they get to on certain things.
Why don't they
don't want to use it for phones in school.
No. But hold on.
They have their own calculators.
Why in the rest of your life do you ever need to do math without the calculator?
So you're sitting there trying to figure out some problem when you're building some new steps for your double wide, and all of a sudden you don't have a calculator handy. What are you going to do?
Who doesn't have a phone?
Yeah, by then we'll have it linked to our brain.
Well, that's the Neuralink will be you'll just think it and it'll just. When was the last time
Why
you did?
Why are you so lazy when it comes to learning?
I'm
this
not
stuff?
lazy. I'm more practical.
Hey,
I'll just throw that real quick.
Have you ever let your phone run out of battery juice?
Happened last night.
All right. What happens if you had to do some division, long division, stuff like that?
It happened.
Could you do it?
Hey,
do you know what mean, median, and range is?
I'm throwing this out there right now for you guys to remind me, okay? When we get to no dumb questions. This just reminded me of a parenting moment I had regarding ChatGPT and whether I'm a bad parent or a good parent regarding academics. Okay?
Clearly, you're a bad parent. Even by saying what you did, it's obviously bad.
Once you went to ChatGPT.
No. I didn't go. I didn't go. It had nothing to do with me.
The scales of justice moved once you went to ChatGPT.
The premise, you saying the premise, you're a bad parent.
Okay, fair enough.
We'll get to
enough.
it. We'll get to it coming up. I'm looking forward to hearing what the details are. Jeff Legwell will be with us in about 8 minutes. It looks to me, guys, and Dan, correct me if I'm wrong, but there's still a couple of spots left on the Broncos practice squad. I see him at 14, and I believe they get 16. And as far as
17.
You get 17?
Yep.
Okay, my bad. So there's.
Yeah, I read article today said 16 too because I thought it was 17.
16?
That's what I read
could have
today.
sworn it was 17. So you've got, there's the extra spot. There's one extra spot that's reserved for an international player.
That's it.
That I believe if you don't use it, you can apply it towards the practice
Correct.
squad.
Teams, I'm reading here. Teams can build 16-player practice squads or 17-player squads with an international player. Do we have an international player?
Not to my knowledge. Okay, so it's 16 flat, but you can get to 17 by adding the international.
Yeah, throwing a guy on from Australia, keep a 17th guy or whatever.
We had Manny when I was playing. Manny was
from
hanging
Mexico.
out for a couple years from Mexico.
Yeah, that would count, right? So the Broncos at 14, so 2 more spots, unless one of these dudes is from a different country. Is Calvin Throckmorton
Can
from
we
Norway?
put our punter on it? Does that count?
Well, he'd be on the practice squad then. Sam Ellinger, A.T. Perry, Michael Bandy, Adam Prentice, Caleb Lohner, Calvin Throckmorton, Joe Mikuszewski, Jordan Miller, Lavelle Bailey, Jordan Turner, Garrett Wallow. In the
So three inside linebackers.
Reese Taylor, Jaden Robinson, Delarian Turner, Yell. All guys who are there. So, man, they went heavy with their own guys. Joaquin Davis not on that list. Audrey Gesame not on that list right now. And Sam Ellinger on that list.
Listen, what Audrey Gesame said, I think I read something, I thought it was a tribute quote to him. These guys don't treat you well. No one talks to you, blah, blah, blah. Some sort of quotes like that.
Javonte Williams.
Oh, that was Javonte Williams. Well, with even that quote right there, is Estimate feeling any different than maybe Javonte Williams feels?
Yeah, I mean, if I'm watching
Sure.
Estimate, I'm reading the writing on the wall.
Yeah, me too.
I've got no desire to come back here, but Cliff said he expects him to be back.
Not yet, but it's not fully announced either. So we'll see. We'll keep tabs of it as it goes. That one might be a little tricky. I agree with you. If I'm Estimate, I'm out of here. I've had it. Whatever. Time to, just like Ralphie VI. It's time for greener pastures. I want to,
Yeah, one full year. It's time for greener pastures.
Yep. I want to work on.
It's only his second year in the league.
Just want to walk
He's
in the
got
meadow.
1 year in the league.
Yeah,
greener pastures.
but you know where you stand. You know you don't have a chance.
Exactly.
All stemming from a fumble on his first carry as an NFL player.
You know what? One of the dumbest things in my life that I did.
God, let me
many.
count the way.
But after pursuing this girl relentlessly in high school, going to the junior prom with her, having a terrible time, stunningly, I asked her to the senior prom. She said no, of course, rightfully so, because I'm on. That's Audrey Gesame.
Yeah,
he went to the prom. It didn't work out.
Yeah, he went with his buddies in the math club.
The prom didn't go good.
How'd you wound yourself?
Don't go to the prom again. I'm going to the prom with somebody else. It's nice that you're trying to get me to go to the prom with you. I'll pass. I get it. I see where I sit with you. If he comes back to the Broncos practice squad, I'll just assume he just really didn't get any other better offers. And the fact that we don't see his name on this list right now tells me that at least
that they're looking.
Yeah, I mean, it's at least kind of a deeper conversation.
Well, hold on. Are we 100% sure the Broncos want him back on their practice squad? I mean, are we being honest?
I mean, yeah, I probably would.
I would too.
I would love to have him back. If running back that knows the system has been around for 2 years.
But if Watson was completely healthy and you had a choice between Esme and Watson, which one you putting on the practice squad?
I don't
Well,
know. Maybe both.
but that's just not a choice they have to make today because Watson's got this injury thing going on. So
Yeah.
it's just not a. It might be a choice at some point, but they don't have any running backs on the practice squad right now. Fullback, they got Prentice, but no running backs. All right, we'll follow it as we'll go, and we'll just get an update straight up with Jeff Legwell coming up next.
All right, guys and gals. Hey, if you're out there struggling with hair loss, whether that's a bald spot, receding hairline, or thinning hair, do yourself a favor. Call my friends at Advanced Hair Restoration today at 720-459-HAIR. Guys, nobody can offer anything like the advanced FUE found at Advanced Hair Restoration. They've already changed tens of thousands of lives, including mine, and you deserve to be the next one. So call 720-459-HAIR. When you go to Advanced Hair Restoration, you're going to be in a calm, relaxed environment with the best of the best. Dr. Tanya Pauls is legendary. The entire staff at Advanced Hair Restoration, just the best of the best at what they do. They're absolutely fantastic. Guys, what I love about Advanced Hair is that they believe in what they do so much. They're going to guarantee your hair is going to grow for life. Lifetime guarantee with your own natural hair starting to regrow the very next day. So call 720-459-HAIR. You're going to get 250 free hair grafts and $250 off, but that is a limited time offer. Or check out those before and after photos at advancedhair.com.
Look, Sam's the guy that we want back. Now, the league a few years back put in a rule that allowed you to dress a third, but he had to be on your active roster. Every team in this league, when the season starts, is going to have 3 in the building. And the question is just simply, what's the third in the building? Is he active or practice squad?
Jeff Legwall joins us, brought to you by the International Brotherhood of Electrical Workers, IBEW Local 68. Start with a job, end with a career. And I'm seeing that Tommy DeVito was signed on the 53 by the Patriots. So would you rather have Sam Ehlinger or Tommy DeVito? Jeff, how many teams were after Sam Ehlinger to put him on the 53? It's remarkable to me that he would turn that down to be on the practice squad.
Well, I think DMac, sometimes all of it, including me, forget now that the money on the practice squad for a veteran player is getting close to the veteran minimum. And, you know, if you get some kind of assurance from the team that they're going to keep you all year and you'll get all of those checks and maybe get elevated a couple times, you can sort of make almost minimum veteran money to be in a situation you want to be in, work with coaches you want to be with. So I think that's impacted. You know, does he make this decision if he's a player 6-7 years ago? I doubt it. But now the money's a little different, and you know, a veteran player can work this out a little better than before. But you know, they wanted him back yesterday, and we're already talking about it. And I've been told that 1 or 2 teams had offered him to
interesting
be on the active roster.
Yeah, and I'm wondering, Jeff, if this might be as simple as this. They didn't want to put him on the day one roster because they didn't want to guarantee his salary for the year. So they told the guy, hey, hang out for a week or 2. You'll be elevated. I mean, could you see him getting elevated, or do you think he's going to stay on the practice squad?
You know, it's hard to say. You know, I think some of these injured guys are impacting, you know, Adkins, for example, has a roster spot and you know, isn't ready to play. So I think he might have made it, you know, if they didn't have some of these other things going on. But you're right. I mean, that's also done too. Is you know, it used to be far more common that 2 or 3 veteran players would be released and then re-signed, but you know, 2 days after cut day, and then you know, three other guys would be cut, so they wouldn't have to guarantee the salary. But I think like I say, I think the money's close enough now. If you're the player and you're a vested veteran, you know, it does give you the ability to sort of decide where you want to be instead of getting claimed by a struggling team or someplace where you don't think you're going to get the coaching you might want. You know, Zach Wilson turned his, you know, 1-year stint into a $6 million deal, you know, and he didn't play in a game, you know, last year. So, but I think, you know, Davis Webb is thought really highly of around the league, and I think this is now two quarterbacks. You know, Zach Wilson was always very clear. He thought Davis Webb was a big part of getting him squared away, and I think that played a part in Ehlinger's decision too.
I know we got you here to talk about practice squad and cuts and blah, 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 but you brought the name up that I had the big take on Monday. In my opinion, they need to do everything they can over the next year or so to make sure they retain Davis Love, including, I think, they ought to let him start being the play caller this year. What are your thoughts on all that?
I think it's really hard. I guess I should say, in my experience in this, I haven't seen very many head coaches who are the offensive play callers surrender that for anything other than things are really going poorly and we need another set of eyes. I have to do something. I mean, they've added to his title this year, Davis Webb's title, you know, and they did let him very, you know, publicly say, yeah, he's calling plays in a preseason game, and they've done all of those things. But at some point, you know, I think the decision's going to come to a head. Somebody's going to offer him very soon, I believe next offseason, the chance to call plays for somebody and have some impact in creating the playbook. And I'm not sure the Broncos could battle that. And I think the Broncos know it, that at some point they won't be able to keep him because, you know, Sean Payton is this team's play caller. And I get no sense he'd be willing to shift that because he never did in New Orleans to retain a coach or anybody he felt strongly about.
Funny, though, their best offensive input was the game that Davis called all the plays, didn't it?
Yeah, I think you could probably say some of that was for sure. But, you know, I don't think he had Bo. Did he in that game? I'm not sure. I can't remember now.
No, he had Stidham.
Preseason. I'm moving on from the preseason. No, you know, Scotty, I think they know it's going to be a decision, and they would have a hard time battling, you know, the right kind of offer. I mean, late in Gary Kubiak's time with the Broncos as an assistant, you know, Mike used to let him call plays at times during games and that type of thing to keep them engaged. But eventually, Gary got the offer he could no longer say no to, which at the time was to be a head coach for the Houston Texans.
Well, now that the roster is decided, do you see anything unusual on the roster that you think that might get corrected in the next, 48 hours or so?
Well, I mean, they didn't put in any waiver claims, and there were a lot this year.
Wow.
You don't see that many years. I think last year there were 14 or 15 league wide, and I think this year there were 30. So a lot more teams making claims this year, and the Broncos weren't one of them. But again, I think that shows you they feel pretty good about the roster, and I think it would take a lot or an injury for them to make any major adjustments. I mean, they'll do some jockeying here if the right player pops from some of these other teams. But we'll get out to practice here in a minute, and we'll see if any of the early arrivals are participating. But as of about an hour ago, I didn't get a sense they were in the mix for any major changes.
What do you know about Estime?
Just that he wasn't going to come back here, and that he's sifted through his other options. I was told. Now, I did not talk to Audric. I should say that up front. I didn't talk to Audric himself, but I was told he was not interested in a return to the Broncos practice squad. And I don't know that the Broncos would offer either, so I can't put it all on him.
Why wouldn't they?
Did I not say that?
Yeah, you did. I'm asking why, but you did. Scott's doing a little victory lap here, Jeff.
No, I mean, I just think he knows what they think of him. They put him at RB5 in camp. Why would you come back here and say, "Oh, thanks for putting me at RB5"? Let me play on your practice squad. So, I mean, there are only 32 teams, so at some point he may have to come back if that's for some reason what he would have down the road. But as of now, I was told he's looking at other things. I think the Browns are an option, certainly, and I'd keep an eye on that. They need some help at running back.
Okay. All right, Jeff, anything else we should know? Anything else that caught you by surprise or roster-wise or anything else that's got your interest? We enjoyed your opus, by the way. Whenever you write like a 10,000-word piece in ESPN, it's like, wow, that looks hard to do. But really cool stuff.
Oh, no, I think it's interesting around the league how people who know Sean are looking at him differently here. And it's because Greg Penner has a far bigger voice in what goes on with the Broncos than Tom Benson or Tom's wife did with the Saints. And Sean's had to adapt. He's got plenty of decision-making opinion here, and they do a lot of things he wants to do. But this is a lot different situation than New Orleans, and other people in the league have noticed.
Hey, I don't know if we've ever asked you, how would you grade, and it's still early in the tenure, but the Penners as an ownership group so far?
Well, I would say I think they're just starting to flex the muscle they have. And other people in the league, again, I've talked to GMs and other folks who say, look, we all know there's no salary cap on scouting or coaches or technology or buildings or travel or, the only thing there's a salary cap on in the NFL is player salary. And the ownership of resources can do as much as it wants with everything else. And the Walton Penner Group has more than anybody else in the NFL, and the rest of the NFL knows it. And this new building they're putting up will be quite the message for everyone else. And I would guess you'll soon see a lot of other people doing remodels or restructures of their facilities because that counts in free agency and the rest of it.
Hey, really quick, Jeff, where are you on the Burnham Yard Broncos or the Lone Tree Broncos?
I'm old school. I grew up in a city, so I always think of, look, I get the politics and the money and all the rest of it. I fully understand all of that and the real estate, and everybody wants to make a killing. I got it. But I always think teams should be in the cities that's in their name.
Yeah, but and I know it's not in their names, but Green Bay's not in Milwaukee where you grew up.
Yeah, you keep pushing that. I'll tell people you went to Auburn.
And on that note, we appreciate you, Jeff Legwalt. Brought to you by the International Brotherhood of Electrical Workers, IBW Local 68. Start with a job, end with a career. Thank you, Jeff.
You bet, fellas.
See you, buddy.
Little zing-zang right there. Little zing-zang.
Yeah, but he grew up in Chicago, so he was a big Bulls fan. Back when I was in Pistons. But I always tell him he grew up in the suburbs of Milwaukee, is where he's actually from.
So. Gotcha. The morning show had Wellington Webb on because he wrote an op-ed.
I heard that. I was listening.
Yeah. His argument was, I was like, oh, why Denver? And his argument,
I live close.
Yeah, kind of. It was like Denver's Denver. Like that is kind of listen, I understand. Give me a little something more than just Denver's Denver. Give me something else besides that. I mean, I get that. Everybody understands.
Well,
that.
I think part of his sales pitch, I guess, whatever you would call it, was that it's one of. It felt like it used to always be all the cities had all 3 or 4 of the major sports right there downtown, right? And Denver is one that still got it. And that's something that is cool and something that's unique about this city, and they belong with other teams as well.
They're all within probably 3 or 4 or 5 mile blanket of each other, too.
Yeah,
really.
Yeah, but most cities are not like that.
Yep.
Philadelphia is. They got all their stadiums are like
across
literally
the street from each other.
It's kind of crazy how that's located. But you realize, I get it. That's in Philadelphia. That's on the outskirts of Philadelphia.
It's not downtown Philadelphia.
It is not downtown Philadelphia. To the degree when I was out there, like, are we still in Philadelphia? I mean, I guess we are. Because that's where Burnham Yards is. It's kind of in the, are we still? This is still Denver, huh? Okay.
Yeah, all 3 of those stadiums are right there, within a block of each other.
Yeah. I mean, what other city with all 4 sports teams does have them all in the city? Who? Denver, right now. We do, right now. Who else?
Well, the Knicks and
I don't know, but
Rangers.
I think that was part of the sales pitch is it makes us unique and that it's cool.
Well,
can we just be like everybody
definitely
else?
not New York because the Giants and Jets are out in New Jersey.
Right.
So they're out. Boston, no. Foxborough is,
wherever.
Wherever the hell that
Seattle.
is. They don't have basketball.
Miami.
They got them all. Are they all in Miami?
Really spread.
It really is.
The football
spread
stadium's in another town, actually, but.
Okay, so no. So is the football stadium in another town?
See, I think, I can't remember the name.
All right, so ain't them.
Now, the hockey and basketball play downtown.
Okay.
Baseball's on the edge by the water somewhere, aren't they?
I think that is pretty downtown. I think the baseball stadium is right there. So maybe Miami, but even that spread out a little bit. Who else? Detroit? No. Anybody? Bueller?
Although
I don't know. I mean,
where did Detroit build their football stadium?
Oh man. Are they downtown? Maybe Detroit is.
Detroit,
because they used to be Owing Mills or wherever the hell that was.
They moved.
Is that downtown?
They moved the basketball team back downtown with the Red Wings building.
Okay. Tigers are downtown, right?
Yeah.
Oh, so maybe Detroit.
Detroit might be there too.
They don't have basketball, but Cincinnati's got them both downtown.
But they don't have hockey either.
Where's Cleveland's football compared to?
Cleveland's right downtown. It's right next to the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame, but they don't have hockey.
Yeah.
You know, there aren't many cities like ours. Let's face it. We are awesome in terms of a sports city. If you want to make that claim to keep a sports city alive, you win that one.
Although somebody watched.
But you realize we're the exception, not the rule. You know, most cities aren't doing what Denver's proposing to do. We may be it. I mean, Detroit, maybe. I don't know.
Well, and like I said, there's fans in L.A. or
where is L.A.? Where is everything in L.A.?
It's all spread out.
Yeah.
Balmer, I guess.
It's another thing like
Chavez Ravine is the closest to like actual downtown LA.
Is that LA? Is Chavez Ravine LA?
It's probably the closest to the actual downtown LA.
Okay. And like where do you guys think the heart of Denver is? Like what is Denver?
Tech Center.
Castle
Rock. Lone Tree.
You know, you start getting into these weird conversations.
I disagree with you on the heart of Denver deal with Burnham Yards. I mean, to me, that's definitely Denver. I would say once you drive past Broadway on I-25 or Lincoln, anything from that point all the way up to like 70 is downtown Denver.
How about a DU? It's called Denver University. So should you started at University?
That is a stretch to
that's
me.
Not downtown.
I bet they have a Denver mailing address, but that feels like a stretch.
I had a Denver mailing address when I lived in the Tech Center.
I know.
I mean, listen, Metro is downtown, and Burnham Yard is 2 blocks from Metro.
Okay. You know, whatever. I mean, it'll be what it'll be. But I just wanted to point out the whole argument that you got to keep it downtown because that's what sports and cities do.
No. That was the opposite of it. It was that's what makes us unique.
Okay, and that's a big deal?
I think it's cool. I do think it's cool.
Okay. Well, I'm not an anti-downtown guy. I'm not. I'm just questioning, like, how much we stretching things that is downtown. You know, so if you're telling me that's still downtown, and okay, I think it's a stretch.
What's downtown to you?
I would say the heart of downtown, like, I would consider, like, Ball Arena, like the earlobe. You know, it's right there. It's just slightly on the other side of Spear. But like to me, if you go at Union Station and you draw a circle around the state capitol building in that area, and you could throw maybe parts of Rhino in there through Market Street, Larimer, that sort of thing. To me, that's downtown Denver. That's what it is to me. So it involves the 16th Street Mall, State Capitol Building.
Yeah, I'm much bigger than
Larimer,
you. I'm going basically anything east of I-25. If you're heading north on 25, you pass Broadway, anything east of there, basically up to 70.
Oh, wow. Oh, wow. Okay.
That's downtown to me.
That's big.
That's Denver.
See, to me, when I think of Denver, I think of the skyline. And if you fit within kind of the skyline that I see, it's like, okay, well, that's Denver. I got it.
I would go maybe Broadway to 20th on 25.
Broadway to okay. I mean, so you're stopping it at Coors.
Yeah, basically.
Yeah, that's fine. I could dig that.
So up yours, Rhino. You ain't part of it.
But I mean, definitely
Vic
Broadway.
on Rhino.
Broadway.
That's North Denver.
You got to go about as far south as Broadway, though, right?
Yeah, because you got
all that
Broadway
stuff is downtown Denver.
That cool stuff down there.
All right. Well, hey, man, it's an interesting conversation for sure, and we'll see where it all goes.
Hey, listen, I know that when they put in Coors Field, that was considered downtown, and that was not a very nice area.
Fine. If you're telling me Burnham Yards will turn into the next Lodo, you're selling me a pen.
Well, that's a fact. I mean, wherever it goes, it will turn into that. Yes.
Okay.
Are you doubting what they would build there?
I'm not doubting what they will try. I have a hard time in my head imagining people going there. I do. I'm struggling with it.
Dude, you're the one that said they would go to Pueblo.
Pueblo.
I mean, yeah, wherever they build it, they will go. It literally does not matter where they build it.
No, on Sundays for home games, people will go anywhere. That doesn't matter. What I'm talking about is everything else that goes around it. But, like the Broncos stadium now is beautiful. There's really no reason for a new stadium. The biggest problem is there's nothing around it of consequence because you're fenced in by federal and you can't do anything with that. And I-25, there's nothing there. There's no reason to really go there unless there's an event there.
Yeah.
But these other places, like
Coors Field
oh my God.
or even Ball Arena, you're just half a mile. You're a pedicab from cool areas.
And when Kroenke takes care of what they want to do at Ball Arena, that's going to be a downtown. That's going to be, if that all comes true, there's your new downtown. There's your new Coors Field and McGregor Square in that area.
Once that gets built, then Burnham Yard is about 2 blocks south of that. So
how many downtowns are we going to get? Like, what are we doing here?
I just feel like one giant downtown.
Well, we'll say this. Denver's creeped into the tech center, hasn't it? Remember when they first put up the tech center? You probably do. I mean, even where you lived over in Cherry Creek area, that used to be way outside
That was
of town.
the Plains.
Yeah. Not anymore.
No.
We'll see. We'll see where it goes. The politicking is already happening. I am laughing that this little tiny town, less than 15,000 people, a mall is Lone Tree. And all of a sudden, a mall, a little tiny town of 15,000 people with a mayor who was a hairdresser a couple years ago, is battling with billionaires for where to put the Broncos. It's wild.
Offer them everything, probably.
It's crazy. It's PhD here on 92.5.
All right. Hey, if you're out there in the market for a new vehicle, go check out the best dealership in Colorado with the best prices and the best inventory. It's my friends over at Phil Long Ford. You're going to love your experience at Phil Long Ford. I've been a customer there since my rookie year when I bought my first car, and relationships matter in life. That's why I recommend you go check out Phil Long Ford. You'll become a customer for life. Guys, they've got the best prices. They've got the best customer service. They've got the best inventory. They've got over 8,000 cars, trucks, vans, SUVs, electric vehicles, even commercial fleet vehicles on their lot right this minute. So whether you're looking for a new vehicle or you're looking for a pre-owned vehicle, you're going to find the vehicle of your dreams at Phil Long Ford. You're going to get the best price. They're going to get you in. They're going to get you out. You're just going to have a fantastic experience. And keep in mind that Phil Long Ford has got an award-winning service department. So once you buy that new vehicle, keep it serviced over at Phil Long Ford, and you're going to have a beautiful ride for a very long time. Let them know that your friend Tyler sent you on over, and feel free to shop at phillongford.com.
Well, look, sometimes it's a combination of things, and look, I had a long visit with him today, and his career's not by any chance over. And so really not uncommon for a 5th round selection. And yet there's also a credit to Bidet's experience, but also some of his versatility. Clearly, when you add and have the ability to sign a Dobbins and draft a Harvey, that room changed immediately and the competition changed immediately.
Well, that was something when Jeff Legwall goes, I don't know if the Broncos would be even interested in signing Estimate to their practice squad. So, we have an addition here to the practice squad. Oh, Quentin Newsome, I think, is the new one there. So Darian Turner-Yell, Jaden Robinson, Quentin Newsome, Reese Taylor, Garrett Wallow, Jordan Turner, Lavelle Bailey, Jordan Miller, Joe Mikuleski, Calvin Throckmorton, Caleb Lohner, Adam Prentice, Michael Bandy, A.T., Perry, and Sam Ellinger. It means they have a room for one more dude and one more guy from
Europe.
Yeah, well, anywhere outside the United States.
What do you think?
I mean, it could be Australia.
Do we call it?
What do you think?
Oh, yeah, you called it.
Yeah, well, you called it.
Well,
you called it.
I pointed it out for you.
Yeah, I mean, I was already observant.
Yeah.
I was waiting for it, but yeah, you called it. Yeah, you called it. It has to do with you.
Go ahead.
Well, once again, you run the water dry on the Keurig and don't fill it up.
Oh, my God.
Every freaking time.
You're sitting there waiting on your coffee, and I look at Tyler, and I point to the water going real low, and he goes,
"Oh, I'm already watching."
So on the coffee, you had already filled up?
Yeah.
And then I filled up a cup.
Last one.
Last one's got to
Somebody
refill.
used the water for the first one, too.
Yeah.
Gotcha. So I'm being accused of a negligent water filler.
Well, Dan Tanner's
interesting.
Dan Tanner's criminal on that.
So every time you get a cup of coffee, you always check the water.
No. At the end
you do.
Always. If it's low,
I am. Well, how would
you?
Well,
you check to see if it's low. Yes.
Well, so if the blue light's not on when you start the coffee, it's not on.
It usually means it's low.
You should still check it.
Yeah. Everybody knows.
Well,
this.
I am guilty of that. I will admit. If I don't see the little light.
Are you like the husband that man, it's amazing. I got this big pile where I put my dirty clothes, and about once a week, all of a sudden they're folded and put on my bed.
It's magic.
It's magic. The water, every time I come to the water coffee at the Keurig, it's always full. Magic.
Yeah.
All we're saying is bring a little magic in your life.
We're just saying that there's a reason why we were both observant of it. That you're a habitual repeater offender of this. Habitual. Yeah, habitual. That's
Okay.
right. Yep.
And listen,
I'm curious how you define
you're
habitual.
You're not the king.
I'm not the king. Am I the prince?
Oh no, Dan Tanner. I watched
Am
Dan
I
Tanner.
the Duchess?
You're a young princeling.
I'm a young princeling.
Yeah. You're a youngling prince.
Okay.
You're still young at it. You got time though to overthrow the king.
Hey, listen, who's the king?
Tanner.
I don't think Dan drinks that much coffee.
Well, he does.
Scott saw me do it one time, and he's like,
I've
he does
seen
it
him
every
twice.
day.
Oh, Dan,
Okay.
that's clearly what's going on here, by the way, if you can't tell.
Yeah, Scott saw me do it once.
They
and he's
used
like,
to
he
have
does it every day.
a jug of water that has its own filter in it.
Right.
I've seen Tanner twice. Drop that thing to there's
two
a
times
quarter inch of water left, and then he puts it in the fridge. And I'm like, dog, just fill it up. I called you out on one time on it, so it probably
I'm so glad I don't have to live with Scott.
I have love you guys, love working here, love the whole thing.
We do. Yeah.
I have never worked at a place where people are more careful about the little things that you do at work than here.
Just fill up the water.
I mean, it's just just
Scott,
common courtesy.
Scott, I should not sweat so much before the show
Oh,
starts.
no, I don't.
Hold on.
I'm proud of you.
You can't fart and have smelly farts around here.
Well, that's my bad.
I can't take my bike through the front door.
Well, that's
I can't keep
bosses.
the bike in the office.
That's
I can't
bosses.
keep the bike in the side room.
Hey, that boss got fired. What are you worried about?
So the bike is its own
Yeah, you get your house. Hey,
personal journey.
Do you remember what happened last time I called him out on the water thing? So the last time I called him out on it, he actually did fill it up. Okay? So it was empty when he got there. So he went to the faucet. He filled it up just enough for his one cup. And then by the time he filled up his one cup, I had to go refill it again.
Well, you got to get back on the air.
How did you ever survive that particular day, by the way?
I'm just saying that was even more
mean,
selfish than
heroes,
not noticing.
Dan, heroes come in, all sorts of
Who
costumes.
fills up the water cup for
not all
one cup of
heroes wear
coffee?
capes, D-Mac.
Not all heroes wear capes.
Who does that?
And by the way, I'm proud of you when you come in sweating.
I've been told not to do that.
What? By who?
So
No, you come in sweating.
Tyler was
I've
like,
never told
are
you.
you having a
I've
heart
said this
attack
so
or
long.
what is going
well,
on
that's
with
true.
you? Like,
Yeah,
you
no.
So
I've definitely
The
asked
only
if you're
time
having
I
a heart
said something
attack.
about it is basically you had all the traffic jam and you got here literally maybe a minute before the show.
Changed
I come
my
in
whole
here
routine.
post-workout almost every single day.
I changed my whole routine.
I'm proud of you doing that.
And am wearing better clothes to, because I got to change of clothes.
So you bring it or keep them here?
I bring a change of clothes every day.
Wow.
Why don't you just keep one here?
I have some here, and I mix it up a little bit.
But you're not using your office anymore. And by the way, since you got
So
this,
where do you change?
Scott,
You go to the bathroom?
I right now have the biggest office in this entire building.
all upstairs
Mm-hmm. It is the secret sauce
of the
that
place?
is kind of hysterical.
You know we got 2 Keurigs. Why don't you take one up there?
That's a fair point.
Very, very tempting. I have not hung anything up there, but I have clearly established the biggest office in this whole place that I've ever had in my career.
And you're overlooking everybody else. So really,
I'm in the spot. And it's
But
just a matter.
don't they have windows on it?
Uh-huh.
So where do you change?
Right there.
With windows?
Mm-hmm.
well, it's windows to the
nothing.
alley.
Yeah.
Okay.
to nobody.
That alley in some Chevrolet.
Nobody's
place.
up there. I don't know if our staff understands.
Remember at the old place when you got in trouble for changing?
That was
in front of
ridiculous.
someone?
That was unbelievable.
There's a
Do
guy.
I got 30 seconds to tell that story?
Yeah.
All right. So, golly, the old place. This is really ridiculous. This did happen, by the way. KS 1075, a radio station, moved out. They were gone. And that room, their studio
Well,
was.
they split the thing up, right? They went to a whole new company. Right?
But nothing went in. It just was empty. It was an empty room that they were occasionally doing. There's nothing there.
Yeah.
Through that room, you could look at a studio, like a producer studio, and through that studio was the old program director's office. So you got to look through like 4 panes of glass.
Right.
Well, nobody was in. You got to understand, this is an empty studio, empty offices.
Right.
So at the old place, I would say, well, where's the one place I can go where literally nobody would ever see me? And it was that back office. So I was like, nobody's here. Nobody's here. And so I just, put the bike and the clothes, and I would change my clothes. Unbelievably, somebody one day, unbeknownst to me, because I'm not trying to show off, look at me, sees me changing through the 4 panes of window that's doing some sort of work in a studio that doesn't exist, and complained about me to HR. True story.
Yep.
I got called in by HR for
getting naked.
Yes. And I didn't get naked. I wasn't getting naked.
You took your shirt off.
You take your shirt off, you take your bike pants off. So it's, I'm not jumping around there naked or something. I'm not flashing anybody.
Unlike Scott.
I almost did.
Unbelievable. You got a memory like an elephant on that one.
And they called HR on it?
HR had a meeting with HR.
Oh, I remember everything wrong you've ever done.
Oh, well, there you go. There's that. So, yeah, that happened.
Wow.
Yeah. Yeah, unbelievable. Unbelievable. They thought because there were window shades and I had the window shades up that I was like.
I tell you about when I got called to HR there. That one's not as funny.
No, you got suspended.
I didn't get suspended.
Oh, I thought you did.
No, I didn't get suspended.
Okay.
No. I definitely did not get suspended.
All right. Anyways. Well, that's fine. You guys got anything else? We can get back to sports if you want. We don't have to.
Or we just take a quick break, come back.
Well, we have no choice on that.
Yeah, we can get right to football.
All right. It's PHC on 92.5. I got to admit the vast majority of people about Ralphie have been pretty funny. But our guy Brett Kane, I gotta give Brett credit, man. Brett is pretty cool. He finds like little things
that gets on Vic.
Yeah, well, there's that. But like he just has his radar up for things that like exist in the world of sports. Nate Kreckman has this trait too. It's a really good trait to have. That are like, oh, that is interesting. That is funny. That's a little bit different about something. Do you have that, Dan? Let me know when you got it. But Brett noticed something that upon reflection hit me too about the Ralphie stuff. The Ralphie stuff is at the end of the day funny, right?
No. Nothing about it is funny.
See, even
the fact that we're not running behind Ralphie on Friday night's not funny.
Even you doing that is funny. Even you being sarcastic like that is funny.
No.
Or pouting.
This is a very serious thing.
Right, exactly. Okay. Prove it.
How many years have they been doing this? Because it's breaking a tradition.
Doing Ralphie?
Yeah, running behind him.
Well, I happen to have the list of all the Ralphies right in front of me, Scott.
But what's the first year?
Well, the first one was actually Ralph.
Right.
That was a male. They couldn't control the male, so they went to the females.
Dang right.
Renamed it Ralphie.
Toxic masculinity.
That's
you're
right.
talking about.
That's right.
But what year was that?
Debut run was September 16th, 1967.
Wow.
You know, I would think it would go back further than that, actually. That's okay. I mean, that's 50 years.
They tried in the 30s and 40s, but they realized it never made to the arena because it was on somebody's tailgate by then. And it was a legit tailgate back then.
Let me play our guy, Brett, and his observation, which I thought was kind of interesting. Go ahead, Dan.
I don't need to be insulted when I ask this question. I need to be educated. There's a difference.
What's the question? Vic.
I saw our boy RK over at DNVR send out a couple of tweets about this.
Okay.
He was acting as if he was putting his mother in a home.
Yeah.
I want to know why this is
Ryan is because
a You just get another one. What is explain
just go
this
grab
to me.
another buffalo.
Well, that's what I'm asking. I said that earlier, and people acted like I was like making fun of their children. I'm like, guys, it's an animal. Just get another one that does it right.
If you drive in the mountains on I-70, you'll see a bunch of them on the side of the mountain over there, just hanging
you'll
out.
see them over by
one.
Daniels Park. There's actually
Was that the south side? Yeah, the south side.
You know where I live, right, boys? So you know the new park there, the new open area.
Yep.
Okay, you go over that hill, and then down there's 5 buffalo that live there.
Oh, hey.
Okay. Funny comment by Brett. And I saw Ryan's tweet. I'm like, oh my God, Ryan.
I mean, I facetiously said, to Scott's point about eating all the buffaloes, I facetiously said, yeah, you could eat black, or you could eat, don't eat blackout. Don't do that. Ember, you can go ahead and eat Ember. I mean, Ember, does she really deserve does she deserve the red carpet treatment in retirement here? I mean, she was very temperamental. She was I mean, what other female, never mind. She did not want to run. Did not want to run. And,
Brett's comment, though, it's like you're putting your grandmother in an old age home. It's not that serious.
That was pretty funny. That was a good line.
Well, but if you've been doing a tradition since '67, I'm sure there's certain people that thinks it's serious.
Here's what does make it serious, and I'm being on the serious side here. Okay? The fact that the transition plan did not work out ideally. All right.
Yeah, that's
so the fact that we're going to open a game on Friday night against Georgia Tech and we don't have a Buffalo to run behind for the first time since, I believe it's the first time since 1967.
Yeah, I don't know what they did in COVID.
I mean, maybe there was a time or two that the Buffalo was sick or something. I don't know, but I mean, not having a Buffalo in place. And now that everything that's getting put out from all the CU reporters is, hey, this is a live animal here. There's no predicting the timeline of when she's going to be ready to run. So that is a big deal. I mean, it honestly is.
Well, what was the last game? What was the last game that he ran last year? She
ran. Well,
the last game she appeared in last year.
She tiptoed about 10 yards at the bowl game.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
So that was January or December?
Whatever. I don't know.
Oh, you don't remember the bowl game?
Hold on.
You got 9 months to train a Buffalo?
If you haven't seen her, quote-unquote, run from the bowl game, you got to look it up. I mean, she literally tiptoes about 10 yards.
And the guys her handlers are trying to, they're trying.
Yeah.
But you can't slap her. You can't hit her. You can't kick her.
Back in the day, you probably could.
Not these days. You ain't doing that
Yeah.
You're not doing that.
Yeah.
I think you got to have a sense of humor. When CU had a sense of humor, they wrote in a press release, due to an indifference in running.
That's pretty funny.
You don't think that's a little snarky and funny? I thought that was hysterical.
Yeah, that's like her sole job.
An indifference to running.
But you knew she had an indifference all season. Shouldn't you have been putting a substitute in, right? I mean, isn't that what the Rockies coach does in the third inning when the guy's giving up 5 runs? Is hit that right hand and go, let's go.
Not last night, my friend.
They say that this thing was planned the whole time, though, that they were transitioning from her. It was not like a last-second decision right before the season. But unfortunately, the new Buffalo, which we don't know the name of yet, is not ready to run. What would you like? Is that tiptoeing?
This is the Alamo Bowl last year.
Maybe your feet hurt.
Look at the guys. Look at the handlers.
Come on, Ralphie.
Let's go.
Come on.
Come on,
Come on. Good girl.
Oh my God.
What are the handlers?
No wonder you didn't show up for the bowl game.
Yeah, I mean, come on. The second that she came out like that, you knew we were going to get our asses kicked.
Then she gets to see when she gets home, she picks it up just a little.
Oh my God. I'm crying. I've got tears.
I mean, did somebody drug our Buffalo? Like, is that what's going on here? I think somebody's drugging our Buffalo.
Tyler, she had an indifference to running.
I'm with you. That deserves red carpet retirement.
No, that doesn't deserve. Like, you could send her to Ted's.
By the way, let me finish the quote of the CU press release. An indifference to running, typical of many mammals, both 4-legged and 2-legged. They're having fun with it.
Yeah.
And good for them.
My Buffalo was Rowdy. And Rowdy was a badass. And then Blackout followed out Rowdy. Blackout was really good, too.
They used to have Buffaloes you take off, and the handlers would be dragged once in a while.
Yeah.
Yes. Yeah, that was
the ones Dan ran with. Dan, you could have ran with that one at 7 years old.
Dan, pull up Blackout spring game debut. She breaks free from the handlers and is running all over the place.
Oh, you want the possibility that whoever Ralphie is could plow into the student section at some point.
That would be.
You definitely want.
You be like a bull in Spain jumping into the crowd.
The only reason you watch the Pamplona stuff with those bulls is to see somebody get plowed. Now, we're not hoping for anybody's demise,
Which has happened.
But if you're going to pull a guy with a bandana and the white shirt and the thing and do a flippy-two over the hoof, the head, I don't want to see goring, but I do want to see a guy, ass over tea kettle. In Spain. You deserve it. I'm killing time. Do you have the, I don't know if you have the Blackout with the spring game. And
That's all right. Don't worry about it.
Well, but you're right. But the only thing it is a tradition. But then the question is,
it's all going to happen. They're going to bring a Ralphie back.
Change the tradition. And just
let
the guy put a bunch of real grass down in the corner somewhere and let him eat.
Can I give you some beef with Dion? Like I'll give you a little bit of beef there.
Well, pun intended.
He did.
Oh, here we go. Spring game.
Is this it?
All right, so this is Black.
Wow. He's all
ready. Come on now.
Ready
That's
to
what
roll.
I'm talking about.
Ready to roll. Runs over the handler.
Yes!
We're down 2 handlers now.
Yes!
He's dragging a handler.
Yes!
That drops to third. We're down to 1 handler.
Wow.
1 handler's holding on strong.
Yes!
Let's go.
That is what I'm talking about.
Oh, nice.
Yes!
Hold on.
Yes!
Hold on.
Yes! That is awesome. That's what I'm talking about. Which one was that?
That was Blackout.
Hell yeah, Blackout. Hell yeah.
You knew that was going to be a good Buffalo.
Oh,
and
was amazing.
That's her debut
he
run
ain't
in the
done
spring
yet.
game. That's
Hell
a she.
Yeah.
She ain't done yet.
Get there, go. Oh, that is awesome. I have never seen that before.
Really?
That's the most awesome run I've ever seen.
Yeah.
No, I'd never seen that before.
Oh, dude, she hit her head on the back of that.
Woo!
Look at them handlers are warm.
Hell yeah.
Those handlers.
Damn.
Run that one again.
Damn.
Them handlers.
Wait, what year was that?
I don't know.
2008.
Holy cow, that was amazing.
Them handlers are worn.
That was the first spring game after I left.
So you got 5 guys.
Like 2 seconds out the gate, she tramples a dude.
Yeah.
How about the guy that stayed with her the whole time, though?
I don't know.
That guy's legit.
Yeah.
We gotta find out. Let's see if she loses him. I think she loses him. Yeah, she lost him.
No, he's still
No. That's someone else that jumped in.
Yeah. This is amazing. How many years did Blackout run for?
Blackout ran from.
That's what I'm talking about.
Okay, now we got to run one more time.
2008 to 19.
That's a awesome run.
76 games.
And by the way,
most total games.
That is awesome.
Those handlers have hip pads on under their shorts.
Oh, well, you get it.
Then she runs. Watch how fast she hits that trailer. She's already lost another handler already.
There's no doubt Blackout could have roamed into the student section and plowed out
now,
some.
Blackout deserved the pasture.
Yeah.
that handler right there that stood, he stuck on about 95% of it. He was wore out.
You ain't lying, man.
Give
is
me
the
a
truth right
blackout.
there.
You got to find out.
Oh, you got to get that.
Did she sire anybody?
I know. I don't know. They need to get. Yeah, someone needs to put some sperm in that.
Yeah. Oh. Okay.
What's wrong with you guys? What's the problem?
Let's just stop. That's good enough. Tyler, don't try to top it. Tyler already got it. You know, just the moment happened. Okay, so there's that.
I want to know the name of the new one. I wonder if I could pull some strings and find out the name.
Well, now we're like, do we buy that they really do have a new one ready and it just wasn't quite ready, or are we buying that story?
I think so.
Or is it typical bureaucracy?
After last season, there's no freaking way they plan on running her again.
No, you could clearly see plus you could have seen in the spring game she wasn't up for it. You could see a million times she wasn't up for it. I do kind of buy it. I just don't know how long it takes to train a buffalo to do that.
Yeah.
Well, obviously, let me ask this. You think Blackout was trained?
Yeah. Kind
really?
of.
Well, that was the spring game, though, Scott.
You have to.
So,
all right, can we break this?
So they had all spring and then through the summer to keep going.
No. But
wait, was that Blackout's first time?
That was the first run at the spring game.
So,
but that was Blackout's first.
Yes. Yes.
Wow.
So let me ask this: are they actually training the buffalo, or are they training the handlers to be able to stay up with the buffalo?
No, it's the buffalo. I mean, they're training the buffalo to not get skittish in the sound and the elements and everything else.
Let me ask another dumb question here, and this will be maybe the last one, or who knows? Buffalo, I'm sort of supporting the training of the buffalo. Buffalo are not used to being harnessed. Like, why would a buffalo ever be harnessed for any reason?
Kind of
period.
like a good man.
So having that harness on the buffalo is a very, very, very unusual thing. Correct?
Well, it was the same thing with a horse.
Horses through time have been saddled and harnessed and all that.
But you got to train them to take the
Fine,
harness.
but like usually that takes about 25 seconds in a movie. I'm not that worried about it. It's the horse. No. I've seen all the horse movies.
Go watch Horse Whisperer.
I've seen Yellowstone of horse. Oh, I've seen them all.
Yeah.
You get a rowdy horse in about 25 seconds. It's all good. Every movie's the same thing. It's the horse that bucks everybody off, and then there's the one guy who shows up. Hey, horsey, horsey, you know horsey, and he gets on the horse.
They do sweet talk it. It is the guy that sweet talks it.
It's the same thing every movie. So don't tell me about that. I've seen all the movies. I have not seen a movie where you put a harness on a buffalo.
No.
This is it.
I did look it up once. Can you ride a buffalo? And there are people that ride buffaloes.
Are they in Kevin Costner movies?
Probably.
Okay. It's PhD here on 92.5. Hey, what's going on? It's DMac for the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. When dealing with the issue of erectile dysfunction, you got to have the right treatment for your specific medical situation, and every case is a little bit different. Although the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic has dealt with thousands of guys that have had this kind of issue, but you're your own case. So whatever the case is, go to the experts and get your life back. Their treatments work where the pills or herbals fail with success rates well over 90%. Thousands over the course of a decade. Hey, they've got you covered. The initial visit's only $99. Get the consult, the T, and a PSA test. If advised, the test dose. If it doesn't work in the office, your visit's free. They've got an expert staff. Like a lot of men, you could be having sex the day after your appointment. So get with it. Call the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic for your ED issues. 720-440-7900. RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com. All right, so are we up for point counterpoint a little bit later in the show? Scott, are you feeling that? Thumbs up there. All right, good. We're going to have a Ralphie. You want to get a Ralphie expert on here in the next couple days? Would be kind of cool.
We can, yeah.
I think that would be great. Just trying to check some boxes here. Feels like, we had Jeff on earlier today. Did Jeff say anything that's Adam Schefter's going to be on with us tomorrow.
Tomorrow, right?
Yeah,
Thursday.
it starts tomorrow for the football season.
The best thing, but significant, I thought, that Jeff said. He said Audric didn't really want to come here, and to be honest with you, wasn't much
How about
interest
that?
of the Broncos to bring Audric back.
Did that surprise you?
No. Everybody's like, why didn't he sign? They're going to sign. I mean, who says that the Broncos want him back?
Yeah, I mean, I get that both ways for sure. If you're Audric Estime, I've got zero desire to come back here. I know exactly where I stand. If you're the Denver Broncos, you know exactly how you feel about him.
Well,
okay.
Key is watch, see if anybody else picks him up, put him on practice.
It was interesting. Kliss did tweet out that the Broncos would like to bring him back, so I don't know.
They got one spot left. Or 2 spots if they sign an international person, but really it's 1 spot left on the practice squad.
That's kind of funny. Like, why would you not fill the international? Like, is there not a single person in the entire world that would be worthy of being on the practice squad? Not one person in the whole world?
Is it international like?
It's just non-U.S.
Hello, I'd like to play football, or is it international like they do in the Olympics? And my great-great-great-grandmother immigrated from Russia in 1895.
I don't think
I'm Russian.
No, it's like non-citizen.
Yeah, I don't think this is like Eddie the Eagle back in the day doing the ski jump from
Becky
England.
Hammond played for Team Russia in the Olympics one year.
What?
Yeah, because she had like great-great-great-grandparents that
that's
immigrated.
I
So
mean,
if that's
something
international,
different.
No.
Yeah, no. It's for somebody born outside.
Scotty's just looking for some random
no,
controversy.
I'm just
here.
saying. I mean, could Joel Embiid play?
No.
Joel Embiid.
He was born in the
Embiid would
Virgin
count.
Islands or something.
Not anymore, but
he
I'm
plays for
saying
U.S.
No, but yes, Joel Embiid, Scott, Tyler. If you wanted to roster Joel Embiid as your international player, he would count.
Okay.
And yet he played for Team USA in the Olympics.
Yeah, because it's a totally different parameter of everything. It's a total different
Man,
deal.
we are getting in the weeds on practice squad international players.
Well, I mean, make it 17.
Wow.
Make it 17. Period. Those 16. Those are gone on the international
Hey,
line.
do you remember when the practice squad was 6?
Oh yeah,
6.
And you couldn't have. You couldn't. I think
And
it
it
was you
wasn't
couldn't have
up and
played in
down.
more than. It wasn't even vested.
3 years.
No. It was way less than that. It was like 3 games. Seriously, you couldn't have played in like 3 games.
Come a long way. Yeah, I guess we're going deep. I was surprised Lavelle Bailey did sign with the Broncos. I thought he was going to be insulted and would be like, pound sand, I'm out of here. But they brought him back, so that's cool.
Well, but if you're an inside linebacker on this roster, you got one dude playing with a club on, and the other dude that hasn't really played in any preseason games and missed a significant part of the last 2 years. Wouldn't you not think that there's a chance?
Which is why the Broncos have got 3 practice squad inside linebackers.
Yeah, right.
3 of them.
Plus 4 on the roster.
Yeah.
That's kind of screaming. We're kind of short here.
Yes.
Yeah, you're right about that.
I've been screaming that for a long time.
A little soft there in the middle.
Well, hold on. 4 on the roster, 3 on the practice squad, and 1 on the injured list.
Yeah.
So in essence, you have 8 inside linebackers in the team, not on the team, but in the team.
This
right?
is like having 2 drummers in a band. They both kind of suck. You don't need 2 drummers in a band. You can have a drummer and a percussionist.
I saw the Moody Blues downtown, and they had 2 drummers.
Yeah,
but,
then they kind of suck.
Well, the original drummer was like 77 and on oxygen. So
Well, there you
I think
go.
he was just
There you go.
he was there as a figurehead. The other guy actually did
Ringo's
most of the traveling.
Star goes out on tour. Ringo's All-Star Band. They carry 2 drummers.
Him and the real one.
That's right. You got 2. You got 5 inside linebackers, or whatever you pointed out. You've got some problems here.
Yep.
Not 5. What am I talking about?
You got
4 and then 3
4
7.
on the roster, 3 in the practice squad, and 1 on the injured list. But you got 8.
Yeah, you're right. Okay. How big of a deal is that these days in the good old NFL?
Well, what's the question?
How important is the inside linebacker top to bottom? Where it feels like that position has, I understand they got a tackle, and they always lead the team in tackles. But that's not unusual. Every inside linebacker for every team leads in tackles. Aside from that, how has that role changed over the years? What are you looking for with that guy?
Well, one thing that has changed a little bit is you're playing so much more sub on defense. So you're a nickel and dime so much more than you used to, that these guys don't necessarily have to line up and cover tight ends the way that they once did.
Mm-hmm.
But I would argue that there's plenty of teams out there, even with base personnel on offense, meaning you got to come out in a base defense, that it's a more challenging job than it's ever been, because the biggest mismatch on a football field is when you can get a tight end with wide receiver type of speed matched up on these inside linebackers. And there are still plenty of tight ends that will fill both the base and the sub role, meaning you're going to have your base guy having to cover this dude.
Who's the best inside linebacker in football right now?
Oh,
who's your guy?
I don't know. Fred Warner's up there.
Okay.
Warner.
And he's getting older.
It's not like it used to be, man. That guy used to be
That used to be the king position.
Oh,
That-
yeah.
That was
Oh,
was the heavyweight champion of the world.
No
in
doubt
boxing.
about it.
Yeah.
And it's just changed.
Yeah. Well, I mean,
It's changed because the tight end position has changed.
But look at Stranad's playing inside linebacker, had a good camp and all that stuff. But 15 years ago, he'd been a safety. I mean, he's Steve Atwater size.
Oh, not even.
Yeah.
You know, I bet Drake Greenlaw is a fringe top 5 guy.
Okay.
You know, like he's right up there. I mean, you got Fred, you got dudes like Roquan Smith. I think Bobby Wagner's just holding on for legacy, but he certainly was in that category.
Mm-hmm.
You know, but Drake Greenlaw is going to be right there on the fringe of the best linebackers in the NFL.
If healthy.
Yeah.
I say this, a lot of people think that they win that Super Bowl, has he not get hurt coming into the game.
Right.
How's Singleton?
Alex is just rock solid. I'm a big Alex Singleton fan. There was a point last season that the cool and hip thing to do was to hate on Alex Singleton, and I was a big defender of him from day one. You got to have guys like Alex Singleton on your team because you can't have all Drake Greenlaws, right? So Alex Singleton's just that dude that he's gonna be in the right place at the right time because he's freaking smart. He studies his butt off. Almost every single year, he's the lead tackler on his team. Does he have deficiencies in his game? Yeah, but not many of them. He's really good at everything, but he's not necessarily great at
anything.
Yes.
Drake Greenlaw's been
he's a good tackler.
Yeah.
Greenlaw's been a fascinating player to me because he came, signed, it was such a big deal. I couldn't believe they got him. Like, that is amazing. And then, Sean's calling him the Rocky of the Rocky Balboa of the team. Like, he sounds different. And then he kind of gets hurt. And we just haven't really heard much about him or seen him do much. And it's kind of like, kind of quietly just kind of gone away a little bit. I think there's a chance he could be the most really interesting player on the entire Broncos team. Because it's like a Christmas present we just haven't unwrapped yet to really see. Or does he just get hurt again?
Well, him and your running back. I mean, let's be honest.
The running back, I'm rolling my eyes at the running back stuff. It's the NFL.
What have you seen from him in the preseason?
It's to me, the running game is I don't know, man. There's Saquon Barkley, and then who else? There aren't. Give me 5 running backs that just change the game in the NFL these days. Bill. I mean, there's a lot of great athletes, but it's just the NFL. It's just
but it's significant
do you
for
really
Denver,
want me to
though.
give you 5?
If they're game changers, I bet
I can come up with 5.
Is Derrick Henry still one of them?
Oh, hell yeah, he is.
Are you sure?
2,000-yard rusher last year.
Okay.
That ain't a game changer.
I'm not arguing with you.
I mean, I don't know what the definition is of a dude that gets 2,000 yards, isn't. Saquon, Derrick Henry, what's his name for the Lions? Jameer Gibbs.
Yeah. They got 2 good running backs.
To me,
Montgomery. The other
hold
guy.
on. Here's how
Bijan Robinson.
How many teams start their offense?
Christian.
Is he still
When healthy?
Is he still?
I mean, I'm going to give him the benefit of the doubt. Yes.
Okay.
I don't know. It's a fair,
He's
it's a fair question.
They just
a
brought
game
in-
changer when healthy. He was not healthy last year.
Well, why did they bring in Brian Robinson?
No. It's absolutely a fair question. I mean, he's got Achilles tendonitis in both Achilles. Okay, that ain't ever going away. And I don't know if he'll ever have like a fully healthy season or not. But I do know when that dude's healthy, he's a game changer.
Agreed. I love Christian. He's been one of my favorite football players to ever watch. It just feels like when it goes away, it goes away pretty quick for these guys. I'm not
For running back, maybe more so than anything.
No doubt. But Christian's had one hell of a career. I remember being at training camp years ago with Ed and like, is Christian really going to be a running back? And, oh, yeah, I think so. I think that's what he's going to do. I'm like, really? He's not going to be like a slot guy? This is before Christian was in college. Nope, going to be a running back. I go, how do you feel about that? He's, it's good. But what the conversation is like, it's a short career.
Well, remember when Curtis Martin last like 14 years?
He was ridiculous.
And everybody was like, because he was competing for Terrell kind of as the best two running backs
He
for a while.
was the greatest mediocre running back of all time.
Because he didn't get hurt and he stayed healthy for a long time.
Correct.
I think he played 14 years.
It was bananas how the yards with Curtis Martin just all piled up on really not that impressive seasons. But how do you stay healthy at that position?
I don't know.
How did Emmitt Smith stay healthy all those years when he was like a bell cow back and he just got the ball over and over and
Frank
over and
Gore
over again?
played 20 years.
How did Frank Gore do it?
Yeah, think about that.
No clue how these guys
Frank
do
Gore
it that
Jr.
long.
Wouldn't it seem like it'd be easier to play 20 years now running back than it was 10, 15 years ago?
No.
Why you don't run as much?
It's a fair point.
No, okay. Here's the problem
And
now.
then there's really no such thing as bell cow. There's only a couple.
No, but here's the bigger point. They don't pay running backs anymore.
Yeah, but you know what?
So
$2 million or $3 million a year is a lot easier to make playing football than going out and podcasting.
fine, but the running backs aren't the focus of the entire. Not one, like one bell cow guy isn't the focus of the entire team anymore.
You got 4 dudes in the NFL making over $14 million the running back position.
Well, those should be the big. Well, all right, Saquon.
Saquon's making 20.6.
Derrick Henry.
Christian is second at 19.
Christian.
Then Derrick at 15.
4.
Jonathan Taylor at 14.
Okay.
Let me
I didn't even mention Jonathan Taylor earlier.
Let me give you Curtis Martin, 11 years in the NFL as a running back.
Mm-hmm.
Do you know it wasn't until his 11th season that he didn't rush for 1,000 yards?
Wow.
And he only played 12 games that year, and he rushed for 735. His high was the year before his 10th season. He ran for 1,697 yards. He was a freak.
He's a Hall of Fame.
I think he just made the Hall of Fame, didn't he? Like the last 5 years.
Is he a freak? Was Curtis Martin really a freak?
Yeah, because it didn't ever seem like you said a while ago.
Because he didn't get
you
hurt?
You just said he didn't seem like he was that special.
No.
I mean, 1,500, 1,150, 1,160, 1,280, so 1,300, 1,460.
Well, that's unbelievable now.
1,513, 1,094, 1,308, 1,697, and then 735. He had 14,101 rushing yards. The year he rushed for 1,697, guess how many carries he had? 371.
Mm-hmm.
Who's going to carry the ball through? Did the Broncos
Really?
even have 371 between their top two backs last year?
Yeah, I got to do some division on that. Let me get my calculator out. Well, let me do it by hand. No, I'll just use a calculator. So that's 23 carries a game.
For reference, Derrick Henry, who had 2,000 yards last year, he carried at 325.
There you go.
Which is an insane amount in today's NFL.
17 games.
Yeah.
But did he play all 17?
I don't know.
What are good numbers for the Broncos running backs this year? What are you going to be happy with?
If you could get both averaging or not averaging, if you could get both anywhere between 800 and 1,000 yards, that's a good year. The average, you want them to both be around 4 per carry or better, and you're having a successful season.
That's what I was going to say. If I can get my two main guys, which are going to be important for you, around 4 to 5 yards per carry,
mm-hmm.
and if both of them get over 200 carries, 190 carries each, Something like that? 380 between the two of them?
I think 200 each is fair.
That's what I'd like to see. And I tell you what, if he does have Bo Nick's going to have a monster year. If they both carried about 105 times and are averaging about 3.2, Bo's going to be running for his life this season.
We'll have no dumb questions coming up in 10 minutes. Tyler has a ethical or question about being a parent, which leads us to believe he's made a bad decision as a parent. But we'll find out here in just a little bit. Quick hitters on the NFL. Shedur's named the third string guy. Officially.
Well, he jumped up. he was fourth in the depth chart all year.
Did Stefanski have to do that? I guess he did, huh?
I think it was a smart thing to do. I mean, you would have found out on game day, but you just immediately put the conversation to bed. Like, this thing's done. Here's the plan. This is what we're doing. If you got controversy, the best thing to do is address it as soon as you possibly can.
Good decision or bad decision to make him third string, not second string?
You know, listen,
It shuts the fans up.
I really do believe Shedeur Sanders has got far better ability than Dylan Gabriel. But if you're being fair to what you saw in the preseason, and I understand Dylan Gabriel got to play with the twos. I understand he got to have a better offensive line in front of him. But you're just evaluating the film that you've got. Dylan Gabriel did string together a couple games that looked better than Shedeur's.
Although I will say that Shedeur looked fine in the game he got to play with ones and twos.
Sure he did.
What week does Shedeur start?
I'm sticking with 7.
7 seems quick to me now.
I've changed my opinion
because
on this,
you need two guys to fail, right?
Right.
So
Correct.
You
Correct.
need Joe Flacco to fail
And Gabriel to fail.
Which that could, I mean, Joe Flacco could fail by week 5,
Yes.
week 6.
Yes, their schedule's brutal.
You could have a change there by week 6.
Yeah.
And then you put in Dylan Gabriel, you don't want to have a short leash on it. So give him a minimum of 5 or 6 games.
That's what I was thinking. I was going to say Shedeur gets his first start. I don't even know who they play in week 12.
I don't know. I'd call it week. You know what it'd probably be? It'd probably be a garbage time, end of the year, week 15, week 14, something like that.
Well, you know, that's what Tebow did. That's exactly what happened with Tebow.
And you know why, though?
His rookie year.
But you know why? Because he had 2 of your last 3 games were at home, and crowds were starting to stay away from the games at the end of the year.
That is true.
And they put him in, and all of a sudden, the 20,000 no-shows from the previous home game showed up.
The biggest no-show I've ever seen was, I think, in 2010 against the Rams, an NFC non-conference. There might have been 30,000 empty seats. It was like insane how many empty seats there were.
Joe Flacco's gonna go.
Didn't Josh get fired the next week?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Josh, and that's. Do you remember who took over as coach?
Eric Studesville.
Whoa, good memory. Nice job.
I wasn't even on the team.
Nice
Joe
job.
Flacco's going to go 0 for 4. They're going to put Gabriel in at Minnesota home game. And then at Pittsburgh, and Gabriel's going to get absolutely monster crushed in Pittsburgh. Won't finish the game.
Yeah.
In comes Shedeur, and then he starts at home versus Miami.
A week 7? You call him week 7?
I've called that for the last.
All right, I like it.
2 months.
I will pick out at Vegas because that would be juicy.
November 23rd, game 12.
Yep.
Week 12, game 11.
Yep. I'm going to pick out you're right. So, yeah, I suppose that's their 11th game in week 12. But for the same reason. Flacco's going to get destroyed. Gabriel's going to fail / injured. I'll circle that, week 12, which is their 11th. But that gives you a lot of run right there. So that would be Shedeur at Vegas, home against Frisco, home against Tennessee, at Chicago. You know, you got an okay slate right there. It's not murderer's row.
Well, once you get through week 6, you got Miami, New England, New York. You got Jets. You got 3 weeks. That'd be nice to have a young quarterback in there as opposed to, Minnesota, Pittsburgh, Detroit.
You want to call it, Tyler? What do you think?
I mean, I'd be really surprised if he got anything more than just a couple garbage time games. So, the Pittsburgh game, maybe Buffalo. He gets 2 or 3 games at the end of the year.
So you go really like Tebow's first year. That's what he got. He got the last 3 games of the year.
They're not going to be in a rush to put him on the field.
Yeah. 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 I would say the same was true about Tebow. But, Studesville's the coach. They fire McDaniels. The season's a dumpster fire. It was the only good thing to do. I could see that being the case too.
And quite frankly, that might be the best case scenario for him.
Oh, it's no pressure.
Right. Well, it's pressure free and it's a
Right.
limited sample size. And if you go out there, have success for a couple games, well, you got a lot of momentum going into the next year.
All right. We will, in the 2 o'clock hour, debate the measures because the morning show is very political today. Very, very political. Having Wellington Webb on. But we will have the point counterpoint. That's Let's Football Go, big story
When
of
are
the
we
day.
doing that?
Probably around 2:30 or so. I'm thinking that's
interrupt that. Let football go.
Well, we'll do Let's Football Go. We'll do that. But then at the tail end, that would make sense to have a political counterpoint to be fair under the fairness doctrine that the local airwaves. I mean, the morning show had there. We'll have the Lone Tree side of things.
Yeah.
They had Wellington Webb on. Glad he's doing okay.
Yeah, I talked to him quite a bit during the season.
All right. But there's another side to that story. So, fair and balanced.
Yeah.
We'll
We're either going to entertain or piss a lot of people off.
That is about to happen at 2:30.
There you go.
We're not going to piss anyone off.
No dumb questions coming up next.
Polumbus, Hastings, and DMac present No Dumb Questions. This is your safe space.
Safe place.
I'm leaning into the segment.
You're a smart guy. Send us your not dumb question now. Tweet it, text it, or Twitch it. It's No Dumb Questions on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5.
You're right about that. Kevin Hogan, ex-Bronco Kevin Hogan. We're just having some off-air conversation about Christian. Wish him the best this year. Okay, no dumb questions. What you got, Tyler?
Well, we were talking about math earlier in the show, right? And Scott was talking about how things are different nowadays, and you were asking why don't you just use a calculator? Somehow ChatGPT got brought up into it, and that reminded me of a conversation I had with my daughter the other day. And I just asked her, I don't even remember where this came from. I think I was using ChatGPT for something, and I just asked her, I said, hey, be honest with me. You got a free pass here. Won't get in trouble, okay? Be honest. How many times have you used ChatGPT to write a paper for you? She's like, no, I haven't done that. And then she's like, I'm not going to get in trouble? I'm like, no, you're not getting in trouble. So, okay, maybe a couple times. I'm like, all right. So here's my question.
Okay.
Good parenting advice, bad parenting advice here, right? I am not naive to the fact that our children are going to use AI. I'm not naive. I'm not stupid. There's no stopping it. It doesn't matter how many times somebody tells you not to use it, right?
Mm-hmm.
So I took that moment to teach her about all the ways that kids are getting caught using AI. So my advice to her was, hey, all right, but if you're going to use it, be smart enough on how to use AI.
Terrible
so
advice.
I told her all the ways that kids are getting caught. Hey, so ChatGPT, for example, they put a bunch of hyphens in it where kids would never put hyphens in it, and kids are getting caught left and right for where the hyphens are. You got to pull the hyphens out.
You mean correct punctuality?
Yeah, but no kid uses a hyphen.
Yeah.
No,
correct punctuality.
Oh, right. No kid does that.
Yeah.
Right. So you're going to get caught.
Or adult.
For stuff like that. There's actually software out there now that these teachers can use where they will put the paper into a program, and it can show it being written in real time if you did it on Google Docs, right? So I'm like, hey, all right, so you got to be careful of that. You also got to pull it out. You got to put it into the Google Doc. You got to type it up, and you got to change it up to make it your own and everything. But my advice to her was that I'm not dumb. I'm not stupid. I know these kids are going to use AI. Don't get caught using AI.
Yeah, this is like taping the gun at the Italian restaurant for Michael to use on Barzini and McCloskey.
Okay, because if I told her, hey, hey, daughter, right, don't use AI.
Yeah,
she would be like, okay, I'm not going to use it. Right? That would work. If that was my advice to her,
I don't know if it would work or not.
That would work.
It's the right thing to do.
Really.
Sure.
Because kids are just going to be like, okay, I'm never going to use a free out.
You know what you got to do? You got to show her Good Will Hunting. When Will just wants to do the girls' homework, and she is, I need to learn to do it for myself. I need to. That's my English accent, by the way.
And female.
So I could be a realistic parent or an unrealistic parent.
Yeah, well, listen, if you already know what you're going to, you've already decided that you're doing the right thing, then it's not much of a question.
No. I mean, I'm up for conversation here.
I think
I'm defending myself a little bit, sure.
I think showing kids gateways to not get caught is similar to abiding them in cheating. So I think that's.
I don't know. No, the question is, as you're sitting there with your daughter, and you guys are sharing a bourbon, and you tell her this over a joint, and you say, I don't know. It's new. Here's what I'd like to invent if they don't have it. Maybe they do have it. Here's where I think AI would be fine for kids. That you'd be able to scan what you wrote, write it, because that way you know your premise. And you could scan it. AI can correct your mistakes, spelling, whatever for you, so then you could turn in a cleaner document without necessarily just writing it. I don't know if it has that capability. I've never used ChatGPT.
Oh, yeah.
PPI.
At what age should your kids suffer?
I mean, they could literally write a full paper in 2 seconds.
Yeah.
Now you could guide it on how you want it to write the paper, and you can give it influence, but it's done. And that's what all the kids are doing.
You just have to figure out at what age your kid should have consequences for not doing the right thing. And that's it. But there's no firm answer for that. I don't know what the answer is to that.
I saw a line today that when
I know what I would do if I was a kid.
Okay.
If my parents told me not to use AI and I could still get away with using AI, I'm using AI.
All right, then you'd get caught at some point, and then you'd face a consequence. And can you live with that consequence or not?
Well, I'd get caught once, and then I'd learn how to not get caught ever again.
Okay, I got caught cheating in high school.
You don't
It was
mind
horrible.
cheating.
I cheated in high school. I got caught by the teacher. It was awful. I had a little like a paper sheet, like a cheat sheet. And I, as I'm looking at the cheat sheet, I look up and the teacher is staring me at the eyes.
Oh,
and this is in the first.
TI-86, you could put your cheat sheet right on your calculator. Yeah, buddy.
What?
Oh, yeah.
Oh, I didn't know that.
Yeah.
Another great reason for calculators.
That was our cheating in high school.
I did not know that. I look up. She looks at me in the eye. This is the first 5 minutes of the test. She comes over, takes my test away, and gives me a 0. And and it was bad. Like, I was a big athlete in high school, at least. I could have lost a lot. And it taught me one hell of a lesson. It was the last time I ever tried cheating and everything. But I had to, it was stupid. I shouldn't have done it in the first place.
You never cheated again.
I never cheated again. Swear to God. Swear to God. Well, that was it. I had my moment. And, that was it. So I just didn't cheat. That was it. Junior year of high school, never cheated again. Is that really that unusual?
Yeah.
It is.
Yes.
All right. Well, that's my story.
I saw a meme today, things you tell your kids are going back to school and blah, blah, blah. And they say, boy, this schoolwork is hard. And your answer should be, well, if it's hard, it means your brain's working. So if the writing is hard, it means your brain's working.
Yeah.
And I think we're giving too many, in my opinion, kids are getting too many outs to not have to use their brain. And this AI for homework just seems like another way out.
Hey, man.
For sure. But it ain't going away is the problem.
But it can go away in your household.
Realistically, probably not.
3 days a week.
Oh, jeez.
God.
Jeez.
Go away.
That was a little aggressive.
Well, but I'm being serious. Oh, my God. I got a daughter crying doing math on the table. Guess what? Good.
She was crying?
Oh, well, I hate math. Good.
Yeah,
your brain's working.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know how you guys do it, frankly. Honestly, I shouldn't give any advice at all or have an opinion. What do I know?
Well, we know that.
I don't know squat about what it takes to raise a kid these days.
Yeah.
Who knows? I don't know.
Make a phone call. One's probably sitting on a couch on the front porch up in Boulder right now.
I don't know what he's doing. Hopefully he's doing all right. I hope he's doing good after all
and
he's
to
been
D-Mac's
through.
point, by the way, about a calculator. Yeah. Like why do kids have to learn math? Because they can have a calculator. What do you think these kids are going to do when they get in the workforce? They're going to type it into AI and they're going to write all their emails through AI. That's how it's going down. That's how it's going down today. Employers don't write their emails anymore. They put it all in AI because they don't want to mess anything up.
And that's where we reveal this show has been AI the entire 2 hours. Deep. When is that going to happen? Have you
seen the golf announcers through AI?
I have not.
It's pretty damn good. Now, golf is a unique sport that you can actually pull it off.
Oh, okay. Yeah, it's kind of like a video. Is it like a video game sort of thing?
Dude, they're doing
no,
movies.
I mean, they'll do AI with real tournaments.
The Actors Guild is scared as hell as far as movies and stuff like that.
Did you see Will Smith put out a promotional clip of his concerts that's all AI fans and AI stuff?
Allegedly.
Who do you think is holding up Will Smith Fresh Prince signs in a concert? It looks so cheesy. I thought it was kind of easy to see that was AI. I don't know what you guys do with the AI and your kids. They really can write a paper in 5 seconds.
5 seconds.
Yeah. Give me 1,000 words about
but there is software out there that can prove did you type it or not. So you got to take it and you put it into Google Docs and then you type it or whatever.
Yeah, what stops you from just retyping it?
Right. Somebody wrote it here, we'll make them write with the pencil. Okay, so they'll look it up on AI and then they'll stare at it and they'll write it with the pencil.
Yeah. Yeah. And if they're smart because you've taught them that way, they'll know the little, punctuation corrections they need to make.
That's right.
And just tell them to spell a word here and there.
Yeah.
Just screw up the grammar.
Go from an A+ to a B+.
Yeah, just end that sentence with a preposition.
B+ are good.
Sure, that'll get you through. Big story of the day, point counterpoint. Let's football go. All still to come here on. Wow, I just forgot. Holy cow! Really, just a glitch.
Do you still not know?
PhD on 92.5. we reflect on the cuts and everything that happened, and what is the biggest Broncos news? And I'll throw out a suggestion here. By the way, can I just point out that I am not filling the coffee thing, and Tyler is not here as we begin this hour, so we cannot use that as an excuse. Just want to throw that out there.
He's filling it up, though.
Well, not because of me.
No, you've shied away from the third cup.
Dan, you gotta love if you get caught doing something one time unintentionally, you can be accused of it as a repeat offender.
Yeah, my offense was 10 years ago. I'm still hearing about it.
I'm sorry, what'd you say? Is something about John Wayne Gacy?
Yeah, that's what he said.
John Wayne Gacy, the mass murderer.
Caught one time. And
the big Bronco question.
Like the bridge builder once said.
Sam Ehlinger, with options to sign on a 53, decides to stay with the Broncos on their practice squad. Why?
If that is completely true, then Greg Penner, George Payton, and Sean Payton are actually building something that we don't get to see because we're not allowed.
Wait, are you doubting the veracity of the story?
No, I'm just saying if that's true. Well, as a player, you got a chance to be on a 53-man roster. And I agree with Leggy said. There's probably more guarantees. You're going to be here all year. Don't worry about it. And maybe if you go sign somebody's 53, doesn't mean in week 2 that you're not dropped.
Yeah, I mean, listen, I struggle to believe it, if I'm being totally honest. So, I mean, I'm not calling anybody a liar by any means. I'm just saying it was like hard to believe. It really is. I mean, if you had an offer to be on a 53-man roster. Now, listen, I looked it up out of curiosity. Okay, so Sam Ehlinger's in year 5, right?
Mm-hmm.
And I know we talk about the fact that you can get paid a lot of money on an NFL practice squad, and that's true. You can in comparison to the real world, right? Yeah, I mean, you can make the maximum, the absolute maximum you can make as a vested veteran on an NFL practice squad is $396,000. Okay, $400,000, right? Sam is in year 5. Okay, if he were to be on a 53-man roster, the minimum that he could make in the NFL is $1.175 million, right? So he's passing, in theory, on $700,000.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, Leggy made it sound like. All right, here's what
but to answer your question, like the only thing that makes sense out of this to me is that the Denver Broncos, Sean Payton, would have told them, hey, listen, we need a week, then you're going to be on that active roster.
Right,
okay?
right.
So forego one game check, and you can stay in the town that you're liked. But I don't know.
So you're not going to lose $700,000. You would lose the equivalent of $70,000.
You would lose
something like that.
lose 1/17 of that $700,000.
Okay. The extra $700,000
of the actual $700,000, right? Because you get paid by the week.
1.1.
Well, the 700 is the net difference.
So that means there's likely somebody on the team right now who made the 53 that may only be on the team for one more week.
Well, I mean, if my theory is true, which I've got no proof of it, I'm just trying to make logic out of this thing on why a human being would pass on $700,000.
Yeah, I agree.
Well, like I
with
said,
you,
if it's not about the money, and a lot of us humans look at an extra $700,000 as being pretty good. Now, Leggy did point out that the Broncos say, "Listen, we guarantee you're going to make that." Is it guaranteed if you go for a week and on another team and they let you go? Then what do you lose? I mean, is he guaranteed for the whole year if he's on day 1 of 53?
Yes. Yes.
Oh, then I don't know why he didn't go.
If he's on the day one active roster, yes, because he's vested.
To me, that loses some veracity to the truth a little bit. But say he did, and then the only other reason you would stay is that there has to be something special cooking with the Broncos.
Well,
otherwise, the true story's not true.
Either way, like Tommy DeVito got cut by the Giants, but he signed on the 53 of the Patriots. So they're carrying 3 guys. From what I was told, Ehlinger's opportunity was as the 3rd guy, but on a 53. I think if he was offered like the backup spot, maybe it would have been different. But I don't think
$700,000 still $700,000.
No. But I'm leaning towards what you're saying. Like, if I'm going to be the 3rd guy, I'm the 3rd guy. Where am I the most comfortable? And it does make sense to me that he's about to bounce up and down on the active roster. There's got to be a way that they're going to make more money. Because you're right, giving up $700,000 is insane. Like, why would you do that? That makes no sense whatsoever.
Especially if it's fully guaranteed for the rest of the season.
But being the third quarterback, I get it. Like, you're the third quarterback no matter where you go. So maybe that's the play. Maybe the Broncos have promised him, hey, man, like, hang in there. Now, there's another conspiracy theory that, Jarrett Stidham is only going to be here for, what, a year? How long is Jarrett Stidham going to be with the Broncos? Who is going to be the backup? And Stidham makes, what, $5-6 million a year?
Something like that.
So if Ehlinger can be a little patient, maybe there's a better payoff for him as a long-term backup to Bo Nix.
Maybe. But, I mean, he's going to – I guess. That's assuming a lot. It's going pretty far out there for a dude that's buried on a depth chart. Guys that look into the future like that are starters. Guys that look into the future on contracts are dudes that can see their future, that know that I've earned it. Like banking on someone leaving, them still liking me. I don't know. No.
All right, well let's back this train up a little bit. What do you think Stidham's future is?
Well, I don't know. It feels really easy right now to be like, next year, there's going to be some team out there that is going to want Jarrett Stidham as their bridge quarterback for a year to develop somebody behind him. Things change really quick in the NFL. And what you did in a preseason, a full year removed, ain't nobody remembered it.
He did have the best preseason of any quarterback.
Here's some numbers for you. If you're on the practice squad 17 weeks and you make and I rounded it to 400 just for easier math, you're making – 23,500 plus a week for 17 weeks. If you're on the squad at the veteran minimum, as you said, 1.1, you're making $187,000 a week. There's a big difference.
Yeah.
So at the very least, they said, listen, we're going to guarantee you at least 6 more weeks we're going to keep you all 17, but we're going to guarantee you at least 6 games in the NFL on the 53. So that's now, another 600,000. That's the only way that you do it, don't you? And you think that they got something cooking here.
Well, but it still wouldn't add up because you still missed those 6 weeks.
I understand, but you get 6 weeks of 187 instead of 23. That's a big difference. And maybe you're not getting the 1-1, but now you're getting closer to 900 at the end of the year or 800.
Yeah.
You can swallow it if you think that there's something cooking with the Broncos.
I guess, man, and that is where Sean Payton he must be magical with Sam Ehlinger, I guess. Because if I'm Sam Ehlinger, I don't care. It's 2 teams. I got 2 teams who are interested in me. I just saw Tommy DeVito go on the 53 for the Patriots. Would you rather have Sam Ehlinger or Tommy DeVito?
I don't know. Tommy's not bad.
Okay. But I'm just saying, there's teams out there signing Tommy DeVito, who was just cut by the Giants. Like, I do believe there are at least 2 teams. 2 that would be willing to spend a roster spot on Sam Ehlinger. To me, I'm shocked by this.
I mean, yesterday, nobody in this room thought that he'd be on a 53-man roster. So as of yesterday, we all thought there's nobody that wants him.
Well, we were wrong, I guess. You're right, but I guess we were wrong.
I don't know if we were.
You're not buying it.
No.
You're not buying the 2 teams, huh?
I'm just doing math here, boys.
Okay.
Math don't add up on this one.
Well, it doesn't make any sense. But we had Leggy on. He confirmed it. That's what Leggy said. I don't know, man. Great for the Broncos. Another you want to just talk about another cool personnel move for the Broncos? This is it. Hey, by the way, there was something kind of funny yesterday. Did you catch how Sean Payton is going to develop Croshank Redemption? They got a whole plan. Like they're pointing out our punter stinks. And we have to do more to develop it. So here's how they're going to develop the punter.
Listen, and keep working with them and developing him, and that's part of it. That's part of it. But I think we're going to be happy with him and his ability. And look, it seems to always be that first punt. And so when we're going to create some situations where right in the middle of a practice we'll have a punt. And that before we get to a punt period, and so because the reality of it is that you get an at-bat, you don't get 4 at-bats, 5 at-bats. And so trying to create those singular events for him, I think will help too.
Huh? So they're just going to blow a whistle and punt? And he's going to run onto the field and hit a punt?
I guess so.
Well, how typical is that in an NFL practice?
Never seen it done.
So we're going to put pressure on a guy like
we would do things with our kickers, not like in the middle of practice, not like just at a random period, but we would do things with our kickers where, you get to the field goal period and Mike would bring up the entire team to be within 2 yards of the kicker and hooting and hollering and jumping and screaming. You have people walking in front of them and doing stuff like that, right?
Mm-hmm.
So we definitely would do things to try to mess with them, but in terms of like interrupting the practice, never seen that.
And in training camp, going back to early Shanahan, you watch Tom Ruin and Jason Elam of the other hour 27. They're sitting over there on the other field away from the team trying to see who could throw or kick a football into a bucket. They spend hours with one of those big gray trash cans and either throw or kick a ball into a bucket for hours.
Does it not tell you something that you've got to jerry-rig your practice for something that you say
it shows he ain't ready.
Right?
He's not an NFL kicker yet.
Yeah, but they like 3 out of the 4 punts. It's just that first one they don't like.
First at bat. I didn't even get the analogy. You don't get 4 at bats. You only get 1 at bat. So we're going to give him the at bat.
Well, but if they're real at bats and he was hitting 333, you'd feel pretty good about him.
If you're a baseball player, not an NFL punter.
Yeah, exactly.
An NFL punter,
you got to be
hitting
batting 1,000.
close to it. 950 at least, right? I mean, you're a drafted punter and we're going to jerry-rig practice for your development? Okay. All right. All I can say is I really do hope.
Okay, you asked a while ago, here's a football question. You asked Shador, when would Shador start?
Yes.
Which Tuesday in the season will they bring in a tryout for another punter?
Good question.
How far into the season? What Tuesday on the calendar, on the schedule, will we see another punter kicking here?
You lost because you didn't want to do better than a 2-year, $6 million deal, an established NFL punter, ironically, who you did draft in Riley Dixon. Then you lost him to the Giants, then you brought him back. But you had a guy who could do the job, Riley Dixon. He can do it. And you lost him for this guy. And now we're jerry-rigging practices. If they lose a game, it's so bad what that happened in special teams. 2 guys lost their jobs, essentially, because I'm not going to blame Forsythe, but that got screwed up. 2 coaches lost their jobs. You cannot lose a job or a game because of that. You cannot lose a game this year because of a punting situation. That would be a disaster this year.
Chance to flip a field and you hit a shank 25-yarder.
Correct.
It sure feels like you're going to lose a game or 2.
Doesn't it? It feels like it right now, today, doesn't it?
Yeah.
You're punting from the 15, and you got to put it to the 30.
And you kick it out of bounds at the 48 of your own.
Yep.
That's what it feels like. You gotta get that ball inside the 10-yard line on a short punt, and you're what? Biffing it through the end zone? His best punt, he kind of sent a howitzer. But it was too much. All right. We're going to lose our shizzle this year with all the red flags about this guy if they lose a game because of the punting, because it's so obvious that this is not really good right now.
I mean, as good as this defense is, if we lose a game because we put them in a bad situation, oh, what a shame that would be.
Dude. And to think we just had a guy and we just went a little cheap, and I don't think the Broncos are cheap at all, but we lost out on a punter for really, what are we talking about here?
I mean, they didn't go cheap. They gambled.
They obviously legitimately believe in the dude's talent. So
they do.
We'll see, man.
There are some gargantuan red flags, though, aren't there?
Audric Estime found a home.
Let's get to that and let's football go. Coming up next, and don't forget, point counterpoint, the debate, the Lone Tree or the Burnham Yard Broncos. You won't want to miss it. It's coming up. All right, let's talk about low T. Causes all sorts of issues, brain fog and terrible workouts. Maybe the sex life ain't the same, and you're just like, I don't know, man. What is going on with me? What is happening? Well, low T can get you, man. Guys in their early to mid-30s start losing 2 to 3% of that T production every year, and then time goes on, and the weight's on, the workouts stink, you're not sleeping. What is going on with you? Take the low T quiz at RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com and see where you're at. That's RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com. It's just a couple of minutes. They'll draw your blood and have your result within 30 minutes. A licensed medical provider will review your results, discuss your options, and then you go from there. It's $99. You get the consult, the T and PSA test. If you sign up for testosterone treatment the day of your appointment, the visit is free. 5 locations up and down I-25. They got you. So call 720-440-7900. Put that in your phone. 720-440-7900. Visit RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com. Wow, we were really getting into that video, weren't we? Thank you, Mountain High Appliance. Thank you, Brad. Thank you, everybody there. They're awesome. MountainHighAppliance.com. In 9 minutes, point counterpoint. Wellington Webb versus a representative of Lone Tree. Stick around for that. But let's football go. Dan Buds, Quince Tanner, what's good?
All right, fellas. Former Broncos running back Audric Estime has found a new home. He has signed with the reigning Super Bowl champion Philadelphia Eagles. He lands on their practice squad. So Audric Estime signs to the Eagles practice squad.
You know, it's funny because when you brought that up where you go, I said, what if he went to the Eagles?
Yep.
Learn from the best.
Sure. I don't know what the terms were, but obviously it was a mutual parting of the ways between the Broncos and Audric Estime.
Oh, I agree.
Yeah, time for a change of scenery. You know,
where did he fall apart for that guy? Like, where did it just
First
not work
game
out?
he fumbled. Got yelled at by Sean.
It's true. That did happen. I don't know.
Okay.
I don't know. I mean, he was in the doghouse all year long, and then we really knew he's in the doghouse in the playoffs when they deactivated him and they brought back, was it Tyler Bidet?
Yeah.
Bidet who'd been
off
out.
the IR.
Yeah.
And put him on the active roster for the playoff game.
I'm trying to think of a draft pick that there were high expectations that went kind of sideways on George Payton like Audric Estime. I mean, it was just a fifth rounder.
It's also an
though.
example of the fifth round.
Yeah, it's a fifth round thing. You making a Shadur kind of comparison right there?
I just think you have a thinner margin of error to screw up.
It is just a fifth rounder, but I'll tell you this. Moving on from a dude entirely in just his second year, even in the fifth round, is a bit unusual.
I mean, if you told us...
Not unheard of by any means, but...
Before training camp, I don't know, it became more obvious as time went on. But I thought Audric Estime certainly had a shot to redeem himself in training camp this year. I thought he had a chance. So we wish him the best. I do wonder, I am curious. Boy, I really am curious. Did he reject the Broncos, or did the Broncos not make him even an offer on practice
I think
squad?
it was completely mutual. I think as soon as they released him, his agent was on the phone calling everybody else.
Like the Broncos didn't make him an offer because they knew he was going to turn it down.
I just don't think they liked him.
No,
that's not mutual then.
Well, I mean, in theory, it can be. I would have said no if you would have offered me anyway. So who's the one that departed first? I broke up with you. You didn't break up with me.
You know, it'd been interesting to actually see the meeting. And I would say, listen, I think, listen, you still can play. You're a good running back, but I think you need to look elsewhere. I don't think it's going to be here. I bet that was said.
That'd be a good episode on Hard Knocks. If that show was any good anymore.
Yeah, well, they don't show that stuff anymore.
They
Still
do
watching
not.
that?
I'm not. I'm behind. I'm down 2 episodes now, so what's the point?
I'm not even seeing anything on Twitter or anything about it.
I don't know. I you know what? And
I say something? Sean Payton. Peyton Manning is crushing NFL films.
Yeah.
And all the stuff, because, listen, Hard Knocks used to be a can't miss.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, you couldn't miss it. The stuff that Peyton has put out in the last 3 or 4 years, the different stuff he's put out, is 10 times better.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, the 2 quarterbacks years and the receiver year, 10 times better than
I'm kind of over
seeing.
quarterback also, though, to be honest.
That's fine.
It kind of feels like all the same stuff.
But it's
now.
been better than Hard Knocks.
It has.
It has.
I mean, at least I watch it.
Yeah. And what was the other thing he just produced?
He did the WWE one.
The WWE, which was fantastic.
Yeah, that was good. But I don't know if I want to watch another one of those. You know what I'm saying?
I'd watch another WWE for sure.
You would?
Oh, yeah.
Okay.
That was pretty cool.
Well, now that we know the WWE is really a season, like a sporting event a season, you
Trying
could
to
do
make it.
one.
Yeah.
Well, that's what they did. They said, okay, here's the middle of the season, SummerSlam, WrestleMania is our Super Bowl, and then we have all these games in between.
Hey, the success that Peyton Manning's had on producing these shoes or executive producing these shows, it's a really big shoe. Why keep doing that?
It was funny with Hard Knocks. I had some time last night. I was like, I do have a little time to watch something.
Rockies.
Well, the Rockies, I can tell you all about the Rockies. I'm pissed at the Rockies for winning. I'll get to it in a little bit.
You're 4 down 4.
I know. I know the whole thing. Is I started a Band of Brothers.
Again?
You never seen that?
I've seen it like 6 times.
Oh.
Yeah.
Like it's like I'm
Can't
like
beat it.
Have I put enough time between the last time I watched it and this time? And it turns out I did.
Yeah.
Because I was like, I remember it and don't remember it. Like you gotta separate it. But I really seriously, David Schwimmer as Sobel, like is one of the better acting jobs you will see in any
And I
TV
hated
show
him
anywhere.
the first time I saw it because he was still the Friends guy.
We used to watch that on all our bus rides in college.
Oh wow.
Like as a team.
Did you know on the behind the scenes with that, they were doing real basic training, the whole crew.
Yeah.
And they brought him in 8 days after they had already been a crew, and they separated him from them.
To make him hate him in real life.
Correct. That, he really did a good job because I know he's Ross from Friends, and you look at him, you're like.
Well, the first time I watched it, I couldn't get over the Ross.
And there's like Jimmy Fallon. Like, why did you put Jimmy Fallon in this thing for like 5 seconds?
Before he was doing. I mean, he was.
I guess so, right? But I just that Band of Brothers may be the greatest TV show of all time.
It's definitely up there.
Yeah. All right, next story, Dan.
All right, guys, let's hear from Patrick Surtain. He spoke yesterday. I'm interested to hear this cut. What's that?
Did he make the team?
He did.
He did. He squeaked on to the 53.
It's a real comeback story.
So Pat was asked, what have you seen from this Broncos offense now that you've gone up against them so much throughout training camp and in practices?
I just see a tremendous amount of communication and growth, like with Bo and all the receivers. Throughout practice, they be giving each other checks, and I be trying to look to see what check, Bo be giving the receivers but it's just all about the chemistry they have with each other. I think it's such a unique group that they're building, especially with the young receiving core they have and, the young backs that we have and, the O-line and, so I think that whole, offensive group is going to be special, so.
Okay, so what you guys have seen throughout training camp in the preseason, on a scale of 1 to 10, what's your confidence level that this offense will be able to perform at a high level as the regular season is right around the corner?
I'm going to be generous and give it a 7.
Darren?
7 sounds good.
Rookie scores. 5.2.
Oh, I didn't know we were doing points. I'll give it a 6.7.
Don't you ever watch the pizza review?
Yeah, Portnoy.
Yeah, and everybody gives a square number. They go rookie.
Did you see the Portnoy story?
Yeah, with Ohio State. Yeah,
but he's like, I think he's fibbing a little bit.
No, I don't think so.
Okay. There's definitely a difference of opinion on this one. Portnoy from Barstool, big Michigan guy. And I don't know. I don't keep tabs. I don't have any problems with Portnoy.
The pizza reviews are pretty fun.
I've seen the pizza. I like the confrontational pizza reviews when they're screaming at him.
The owner said, we don't want you to review it.
Those are great. And then there's the crazy woman who comes by and, she has a piece of pizza. Like, whenever it goes sideways, I find it more entertaining.
You're ugly.
But I think Portnoy's whole thing is like, he's coming on College game day. And it's Ohio State against Texas, right? Is that what starts it off?
Well, Texas is at Ohio State.
Yeah.
Texas, you can listen right here on 92.5 on the 30th of August.
Way to go, Scott.
Thank you, Scott.
Yeah.
Team player.
10 a.m. I believe.
Company
10 a.m.
man.
Kickoff.
Team player.
Hear that, Kevin?
At least one of us reads.
But Portnoy said that he was banned by Ohio State from entering the stadium, and Ohio State says, no, we just said, here's the crew that's going to be in there at halftime, and he was never going to be part of that.
I don't know. Whatever.
I don't know either. But it's like, it seems like why would they care if he goes inside the stadium? But for
he said mean things about him.
But for Portnoy, it definitely glosses the whole like.
I mean, Portnoy came out with the counter and he did like a 5-minute long video and he said I was absolutely not allowed.
All right, I don't know, man. It feels to me like they're trying
to the rivalry that's one of the great sports rivalries still left in the country.
Well, it fits into Portnoy's, I'm the rebel and I'm the this and I'm the that and the whole thing. And
wasn't he banned from NFL games for a long time?
He was thrown out because he used to make fun of Goodell.
Right.
And he got the clown nose thing going there, and he was tossed out of a Super Bowl.
Yeah, it was a Super Bowl game.
So that did happen.
Of course, all that did was give him like 12 million views.
I guess this one way or the other, this is the point of it. We're talking about it right now. Like that's the point of all of it. All right, next story, Dan.
Lastly, guys, Kansas City Chiefs wide receiver Rashee Rice will serve a 6-game suspension to start the season for violating the league's personal conduct policy. So let me ask you guys this. Do you think in the Andy Reid, Patrick Mahomes era, this is the most vulnerable the Chiefs have been as far as winning the AFC West?
There was was it the Truman Dewey presidential election? Somebody said the reports of my early demise were overstated.
Greatly exaggerated.
Greatly exaggerated.
Yes, the reports of my death have been greatly exaggerated.
I think the reports of the Chiefs' death has been greatly exaggerated.
That's what I've been saying the whole time. I mean, look, could they be in jeopardy? Well, a lot of things have to go perfect for everybody else, right? That means Denver Broncos offense, I gave it a 7. DMac gave it a 6.7. Scott gave it a 5 point something. Well, the Denver Broncos offense would have to be an 8 or a 9 for them to really be in jeopardy.
Okay.
Everybody else, Justin Herbert, the Chargers, the Raiders, everybody else has got to be really, really good in combination with the Chiefs being bad. I mean, look, a down year for the Chiefs could be 12 wins.
The only reason I hesitate on this one is because there's been so many years where people have said that it's over for the Chiefs.
Right.
I can't tell you like what year there's been more of that because it's happened so often.
Yeah.
So you feel like a fool to count them out because everybody's done that a million times over the years. So on paper, on the surface, you'd feel like, okay, maybe this year, but still got Andy Reid, right? Still got Patrick Mahomes?
Still got him.
Still got Chris Jones?
Got him. Although they don't have a ton of star talent on that defense. They really don't.
Okay. If we can beat them up like that, that'd be fine. All right, it's time for point counterpoint.
Yeah.
So, I mean, it was, morning show. Getting so political, bringing on ex-mayor of Denver, Wellington Webb, who wrote an op-ed in Westward, advocating for the Denver Broncos to stay in Denver. Like, when did we turn into KOA? But okay, fine. so being, fair, balanced, and just being doing the right thing broadcasting wise, we have a representative from Lone Tree.
Really?
That'll join us here in a second. But just let me refresh everybody with what some of the outrageous things that Wellington Webb had to say on the morning show.
We're not the South. We're Denver. And I think that Denver is a sports capital for the Rocky Mountains.
Yeah.
And we need to claim it. We need to act like it. We need to put, the part I don't like, we had a lot more swag when our administration always went around the country saying we're the best and baddest there is in the country. I think we need to really promote who and what we are, and I think that the Broncos are certainly a major part of that, but they need to be downtown with everybody else. And when you have a destination place for people to go, the people will come. But if there's no place for them to go, they're not going to come. You can't split everything up.
Whoa, some outrageous words. So to represent the Lone Tree point of view, we welcome. Boy, I didn't even catch the name. Well, what's your name?
Sally Fielderstone.
Your name is Sally Fielderstone.
Sally,
yes, Winifred Fielderstone.
Sally Winifred.
I work for the mayor's office.
You work for the mayor of Lone Tree's office.
Can I ask what you do?
We're so excited, Darvin, to have the Lone Tree Broncos come and be part of our family.
Okay, so why do you think the Broncos would be better in Lone Tree than, say, Denver?
Well, listen, is there anything better than a Sunday afternoon shopping spree after a beautiful win than a Cabela's new shotgun or some camo or something like that? It's right down the street. And let's be honest, Darvin,
yes,
we've got great facilities and space where, let's be honest, Denver's already too crowded.
Denver's too crowded, and you want to point out there's a Cabela's
That's a pretty good point.
There is a nice Cabela's up there that people not be aware of.
Yeah.
So you say it.
We call it Cabello. And we'll call it the Cabello Zone. It'll be great sponsorship. And the stadium, the big, beautiful stadium, will be all in camouflage.
You know, Sally, I've been a South Denverite for a very long time. And a lot of us that moved to South Denver moved out here because we enjoy the peace and quiet. You know, we don't want the traffic. We like seeing the stars. I'm a little bit concerned about that commute on Ridgegate. What's that going to look like?
Oh, my God.
Well, Terry, let me tell you, you really only will have to worry about it, won't you, on Sundays. Maybe a Thursday,
Really?
and maybe a Monday, and, of course, the occasional Saturday. But listen, our infrastructure, we're planning, excuse me, I have to, never mind. We're planning a 16-lane road from Parker to Cabela's.
Wow, a 16-lane road? That's
16-lane road. Never done that before. You know, we're not going to call it T-Rex. We're going to call it Raptorville.
all right. And what is your favorite thing about Lone Tree? Like, what do you think would be why would it be just
Well, listen, I could go what Terry said, Darvin, and talk about the quiet, the wide open spaces, the clean air, the wonderful views of the mountains. I could break that all down for you. But let's be honest, there's only one answer. It ain't Denver.
Okay. Do you have any final words for Vic Lombardi, who's been such a strong advocate of the team staying in Denver?
Well, he's welcome too.
Okay. All right. Sally Fielderstone, any parting words here that we should keep in mind in this incredible counterpoint point debate?
Well, listen, Mayor Webb was wonderful, did a wonderful job, and Denver actually was a nice city back in the 50s when he was the mayor. This is 2025. This is a brand new era. And talk about listen, we're going to have a Baskin-Robbins right near the stadium as well.
Wow, 53 flavors.
So you get your Baskin-Robbins and your ammo at Cabela's.
Yeah.
Exactly. And we're going to name all the flavors after the Ring of Fame.
Oh, wow. Well, that's fast. That's really,
good.
really cool.
That's good.
And Tyler's 16 lanes on Ridgegate is
well, that's helpful.
That is some massive expansion.
Yeah.
All right.
We're also thinking about a bullet train. And listen, here's another thing. Huge fan base south of Denver.
Yes.
In Colorado Springs,
yes,
Pueblo, and Mexico City. We're going to have a bullet train from Mexico City all the way out to the beautiful city of Lone Tree.
Oh, that's fantastic. A bullet train
Are
from
you
Mexico.
going to get Mexico to pay for it?
Well, we see Matt trying to have them before having
All right. Sally Fielderstone, everybody, working for the mayor's office of Lone Tree.
Thank you, Sally. That
We
was great.
appreciate
That
it.
was
It's
great.
PhD. We tried. It's 92.5. Scott, did you catch Sally Filderstone from the mayor's office?
I did, Darvin. I thought she was outstanding. I really had to go to the bathroom.
Yeah, no.
Shame you had to miss it.
When you go there, you go there. I'm just excited about Amos and Baskin Robbins coming to town as well as at the stadium.
I was thinking maybe we could get that one Foot Locker maybe to open up a new store down there.
I was hoping maybe 2 or 3 GameStops would be the way to go.
Bullet train to Mexico City, boys.
The bullet train at Mexico City. Yeah.
Foot Locker, GameStop, maybe. What was that electronic store?
We could throw in a Blockbuster or two. You know, put that in there.
What was that one electronic store that everybody used to go to?
Radio Shack.
Radio Shack.
Put a Radio Shack there.
Yeah,
you know, I mean,
and you know what? A roller rink.
Oh, Skate City.
That would be nice. I mean, you could do it all because you got the land there in Lone Tree.
Exactly.
Isn't there still a Skate City out by you, Scott?
I believe there is, yes.
Yeah, I think there is.
An active one?
Yeah.
I think right off Bowles and
it's like the old
Pierce
school Skate City.
We had one in Aurora.
Bowles and Chatfield.
Yeah, that thing's been gone for 20 years, though.
Oh, has it really?
Yeah. The
my
one that was
kids
right off the highway?
It was off Mississippi and
off
225. Yes.
Yeah.
That's been gone
forever.
Oh, okay. Oh, wow.
The roller rink was the big hookup place when I was in high school.
Oh, yeah.
There's one right here in Greenwood Village when I was growing up.
Friday was football games and Saturday was the roller rink.
Well, there you go.
Yeah. Big to do.
You guys want to ask me about the Rockies last night?
Just real quickly, I understand. No, I'm not asking.
I give you 30 seconds.
Because obviously they won. But I want to know why you're upset that they won.
Because how do you beat a first-place Astros team who's battling for first place with one of their better pitchers, with a guy named Tanner Gordon, who somehow with the Rockies, believe it or not, is 5-5. Like, he does not have a losing record as a starting pitcher. Like, how do you go into Houston after you played like crap in Pittsburgh, and not only do you win, but you win easily? Like,
warmer?
That's baseball.
Help me. Yeah, you know what, man?
That's baseball.
And now they've got 30 games left, which means they only have to go 4-26 to hit the magic number of 42, so I don't have to do the walk. And this is true. The Rockies have never, ever, at any point in their organization's history, had a record as bad as 4-26. Ever. They didn't have they won 4 games in April this year with Bud Black, but they were 4-23.
I'm predicting a finish of 12-18.
Sounds about right.
That would be okay. So if they do that, they win 50 games.
Thank you.
You're doing that on purpose.
Yeah, 12-18.
Well, if they do that, Warren Schaefer clearly would be back.
No.
Clearly.
No.
He probably will be back no matter what, frankly.
Well,
at this
you'll
point.
get your wish.
It's really not my wish. They're pissing me off by winning.
You're more wishy-washy on your Warren Schaefer takes than anything I've ever heard.
Maybe.
One week he's
not
God's
wrong.
gift. Second week I'm out. He's Bud Black 2.0.
Because they keep
third week the Rockies have figured it out. Retained Warren Schaefer. Fourth week I don't want Warren Schaefer.
They had no right to win that game last night.
Tyler, Warren Schaefer is no Justin Fields.
You're such a prisoner. Oh, there you go. You're prisoner of the moment.
Nice
Maybe.
callback, Scott.
I don't even know what to say. You're 2-2 against the Dodgers. You get killed by Pittsburgh. You show no heart whatsoever. You take a day off, and you just didn't beat the Astros. You dominated them from the jump. I don't know what? I don't even know what to say.
But haven't they in the last 3 weeks almost played better against better competition? Didn't they play good against the Dodgers?
Yeah, they played really good against the Dodgers. Yeah, could be.
So maybe right now it's a young team that mentally is really getting up for the good teams and really struggling for the average to below average.
It's probably fair to say they are not a very there's some talent, young talent, but they're not a mentally strong team. There probably is some justification with that.
Which I think has been the Rockies' MO for a lot of years because, listen, we used to always talk about it even when we were over in KOA. You just get ready for the June swoon. They'd come out of training camp, they'd be hot, playing well, doing things good, and then June would come and they'd go 4-23, or something like that. And you're like, well, there was the June swoon and the July die. It's like the middle of the season. They had no mental fortitude.
But these games are not like meaningless to the Astros. They're like a game ahead in first place in their division.
That's why you play the game.
Okay, cliche man.
That's why you play the game.
They're gonna win 4 more games.
Of course.
You know, and as soon as they win that fourth game, you know, they become instantly uninteresting all over again.
Then they become just a bad football, a bad baseball team in the footnotes.
Correct, because they're still like 10 games behind the White Sox for second to last. They have no hope of catching them.
Which is why I said from the very beginning that I was actively rooting for them to be the worst team of all time, because maybe then you can't ignore it.
You know what?
Maybe then.
You know what? It would have been a little bit more interesting being the worst team of all time, circling the drain in September, but they're going to crush that. They really are pissing me off by winning a little bit. They can't make their minds up. So, I don't know. I don't know what to say. That's the latest with the Rockies.
How many more they got in Houston? 2?
2 more, yeah.
So maybe they get beat. They lose
but
another
it doesn't matter. Like, if you win 1 out of 3, that was the goal in the first place, and you kind of already did it. And they haven't lost more than 8 in a row, and they did that 5 times this year. They had lost 4 in a row going into this. I thought, hey, make it interesting. Lose all 3 to Houston, and then we got the Cubs here in town this weekend, and we'll see if they can lose more than 8 in a row. But no, they go ahead and win. They pitched really well. They had clutch hitting.
I've never heard of any baseball fan upset that their team played well.
Because they drive you nuts because they're so crazily inconsistent.
Well, but isn't that kind of the moniker of a young player, young team?
I guess. But how do you beat some of the top teams in the league ever if you're that bad?
Because mentally, that's a big game. I mean, listen, I know they play 17 games in the NFL, but it's a 17-week grind. NBA and NHL, baseball, I mean, they're playing every day, every other day.
You're getting to something then.
And it's a grind, but young teams get up for big games, young, immature teams.
Right.
Because there's young teams that are really talented, good. Oklahoma City was one of the youngest teams in the league last year.
Right, I was just going to go there.
So young, immature team, immature is the key word, get up for big games and just, we're here, let's have fun on bad or so-so teams.
Bigger question, is that the mark of a great team when they can be professional enough to really win games even though they don't seem all that compelling or you could get bored or whatever? But great teams figure out a way to win.
Well, listen, I know we pick on the Dodgers because they spend a lot of money, and that's fair and so on and so forth. But you know what they do with all that money that they're paying? They're usually pretty good and win, aren't they? And they're winning in July, and they're winning in August, and they're winning. I mean, they're putting it out there, aren't they?
Yeah. All right. Anyways, Tyler
has a dumb question.
Oh, because Tyler has some breaking football news.
Oh, let's get to that then.
I forget it.
No, you don't. Browns.
Oh, Browns. Yeah, we do. Cleveland Browns have signed another quarterback. Bailey Zappi is now a member of the Cleveland Browns. Now, he was signed to the practice squad, which you might be like, okay, what's the big deal? Well, it's still a fourth quarterback, okay? It's still a fourth quarterback.
Why would the Browns sign another quarterback?
Why would you sign Zappi and not just bring Hundley back to the practice squad?
You might say, well, you need a practice squad QB. No, you don't. Not when you've got 3 on the active roster, you don't. Now, didn't the Broncos have 4 last year?
The Broncos have had 4.
We had a dude.
They've had 4 over the years.
But I'm pretty sure we had a dude on the practice squad last year, and I'm drawing a blank on who it was.
I don't think we did, Tyler.
No?
I don't think they did.
Okay.
But they have had 4 on the roster. In fact, they had 4 in the room with the whole COVID thing and the bracelet stuff. They had 4 in the room there, and that was the 4 that got in trouble.
That's true.
Can you name all 4? That's a fun little trivia.
No.
Can you name all 4 that got them suspended basically for a game and the whole thing? Blake Bortles was one.
Blake Bortles.
Oh, man, who was it? There were 2 other guys in there.
Was Rippin on there?
Bailey Zappi.
I think it
No,
was
there was
Rippin.
like an Allen.
It was Rippin. You're right. You're right.
Who was the Allen?
It was
something Allen.
You're right.
It's a kid from Arkansas.
Was it Brandon Allen?
Brandon Allen.
So it was Brandon Allen, Blake Bortles, Drew Lock, and I just said it.
Was it Brett Rippin?
Brett Rippin.
Brett Rippin.
Yeah, Rippin. So there you go.
I don't know, man. I mean, the Browns are. See, here's the thing. Like, it's still. If you want to go on they're trying to sabotage Shedeur deal, which that's not me. I legitimately don't believe they're trying to sabotage him.
Well, this doesn't help.
But if you want to fight that argument, here's another argument for you. All it's going to do is take away reps from Shedeur Sanders that he would be getting. I mean, you really have no need for the 4th quarterback. There's just not that many reps in a regular season practice.
It makes no sense. And what does it say to Shedeur that you brought in Bailey Zappi? Why? What's the point?
I don't think it says anything about Shedeur, but...
What is the point, though? I am really confused what the point is.
Well, Snoop Huntley signed with Baltimore, so they couldn't get him back.
Oh, is that what that's why they lost him?
I mean, I
Interesting.
have no idea if the Browns
Wait, he
offered
signed.
him,
He
but-
signed with their practice
practice
squad.
squad. Yes.
Well, didn't Huntley play
Oh,
for
they
Baltimore
must
a
have
few
offered
years
him.
ago?
Huntley must have been offered by the Browns.
Yes, and he was really good with the Ravens.
Yeah.
So he must have turned them down. Why wouldn't they have offered him a place on their practice squad?
You would think. I mean, if they offered Bailey Zappi.
Bailey Zappi. A fourth quarterback.
Why do we pronounce
Cleveland.
the E?
My
Like,
God,
why isn't
me.
it just Zap?
I don't know. The Shadur conspiracy people are going to have ammo now. They are. They're going to have ammo.
Hey, Tyler, is it frappe?
No.
Okay, we're concerned about the E on the end of.
Yeah, but in the is it frappe? Frappe?
I think it is frappe.
No, it's frap.
It is?
Yeah.
I
got a frap.
That's linguist behind you there.
I didn't go to Starbucks and order a frappe.
I think it is frappe.
I think it's frappe.
I think it is.
No.
Ask.
No, I went to Starbucks and I got myself a frap.
Dude, I think you're wrong on this one.
Hey, ask the hipster. He'll know.
You're being summoned, Nate, for your linguistic and your hipster knowledge about, is it frap or frappe?
I think Tyler's full of frap.
There you go. Thank you.
It's not an answer to the
Story
question.
of my life.
It's a funny comment, but not an answer to the question.
Frappe.
It's frappe, isn't it?
I
Frappe.
honestly don't know. I couldn't tell you.
Zappe?
Is it
frappe?
I thought it was the Frappuccino. I thought that's what it was.
Yes, but if you're going to shorten that, you're just calling it a frap.
So you'd go to
Nobody's
Starbucks
calling
and-
it a frappe.
I think everybody calls it a frappe.
Nobody calls it a frappe.
You go to Starbucks and you order
If
a
I
frap?
don't call it a frappe, nobody calls it a frappe.
So is a
okay?
cappuccino a cap?
Yeah.
And a frappuccino is a frap.
And if you just sit there and want a black cough.
Dude, I think
That sounds like a plague that was killing people in the 1800s. I got the black
A
cough.
third of the world died.
What's the text line saying right now? I think you're losing this.
I don't know. I mean, you guys might be right.
Hey,
All I know is everybody else wrong.
Frappe has an oomla on the end of the E on that one, so it has to be.
Just because a bunch of people are stupid and pronunciate the E.
Did you call it an oompla?
Yeah, an oomla. Oobity doo.
Nate, you gotta understand with our show. It's we might as well call our show Close Enough.
Yeah.
Our entire show is you know what we're saying.
Well, you should
It's
listen to
close
me and
enough.
Andy sometime. It's called Not Even Close.
Ben DiNucci was here last year.
Ben DiNucci.
The DiNucci was here last year. Did you guys see his?
We did have 4.
Did you see his post
I did.
the other day?
Yeah, he's funny.
He is funny.
It's good.
I like him.
That's
I like
good.
that dude.
Well, he's going right into calling football games, like college football or something.
That's because he's funny on social media. That's savvy. Like
Yeah.
I've been cut 7
Savvy.
different times in the NFL.
Save.
Savvy.
Yeah,
It is
savvy.
quite. Have you guys discussed EuroBasket results today?
No, talk.
But before you give us results,
That is awesome. We haven't touched that at all.
before you give us results, I got to tell you what the text message that will lead into what his results is.
Okay.
The warden is at work, and she goes, I got my friends here, and they had this big whatever, and she's from Serbia, blah blah blah, and she got me into watching Euro basketball. She goes, "This stuff is fantastic."
Yeah.
So I got that text today.
Well, it's KKSE FM HD1 Broomfield Denver Boulder. What are the results of EuroBasket?
Serbia's biggest win in their national team history at EuroBasket today. A close one, 98-64 over Estonia.
You want to? Should we guess Jokic line without knowing it?
He didn't play much, so I'm going to say 14-8-5.
I'll go 17. Boy, I like the 8-5. I'll go 17-8-5. Tyler, you want to take a crack at it?
12-10-8.
Okay. Nate?
Final numbers for Nikola Jokic, 11, 10, and 7.
Ooh, that was pretty damn good.
You were all in the zip
Yeah.
code? Yeah, not too bad.
Pretty close. He didn't want to shoot, so he was just rebounding
Estonia
and passing.
got
Well, the only reason I
11.
said that's because that's what his previous lines have looked like.
From someone named Henry Drell, whoever that is. Apparently, he's the best Estonian basketball player.
He's the Estonian cousin of Henry Drummond.
How
I
many?
believe so.
How many NBA guys are on the Serbian team?
I think they got 5 or 6. don't they?
Jovic,
Aren't all 3 of the Jovic's
Topic,
Jokic's?
Bogdanovich.
That one point guard that got traded that
Yeah.
was with
Micic?
Charlotte Micic.
Oh, Micic. Okay.
Yeah. So at least 5.
So they're starting lineups at an NBA lineup.
It's pretty stacked, and they're also like these guys. They play together a lot, and they
Yeah.
have well-built chemistry
with the
and
same coach for
same
ever.
coach. Well, Jokic is the coach. Let's be honest.
But that guy,
Yes,
the old dude, he's been there forever.
the guy that hands the clipboard to Jokic and lets him tell everybody what to do.
And we talk about, listen, Joker's the best player that's ever put on a Nuggets uniform by far, and they've got Hall of Famers. That being said, you know what kind of slips here? He literally right now is the godfather of Serbian basketball.
Yes.
I mean, he is the godfather in Serbia when it comes to basketball.
Are they the favorites in this tournament this year?
Well, they have to.
Yes.
Who is Slovenia next?
No, because Slovenia, like when they played in the friendly, Serbia kicked the crap out of them, and Luka played in that game.
Will we see Lithuania, Serbia in the actual tournament? Because there's probably a qualifying round, and then I would assume an elimination.
Today
round.
was the start of group play.
Okay, is Lithuania in Serbia's group or not?
Let's see. Group A: Latvia, Turkey, Serbia, Estonia, Czechia, Portugal is Group A.
No, they're not. Okay.
So Group B is the Brits and Lithuania. What is? Excuse me.
France must be in there.
Germany is in Group B. Sweden and Finland are in Group B.
Is France not in there?
They've got to be.
They're in C.
Oh, they're that many groups?
Yeah. Group C starts tomorrow.
Oh, okay.
So Georgia, Spain are Group C.
Spain's good.
God, this does sound awesome. By the way, this
Cyprus,
sounds great.
Greece, Italy. Slovenia's in Group D. Yeah, so that's what's going on group-wise here. France is in D as well. France will open up against Belgium coming up tomorrow.
Oh, what an awesome tournament.
EuroBasket.
And you know what?
Updates.
Crepes versus waffles.
Well played.
Thank you.
Nicely done.
They call that a crepe.
I think they actually do. It's not a crepe.
Yeah.
We do know that.
We go first full circle right
This
here.
is it's good that Jokic does this, right? I know there's an injury risk for Nikola Jokic when he goes and because they're playing to win, right? This is high-level games, and this is national team basketball, and there's an intensity to it. But also, when it comes to, first off, pro sports is a 365-day-a-year business anymore. Athletes don't take time off. They don't get fat and sell insurance like they used
unless
to.
you're Nikola Jokic.
But that's just it. Joker knowing that he had EuroBasket on deck and they had a month of friendly games and now he's got the actual tournament to play, Joker can hang out, go rafting, play that weird soccer volleyball thing or whatever. And now it's okay, buckle down and it's get ready for the season time. I think it's a good thing he plays in this tournament.
Yeah, I think it's a great thing he plays in it because, let's be honest, for Joker, it's a 325-day-a-year job. I think he takes 40 good days.
He should.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'd call it well-earned.
Yeah,
He deserves that.
Yeah.
I agree with you 100%. But I think something like this, he can kind of take his time, get back into some sort of better shape while, everybody else is here and doing different stuff. That's great. I'm glad he's playing.
Yeah, and I also think that, again, because of the chemistry built up over the years of playing with all of these same players, that the level of exertion that he has to put into it, especially these early round games, Scotty, it's a nice ramp up to getting set for more intense basketball later in the tournament, and then he'll come over to the U.S. and start getting ready for the season.
Is it time the Denver Nuggets start looking at another Euro here in the next year or two draft-wise to kind of keep that ball rolling a little bit?
It's not the worst idea. I think it's interesting. Ogi Stojakovic is on Serbia's staff. Jason Miller, who is the Nuggets trainer, is Team Serbia's trainer.
Dude, he told me he was there with them in the Olympics. He said the whole team treats him golden.
Yeah.
He said it's amazing. He did say, boy, when they won the bronze, I think they won a bronze
in the Olympics. Yes.
He said, "Oh, you should have seen that party." He said, "It about killed me."
Right. Oh, yeah. Those dudes, remember, they won early in the day, and then they still had to go to the medal ceremony later, and they were all just tanked by the time that they got out there.
Yeah.
Yes.
But because of his care of Joker throughout the season, he is now Team Serbia trainer.
Right. I think it's cool. There really is a huge organizational tie between the Denver Nuggets and the Serbian national team. I know Ben Tenzer is over. He's in Latvia right now, so he's there for these games. But I think it's really cool because Jokic essentially has ownership over the Serbian national team right now. in addition to, with all due respect to our bosses, kind of having ownership being the face of the Denver Nuggets.
Right.
And it makes all the sense in the world for there to be sort of all of this international cooperation between the Denver Nuggets and Team Serbia.
Well, listen, I would start watching in Serbian because they love basketball. And they love basketball even before Joker, but
right.
I mean, now that just amplified it to an 11, right?
Yes.
I would start finding I'd be looking at 16-year-olds and 17-year-olds right now to see if we can get another guy in here. Listen, I like Jovic, and he just came in so young and thin and immature, but I still think he's going to be a player someday.
I think so too, and he and Jokic have a pretty good connection. Jovic is the guy that figured out, I'll leak out in the fast break and I'll get easy points that way. Also, something else that's big about this tournament, one last thought on this. They have not won a gold medal yet in any international competition with Joker. They got the silver in Rio. They got the bronze in Paris in 24. And they have not won EuroBasket yet with Nikola Jokic.
Well, and fair or unfair, it's kind of like saying Karl Malone never won an NBA championship. And why not? Well, there's a guy named Michael Jordan.
Yeah.
That kept dominating the other side. Listen, the progress that France has made in international play. I mean, the 2 years in a row, you're number one pick in the draft. And I think this year, didn't they have two guys in the top four, or two guys in the top four or top five that were drafted from France this year?
They're producing a ton of talent. You're right about that.
So they may not ever win a gold medal because talent-wise, they have turned deep. And listen, before that, Spain had a nice run in there for a while.
Yeah, the Gasol brothers.
In Germany, didn't Germany win the
with
World Cup a year or two ago?
Yeah, with Schroeder leading that squad right there. And I believe Detlef Schrempf was out on the wing there, Scotty.
Well, still.
Yeah. He's the Jamie Moyer of international basketball. Scott Hastings, everybody. Listen to him every single day. PhD, noon to 3, right here on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5, as we welcome in the one and only Andy Lindahl.
What up?
How you doing, pal?
I'm just Andy.
Good.
What are you doing?
Let's do the thing where we pretend like we haven't been talking for the last half hour.
Well, we
just saw each other.
We walked in together and all this stuff.
Here at work. Mm-hmm. But yes, nice victory for Nikola Jokic and Team Serbia. Andy, do you want to add an addendum to that conversation? Have you reached the point where you're coming around on Joker as international competitor, or do you still hate it?
No, I don't love it.
Okay.
Well, I did say, as long as it's how he gets in shape, it's fine.
Yeah.
And it's how apparently he gets in shape. He doesn't go and work out all summer. You're not going to find him with 5 buddies in the gym or 5 bros in the gym. We're not ever going to see videos of, like we did with MPJ, of him and Steph Curry working out together. He parties. He goes to the track. He drinks all the ouzo and whatever else they got over there.
Do you remember?
Then he goes to EuroBasket, gets in shape, and shows up here fine.
Rakia, by the way, I think that's how they get
Rakia,
down.
yeah.
And, do you remember the old photo? Like, God, I don't even remember who the reporter was that initially went over and hung out with Jokic in the offseason in Sombor. But they had one of those giant tires. And they were like in some field and they were flipping the tires over, and then they all posed to take a picture. And there was just an old guy in the photo. Don't know who he was, but he was like one of like 8 people in this picture. Just a dude working out in a pair of tighty whities.
Mendelbaum there. Yeah. Yeah.
Just fruit of the looms, getting in his reps.
They don't have Nike there yet, but they're working on it.
I bet they do now.
They probably do now.
That was probably like a decade ago. But those are the kind of guys that Joker used to work out with.
Total Stallone getting ready to fight the Russian scene. So
I hope that guy had a cig hanging out of his mouth while he was flipping over the tire.
I'm sure they did. They all just do the one for the photo shoot, then they went and drank, and that was the end of the workout for the summer.
Probably.
That was it. That was the last. The tire got flipped.
That was our day to work out this summer.
There it was. Everybody take a look, and that's that.
Oh, man. Nikola Jokic, that guy is just my hero. We got so much to do on the show. We got a 53, Andy. We got a roster. There's a full roster. And it, like, outside of, I think, a minor surprise, it looks exactly like we thought it was going to. We had the stat that 86% of last year's roster was back here in Denver. They just rolled it right back over. Like, if you're looking for the tells of why is Denver a team that can win double-digit games? Why are the Broncos a team that can win this division and have an outside shot to do something really cool, right? That's one of those things. That's one of those, like, oh, look at this year-over-year consistency, the likes of which we haven't seen since the John Fox era, essentially, here in Denver.
Sure.
Like, I wouldn't even say like the Kubiak era, because 15 to 16, you flipped out Peyton Manning for Trevor Siemian. Like, that's tectonic plates moving in terms of the kind of shift you're talking about with the football team. This is same quarterback, same coordinator, largely the same group of everybody, same 5 across the starting offensive line. That's no small thing. Same 3 across the starting defensive line, really the same 4 if you want to include Malcolm Roach. You got the same pass rushers that you had a year ago. Secondary's got some fun changes because you put Hufanga in place and because you drafted Jahdae Barron. But, like, this is coaches back, coordinators back, players are back. A team that got better as the year went along last season. And now you take a look at this 53 and you're just like, okay, this has all the signs of an organization that is growing in the correct direction and is ready to do something big right now.
Yeah, it is. Now, again, how big we'll see. You know, I am going to be curious to watch as we really kind of dig in and we start to get to the next week. Will be everybody with their big predictions and what's going to be the record. And I think Vegas already put out some interesting numbers, but they'll refine that a little bit as we get a little bit closer.
9.5 on Denver.
9.5, which is kind of interesting, although that's a 4-game improvement from a year ago.
Sure
so
is.
Tip of the cap there. It was funny just because I do think the Broncos are set to do big things. As you said, I think the continuity is going to help, but I think there's going to be some tweaks to the offense. I'm going to be curious to see what the chemistry looks like in week 1. And then, as I'm watching SportsCenter this morning, or whatever, Get Up, whatever the ESPN program was, what are we doing? After a whole summer of doubting them, everyone's starting to slightly. Louis Riddick's talking about the long arms and the massive body of the left tackle the Chiefs have got.
Josh
All of a
Simmons.
sudden, they're putting it back, and that's going to handle the problem of some of the things. I'm telling you, I'm curious to make sure all the momentum, all the new things to talk about. We wanted to put new packages together. We needed some new faces to put on TV. We want to give you a shiny new star. But now that we're getting closer to actually picking who's going to win the whole dang thing, because what was the story today? Will the wedding ring be the only ring that Travis Kelce and Taylor Swift are celebrating at the end of the year?
Well, one thing working against him is we do have word on the official suspension of Rashee Rice today.
Yes, we do.
6-gamer. He got the 6-gamer.
So it looks like the Players Union, so the word was the NFL wanted 8 or 9 games, I believe, by Pro Football Talks reporting about 3 weeks ago.
Okay.
And again, this is, I hate to say it, classic NFL with Goodell. You're going to go ahead. They set the disciplinary hearing for a month later while all these other guys are getting their discipline action, handed out beginning of the year. And everybody noticed that some of the Chiefs' toughest games come in this first 4 weeks of the season. So there's a bit of an uproar publicly. And then all of a sudden they step in. They go, no. We're going to make sure this thing hits beginning of the year. So they got it down to 6 games. I think the Players Union did him a solid, reduce that thing by 2 or 3 games. He's not going to fight it. He's going to accept it. They'll be without him the first 6 weeks of the season.
In that first 6, the Chiefs will play what I would call 3 legitimate Super Bowl contenders in the Philadelphia Eagles, the Baltimore Ravens, and the Detroit Lions. Now, the advantage that they get, I believe, all those games are at Arrowhead.
Of course they are.
So they've got that going for them. They'll play the Chargers. That's the Brazil game, right? The Chiefs-Chargers.
You're right. That's
Friday,
that's
September.
a Friday, week from 10 days from tomorrow? Week from
yes,
tomorrow?
that's
on this
Friday?
station.
That's a YouTube.
On this station.
Right here, the home.
You
of
don't
West
need to
Wood
YouTube
One.
this crap.
No.
You got a radio and a half, don't you?
You got 92.5 too.
That's all you need.
That's right. Listen to it right here on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. Shout out to Spring for saving us from having to get an email. But that game going to be played at Corinthians Arena. Andy, Corinthians. Uh-huh.
Yeah, isn't that the place where, You're
not supposed to wear green there, right? Wasn't
you're
that
not
what it was?
supposed to wear green, and they had some trouble with the field.
Yeah.
Remember that? Jordan Love jamming the knee up right away, and everyone's talking about it was a little bit of an iffy field. So, again, I hope they learned that, this is kind of what we like.
Shut your mouth.
Yeah, I guess that's what the NFL wants me to say.
Yeah,
but,
exactly.
let's just hope that, the field's ready to go.
Brazilian hairless football on the 5th of September for the Kansas City
wait,
Chiefs.
what?
Mm-hmm. Yep. You heard me right there, folks. They'll also have a road trip to New York and a road trip to Jacksonville within the Rashee Rice suspension span. Good to hear from that weirdo. I haven't heard from him.
You've been hearing plenty.
Yeah, exactly. Kreckman and Lindahl show. We'll take a break. When we come back, you're going to hear on this radio program, this fine radio program, the Kreckman and Lindahl show, our definitive declaration of the teams that can raise a Lombardi trophy this season. Will your Denver Broncos be on the list? Find out next on the Kreckman and Lindahl show. We're going to break down this Broncos 53 with Nick Kosmider ahead at 4 o'clock. He covers the Broncos for theathletic.com. We are broadcasting live today from the Backus and Shanker studios. Serious lawyers for the seriously injured. Let's get serious about who can win the Super Bowl this year.
Okay.
Let's dive into this, Andy. This is the big conversation right here. I want to do this conversation in this way. Who can win the Super Bowl this season? Not like, oh, I can make a reach of a justification for why it could happen. No, this is let's talk about the teams that are like really on the list. The handful, the tier 1, the creme de la creme or creme de la creme, based on our conversation in Crosstalk today. Who are those teams? All right, Andy, we'll start here, okay? And I'm just looking at win totals right now because, believe it or not, the better teams have a projected higher win total.
Which book you going? I'm going to go off of ESPN Bet.
Okay.
Why? Because my computer will pull it up.
Okay, cool.
And we are limited in what we could see.
I had to turn off my Wi-Fi so I could. There's this great website. God bless the people that put this thing together. I don't know who they are, but I'm appreciative of them. This great website called Vegas Insider.
Okay.
Which will give you the odds in a handy list form for like 7 different books in a row.
Nice.
So
okay.
It's, we talk about all the time, if you're going to be a savvy sports bettor, like go shopping. This is a good place to just put everything in front of you so you don't have to click from book to book to book.
It's like on a TV, you hit guide.
Yeah,
and it pops all up.
Well put.
There it is.
It's the guide
Here's
channel.
Your selection of stuff.
Thank you for doing that for us. Okay. Buffalo. Yeah, they can win the Super Bowl.
Yeah.
Uh-huh. 12.5, highest total on the board, the Buffalo Bills. The Philadelphia Eagles, the defending Super Bowl champions. Andy, you think they can win a Super Bowl?
Yes.
I sure
still
do.
like their chances. They didn't lose much.
I still like the likelihood of that being able to happen. The Baltimore Ravens, featuring the first-team All-Pro Lamar Jackson at quarterback. 11.5 is the total. You think Baltimore can win a Super Bowl this year?
Yes.
I sure do as well. Baltimore is one of those teams, by the way, and I'm struggling to not. And granted, I think I picked them last year too. But Baltimore, in terms of like teams on the board where I'm like, they can have a top 5 offense and defense in the NFL. The Ravens kind of jump off the page at me as one of those teams.
Yeah.
I'm having a tough time not picking them to win it all this year.
Well,
I probably will. Let's be honest. I think I'm talking myself into it as we speak.
But here's the thing. It's the classic storylines. This doesn't go away. This is why, and maybe I get to the Denver Broncos and I'm not totally ready to crown them the Super Bowl contender just yet.
If you want to crown them, crown them.
Yeah. I mean, look, the storyline's going to continue. How did both Lamar Jackson and Josh Allen get past Patrick Mahomes?
Sure.
And Lamar
Josh
in recent
Allen?
years had struggles getting past the aforementioned Josh
Allen.
Just
change it up.
There it is. Keep going, Spring. How many more?
Josh Allen.
Thank you.
I mean, why wouldn't you? Josh Allen, that sucker.
I'm doing a game up at Wyoming on September 6th. I'm going to make it a point to put a healthy beat between Josh and Allen
just for us
every time that I mention him on the broadcast.
Just so we know.
By the way, for somebody that's calling a Wyoming game, Andy, what's the quota? How many times do I have to mention Josh Allen's name during the broadcast?
Who are they playing?
Northern Iowa.
Okay.
The UNI Panthers.
Well, okay, so that gets tricky for you.
So Josh Allen did go into the Wyoming Hall of Fame.
Not 2, not 3, not 4, not 5, not 6.
Here's the thing. I think you're going to have a nice Wyoming victory to call. I think there'll be some good plays. I think there'll be some good highlights.
Yeah.
If you were playing a game that we're fearful would not go their way, that's where you keep the fans in your corner and upbeat about, remember the days of Josh Allen. I mean, I saw Josh Allen one time. And now another touchdown allowed by that Pokes defense. They're down 6-3-0. See, you got that game. Then you just keep Josh Allen and that thing up all day long.
So, like, if Wyoming was playing Texas.
Yeah. There'd be plenty of Josh Allen to mention.
It's a more
As Arch Manning, he's no Josh Allen. I'll just tell you that right now. Right? That's when you do that.
Right.
But if you're calling a good win in front of you, maybe I would go maybe is minimum 3 to 5's it's courtesy at this point
3 to 5.
make sure you get it in there.
Okay, work it in 3 to 5 times in the broadcast.
Now, if they're up 63 to another on who are they playing? Who'd you say?
Northern Iowa.
Northern Iowa?
Yeah.
I knew it was a divisional school.
Sure.
When they may get up 63 to nothing, then you can roll a couple Josh Allen stories out.
Okay.
Like, Uncle Rico, that thing, like the time he threw it over them mountains.
Andy, who is the most famous Northern Iowa alum of them all?
I don't know.
It's got to be Ali Farouk-Manesh.
Thank you very much,
Really?
Spring. Well done. Yep, Ali Farouk-Manesh hit the shot against Kansas.
CSU coach now?
He is the Colorado State head men's basketball coach.
Listen,
friend of the program, Ali Farouk-Manesh.
He's going to join that club of people to get very, very popular for their significant others.
Whoa.
Wait, what?
If you have an attractive mom or significant other these days.
Yeah.
Now, he ain't getting drafted.
Yes.
But, I mean, now I don't remember Josh Allen's mom sitting at the couch, but we all remember Zach Wilson's mom hanging out there for a while, right?
Yes, Ali Farouk-Manesh has done quite well for himself.
Yeah,
Uh-huh.
It's usually what we hear about.
Yes.
That's what we got the text in the day we had him on.
Well, that's again, when you're the greatest alum in Northern Iowa history, that's how you do.
For those with
when you're the top dog in Iowa.
Yeah.
You know?
When you're the
Matty
top
Bicknell's
dog.
going to write in and he's going to want a piece of the.
When you're the top dog at the top of Iowa.
Yeah.
Then that's when you're going to do well for yourself.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Why wouldn't you?
Josh Allen.
Josh Allen. Our
Josh
guy.
Allen?
Sure.
Is that
Why
Chase
is he,
Daniel?
He's like, he's
Yes.
not sure. Is that Josh Allen?
You say the
Yes,
name with a
Chase,
question mark.
It is.
All right, Andy.
Josh Allen.
Buffalo, Philly, Baltimore.
Yep.
Kansas City?
Yes. How can you not? Why do you just think? You know what is interesting?
Out of respect.
I will tell you this. Our guy, Mike Greenberg, had this to say. I was trying to remember my guy's name.
You can claim Greenberg.
I'll take him. Whatever.
That's not a collective.
Loosely.
Okay.
No, look, he had a good little nugget today. He
Okay.
did say, do you realize that anybody that's lost the Super Bowl has not come back and won it the next year? So that's a club in your bag.
Yeah,
Think about that.
I was going to go with the part where I don't think their offensive line is very good. I don't think their skill position talent is very good. And they've played way too much football in recent seasons. Maybe that's a part of it. They go to the friggin' Super Bowl every single year. That they went 10-0 in one-score games last year. The law of averages will catch up to
Help
Andy
me out,
Reid and the
though.
Chiefs
Here's
this
what
year.
I need you to do.
10-7.
God, I hate this.
10-7.
Why are you and I reversing roles? Here's what I need you to do. You know what it is? I told you yesterday. I need everybody to just apply some pressure to these guys. I'm tired of them getting a free pass all year. I'm over it. You keep talking about the one-score games, and it's a valid stat. I am not discrediting the stat. You're right. You're right. Chicago, when they had the double doink, what were they, 13-3 that year? Had the double doink. They regressed to the mean. I'm not arguing with you in generalities.
Like, I don't disagree that Andy Reid and Patrick Mahomes are good in coin flip scenarios.
How many times have they done that would be my question. Over the last 5 years, how many one-score games do they have?
I believe...
Because my point is they rule the day when it comes to that.
In 22, they were 8-0.
See?
It's
just kind of what they do is the problem.
I argue that these are massive outliers, and if you go over it, I actually had the stat last week. I didn't write it down. Barnwell had it, and I read it on the show. But it's still good. Their record in one-score games is good, but they will come back to earth this year. Isaiah Likely's toe isn't going to go out of bounds. They're not going to block a 35-yard field goal at the end of the game, not to drudge up a bad memory here.
Okay, but they've already gone into Buffalo and beat them. And again, for those that were trying to remember how we got on this topic, we're naming the teams that we believe could win the Super Bowl.
Can win the Super Bowl. Okay.
I think Kansas City can, though.
Okay,
Will they?
here's-
I wouldn't put my money on them.
That's just it. Will they? No. Can they? Yes.
They are in the group of teams that can.
Yes, because they have Mahomes.
All right,
The end.
So far we've got Philly, Baltimore, Buffalo, KC.
And they have
this is the
Spags,
usual
and they
top
have
of the
defense, and yeah.
Look, man, if you can get them out of Kansas City, then I still like anybody, whether it's the Ravens, the Bills, the Broncos, the Bengals. I don't care. Get them out of Kansas City. I like your chances better for sure.
Next two teams on the board at 10.5. This is the win totals, 10.5. San Francisco and Detroit.
Interesting. Did you see how much Vegas is starting to like San Francisco? That was another little note from this morning. Vegas is liking San Francisco, and I think a lot of us feel like that's a beat-up team who are going to really be the receivers.
Well, what happened the last time they were healthy?
Well, they got to the Super Bowl.
They went to the Super Bowl.
And choked.
Yes.
Now they're missing a few of those dudes that were healthy.
Sure. And yeah, like nobody's
a couple of them are hanging out here in Denver.
Enamored with their wide receivers. Yeah, George Kittle's probably going to get 14 targets a game.
Listen, are you still... And I know as soon as I say this, everyone's going to compare him to Bo Nix because that's inevitably what happens. And you may be right, you may be wrong.
Yeah.
But again, a Brock Purdy-led offense without all the superstar, I still need to see it. I'm still got a little doubting in me.
There's still a lot of superstars, though.
There sure are. And Christian McCaffrey, if he's right, may be chief among them.
And in a Brock Purdy quarterbacked San Francisco 49ers team with Kyle Shanahan as the head coach has played in a Super Bowl in the last 2 years. So I got to put him on the list. Can win a Super Bowl.
What do you think about that defense, though, without Hufanga and Greenlaw?
I think there's a reason why they were willing to say goodbye.
Ooh, interesting.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Now remember, they did try to go to Texas and sweet talk Greenlaw.
Yeah. Oh, trust me. Here's the thing on those signings for Denver, and I love those signings, but what those signings are for the Broncos are the if we hit. These are gappers, baby. Like we're driving in runs, okay? We're going to look like Mickey Moniak driving it off the wall last night.
Money.
By the way, my over-under on runs in the series was 6.5 for the Rockies.
Jeez, dude.
For that under to hit, they have to get shut out in the next 2 games.
I heard from this guy, Chris Beam, who usually is pretty negative, but he got a good laugh because he wrote in and said that we would be... You and I didn't think they'd hit the pitcher last night, but of course that's the guy they're going to get to.
Oh, terrible defense by Houston. They opened up the door and the Rockies took advantage of it.
Yeah, but I mean, come on.
Hunter Goodman, 26th
I
run
thought
last
we were
night.
on pace for another 8-game losing streak to get to the magic number 9 to snap it all again.
San Francisco can.
How about Cincinnati?
Detroit can.
Detroit can't. Well... They just traded Tim Patrick. I don't like their chances as much.
Is that bad karma?
He got dealt to Jacksonville.
They won 15 games last year.
All right, but seriously, on a serious note.
I know, 2 new coordinators.
Yeah,
that's not nothing.
That's not nothing to sneeze at.
Yeah.
And some people felt like, and again, it's the preseason. We don't want the Denver offense looking like it did in preseason either.
The Lions have a toughness about them.
I would agree.
That, I think Dan Campbell has proven it over multiple years that he has a mentally tough enough squad in addition to their talent, so the Lions have to be on the list.
I don't worry about the
Aiden
defense.
Hutchinson too.
That also helps, and he's the favorite to win Defensive Player of the Year in Aiden Hutchinson.
I'm not worried about the defense.
Yeah.
But the offense will get interesting because remember, Jared Goff's one of these guys where when he's in the groove with somebody, it's good. Not always in the groove with everybody.
Sure.
So we'll see. How about your Washington Commanders? They were a game away.
Joe Burrow went to a Super Bowl in year 2 as a starter.
Fair enough, you're right.
Patrick Mahomes went to a Super Bowl in year 2 as a starter.
Yeah.
Guys have been known to do this before. Like, you could CJ Stroud it, or you could get on a run and you can take your team to the Super Bowl. I'll put the Manders on a team that can win it all this season.
You know what's crazy, and I got to go to Pro Football Talk to make sure I have this right. I believe I saw a tweet that said the Manders are the oldest team in the NFL this year. How about that?
I knew that. Yeah.
How about that?
Yeah. Isn't
You
that
kidding
crazy?
me?
With the rookie quarterback.
Hey, you got one of the youngest quarterbacks, and yet you're the oldest team.
They are this is the other thing, too. Like, we're saying the Manders can win a Super Bowl. The Manders are also, like, they're a trendy under pick on the 9.5 based on both team age and second-year quarterback regression. So look for that. The LA Rams, can they win it?
If If Matt Stafford's healthy, yeah, but man, you mean to tell me? Yeah.
I know.
I feel you. Dude, that back's going to hold up all year? It feels like tall requests there.
The Green Bay Packers at 9.5. Can they?
Golly, yes. I feel like they should be able to. Didn't they? Who'd they pick up at receiver?
Tough division.
They drafted Golden, who's apparently looked really good if you believe the preseason broadcast. I'm not sure I do.
Matt LaFleur has double-digit victories in 4 of 6 seasons as the head coach of the Green Bay Packers. I'd say they can. I'll put them on the can list.
I'll give them can, but they're on the edge of
okay. So if I'm gonna put the Green Bay Packers on the can list,
what are you gonna do with the Vikings?
I love that defense. I'm not buying a team with a rookie quarterback.
I know we know nothing about J.J. McCarthy, like absolutely nothing.
Yeah, and
they're scrambling to find receivers now.
I love Flores, and I love that defense.
Although they did get Adam Thielen back as of this morning. Made that trade finally.
If I'm going to put Green Bay on this list, I sure as heck am putting Denver on this list. Yes, I'm putting Denver on this list.
Okay, they're in the can.
I'm gonna put the Broncos on the list. I'm gonna put the Houston Texans on the list because if C.J. Stroud shows bounce back, they have one of the best defenses in the NFL. Again, if I'm gonna put Denver, I have to put Houston because if you've got Danielle Hunter and Will Anderson on the outside,
almost said Danilo Gallinari.
Shout out to Gallo's wife. I hope she's doing okay. Get bit by a shark, and she wasn't posing for a picture like our guy in Florida. Okay, 9.5. I'm putting Houston on there, and I'm putting Denver on there. So the Broncos are on the list. Absolutely. Can.
Okay, who are the Wills?
Hold on. I got you one more fun one.
All right.
Can the Tampa Bay Buccaneers win the Super Bowl?
Yeah, I don't know.
No.
See, I've never been a huge Baker believer.
One of the best offensive lines in football.
But again, a couple of the ESPN panelists believe he's up. Matter of fact, I think Manti Te'o on Good Morning Football also thinks that Baker could make a push for MVP this year.
Todd Bowles going to have that defense humming.
And they're a unit that's been together for a few. And you know what? They play in the right division.
You get to play in a super crappy division.
Atlanta gets their stuff together.
Uh-huh.
That might make the division at least a little more interesting.
Yeah.
But I don't think the Saints are going to be putting up much of a fight.
I'll put Tampa Bay on the list.
You'll put them on the list?
I'll put them on the list.
All right, I'm going to do something that's going to make you angry.
No. Come on.
Well, they're farther down there.
I'm doing it, Sean. Yeah. You know what Tampa has that Denver doesn't? They have got a veteran quarterback that has been through it.
Yeah, he's had his own trials. Maybe not with the same team.
Right.
You know, but he's had his moments.
Uh-huh.
He's seen a few things.
Good receivers.
Yeah, and look, who did they play in their playoff game last year? They gave a better playoff game to whoever it is they faced. Was it the Rams? Did they face the Rams before the Rams went to face Philly?
How long is Tristan Wirfs going to be out?
I don't know. It's a good question.
A little while, right?
Is it?
He's just got activated from the PUP.
I was going to say, didn't he get activated from PUP today? I thought him and the receiver, Mike Evans, I think both got activated today, right?
I got to put Tampa
Bay
on the
not
list.
Mike Evans, the other one.
Now, you know what the Broncos have that Tampa doesn't have? The Broncos have a coach that'll tell anyone that'll listen that they can win the Super Bowl.
Well, you realize, and I'm looking at the ESPN book, Broncos, Bucks, and Bears are all 30-1.
The Bears?
The Bears ahead of the Steelers at 40-1. You know what? They're trying to talk it up. They're trying to. You know, I don't know who gets more talk of a revival to the career, Rodgers or Wilson.
Mm-hmm.
But again, the word out of Pittsburgh is Rodgers has got the mind. He's looking good in the offense. Arthur Smith is loving his deal. And just look at they are saying, you know what? If you were looking for a sure bet in week 1, and you and I talked about yesterday why the Broncos might not be that thing with the number.
Who's going to kill everybody in the survivor pool? What if the Titans win? I bet Denver's going to be the most popular survivor pool pick in week 1.
Oh, you better. Yeah, okay. Survivor pool, yeah, I'd give you that. Because you just got to win, right? It's not about the spread.
Just win.
They said that angry, cranky, never forgets a slight Aaron Rodgers maybe coming with a little something for the Jets in week 1. You buying that? Is there a lot of pressure on Aaron Glenn not to let Aaron Rodgers just open a can?
If Aaron Rodgers wasn't 42, I'd be worried about that. But he is.
He's older than his odds to win the Super Bowl, according to ESPN. 40-1.
He wants to bring that can of whoop, but he's standing there going, "Where's the damn
But again-
can opener? I can't find.
Now-
What drawer did you put it in?"
He opened it up, but it's just that Mandelbaum where he's working the bag with Jerry.
You know how many quarterbacks have ever been good at age 42 or older?
Not
One.
many.
Tom
Yeah.
Brady. The
Yeah.
end. Yeah,
Yeah,
the
that's
end.
the list.
Yeah, that's it in its totality. Speaking of Tom Brady, okay, so the final list: Buffalo, Philly, Baltimore, Kansas City, San Francisco, Detroit, the Manders, the Broncos, the Texans, the Bucks.
Okay, next week I'm going to need your wills.
Okay.
As in the ones that really,
Uh-huh.
these are the possibilities.
My living wills.
You got a shot. But
Okay.
if you're putting the mortgage on it, I need 2 or 3.
My Will Myers.
Yes.
1L, no batting gloves. Kreckman and Lindahl Show. Check in on that 53 with Nick Kosmider coming up at 4 o'clock. That's at the top of the hour. Hope you're driving safely today. Nikola Jokic in action today for Team Serbia. A 34-point victory over Estonia in EuroBasket. The Rockies coming off of a losing streak, snapping victory last night over the Houston Astros down there in Houston. They will reconvene tonight at 6:10. Andy, 6:10 first pitch. Chase Dolander going up against Framber Valdez of the Houston Astros. The Rocks getting win number 38 last night. They are 4 away from topping the 2024 White Sox. Take that, pale hose.
Do I have to?
That wasn't a shot at you because of the color of your alabaster skin, I swear.
Yeah, well.
Did it feel like it? Are you triggered now?
You not need a leg on the desk there. You're just going to trust me. You don't need to see it for yourself. Mark Springer didn't appreciate that. I can tell you that.
It also, the glare that we got off the studio lights here was really something else. Andy, I got a major NFL update.
Yeah, give it to me. This is kind of interesting. I didn't know this is where we were going. You said the name, but I read about this a little bit this morning.
The Tom Brady rules have gone away.
Yeah, he gets to apparently go meet with everybody now, huh?
The NFL is going to allow Fox analyst Tom Brady to attend production meetings where he can meet with coaches and players ahead of his telecast this upcoming season.
You all right with that?
Fox Sports! So, here's the thing. I'm indifferent.
Yeah.
But I'm not an NFL owner. Well, wouldn't that really be something, though, if I was an NFL owner and I still drove a RAV4?
Well, I mean, Jake Plummer drove a pilot and was an NFL quarterback.
Wasn't it Mark Davis was still driving a minivan, right?
Is he?
I don't know if he still is, but there was a profile on him on ESPN like 10 years ago, and he was still
What kind of minivan we talking?
He was
old?
He was still getting the same haircut.
Yeah, well yeah.
Which obviously
he doesn't need to pay for that haircut.
But he was driving a minivan. He was still rocking a minivan. I think it was a Woody. I don't know. Pretty sweet though.
Whoa. Chevy Astro?
I hope so.
Huh? What would best fit those of the minivan generation? I feel like growing up, our parents graduated from station wagons to minivans.
Sure.
What did you have? What's the best of them all? The Dodge Caravan?
Isn't that the nicest?
I think it was.
Isn't that the Cadillac?
It was kind of said
minivans?
as the nicest till Toyota decided to jump in the game years later. But when I was growing up, they mainly were American brands.
Uh-huh.
But we had the Chevy Astro. That thing was you could haul quite a bit in that.
My mom never went for the minivan.
Good for your mom.
She chose not to. She didn't cave in to that trend.
Good paneling on the station wagon or what? What did we do?
We did have a nice wagon for a while, and then she went with a classic, good old-fashioned American sedan, the Chevy Lumina.
Okay.
A nice Lumina.
Sure.
Yeah. Which
they had the Cruise there for a while.
I later got the Lumina when I got to high school. That became, it was the beater by then, so it became my car. Dude, that thing was fast.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
There's always a little.
That thing could go.
Look, my buddy growing up, my best friend growing up had a Pinto. And was it fancy? No, but it was a fastback. You get A to Z pretty quick.
You get there.
You could handle. That thing handled.
So the NFL will allow Tom Brady, Fox Sports top TV game analyst and Las Vegas Raiders minority owner, to take part in production meetings with coaches and teams this season.
Is this really a big deal?
Last year, he was banned from these information gathering sessions for nearly the whole season. They did bend the rules because he was doing the Super Bowl. He and Kevin Burkhardt were doing the Super Bowl, so he got to go talk to Kansas City and Philadelphia ahead of that. And I got to tell you, Andy, the analysis that Brady provided in that Super Bowl, you could tell that it benefited tremendously.
Sure.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Sure.
Yeah.
Because I remember that one analysis where he broke down the deal.
He is still expected to be
thing.
barred from team practices. Fox Sports and the NFL declined to comment.
Well, and I mean, look, the reason why I guess this is interesting is because I think this thing would have gotten more spicy had he maybe, snapped up a Ben Johnson Remember, they ended up hiring a coach there in Vegas, Pete Carroll. He came out of retirement, if you will.
He wasn't the first
retirement
choice
for that. Yeah.
Yeah.
So it's not like they got Ben Johnson. It's not like he somehow used this TV position to go and get the next hot young coordinator. They had to go find somebody that, was could have interviewed with anybody at any time.
Andy, I tell you this, okay? This is where I have hope.
Okay.
I hold out a little bit of hope. This is where where I need some old school NFL to come back, okay? I understand the global billion-dollar, trillion-dollar conglomerate that is the NFL, okay?
Sure.
And I get that Tom Brady is one of, if not the most important cog in that entire ecosystem, as both being a minority owner, arguably the greatest player of all time, greatest quarterback of all time, and the highest earning broadcaster at $37.5 million from Fox, and just in general being Tom Brady. I get all of that, but I can't wait for the coach that's just like, I played the Raiders this year. I'm not telling you anything.
Yeah.
Get out of the room.
Yep.
And until you leave,
we're not talking.
Lips are sealed.
Yep.
I'm not talking to the competition right now.
No, that's fair enough. We'll see if it happens.
If he gets a Bronco game,
sure.
I'll lose some respect for Sean Payton if he talks to him. That's. Do you think Mike Shanahan would have ever talked to the owner of the L.A. Raiders or Oakland Raiders?
He wouldn't have been allowed on Broncos Parkway much in the facility.
No. That's like there has to be real NFL hate right there. If you're in the AFC West, I'm not saying a word to the guy.
Nah, you're AFC in general.
Was he not active in the draft room? Is he not a minority owner of the team? Have we not heard conversations about the importance of his role with that organization, with the Raiders? He's essentially calling the shots of what that team is doing. I'm not saying a word to him.
Yeah.
Now again, do I personally care? No. But if you're a coach and you're willing to give any additional insight beyond just your standard podium pablum that you'll share with the local reporters that it's going to make it into the paper and onto the websites, if you're willing to give that to Tom Brady, I call you a chump. That man owns an NFL team. That man runs a team that is in your competition.
Now, listen, you make good points. I didn't really think of it that extensively because, let's be honest, we haven't had that crew.
Yeah.
It hasn't been a problem here in town, but goodness knows he calls plenty of Chiefs games because the Chiefs are. And remember, everyone just has NFL rights now. Like once upon a time, this wouldn't have been as big a deal because Fox was NFC. He owns an AFC team. Most of his work was going to be NFC games.
Right.
Yeah, that is kind of interesting because now they all are allowed to do whatever they need to do to get the ratings wherever they need to be because the NFL said nobody belongs to a conference anymore because they know the AFC has all the good quarterbacks for the most part.
Yeah.
And so now they're letting everybody kind of pick and choose, and that's why we may get who's his guy, Kevin Burkhardt?
Kevin Burkhardt.
We may get
KB.
Burkhardt and Brady on a Bronco. It could even be a Bronco Raider game. Is he not allowed to call Raider games? Listen. There's a scenario.
I have no idea, actually. Is there a rule against that?
I doubt highly that the Broncos and Raiders are playing a game that means a lot in AFC playoff seedings, but we don't know. What if that's the most interesting game of the week that's left for Fox to choose from?
Week 9, Broncos at Houston. That's a Fox game.
Well, there you go. That could be. Yeah. That would be two of the biggest quarterback stories of the last 2 years getting together.
What if that's a 6-2 against a 5-3?
Yeah.
If you're Fox, you're circling that game right there. Does Denver have week 16 at home against Jacksonville as a Fox game?
Duval.
Hey.
If Trevor Lawrence is playing as well as some thought he did in the preseason, they're rolling, and Travis Hunter's a thing.
If he's on the precipice of winning both offensive and defensive rookie of the year, you don't think Fox is going to want in on that action a little bit?
You could have PS2 covering Travis Hunter.
Mm-hmm.
That's not something you want on TV?
That's pretty good television right there. That's you ship out Brady for that game. Don't say a word to the guy. I will lose respect to any coach. If you've got the Raiders in your division, if you've got them on your schedule, I will lose respect if you talk to him.
Yeah.
Yeah. I get it. Again, it's the NFL, and everyone's in bed with everybody, and we want to relax everything, but, like, some things have to matter. Some things have to matter in the NFL.
Doggone it. Kreckman's taking a stand.
Competition has to matter.
You had enough.
Yeah,
No more kumbaya.
I say this for Mike Shanahan, okay?
Darn it.
That's right. Al Davis still owes him $400,000 or whatever. And Mike's hurting for it, okay?
Mike needs it. That's a bathroom in a home in Mexico.
You know how many of those Japanese talking toilets that Mike could buy with that?
A nice steam room. A Wind River spa.
Oh, I promise you, Mike's a daily steamer. I assure you.
I'd like to join. I don't know if I need a steam. Give me the hot tub. I'll take the hot tub. I don't need the steam room.
That's the visual everyone was hoping for today. Mike Shanahan in the steam room today.
With Pete Carroll. Both just toweled up and talking ball from the 80s, no less.
And then
Al Davis walks in.
And then Andy on the second row in his towel.
Laying on my back. My gut just a hump in the middle.
You comfy there, fella?
Yeah. Hey, guy, you taking up on a bench?
Broncos got a 53-man roster. Nick Kosmider joins us next. The 53 is set. Nick Kosmider wrote all about it today for theathletic.com. Subscribe and get Nick's Bronco content there. It is absolutely top shelf. Nick, let's start right there with the 53. What on that 53 surprised you? Not necessarily from and because you're watching every second of practice, not from recent history. I'm talking about if we would have told you, Nick Kosmider, Broncos reporter, this happened on the final roster, this happened on the 53 back in June, July, what jumped out at you as kind of unexpected?
Yeah, I mean, and even if you had told me like last year, like in week 8 or week 9, when the Broncos went to Kansas City and they're playing in this big game where they almost beat the Chiefs, and Audric Estime leads the team and carries and has some really nice moments in that game, and you say, hey, this is a kid who's 21 years old. They drafted in the 5th round. He definitely seems like he's becoming a part of their plan, and yet we get to yesterday, and to your point, like by yesterday, we certainly knew the writing was on the wall that he was in fact going to be waived. But I think big picture wise, that surprises you. But I look back on it, having covered this team every day since 2020. I really do think it speaks to like when you have like the big positions filled, and when you have kind of answers to some of the the bigger roster problems that have vexed this franchise for a long time. All of a sudden now you can get kind of greedy, so to speak, in the way that you draft over guys or sign over guys who on a team that maybe didn't have as many things locked down. You wouldn't be looking to take somebody over Audric Estime. Like, you're going to let that develop while you try to go solve some bigger roster problems. That's just kind of the point that they've got to, that leads to something like, moving on from a guy who, like I said, that last year, there were times where it really looked like he was kind of becoming part of the vision.
All right. Ultimately, why do you think they chose what they did at defensive line? Is it just because they knew that they could get Ellinger back on the practice squad? Is that the one guy that they probably had a good feeling about that allowed him to, I guess, keep Jordan Jackson? How do you think they got to the numbers there?
Yeah, I mean, Sean Payton is certainly like, and he'll tell you, like, pretty confident in his abilities as a recruiter. So like this is where he kind of comes into play with a lot of this, of like being able to convince, guys that have options, why staying with the Broncos, even if it's in a, quote unquote lesser position, is worth it to their careers. And, he points out things like, Chase Daniel and yanking him out of the Washington football offices, kind of promising him, the number of elevations needed to make the money, but also the opportunity that he was going to have, as a quarterback for that team. And, obviously ended up spending a lot of years in New Orleans and carving himself out a good career as a backup. So I do think they probably had a pretty good read on Sam Ehlinger. But Sean Payton said yesterday, like, interestingly, like, we really aren't worried about the quotas, but you're not keeping somebody at a position just because you feel like you need to have a certain number there. And conversely, you're only going to keep extra if you feel like the player was really worth it. And, just watching throughout camp, they felt like Jordan Jackson and Enyi Uwazurike were players that they wanted to continue to develop and have as part of the depth. A little bit unusual because they're a 3-4 front to have 7 guys in that room. But, Payton reiterated it came down to the actual players, wanting to keep them around.
Nick Kosmider, theathletic.com. Nick, in our business, we get these consultants that like to come in and tell you the kind of topics that hold the audience's attention and keeping them listening to the radio, get those ratings points. And any consultant worth their salt will tell you fullback talk holds the audience.
That's what it's about.
In sports talk radio.
It's the most hotly contested position in football.
So feel free to elaborate as long as you need to on this one, Nick. What is the Broncos' plan early season at fullback?
Well, apparently we have consultants too, because I pitched a 2,000-word opus that was going to get into every granular detail of what the Broncos need to do at fullback, what their options are, all these sorts of things, and was kind of turned down. They said, why don't you slide that nugget into a notebook? And really, to be fair, it pretty much is as simple as, like, again, it's a position where people aren't clamoring to claim cut fullbacks. And so with Adam Prentice, who obviously did not have a ton of other opportunities. It's why he was sitting there available in August to be signed in the first place. You kind of saw all along that they were going to do with him what they did last year with Michael Burton, which was they cut him as a vested veteran. He could not get claimed anyway, right? And had the opportunity to come back and sign to the practice squad, where you say, hey, you're going to get elevated the first 3 weeks of the season, and then we'll ultimately find a place for you on the roster. Now, I don't know if that part of it's going to work for Adam Prentice, hey, we're going to find you a place on the roster. But just looking at the way their roster exists right now, Sean Payton said the vision's going to come together pretty quickly about what we're doing. Well, a day later, he signs to the practice squad, and it's pretty clear that while Nate Adkins recovers from the ankle injury that he had, that Adam Prentice right now is their fullback. We'll see how much they use that. Look, they're going to use more 2 tight end stuff this year, I think, now that you have Evan Ingram and maybe even some more 13 personnel with 3 tight ends. So how much they really do use the fullback in this year's offense is going to be interesting to see. It's going to be a part of it for Sean Payton, but not, I think, an overwhelming amount. So how much this really ends up mattering, I think the consultants would have their word with you about how much.
Would a tight end consultant, would he advise 13 personnel for this tight end group in Denver?
Well, if you're in the big tight end business, like the big tight end, marketing sphere, you want to talk about 13 personnel all day. Like that's your jam. But I think what's interesting is that, Evan Ingram truly is more of kind of like a big slot receiver, right? Like he's part of the reason they moved on from Devon Bailey is, yes, the growth of Pat Bryant, the growth of Troy Franklin, but also because Evan Ingram is going to kind of be in that role quite a bit. And so, so how much are you using, Lucas Kroll to also give you kind of a second pass catcher at that position that can create some mismatches? And if Ingram's not quite the blocker that you need him to be, but still want him, out on the field, are you using some more of these guys, like when Nate Adkins comes back, using him and Adam Troutman at the same time? I'm really curious to see what they're going to do with some of the configurations at tight end.
All right. Where are you at with the Chiefs? I don't know if we've talked to you too much about this, but, Nate and I have a new segment called All the People That Aren't Talking About the Broncos. And then we play literally cuts from every single show that can't quit talking about the Broncos, where they start saying nobody's talking about the Broncos. But everyone's throwing dirt on the Chiefs. Nate and I are going back and forth. I got to believe it when I see it. Nate's already got him down at 10-7. He thinks it's done. He thinks the run's over. What is your belief that what problem will the Chiefs present for the AFC this year in your mind?
Well, we had to do division preview, and I also pegged them at 10-7. I think part of it is like they're older, and you even see it with some of their roster stuff where they're kind of looking for they're still trying to put together some of the back pieces of their roster. Obviously we've seen Patrick Mahomes be able to navigate, lack of talent, quite frankly, among his wide receivers. They're going to deal once again with Rashee Rice being out. I think a big part of it with the Chiefs is like, you're not going to go 15-1 by winning all these close games. Like the pendulum is going to swing back the other way. Like that's what the law of averages tells us. It's what kind of like close game odds and trends tell us, is that it's not going to go that way. Just like the Broncos probably aren't going to go 1-6 in their close games. Like I think some of those things are going to come back to each other. That's where you see some of the ground getting made up between those two teams. I agree with you, Andy, that there does have to be this element of like, they've won 9 in a row. Don't we actually have to see it before you count on it? But I just think the rest of the division in particular and the conference at large, just has a lot more firepower than in years past. And so I just think part of it is the attrition they're going to face through their own schedule.
Read Nick Kosminer's stuff, theathletic.com. Subscribe and check it out because it is top-notch. He's got roster notes right there, but AFC West preview coming up here in a couple of days. It's all going to be right there at theathletic.com. Nick, 6 drives, 1 touchdown for the first team offense in the preseason. What's real and what isn't when it comes to the performance that we have seen out of Bo Nix and company thus far?
Well, I think what's real is that, like, I think it's going to – I believe that this is going to ultimately be a better running game for the Broncos than they had last year. But I do think it's going to take some time. Mike McGlinchey mentioned it again yesterday. Like, they are dealing with, new things. So as much as the Broncos do have continuity, on the offensive line, but also on the offense in general, they are doing some new things in the run game, some schematic tweaks that I think they're still trying to learn. And quite frankly, we haven't seen J.K. Dobbins at all in games. So, I mean, part of this is we really do have to see what it's going to look like. You're not ever really able to commit to the run in the preseason. You're working through so many different things. So I do think some of what we've seen of that might be slow moving. I do see them maybe hitting their stride with it after the quarter pole of the year as they get a little bit more comfortable with it. And I think the other thing is Cortland Sutton, Bo Nix. I think that what you saw in that last drive, I think is sort of a reminder of when we're in these ruts or we're still trying to figure out that connection is sort of a good way for them to get out of a rut. And Bo Nix went to that on Saturday when things weren't really clicking. I think that's real. I think Cortland Sutton is poised for a huge season. Those are kind of my main takeaways. But the third just being I don't know. And I know that's not a sexy thing to hear from the beat reporter covering them the other day, but Bo Nix is a guy that he just relishes the game planning process. He's the son of a head coach who sat in his living room for his entire life, putting that together. That's where I think he and Sean Payton together are really going to shine. There's so little of that in the preseason. So check back with me on September 8th, and I think I'll have a lot better idea.
Last one for you. Do you think a lot of wide zones going to happen with this running game? We keep hearing about it. We've seen some hints of it. But again, if you talk to some folks like Mike Sanford, he doesn't love the personnel for wide zone runs. How much do you think that gets filtered into all this?
Yeah, I mean, I think they're going to have some trial and error with it. Certainly, they believe that R.J. Harvey is the kind of the perfect back for it because of his kind of quick instincts. His one cut ability back toward the middle. They liked the progress that he made with it. Throughout training camp, even at the last preseason game, you didn't really see a whole lot of it. But again, I just go back to the thing of they're going to have to tinker with it a little bit. They're not going to be an exclusively outside zone team. Sean Payton has always kind of, tinkered with different elements. You're going to have gap schemes. You're going to have inside zone. The way Adam Troutman says is we are just going to be a little bit more committed to, the outside zone principles that we have. So I just chalk that up to another thing of they're gonna tinker with it. I don't think it's gonna look the same every week. But I think down the stretch, I mean, the bottom line, guys, is this: no team in the NFL has more returning continuity among their front lines, right? They have to win in the trenches this season. They have to be committed to it, because that's where their personnel is. That's where they're bringing everybody back. That's where they have the continuity. So that's what they have to be. Can you lean into that enough to be effective and take some of the pressure off Bo Nix? I think that's what they ultimately have to do. It's why they've invested in the running back position this offseason. So I just think we gotta have some trial and error to look at and see where they're actually going with it.
I predict a Nick Kosmider byline in the first week of October. What's working and what isn't with the Broncos run game. Go ahead and read that in theathletic.com. That is where Nick's content is available to you. Subscribe to The Athletic because Nick is the best. Nick, well done, man. We appreciate it. We'll talk to you next week.
All right, fellas. Thanks a lot.
Nick Kosmider with us. And yeah, that's the kind of stuff that's right up his alley, that kind of analysis stuff, what's working, what isn't. And Andy, to that point, I do think it's going to be probably a little bit of a slow start. That said, I saw a hot take prediction about the Bronco run game.
Okay.
On ESPN today that I want to share with you when we come back. I truly, my eyebrows went up when I read it. Something to think about, especially heading into your fantasy draft. I'll tell you what that is coming up next.
Guys, it's Andy Lindahl for the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. And how's the old personal life been? How's the dating life been? Matter of fact, the summer's ended. This is time where people maybe look to get in a relationship again. All the summer fun is over. And now it's time to get ready for cooler nights and shorter days. And maybe you want some romance in your life. If you do, but you're turning away from it because you're worried about erectile dysfunction, you're embarrassed by not performing well, whatever it may be, go ahead and talk to the folks over at the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. If you think you've tried it all, make sure you talk to them first because they have treatments that work when pills and herbals fail and treatments with success rates well over 90%. And some of their treatments can have you lasting an hour or more if so desired. The Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic has served the Front Range of Colorado for nearly a decade and have successfully treated tens of thousands of men. So schedule your consult today. It's just $99. It includes that medical consult with a Colorado licensed medical provider, a T and a PSA test. And if you're medically advised, you're going to get a test dose. And if the test dose isn't working in the office, the visit is free, so nothing to risk. They have an expert staff, and if you're like a lot of men, you could be feeling like your old self the day after the appointment. And if you're to schedule the appointment here soon, you get ready to go by the weekend. They have 5 locations in Colorado to serve you, Fort Collins and the Springs included. Call them today, 720-440-7900 or RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com.
Oh, we're going to have all kinds of college football right here on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5 this weekend, starting out with the big one. Number 1, Texas. Number 3, Ohio State. 10 a.m. kickoff on Saturday. That is on 92.5 FM. On Sunday, we'll have Notre Dame, Miami, Catholics and Convicts. 5:30 kickoff. And then on Monday, Bill Belichick's coaching debut. Listen to it right here on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5, college head coaching debut, as TCU will be on the road in Chapel Hill to take on North Carolina for a 6 p.m. kickoff time. That's on Monday, September the 1st, here on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. College football all over the place.
And North Carolina will have Gio Lopez as their starter that was announced by Bill Belichick today. So there you go. Gio Lopez will be his quarterback when he starts his college coaching career.
Gio Lopez sounds like he should be the catcher for the Cincinnati Reds.
Yeah.
But he can also be a college
hanging
football
with Bill
quarterback.
Belichick and the lady.
Apparently.
The lady friend. Lady friend's got a lot going on. Spring sent us an interesting tweet where she's just decided that literally everything apparently is hers and his, and they've now copyrighted it.
What is the latest?
Oh, there's all sorts of stuff.
What do we got?
One of them was the Bellustrator.
Okay.
That was one of the things that he apparently has decided to.
The Bellustrator.
The Bellustrator.
I prefer the czar of the telestrator, Mike Fratello.
She's already went ahead and trademarked the term gold digger in hopes of using that with a jewelry line.
Wouldn't Kanye have already done that?
He might have something to say, but apparently Yee is not paying attention to it.
Okay. Mm-hmm.
So she's going to create a line of jewelry and keychains under gold digger, because who doesn't need a keychain these days?
Okay.
Also filed trademarks for Chapel Bill, Trail of Salty Tears, No Days Off, and the Belichick Way. This all according to Bleacher Report.
All right. Oh, Patriot Way, Belichick Way.
There you go.
It wasn't the Patriots. It was Belichick.
Yep.
Okay.
Sure.
Uh-huh.
Sure.
Didn't Belichick Way, didn't that sound like that should be like the name of the street outside Gillette Stadium in Foxborough?
Maybe. Yeah,
Belichick
if they decide
Way.
to honor him. He doesn't get the statue because the statue is a pretty pricey kind of deal.
Sure.
But he does, in fact, get Belichick Way.
Belichick Way.
Yes.
Okay.
So.
All right. So if you were looking to cash in on bootleg merchandise,
if you wanted to have fun with Gold Digger, it's no longer up for grabs.
Yeah.
How can you copyright something that's that common lingo? How does one do that? Pay a lawyer a lot of money to get that figured out?
Yeah, patent lawyers, man. That's the whole business right there.
Since she's not been allowed to practice, is this what she's been up to? Things I'm going to copyright?
She's got to have a value to the operation, right?
Is there anything else we're missing right now?
Yeah, I feel as though that list could probably include more things. What about just could they copyright just the word ew?
Yes.
Can they do that?
We're not talking about that?
Right. Oh, that's her catchphrase.
That's what it should be.
We're
not talking about that.
We're not talking about that.
Yeah.
She's missing out on
self-help books.
Money-making opportunities.
We're not talking about that.
Yeah. Gordon's fisherman pictures creeping everybody out. Sure.
The Emperor.
Ugh.
Telling you, Belichick, put a hood on him. He looks like the Emperor.
It's like the Emperor was dating Rey at the end of that last Star Wars movie.
What?
What if instead of shooting electric out of my fingers, we just go out for a while?
Why?
Huh?
We'll go to a nice dinner. Come back to my place, sit on some rattan furniture, and I'll draw up a defense for you.
I'll get a 4:30 reservation.
I'll get out the Bellustrator.
Is that what he calls it? Is that where it came from?
Well, I don't know.
Okay, that all is now making sense.
It's all coming back to you.
It's the Bellustrator.
The Bellustrator. Why wouldn't it be?
All right. Okay. Broncos run game.
Spring sent the tweet. What do you want me to do?
It's informative.
This is all because we're carrying North Carolina
on Monday.
Right
here on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. Dan Graziano.
Yep. The Graz.
The Graz man.
The Grazie.
Writes at ESPN.com today, 2025 NFL bold predictions. Potential surprises for 32 teams. What's funny is I teased this, and then literally the promo right after it stole the thunder. Nice job, Sandman. His surprise for the Broncos. Don't be surprised if veteran J.K. Dobbins is the Broncos' lead running back.
Yeah, that wouldn't surprise me. That made you take pause. That made you stop biting your bagel for a minute today.
I don't believe J.K. Dobbins will lead the Broncos in carries this season.
Really?
I don't believe he will.
Okay.
Yeah, I believe R.J. Harvey will. And let me tell you why. I think in September, J.K. Dobbins will lead the Broncos in carries. But then the J.K. Dobbins thing is going to happen. Like last year, he goes for $135, $131, runs for 96 yards in that victory at Denver when the Broncos were playing without Surtain. And then it's like, oh, yeah, 2 yards a carry, 3 yards a carry. And then he gets banged up because he's J.K. Dobbins. That's been the MO of his NFL career. I think R.J. Harvey is going to probably lead the group in targets from the running back position to start off the season. I think he very well may lead the NFL in targets from the running back position by the time the season is all said and done. But I think by mid-October, R.J. Harvey will be the number one back on this team. Now, I don't think there's a bell cow situation. I don't think there's a bell cow situation happening at any point, early on or later. But I think by probably mid to late October, weeks 7, 8, R.J. Harvey becomes the dude.
I think the plan you laid out is their desired direction.
Yeah.
Now, will it happen? I don't know. I asked Jeff Legwold what's going on. Why did he play most, and why did Dobbins not play at all just yesterday? And he said, look, R.J. Harvey, or I guess on Monday when we chatted with him, he said R.J. Harvey, he's going to be a good running back. He shows all the signs of being a good running back, but he's got to get to just trusting his instinct.
He's making a lot of classic rookie running back mistakes.
And he's trying to go where they're telling him instead of just seeing it and going where they maybe open the hole that you didn't expect it.
Yeah, I think there's a lot of things that he's doing right now that were not unexpected for the coaching staff.
No, I would agree.
Yeah.
But how about here's what I could see happening. I could see Dobbins. I could see it. I think we're all hoping that Harvey has the path you just laid out.
Yeah.
Because I don't think Dobbins was signing. If they wanted him here long term, it would have been more than a 1-year deal. But I could see it also where Dobbins is the guy that gets the most carries, and yet Harvey still gets the most touches because he'll get the carries and get thrown to more probably than Dobbins does.
So last season, the Broncos' stable of running backs, which was not great, was targeted 116 times. That was the second highest total in the NFL. Javonte Williams was actually, in terms of receptions, number 2 on the team. They were targeted 132 times, this being Broncos backs, 132 times in 2023. The Russell Wilson team, that was the most in the NFL. This is just a part of a Sean Payton offense, in addition to, Bo Nix is a point guard style quarterback. And so that means getting the ball to playmakers out in space. Sean wants to use a lot of that stuff. It's a screen heavy offense. RJ Harvey, quite frankly, I'm not taking RJ Harvey in the top 3 rounds of my fantasy draft, but as long as you got a points per reception, PPR scoring system, RJ Harvey's going to be productive this season. He's going to touch the ball a lot.
Yeah, I would think he'd probably be, let's nerd out a minute, I guess. It's probably Cortland Sutton. Who's the top guy you're drafting off this offense? It would be
Sutton.
But yeah. RJ, is it Ingram or RJ after that?
Right. Sutton, I think probably is a top 15 receiver. After that, yeah, I'd probably go Ingram, then Harvey.
Just because we trust him right now.
And again, I'm going off of trusting you early season. I also those early training camp practices. Wow, he threw to Ingram a lot. And then you notice he kind of stopped. And I honestly wondered if he got told, okay, that's there.
Let's work on some other stuff.
No, let's do some other things, okay? Bo Nix has a tendency, and it's not a bad quality, but Bo Nix has a tendency to take the easy completion. Well, if that's going to be there regardless, then I would say do something else and in your practice time. And I think the Broncos worked on that an awful lot. I think Ingram becomes a huge part of this offense. I would go in terms of fantasy value. I would go Sutton 1, Ingram 2, Harvey 3, Mims 4. Broncos skill position players.
Yeah, that works. Mims could move up there, but we'll see.
The tricky thing with Mims is I think there's going to be weeks where he gives you 28 points, and there's going to be a week after that where he gives you 3 points.
You don't see him at all.
And you're going to go, cool. He's going to 2 catches for 9 yards or something like that, and you're going to go, wow, I'm really glad I started that guy.
He's got the cool 3-week stretch.
Yeah.
Then
Yeah, I just think his
not so cool 3-week draft.
His performances are going to be a little bit tough to predict because there's just going to be weeks where he breaks the first tackle and there's going to be other weeks where he doesn't. But I think he's special because he can break that first tackle and then boom, you got 40 yards on the play. Yeah, there is something about this J.K. Dobbins thing, and he's a quality veteran running back. But I am skeptical of a guy that has missed as much time as he has.
Which is fair.
I'm skeptical of a guy that Jim Harbaugh had no problem going, all right.
I'm good.
I'm gonna go get something else. And a guy that was as available deep into the offseason as J.K. Dobbins was. Now, maybe this is the year where the guy just finds crazy health and he plays 16 games and he touches the ball 300 times. I'll allow for that possibility. There's the track record there of that not happening with him. And Harvey's young and fresh. That's why you like a nice rookie running back, right?
Yeah, you're right. You do. If he gets hurt, then all bets are off. I'm really hoping they don't test the depth of this running back room that they kept around. I just do think here's what I think is going to be key. As long as if they do show us a dedication to the run, and again, you and I are still kind of questioning how much.
Sure.
And we're just going off the track record of Sean's last 2 years. Now, maybe he's not had the option like he will of J.K. Dobbins or RJ Harvey in order to stay to the run a little bit more enticingly than he's had. But I would say this, J.K. Dobbins, and I saw it in some of the practices, he knows where the holes open up in that wide zone. He knows. Matter of fact, the day that they got real chatty, then the day that Dobbins was going back and forth with Malcolm Roach, it got going again, I should say, because Dobbins found a cutback lane, cut back there, would have been into the open field, and he came back and let the whole defense know about it after they'd done some chatting with him. And I just think he does have that feel. He does have that instinct that Jeff has talked about. Now, again, can he take a few helmets to the knees or, whatever? I mean, we're worried about Matthew Stafford's back. This is a guy that's had some leg injuries the last couple of years. So
the update from Broncos practice, by the way, today.
I can't wait.
Timing is perfect on this. Marvin Mims left practice.
He's got an ankle injury, I believe was said.
Groin.
A little groin.
He's got a groiner. Sean Payton said Mims is being evaluated for a groin injury, and the team isn't overly concerned.
Well, I'm glad you're not. Nobody's concerned this time of year. Talk to me when it's a week from today or a week from tomorrow, because tomorrow's Thursday. Then let me know how you're feeling.
Groins are also really personal. Nobody gets concerned about somebody else's groin.
Yeah.
We're not overly concerned. That's his problem right now. Have you ever had a groin injury?
I don't think so.
Yeah, I gotta say, and I will knock on wood and not tempt fate in any way. I've had many either sports or just at this point old man injuries. My groins have been okay.
I've had the quad in front where it just knots up on you.
Yeah,
and you can't even walk. Especially trying to. I had it a couple years ago. I had it more than that, where we were trying to play softball, and I could not leave the box trying to run because it felt like I felt like the leg muscles were tied in a knot and they were pulling from both ends.
Yeah.
It doesn't feel good when that happens.
No, I wouldn't think so. Do you remember Nate Jackson's book, Slow Getting Up?
Oh, yeah.
When he described his groin ripping off the bone?
Yeah, that's terrible.
In very, very clear detail.
More than we would have asked for. But that's a good writer.
And then he's an excellent writer. He also, in that book, he did go on to detail how some of those injuries affected him.
Sure. His off the field activities
in certain activities.
Yeah, got to be careful.
After that book came out, Nate came in. He came in studio with me and Nayland, and we made him give us a romantic read of that.
Did you set the music?
You know it.
Yeah.
We made him give us a live read of his own book.
Light a candle,
and he went a little romance novel on it.
I could see it.
Yeah,
sure.
Again, he's versatile. He's a Renaissance man.
By the way, a little early in the show for this, but that does bring up, speaking of the activities, I sent you. This is more a Nate Kreckman story, but I was proud I found it.
Okay, what do you got?
We've got ourselves Randy. I got to go pull it back up, but Randy the hamster, I believe it was.
There's a hamster named
Randy. And he was not suffering from such an affliction. Randy was able to get free from his cage, jumped into the lady's cage, the lady gerbil or hamster cage.
Okay.
And Now has 100. He's got 100 expectant mothers on his way.
Wait, Randy the
gerbil went nuts.
Wait, is Randy a hamster or a gerbil?
It was a hamster. Sorry. I keep saying gerbil. It's a hamster.
Okay.
Hamster, right? No, guinea pig. I'm sorry, guinea pig. I've got the wrong Fermi marmot or whatever. Guinea pig. Randy the guinea pig got into the other enclosure where there were 100 females, and he is now going to have one heck of a Father's Day.
So Randy is the Wilt Chamberlain.
Yes. Got it all done.
Randy breaks into female enclosure, impregnates 100 females.
He had all night.
Good on you, Randy.
I mean, could you have a more perfect name, Randy?
Seriously.
Where did they get Randy from? Did he just look like a Randy? And now this incident has come to solidify the given name?
Yeah, I think it was like we could either name him Horny or Randy, and let's go with Randy.
Yeah. Austin Powers is on the TV, and they're just like, Randy's hit me for some reason. I don't know why.
Who's the most famous Randy?
Travis
Johnson, the big unit.
Well, it depends on what you listen to. Randy Travis pretty dang popular.
The Macho Man, Randy Savage.
Randy Savage is up there.
Got to be high on the list.
I knew a Randy to chant.
American Idol's Randy Jackson.
Randy Jackson, yeah. Now that you mention it,
yeah.
But how famous?
You're pitchy, dog. I mean,
he was in the E Street Band, wasn't he?
I was going to say, didn't 35 million people watch that show every week?
Well, I mean, but yeah, didn't he play with Bruce Springsteen? What band was he in? Didn't he? He was in someone's band.
The Jackson 5?
No, that was not one of the Jacksons. I got to look it up.
Okay.
Like he's a legit musician, and yet all we knew him for was just saying that ain't it for me, dog. That's a no.
Pitchy, dog. Pitchy. Randy Gradishar? Remember some Randys today. 303-504-0925.
Randy Quaid.
Fine actor, Randy Quaid. Yes, remember some Randys in honor of Randy the guinea pig, who impregnated, what did you say, 100?
100. The guinea pig somehow got out of his enclosure, got into the other enclosure. I mean, look, love will make you do silly things.
It will.
It'll give you a power you never knew you had.
My daughter's preschool class, they put 2 guinea pigs in there. I believe their names were, I think it was Jack and Annie. I think they were named after the Magic Treehouse characters. And they were brother and sister. And next thing you know, there was a lot more guinea pigs. The poor preschool teacher was like, I didn't sign up for this.
Well, I mean, you got to watch out.
You do.
I did have that happen with a gerbil. Just jumped apparently over one glass enclosure into the other.
Oh.
And then my mom was like, you're going to get rid of all of them. These are basically mice.
Too many
Goodbye.
gerbils.
Did not sign up. Yeah, Randy Jackson, frontman of Zebra. He was the lead singer of the band Zebra and has been inducted into both the Louisiana Music Hall of Fame and Long Island Hall of Fame with the band.
He's from Long Island? So's Billy Joel.
What about Louisiana?
And Mariah Carey.
Which one are you more proud of? Which goes on the business card first, Louisiana or Long Island Music Hall of Fame?
I think I would go Long Island.
Yeah?
Yeah. Although Louisiana, you got the meters. It's quite strong. All the Zydeco musicians, it's strong. It's good. It's the Kreckman and Lindahl Show. Remember some Randys on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. Andy, according to reporting
Okay.
from Jordan Schultz.
Yes.
I don't know if he was arguing with anybody in a Starbucks or not.
I think we were cool this time.
Okay. Jordan Schultz says that Sam Ehlinger turned down multiple offers to be on a 53-man roster in order to stay with Denver's practice squad. He had multiple offers to sign on to a 53. But because he is a vested veteran, after completing his rookie contract, he was not subject to waivers and instead will stick with the Broncos.
What do you think of that? Smart move?
No. Why would you not take a shot at being on a 53?
Is it just you're probably not going to play anyway and you at least like it here and you like the guys you're with?
Clearly.
I mean, again, it's still, I think it's what, $200,000 to $500,000 now if you're on a practice squad. It's still a pretty good living.
It's not bad. Like, to be, yeah, it's an excellent living, but.
You know what I'd like to know? Who are the teams? You know what I mean? That's where I'd like a little bit more of the story filled in. I don't think Jordan gave us that piece of it, right?
No.
But I'd like to know, like, again, is this one
like the Saints or something?
Right, yeah. Well, hey, I wouldn't be shocked. I mean, the Saints got an eye full of him the other day, and he looked just as good, if not better, than what they were rolling out there.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean? Like, seriously. But it also comes down to who's my supporting cast for me to look good.
I just came up with a theory.
Give it to me.
Who's the Broncos quarterback's coach?
Davis Webb.
Davis Webb.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Is he going to be a quarterback's coach for long?
That's a great question.
I don't think so.
He's going to be an OC very soon.
Yeah, he's going to be an OC very soon. Sean Payton.
Sean may have to make a tough decision.
Yeah, Sean Payton has shown a willingness to give young coaches an opportunity if they can show that they've got it. If you're Sam Ehlinger, hang out for a year, impress, show that you can be a vital part of game planning every single week, critical to what's going on, work with the scout team on a week-in, week-out basis. Like, it's got to be clear to Sam Ehlinger by now, right? The dream of being a franchise quarterback may not be for you. Heck, right now he's number 3 quarterback at 5th year in the league.
Yeah.
So you could look at it and say the likelihood of even being a top backup might be tough for me to do. But if I want to go into the coaching realm, this could be a really good place to be on Sean Payton's staff with Lombardi, with Davis Webb. Like, if you're thinking about a 5-year plan, this could be a good place for him to be.
You see, so it's interesting you bring it up. I just went and looked up his age just for funsies.
Yeah.
He's 26 years old. Jared Stidham, who's listed below him, is at 29.
Davis Webb, I think, started at 28.
28. I think he decided I'm just going to get into coaching because I don't want to keep moving my family every couple of years.
Yeah.
Do you think he's ready to go the coaching route at 26?
I think.
I mean, the backup ahead of him is 3 years older.
I don't think he needs to be, but like I think he's thinking about a world where he can get himself on the track.
By the way, he'll be 27 in about a month. His birthday is September 30th, it says. So,
okay.
Yeah, that could be the reason why. I also just think if you were to get in there.
He's from Westlake High School, by the way, so Davis Webb he's also a Texas guy, so there's a lot of connections right there. Again, he's getting himself in on if he wants to go that track, he's getting himself on the ground floor of a situation here in Denver where he could have a lot of people that would be interested in seeing him progress and have his back.
Yeah, all right.
That's just, if we're looking for theories as to why somebody turns down a chance to be on a 53 to be on a practice squad, could be one.
Let me ask you this. How important is Davis Webb to the whole thing? Like, does Sean Payton need to keep Davis Webb around? I do think Davis Webb is very important in a lot of this operation because I think he is the Sean. I've said it before, but I believe it even more now. I think, look, there was back when, and I think you've probably heard this, back when Coach Shanahan was doing his thing, Gary Kubiak was the go-between between coach and the quarterback sometimes. You know, Mike could run a little hot. Does that sound familiar? Sometimes I don't think he ran as hot as Coach Payton does. But Mike Shanahan is a guy that could be at times a little hard on guys. And sometimes it was nice to have the buffer of Gary Kubiak between Mike and, for perfect example, the exact example is Jake Plummer. I've heard about some interesting stories of Mike and John having a few words with each other too, and Gary just kind of being the guy in the middle. I do think that Davis Webb is that kind of go-between bridge, that perfect sort of middle ground between Peyton and his quarterback sometimes. And I bring this up because if teams start coming to him to be an OC, does Sean have to make a decision? I mean, how long do you stick with your guys and not have a little bit of a connection to the younger world?
Well, because he'll never be a play caller here.
Well, that's true. You're right.
And,
You're right.
And if because that's the next thing he has to do, right? He has to be a play caller. Like that's the next big step up. He was given passing game coordinator duties this year?
He was.
As
he
well.
Got a chance to call the game 2 weeks ago against Arizona.
A couple of weeks ago. Yeah, but that's there's also just like there's a lower ceiling in Denver in terms of what your opportunities are going to be because of who the head coach is.
Does Sean ever have to think about giving up the play calling?
I don't think he ever will.
No.
Should he?
I don't have a lot of complaint about what he did last year. Like I know, we heard the Chase Daniel story about how he runs hot and can occasionally get himself a little too wired and fired up during games and spitting out play calls and everything else like that. But also like that's where Sean Payton is at his best as a play caller, getting into that groove. The guy's a Super Bowl winning head coach. He's a certified football genius. Just ask him. But also like look at his track record. I don't think he should be giving up play calling duties. Do you?
If he does not,
it's what he does. He's not a CEO type head coach.
No, I get that. I do. I completely understand.
I think he's got CEO skills, but like he's a play caller.
I get it.
That's his gift.
I know.
To be an NFL head coach.
I just wonder though if sometimes if you don't stick to the run again, if you have a tough time doing some of the things you promise is better for the team. Do you think about the younger guy?
Well, here's the other question. Who's going to fire him?
No. Well,
he's not firing himself.
Yeah, unless Greg Penner. I mean, Penner doesn't have any evidence to prove anybody else would be better at it.
Yeah, no.
I mean, a preseason game against base look defense in the Arizona Cardinals doesn't count.
I don't think, I don't think Sean's looking to go to like a Bobby Bowden type of elder statesman role anytime soon.
Sure.
So no, I don't. Again, that's where I think, like, if you're a coach progressing in a situation like this, like, I'll be if the Broncos hit the ceiling and all that good stuff, I don't think Davis Webb's here next year.
No, I think you're probably right.
If Bo takes the next big step and
because you're right, he does have to call plays, or what are you really doing?
Right.
And I'm sure as a former quarterback, he'd love to call plays.
Right. Yeah.
You know?
Sean designed the offense. He calls the offense. It's his show.
So you think this is Ehlinger wanting to be the next Davis Webb? Because if it all goes down a year, he'll be the exact same age as Davis Webb when he decided to switch it up to.
I think they got a good room. I really do.
Well, I would agree.
Like,
I think Davis Webb's a part of it.
I think that Bo runs hot. I think that Stiddy in the world where he has accepted his fate, or really his opportunity as a well-compensated future NFL backup quarterback is perfect to be in there. And then clearly Ehlinger, they must like the vibes because they wanted him to stick around, and they made it very clear to him in addition to Davis Webb. Like this, I think being Sean Payton, I think being an NFL quarterback anywhere is probably stressful as hell. I think being Sean Payton's quarterback is probably also extra stressful. And I bet you, I'll even say this, I bet you Sean Payton has an awareness of that and says, okay, this is the kind of ecosystem that I have to put around my quarterback to be able to thrive in this situation.
I would agree, and I think 3 trying to battle that all out is better than just 2.
Yeah.
But I don't know. Is there any chance there's a hint that if the right call is made, Stiddy could be dealt? And Ehlinger knows I could be 2 fairly quickly.
I will be stunned.
I would agree
if Jared Stidham doesn't finish out this 2-year deal. You got Sanford's getting to you, man.
Hey, man,
he's trying to trade Stiddy all over the place.
Look. I could also see a world where Jared Stidham has just hit that Gary Kubiak point in his career. He just knows I'm better off being a backup. I'm better off getting the pitch hitting duty, and I'm going to live in Denver and make a lot of money and enjoy my life, and then go into the coaching as well.
That's why he signed here.
I would agree.
Yeah, no, Stiddy right now. I bet you Jared Stidham can get another 6 years out of the backup quarterback life.
At 29, 35, he may even make it to 40.
I think he could easily do that.
It's not like he's run around guy.
Right. He's this is a perfect job for him to have.
He could be Josh McCown.
Right. Chase Daniel.
Yeah.
Yeah. Name your favorite backup quarterback. Any of them accounts.
Any of them accounts, all of them.
Draft him McCown.
Yeah, sure.
But he can now be that guy, and he can make an excellent living. And again, it's critical for him, for a guy like him. You got to be a good vibes guy. And didn't he say? Was it like at the golf tournament or whatever? Didn't he say like he stayed at Sean's place in Mexico or whatever?
Yeah.
Yeah.
They hung out.
Right.
Yeah. Look,
he's in, man. Stiddy's in the club.
And Leggy told it to the afternoon to the midday guys in front of us. That facility is going to have a lot of players thinking, I don't think I want to leave Denver anytime soon.
Right.
That is going to be the state of the art in the NFL when it is done. Leggy said he thinks some other places are going to have to up some cash to up their facilities now too, knowing this is part of the battle. We've now entered the college ranks of the Texas or Oklahoma weight room. Remember when people would talk about the Texas and the Oklahoma weight room, how they were nicer than most NFL facilities? Well, it sounds like the NFL facilities are going to need to get an upgrade.
Every one of those quarterbacks has their own personalized massage chair, I'm sure, right in that
with a
room.
USB outlet. You don't even have to fight for one. It's right there.
In charge everything. In fact, it's not even the outlet. They give you the cord.
You got it all.
It's not bad. It's Kreckman and Lindahl. We're talking Broncos 53 plus everything else happening around the NFL. A big suspension in the AFC West, and we got Micah Parsons rumors to drop on you. That's all coming up next. Oh, we're sprinting into hour number 3 here on the Kreckman and Lindahl show. Only metaphorically. If we actually did it, we'd pull a muscle. We're alive.
We're like Ralphie. What was that? Indifferent to running?
Yes. Ember.
Ember.
You don't get the Ralphie title anymore, quitter. You can watch the show on Twitch, presented by Safeway. Order online. Safeway does the rest. Get easy delivery or free pickup of the same great deals. Get started at Safeway.com or the Safeway app. Safeway, fresh foods, local flavors, football news. Mark Springer, what do we got today?
Hey, let's talk Broncos practice squad. They have a full 16 on their practice squad. You guys just talked about Sam Ehlinger's decision to turn down a couple of other teams' offers to join their 53-man roster. He said, no, I'd rather be on the Broncos practice squad. Your 2 wide receivers are A.T. Perry and Michael Bandy. No Joaquin Davis. I find that to be a little interesting. Other names of note, fullback Adam Prentice, tight end Caleb Lohner, the 7th-round pick, inside linebacker Lavelle Bailey, a couple safeties, De'Laren Turner-Yell, Boomer Sooner, and Keedron Smith.
Keedron, yes, thank you very much, Keedron. That's the Broncos practice squad. Some of those guys will play in regular season games this year because they always have to.
Prentice will probably get called up a couple of times, and I'm not sure he's going to get the full up and down treatment and then just get put on the roster, because as soon as they get Adkins back, that might be it for his
stint.
Right, but we'll see. Yeah, it's interesting because I did think Joaquin Davis would make a great practice squad candidate, but quite honestly, if I'm Joaquin Davis, I'm like, how am I getting in here? How am I breaking that room? And with the size and the ability that he showed, I would go to another team. Now, Springer, did he go elsewhere?
I have not seen him sign elsewhere.
So I do think that's kind of interesting.
So according to Andy, Joaquin should be running away.
Hey, How about your boy Xavier Truss ending up on a? You made mention of him yesterday. He ends up on the Saints.
All right.
Right. A guy we barely knew played for the Broncos is now a Saint.
I mentioned Xavier Truss yesterday?
You did. You were making some comment about it. I
Big
couldn't
Truss.
remember. Big Truss.
I guess I'll have to trust you on that one. All right. Go ahead, Spring.
High five.
Okay, a couple other practice squad notes and a Broncos injury note. Audric Estime cleared waivers. He's going to sign with the Eagles practice squad. Damari Mathis also cleared waivers. No, he did not clear waivers. He was claimed. By the Carolina Panthers, who had a high, I assume, very high waiver priority. Also, Broncos wide receiver Marvin Mims left practice today with a groin injury. The Broncos are still evaluating him, but it is said to be a situation that they are not overly concerned about.
Okay.
And we're a week away from a game. We'll see if they're still concerned this time next week.
I was going to say, one of your best skill position players and your all-pro punt returner has a groin injury because it's regular season now. I'm concerned. I'm not overly concerned if they're not overly concerned, but I'm a little concerned. I'm meandering into the concern waters.
You don't love to hear about a groin injury for a skill position player.
No, you don't like that.
See.
That doesn't sound good. Also, Damari Mathis, Carolina, Ejiro Evero is their defensive coordinator. So a little bit of history right there. Hopefully Damari Mathis can get his feet underneath him and have himself a nice NFL career elsewhere in the AFC West. Spring.
High five.
Chiefs wide receiver Rashee Rice has been suspended for the first 6 games of the season due to his street racing.
Okay, yeah, so he's old Johnny Leadfoot over there, and God, that video was terrifying. But yeah, Rashee Rice is going to be suspended for the first 6 games of the year, according to reports. The NFL wanted 8 or 9. Apparently, they got 6. Okay, so to start the season, top receivers for the Chiefs, Andy: Xavier Worthy, Hollywood Brown, Juju Smith-Schuster.
Yep.
In addition to my guy Jalen Royals out of Utah State, the 4th-round pick, as well as former Fresno State Bulldog Nico Remigio. Those are your receivers for the Kansas City Chiefs. That is it. Look, I think Xavier Worthy is a good player. Hollywood Brown, you're going to stay on the field, and Juju Smith-Schuster, like, in this economy, Juju Smith-Schuster, that's what we're doing? Okay. That's the skill position weapons for Patrick Mahomes, along with 35-year-old Travis Kelce and an offensive line with 3 question marks on it.
What about Carson Steele? Did we get an update on him and Crocky J?
Yeah, where
are they headed
where did
to?
Carson Steele and Crocky J head off to? He did not make the Chiefs.
Nobody knows.
Yes. Nor should they, I suppose. So yes,
we'll see. Look, if you're I think Mahomes is the ilk of quarterback that makes people better. We'll
Yep.
see if he can. That is a daunting first 6 weeks of the season.
It
that
is.
Rasheed Rice will be missing.
Mm-hmm.
Carson Steele made it to the Chiefs practice squad.
Oh, good. Crocky J ain't going nowhere.
Also, hey, back on the Chiefs practice squad, I took him in the preseason fantasy draft. Clyde Edwards-Helaire back on the Chiefs.
he did. I saw that.
Yeah,
He returned to Kansas City.
Had a little stint with the Saints. They said no thanks. He goes, peace.
Yeah, so he is on the Chiefs practice squad. Their stable of backs: Isaiah Pacheco, Kareem Hunt, and Elijah Mitchell. Andy, that's who the 10-win Chiefs have going for them right now.
High five.
All right, I'm going to read this from Mike Florio and Pro Football Talk in response to recent indications from the Twitter user known as Ricky Scoops.
Ricky Scoops,
who undoubtedly owns real estate on the NFL's grapevine.
Does Ricky Scoops refer to himself in the third person like Ricky Henderson did?
I want to know if Ricky Scoops knows Incarcerated Bob. Because these are the two undercover Twitter sleuths breaking news.
That get everything?
Yeah.
Ricky Scoops said that the Packers want to trade for Micah Parsons. PFT has done some digging per a source with knowledge of the situation. The Packers are, quote, interested. However, the interest is, quote, nowhere near the smoke that's out there.
Yeah, there was like 2 firsts, 2 seconds, and a fifth. It was one of the alleged offers that I'd seen. And
yeah.
If you're the Cowboys, you may have to really think long and hard about that if that's what you're giving up, if that's what you're going to get in return. But
yeah, that's healthy.
Yeah, I don't think it's probably that healthy. And plus, they said they would pay him $45 million and all that stuff. That's a whole lot of smoke coming from where we can't find the fire. I would say this though, I'm sure Ricky Scoops has it right that Green Bay's interested. It's been said that about 10 teams have contacted him to see if they're willing to trade yet. There's plenty of NFL teams that probably like to trade for Micah Parsons.
I'm sure they would.
What needs to change, the headline needs to be Jerry Jones ready to open market for Micah Parsons.
Well, and the tricky part about trading for Micah Parsons is then what? Then you have to pay Micah Parsons.
Exactly.
And you've got to figure out if you have the space available to be able to do that. But yeah, if Jerry doesn't want to bend on this, which I believe he will, and Micah Parsons is just going to be on the Cowboys because what other friggin' choice do you guys have? But if he's really not, and you're talking about 2 1s for Micah Parsons, yeah, you got to take a hard look at that.
Well, and again, I thought it was interesting. Jane Slater was on the Pat McAfee show today, and she said, here's the problem. If they wanted to trade him, they should have traded him at the draft because at least then you know what picks you're getting back.
You know what picks you're getting, and again, teams can then fit him into their salary structure. It's a little late in the game for that.
And Jerry holds all the cards. They can franchise him next year. Another thing Slater pointed out was when it came down to CeeDee Lamb and Dak Prescott, he was running out of options. Remember, Dak Prescott was going to be able to walk. Jerry had no choice but to cut a deal with him or just let him go for free. He's still got contract length and a franchise tag in play with Micah Parsons.
By the way, who are you taking number 1 overall in your Ricky draft?
Ricky Bobby.
Steamboat.
Very strong. Oh, the Dragon Steamboat. Good call right there.
Ricky Henderson?
Ricky Henderson's got to be number 1
Ricky
for me.
Williams?
Ricky Williams, yeah.
Huh?
Highest football player that ever lived.
Mike Ditka was taking him number 1 with his Ricky draft.
Star of the original Office, Ricky Gervais.
Okay.
Got to be pretty high on the list.
Yeah.
Waters?
Mm-hmm.
Ricky Waters is out there.
Ooh, with 2 T's, Ricky Waters.
I'll go old school for all you Denver folks. Ricky Natil, the third amigo
Nice
that had
job.
about a year of.
How about Ricky Davis?
What about a good white receiver, Ricky Pearsall?
Okay.
For the Niners.
would like that.
Mm-hmm. Ricky Rubio, anybody?
You just beat me to it.
Solid Spanish point guard,
Yeah.
Ricky Rubio? I think we've exhausted the
What
Ricky.
about
Diaz fam says
I Love
Ricky
Lucy
Martin?
guy?
Was Ricky Martin? Was that the
Ricky Martin? There you go.
that was the singer, right?
You got that, home.
Living La Vida Loca.
You sure was.
Sure.
That's how you cap that. Go ahead, Spring.
High five.
All right, and finally, the Jaguars are trading for Tim Patrick from the Lions. They will send a 6th-round pick in the upcoming draft to Detroit.
Well, good for Tim Patrick. I mean, it's good to be wanted. Yeah. He gets a chance to play with Trevor Lawrence and his flowing locks.
He catches passes.
He does, and he gets to continue his NFL career. A little bit surprising that Detroit picks him up, has a nice year for Detroit. Now they get a 6th rounder out of him, and the Broncos, unfortunately, weren't able to get Bupkis.
Back-to-back season-ending injuries, ACL and Achilles.
Yeah.
Last season, 44 targets, 33 catches for 394 and 3 tutties with Jared Goff in Detroit. So now he gets to go and hang out with Trevor Lawrence. So Tim Patrick. Was he a good Bronco?
Could have been.
Could
Got
have
a $30
been.
million extension. I
Right.
love the story.
Make
He's the
good
guy
money.
you root for. And
Good money.
yeah, those
51
injuries were
catches,
killer.
53 catches. He made tough contested catches.
Hey, the year that Russ showed up, we thought he might be their best receiver with Cortland coming off injury.
Right. And then not
And
so
then
much.
He got the same injury.
Yeah, exactly. I tell you what, man, if you want to look back on the Russ era and say what could have been, what if Tim Patrick had stayed healthy? It would still be spicy in these parts,
mattered.
Andy. We'd still be Mr. Unlimited around
You
here.
would not have seen him either.
So good on Tim Patrick. He's got a gig. He gets to go hang out with Travis Hunter now, so that's nice. That's the 5 biggest stories of the day from around the NFL. But yeah, good updates there on what's going on with the Broncos roster right now. We got more Bronco conversation that we have to have coming up here in just a minute, Andy, because we've been talking about how nobody talks about the Broncos.
Oh, someone is giving you what you asked for.
That's right. Everybody is talking about how nobody is picking the Broncos. Nobody is talking about the Broncos. The Broncos are the hottest pick in the NFL that nobody is talking about, except that everybody is talking about how nobody is talking about it right now. Well, we did find the doubter. We found the capital H hater, the guy from the national media.
It just has to be different.
He's not buying that Broncos stock.
What's this guy's deal?
Uh-huh.
By the way, Ricky Rackman, Headbangers Ball.
Oh, good call. He was like a legendary radio DJ.
I interviewed him.
Did you really?
Yeah, he rolled through town and had a thing going on.
Was he cool?
Forgot. Yeah, he was cool.
How could he not be? It was Ricky Rackman.
He's Ricky Rackman.
Yeah.
I think there are a few interviews he probably didn't want you to specifically bring up, but he was cool. He's doing a ride. He's doing a Harley ride and the whole deal.
That's awesome.
Yeah.
All right. Remember some
Ricky
Rickies.
Rackman or Matt Pinfield? Draft your MTV
Oh,
DJ.
see, you know me, Andy, because
You got to go 120 minutes.
I
right?
mean, yeah, I went Pinfield because 120 minutes. I've been a hipster since I was like 14 years old, so I loved 120 minutes.
Well, plus, he had that cool voice.
Yeah,
Pinfield talk like this.
Super cool voice. Yeah, and he was like Pinfield had like unbelievable rock and roll stories.
Listen, they were both better than Kurt Loder. Ain't got time for you, Kurt Loder.
MTV News.
Give me some Ricky Rackman or Matt Pinfield.
I like Tabitha Soren personally. That was my favorite MTV News host.
She was easily to get a crush on.
She was Tabitha Soren. Do you know who she is married to?
I don't.
It was the dude that wrote Moneyball, Michael Lewis.
Oh, okay.
Tabitha Soren's husband.
Remember
some VJs.
Wasn't it Daisy
everybody.
Fuentes? Quite attractive,
yes.
hosting spring break stuff.
Yeah, she did. She was very good at what she did. Mm-hmm.
Then your guy Carson what's his
Carson
name?
Daly.
Carson Daly,
not Carson Wentz. Carson Daly.
Carson, what's his name?
Old Carson.
Good
What's
old
his
Carson
name?
Daly.
Carson Steele. Remember some Carsons
Who
today.
was the stoned out of his mind hippie that showed up for a while? Won the contest.
Pauly Shore?
Talked really. No, he was a total ripoff of the guy though. Don't you remember him?
I think I do.
Yeah,
wasn't he like
wore
a
like weird grandma couch patch jackets?
white guy with dreads?
Yes.
Yeah.
It was like, bro, you're so gone.
Clearly,
Keith Richards thinks you need to cut back on your consumption.
just got back from a Blues Traveler show.
Yes. Yes, with a puka shell necklace.
Well played right there. All hemp clothing. It's the Kreckman and Lindahl show. We'll take a break. When we come back, we found the hater. You got to hear it next.
Good luck.
That's Andy Lindahl. I'm Nate Kreckman. We are with you every day 3 to 6 right here on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5.
By the way, it was Jesse. Jesse was the VJ.
No last name?
Thank you to a texter. No, I think it was just Jesse.
Just one name, Jesse?
I think it was.
Like Bono?
I'm not sure.
Cher?
He seemed like he drifted from town to town, so maybe he wasn't sure.
It's my last name, man.
He was tall, too, I think.
I do
think he
remember
was
that.
taller than everybody.
Very tall, very thin.
Yeah.
You know what?
Yeah.
Didn't have the kind of bulk, but in terms of height, he could have been a Sean Payton
He was
receiver.
the Chet Holmgren of the MTV VJ. So,
oh, I miss that guy. Speaking of the sport of basketball, Nikola Jokic and Team Serbia, 34-point victory in EuroBasket today in their EuroBasket opener in Group B over Estonia. You
don't mess with Estonia. That can be a tricky first matchup.
Who is the most famous person from Estonia?
I can't name a person.
The only point of reference I have for Estonia is it was like one of those jokes that, speaking of people named Carson, Johnny Carson used to make. He made a lot of Estonia jokes.
Yeah.
That's all I got for you.
Yeah, I don't know much about Estonia. I'm sure there's an anthem.
I bet they got the whole thing.
Is it foreboding like yours?
Uniforms and everything, Andy. I bet they've got it all.
But is it that sort of like, I don't know, that Imperial March of Serbia like you got going on with yours?
It's such a good national anthem.
I wouldn't go that far.
It
feels like
I'd call
foreboding.
it an elite. That's what I want. It's now you know the Serbians are coming.
Okay.
Yes.
All right.
Yes.
What about when you've won?
Now
you know they've conquered.
Well, once you've won, then it's just like horns in the air. Hell yeah, jam that anthem. That's what I'm talking about. Serbia, baby, 1-0.
1-0 in EuroBasket.
My guys. Oh, wait a minute.
Uh-oh.
Here we go. I've got an Estonian for you.
Okay.
Do you remember Marcus Hunt?
Yes.
AKA Margus, the defensive end. 6'8", 295, played for Cincinnati, the Colts, the Saints, the Bengals, and then he knocked around the Cardinals and Bears practice squad there for a minute. Born in Karski Nua, Estonia.
All right, and that's where the G comes from.
That's right.
A texter says Kristen Lott, a women's champion disc golfer.
Champion Frisbee golfer?
What's up. Well, listen. You don't have a lot of choices in Estonia.
Champion Frisbee golfer.
Hey, is Estonia a lovely place? Maybe all they got is Frisbee golf.
Is the champion Frisbee golfer as high as Jesse from MTV?
Do they have some gorgeous golf course? I don't know. It's Estonia.
It's Estonia. I'm sure
Not
it's
even
lovely.
sure what it is.
Well, it makes sense they would produce a good Frisbee golfer. Stone is right there in the name.
Hey-o!
All right, let's dive into it, Spring. We found the hater. We found the national media member that's not buying the Broncos stock, that's not in on the hype, that says everybody that says that nobody is talking about him is wrong, and this team is getting too much hype. And you know what, Andy?
You could guess who it is if we gave you 2 tries.
I couldn't be happier. This
is your guy.
This is who we needed.
Yes.
Okay?
The hero we needed,
yes.
but not who we asked for.
And he's got the hateable hair. He's got everything going on. Nick Wright, Fox Sports, not buying the Broncos. Roll it, Spring.
That. One of the reasons people think it's the best division in football is because they think the Denver Broncos are going to be really good. I don't understand that. Number 4 in the AFC West.
No
the Denver
way.
Broncos.
Wow, no one has
No
that.
way. No, oh my gosh.
They made
Did
the
you
playoffs.
see all the starting quarterbacks they beat last year? 2. 2. They beat 2 quarterbacks all last year who are still starters. Baker, who's really good, and Aaron, who's really old. They played 7 games against teams that were either AFC playoff teams or the Bengals, who were right there for it. 0-7. We're now 1-7 if you include beating the Chiefs' backups, which they beat them so soundly that all of a sudden their point differential number, they're like, oh, wow, look at how dominant the Broncos were. That 38-0 victory is doing a lot of work. But they were peaking at the end of the year, right? Well, the very end of the year, they got absolutely curb stomped by a real contender that I'm now told they're on par with this year in the Buffalo Bills. I think the Denver Broncos are a 7-10 team and in a very competitive AFC West. Someone's got to finish last. That is last.
Wow.
Yes.
7-10.
Okay, that's what we needed.
There it is.
We needed some haterade to drink on. Thank you for that, Nick Wright. Somebody had to do it. Somebody had to point out that they beat the crap out of the NFC South last year, which, to be fair, they absolutely did. There are valid points.
Cogent points to what he says.
To what he said right there, right? When they played the elite of the elite, like Baltimore and Buffalo, yeah, they got their asses handed to them, okay? That Denver defense, which we're talking about being the number one in the NFL, hey, Joe Burrow marched up and down the field on those guys and scored 30 points. He had to go to overtime to be able to do it, but still he was able to score 30 points against those guys. Like there's some truth to what he said. What I think he ignores, and trust me, I'm not out here to yell about how Nick Wright is wrong because I appreciate that
we needed somebody.
Somebody is doing this.
Thank you. Yes.
Somebody had to. The ledger was getting out of whack, and clearly Nick Wright, as Kansas City guy to the core, he's never going to be on Sean Payton's group text. All right. So glad that we've got him out there. They were last season 1-6 in one-score games. If I am going to kill the Chiefs for having been 10-0 in one-score games, then I got to look at Denver and say, well, that number's going to regress to the mean. All right? If they play 7-8 one-score games this year, they're far more likely to be 500 in coin toss kind of games.
You would hope.
Because that's just what football teams do, right? So they've got that going for them. Oh, by the way, defensively, their two biggest free agent additions were on the defense. Two of their three biggest free agent additions were on the defensive side of the ball. So a defense that was already number one by DVOA in the NFL last year now adds Hufanga and Dre Greenlaw, which, Andy, we've talked about that. There's boomer bust potentials to those signings, but when you're that good on that unit, I think those are smart signings to make. I think those are smart, calculated risks to make. Even if you only get it from one of them, that's still, you're adding a Pro Bowl level player to a defense that is already awesome.
No, there's no doubt about it. And look, if the Dre Greenlaw thing hits, he is the type of player they're missing in the middle of that defense. He is the enforcer. He's the guy that's not fun to play against. He's great against the run.
Yep.
You got to hit on that. The other part of the ledger, though, let's again, his points, because a lot of people are writing in and saying that he's at 100% correct. We're not saying his points are wrong. He brings up facts. Now, is that going to translate to 7-10? I'm not buying that. But don't forget, they've added Evan Ingram. We've all talked about how Troy Franklin's taken another step. Yep. I do think J.K. Dobbins and R.J. Harvey are much better plan to start the season than what you had last year.
Agreed.
When you were who was the second back last year? We had
Javonte Williams.
Yeah, who was the second back after him? Was it Jaleel?
Yeah.
Was it Jaleel right away?
Pretty
I
much.
think it probably was.
Yeah.
Blake Watson was practice squad for part of the time, but they didn't even enter the picture till like the third week, right?
Yeah, he was a little bit late to pop. Let's see. I'm looking at the box score for game number 1 from last year. Let's see. In terms of rushing attempts, it was actually McLaughlin and then Javonte.
Really?
In that game. Yeah. Oh, also, you don't want to know what those rushing numbers were.
Yeah, they weren't good. They weren't good, Bob.
Ooh.
But the offense wasn't really good that day.
18 carries for a combined 50 yards.
Remember, the Broncos went in with the lead because Seattle kept making huge mistakes offensively.
Yeah. Yeah.
And then they quit doing that.
And then they stopped doing it, and then the Seahawks won the game.
Yeah.
And Sandman has praised McDonald's plan that day.
To the point where he said other teams ought to copy it.
Right, exactly.
So,
yeah.
Now,
here's the thing. Like, I think that Nick Wright makes cogent points. Like, I do believe the Broncos overachieved last year, but they also overachieved and then got better. And then on the defensive side of the ball, which was no joke a season ago, Baltimore and Buffalo be damned. Guess what? They had the first team, we're talking about, okay, well, Denver wasn't great against Baltimore and Buffalo. Oh, you mean the first team All-Pro quarterback and the MVP? Oh, you mean the two All-Pros? You mean the two best quarterbacks in the NFL last year? They struggled with those guys? Oh, and by the way, you know who the other guy that got him was? Burrow, who, if Burrow would have been on a winning team, would have probably won the MVP last year.
It didn't give him till overtime.
Yeah, had a little bit of a hard time against those guys. Yeah. Like, guess what? Those guys, they're good against everybody. Now this is a defense that has another year playing together, another year in VJ's system. You added more talent. I mean, health is always the great question in the NFL. There's this, and I've heard this point, actually. Shil Kapadia, who we've had on the show before, he's with The Ringer. He has made the point, and we talked about it with his defensive rankings. He had Denver down at number 6. And his argument was there's a lot of variance in a Vance Joseph defense. And I understand that argument. If you are a blitz-heavy defense, as VJ likes to be, like, there is a boom or bust potential to what you were doing. But my point, my pushback on that is, okay, fine. Schematically, you can't have high variance, but have you looked at the players that they got on paper? I'm just talking on paper, okay? It's elite, like capital E, elite, what they have on the defensive side of the football. I said this yesterday, and I will stand by this point. If the Denver offense finishes top 12 this year, EPA, DVOA, whatever metric you want to use, if they're top 12 this season, total offense, this team's winning double-digit games. Double-digit. I got him winning 11 this season. If Sean really works his magic, this is a special season because I don't see any world this defense is anything that isn't in the top 5.
No, I'm with you. And I would also say to Nick, again, to the point that Nick Wright is making.
Yeah.
If they were to win 10 games again, this is why I've said all along, it still would be more impressive than what they did a year ago.
They have a harder schedule this
year.
They
could win 10 games, assuming that everybody, they win, that, everyone's healthy when they play them and all that other, taking all the other factors out. But because this is a tougher schedule, there's no AFC South. You won't be facing 3 of the worst defenses in the league, which when they met the Saints and they met the Panthers and they met the Falcons, all those were the worst defense in the league at the time. So, again, there's some merit to what he has said. But I believe they'll win the 10 games, and by next week when we do our little predictions, I may take it up to 11 or 12. But I know Spring's already got him at 12. So I do think that they can repeat the 10 wins. It'll be more impressive. It'll put them in the middle. See, here's what I don't know yet. I'm curious how the Raiders factor into the division feasting on each other. Do the Chargers continue to be a pain? And was Harbaugh a pain for the Chiefs last year? The Chargers traditionally have been kind of one of the trip-up teams for the Chiefs.
Sure.
Can they continue to do that? But what he says is also why I'd like to pump some of the brakes on the Super Bowl talk as well. Because, again, as we talked to Chad Brown yesterday, there is a process to this some of the time. You and I went through the Super Bowl odds. And again, the better odds, and I think I still haven't pulled up from ESPN, but the better odds belong to the Bills and the Ravens.
Yeah.
But nobody in the real world, at times, people have a tough time believing they're finally going to get past the voodoo that is Patrick Mahomes.
I heard a stat today that, over the last 5 years, if you're to look at, total win-loss and then, overarching metrics, any team that has matched what the Buffalo Bills have done in the last 5 years, every one of those teams has been to a Super Bowl. The likelihood of the Bills crapping the bed again when they're this good with that quarterback, with that run game, that eventually the dam, just again, going off of track record of what this team has been, the dam has to break. The Bills, eventually there's a world where they have to go to a Super Bowl.
Yeah. I would agree, but sometimes it doesn't happen.
Right.
I mean, when did Marino ever get back to his next Super Bowl? He didn't.
Right. You're right.
We kept waiting for Phillip Rivers to break through and get his shot. He never did. He got as far as one AFC championship. That was it. That's a guy that many people think should go to the Hall of Fame.
That's reason enough for Denver to go to the Super Bowl this year, is for the dam to break and not have it be the Chiefs, and yet instead of it being Lamar Jackson or Josh Allen finally beating the narrative and getting to it, it just gets snaked by Sean Payton and Bo Nix.
They just go walking by, giving him a wave.
Right.
Getting let into the club.
Oh, man.
Getting the velvet rope open for him.
You think Sean Payton is smug now? Wait until that happens.
You know what? Real quick on this conversation, too. Isn't that why I had told you, and you and I are in the same boat? I didn't even Hard Knocks. I had it pulled up last night. My wife was like, "Do you really have to watch this?" And I said, "You know what? No, I don't.
No, I don't."
And so I exited on out of it.
Uh-huh.
I don't even think we found anything better, quite honestly. This is the stuff, and if they tackled it last night, then great. But this is the stuff that I would have liked to see them talk about. How are you going to get past Kansas City? What is it like having that gorilla waiting for you at the end of this thing? You know? I mean, I'd love to know what it's like as you try to prepare, and I say this because in a way, I felt like we lived it a little bit here in Denver.
Yeah.
Are you going to get past Tom Brady? Every year, everything you did, think of all the Manning years. All that mattered was the game between the Broncos and the Patriots to see who would get the home field advantage.
Yeah. And
then once you did, were you going to let that guy come in here and try to steal your candy? Now, both home games they got against Brady, they did very, very well. They won them. And what's funny about it, the other two times that they didn't get there, they didn't even face him. But remember, in 2014, it was admitted by some, including Demaryius Thomas, guys weren't believing that they were going to go in and beat the Patriots in Foxborough anyway, so they came out with the lackluster kind of energy against the Colts.
Yeah, they were right to not believe that, because that team would have gotten smashed if they went to New England. That team was, they were checked.
I'm just saying, I really wish Hard Knocks would have covered more of what is going on around there.
Well, okay, so here is the tricky part about that.
They don't want to talk about it right now.
That's just it.
It's summer camp, and we're all happy.
That's just it. Talk to any football coach in the world, too, and it's just like, hey, I'm taking a look at this schedule. Your Week 7 matchup is going to be tough, and they'll just give you like, we're getting ready for Week 1. It's the NFL is too hard. It's too hard to look ahead, all that kind of crap, and especially again the amount of editorial influence that these teams now have over Hard Knocks. It's hard to get any truth out of it. It really, in so many ways, this is what. And I will say this as somebody that I genuinely like reality television. Okay? But reality TV often sucks now.
Yeah.
And the biggest reason why is because it's not like the original seasons of The Real World, where it was like, look at these normal looking people that have jobs and live together in a house. Now it's just like, we have to find the hottest people available who are all going to become Instagram influencers, and there is like a clear track record. They all get agents and everything else. Like, there's no reality to it. Again, think of the earliest seasons of Hard Knocks, like early Cowboys, Rex Ryan and the Jets, how good that show was. And then people were like, yeah, that show's really good. It's too good, and I can't contribute to all that. Remember Joe Philbin and Chad Ochocinco, how good that stuff was?
Yeah.
They don't give you any of that on Hard Knocks anymore. You just get this sanitized version of it and a show that's living off its reputation. I'm not going to say I didn't enjoy it. I like a good slow motion shot of a football in spiral getting caught by a guy in a Guardian cap as much as anybody, all right? But also, like, if you really want the dirt, that show's just not going to give it to you anymore.
Yeah, and I don't even know.
And it sucks.
And I agree with you. I want the dirt. I want the behind the scenes. I want real. I think you hit it on the head right there. I want real. Like The Real World went to, let's find people with daddy and mommy issues, give them alcohol in a hot tub, and we'll just watch it all blow up in their face every night, right?
And you know what?
And that's what they did.
Pretty good television.
And a lot of people laughed and had their fun with it and all that stuff.
Right. But it also means there's nothing authentic.
Yeah, it was not real anymore.
Yeah.
It was, let's all be the frat people that everybody hated in the bars downtown.
Right.
Remember when they came to Denver and apparently they just got harassed everywhere that they went?
You ever watch Vanderpump Rules?
No.
Oh, it's
but you
so
told me
good.
about
God,
that,
it's
too.
so good. But, like, again, early on, it was a show where, like, they all worked because they worked at Lisa Vanderpump's restaurant.
Yeah.
It was like they all had jobs, and they were just like poor people that lived in Hollywood that were working this waitress job and doing a ton of drugs and God knows what else. And it was great television. Now they're all millionaires. They're still on television, but you're just like, this is weird. You all have PR agents. What is happening?
Yeah. Well, all I wanted out of the Bills, all I really wanted was why are you confident this will be different? That's all I want to know.
Right.
Because we all know you've got one Leviathan.
That's just it, Andy. I don't think they are. It's just like we got to hope we get there, and then we got to hope we win.
You do realize that right now there's only 2 QBs that say we've got past him being Mahomes.
Yep.
And that's Joe Burrow and now Jalen Hurts.
Jalen Hurts.
That's it.
I tell you why they're confident, Andy. Because of the Hawkeye system.
Yeah.
Josh Allen got that first down.
Josh Allen?
Not if they don't spot it right.
Exactly. It's the Kreckman and Lindahl show on a Wednesday afternoon. Rockies back at it tonight, Andy, in Houston. Big win last night, 6-1 over Hunter Brown and the Astros. That was one of, if not the best defensive performance of the season by the Rockies last year. And their defense has largely been a gigantic disappointment. But Brenton Doyle robbing Jose Altuve in center field with the bases loaded and 2 outs in the second. Jordan Beck made 2 great plays. Actually, Doyle had another one later in the game. A sliding catch. Excellent performance for the Rockies. 6-1 in win number 38 on the year, Andy. 38 on the 27th of August.
Good night. 38, just to say it out loud.
Yeah.
Holy cow. They're past. When do they pass the White Sox?
4 more to go. 4 to go, and DMac will be saved from the big walk. Mickey Moniak has 2 more arbitration years left in a Rockies uniform. He has been a good pickup for that club, and I give him an awful lot of credit. Former number 1 overall pick, and a guy that sort of seemed to be on his way to flaming out of baseball, and he's really turned it around with Colorado. He's had himself a nice season. He will be your starting right fielder next year. That's good to see. I think Warming Bernabel has established himself as the first baseman of the future. I don't think Michael Tolley is going to be that. I think Kyle Karros is something to look at over at third base with Ryan McMahon gone. You got a couple of things. Hunter Goodman has 26 home runs, Andy.
Don't start this.
All I'm saying is
No.
They might win 70 next year.
No.
70.
No. Who's the pitching?
Well.
Who's the pitching?
Well.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Because eventually these guys that most of the league hasn't seen, well, they've seen them, and they're scattering reports and the whole thing. Now, who went last night? Good for him.
Tanner Gordon.
Isn't that like his 4th straight decision or something?
He is stacked good starts, as the kids would say.
What about Dollander tonight? What do you need to see from Dollander by the end of the year? I mean, look, I don't need him to turn into Nolan Ryan. It'd be great if he did, but I don't think he's got that kind of fastball.
Right.
But my point being, I want to be able to say, all right, you really are in the future plans and not starting to feel a little like so many of these other Rockies prospects where you come up, maybe have a nice couple 3 weeks. See what I can't go through again? I'm going to go deep in the in the well for you.
Go deep.
I don't need any Drew Pomerantz coming my way again. Remember Drew Pomerantz? He's tearing it up at AAA. We got to get him up here. He'd make the drive down 25 from the Springs, and then what would happen? Oh, no, not at the big league level. No, and then, of course, what happens to Drew Pomerantz? He goes off, gets on other teams, and actually turns into a pretty good player when he won here. Wasn't it Jeff Hoffman? He was another. What? Wasn't it Pomerantz and Hoffman together that were supposed to be the two big? Who was the other guy? Because there's another guy that they couldn't get right.
Spring. You got to help on this.
It was Jeff something, wasn't it?
He was the guy that, and I can't remember his name, but I remember he got a
DUI for like.
But it was like an aggravated DUI.
Okay.
It was like an Alex White.
Alex White. Was
yeah,
that
that's
it.
Thank
yes.
you.
Like a scary BAC.
Yeah. It was something really, really bad.
But those two were supposed to be part of the future build, and then it didn't happen.
Yeah.
I mean, we could go on and on and on with this stuff.
You know, there's like I can squint and see a lineup for next season led by Tovar and Doyle, and I think Jordan Beck is a good player. I'm looking forward to seeing him going forward. Hunter Goodman, they got to DH him. I don't think he's a good enough defensive catcher. But the problem you run into is then you start looking at a rotation, and it's like Kyle Freeland, Chase Dollander, Ryan Feltner, Tanner Gordon, and then somebody else. Senza can't start anymore. Marquez is going to be gone. He's a free agent for next season.
To get out of here.
And then it's like you look at that rotation, and you're just like, would any of these guys be in another major league rotation?
Again, that's part of the problem.
There's your problem.
Who was the guy? Ritter. Ritter comes up last night, and he's taking an at-bat, okay?
Yeah. Ryan Ritter.
And Drew says, Ryan Ritter. And I don't think Drew was trying to make a point.
Yeah.
About how good Ryan Ritter's home run numbers were down in the PCL or whatever it was. Albuquerque, I guess. That is the PCL. And I think Drew realized halfway through the point what this really also ended up showing. Do you realize that Ryan Ritter, even though he's been gone like a month or two or whatever it's been from Albuquerque, still leads the team in home runs?
Ooh.
And he's not. So, again, yeah, you hit a lot at Albuquerque. That means nobody else is hitting.
Yeah.
You've been gone 2 months of the season or a month and a half and nobody's overtaken you? That is ridiculous. That means the farm is drained. The crops have been picked. What are we talking about here? By the way, Sean Trewartha brings up another one. Eddie Butler. Eddie Butler. See, Sean, that's not the two group we were talking about, but it was Eddie Butler, Tyler Matzik, and John Gray. We're all going to come up and it's all going to be magical.
Butler and Gray.
The
law firm of Butler and Gray.
Matzik actually became good for the Atlanta Braves.
Yeah. Uh-huh.
Eddie Butler, last we saw Eddie Butler, he was pitching in Korea.
He was in the Korean League. He had
right
a sword.
during COVID?
Yeah. Remember, he punted his mitt.
That's right. So again,
he was
forgive
so
me.
pissed he punted his mitt.
I just need to see something from Dolander that says, yeah, he's ready to be here.
Yeah,
because to your point, most of the guys are up, would not be playing up. They'd be a week away from September call-ups is when they would get here.
How excited is Germán Marquez to never pitch in Colorado again after this year?
Popping champagne.
Yeah.
Popping bottles and paying for the club.
Is Sensatella going to be on the team?
No, he can't start.
No, he's not. They already announced they're taking him out of the rotation, which they need to. Yeah, he's been here too long. Oof.
Which is, again, why we said...
They can win 70.
What good does that do them?
It's
you avoid a 100-loss season. You finally snap that. You don't go 4.
It's a step in a direction.
Yeah, a direction, sure.
They can win 70 next year.
Who's the manager?
Warren Schaefer.
Yeah, we know.
That's not even. Who's the general manager?
The dude it is now.
Bill Schmidt.
Bill Schmidt ain't going anywhere.
I don't think he's
There's
going
not
anywhere.
a vibe out there at all that anything is going to change.
Maybe it will. Maybe Walker is in his office right now whittling down the amount of people that understand baseball at altitude, because that's a prerequisite. You have to have that.
You'd like that, wouldn't you?
I sure would, Richard.
Oh, you have no idea.
I sure
you have no
would.
idea.
2 more against Houston, and then the Cubs in this weekend over there at Coors Field.
Good old Cubs rolling into town. How's that crowd going to be? I mean, it's always going to be slanted towards the Cubs.
A lot of Cub
know
fans.
That, but
yeah, Cub fans.
Is that going to be a
up.
big one? What are you guys doing? Are you? I haven't really paid attention because why? Don't need to.
We
What's going on
are
with that NL wild card?
leading the National League wild card. Probably not going to be catching Milwaukee anytime soon.
Because they just won't lose.
No,
they were bemoaning that.
Continue. I have bemoaned, Andy, my lord. As you know, I have bemoaned my hatred of the Milwaukee Brewers. But no, they lost. They had a good weekend against the Angels, and then they lost against San Francisco last night. So Cubs will be back in action tonight in San Francisco.
When does this whole tanking thing go away for them too, by the way? Like, they don't get a pick any earlier
rules?
than 10th,
right?
Because of how bad it's been.
Yeah, the anti-tanking rules.
So is it just a 1-year thing? And if they stink again next year, do they get to go right back into the top 5?
I got to admit,
we don't even know.
I will admit ignorance at a lot of Major League Baseball draft information.
Yeah,
that's why I text Tyler Maughan for stuff like that. He knows these things. That's why we have Tyler on speed dial. I'll text him after the show. I'll find out.
By the way, Kevin Easton let us know. Kevin in Illinois.
Yeah.